Chapter 331. Zhong Zimo, ID, All Humanity Soars to the Sky. Race, Forest Elf, Physique Muscle Stat Maxed, Level, 20. Martial Artist, Flawless Wall. Equipment, Lion King's proof also obtained through communication with Emperor Kurian in the Anna Rebellion storyline, a lower-tier version of the Ferocious Lion set. Lion King's Majesty, increases defense when using physical skills. Preparedness, stores a certain amount of stamina and a shield when not in combat. Swift Steps, yes, it's me again, weapon. Gold quality anti-magic small round shield. The anti-magic small round shield has no blessing effects, it only possesses the simplest and most direct magic sealing effect. Signature skills, protection of the flawless. Temporarily boosts all player attributes, enhances shield defense and blessing effects. Shield Soul, strengthens another shield at the cost of durability of equipment of the same quality. Mental Barrier, converts one's own shield into a portion of mental resistance. Shield Parry, sees the opportunity to parry. The most reassuring older brother in the team, his strength is evident not only in his powerful physique capable of killing a bull with a single punch, but also in his massive, heavy shield, the small round shield with its interrupted magic flow, and the numerous and varied shields in his inventory. The sudden glow around him marks the boundary between reality and illusion, allowing him to safely deal damage in many situations, a prerequisite for aggressive damage output. His only offensive support is wielding his massive shield, and using its weight to strike. While the Flawless Wall skill does include Shield Smash to enhance damage, when allocating Sage's memory fragments, Squid Bro's priority is basically on par with Orange Tea. Zhong Zimo's presence in combat is intermittently weak. His support role was overshadowed by his increasingly skilled use of Orange Tea, leaving most players with only the impression of him as a tank, and his classic anti-magic shield and Flying Pancake, a quick way to interrupt enemy spellcasting combos from a distance. Even his equipment was changed. Originally, after the Anna's Rebellion storyline, he was assigned the Ferocious Lion set. However, during the subsequent raid on the Temple of the Clarities, to reduce the pressure on his damage dealers and increase his margin for error, he proactively suggested exchanging his equipment. Since then, he hasn't switched back. He did the dirty work, his contributions to the team were difficult to quantify directly, and he was incredibly resilient, but every time he shone, it was dazzling. The shield counter skill, naturally inherent in shield-wielding classes, seemed tailor-made for him. Along the way, the heavyweight opponents who have been countered by Zhong Zimo's shield include the frog-headed stitched monster, the 8th-tier vampire mage who appeared with Kesha in the Great Snow Mountain, the white-boned giant bull summoned by the Great Snow Mountain demon, the thousand-faced puppet nest on the 9th floor of the Clear One, the armor-cracking rabbit, and Freya on the 9th floor. According to him, when fighting against the Origin element, if he hadn't chosen the giant shield but instead used a small round shield, he was confident that the opponent's scythe would never return. Besides these, countless insignificant minor characters have suffered losses during guild wars, much to the dismay of players who have complained bitterly. It can be said that his shield counters and his outrageous marriage story with Du Jin are major reasons for his overseas fame and large fan base. After Nonya joined the guild, she explained to everyone that in a poll with nearly 90,000 participants on an overseas website, 90% of the respondents sympathized with him and considered him the best partner. On this matter, players with normal minds in both the Chinese and overseas servers have raised profound questions. What exactly is Du Jin doing? Anyway, whenever this is mentioned, Beiwo keeps laughing. Thanks to heaven for this gift. Xia Xingyo, Game ID, sealed Beiwo's still unreturned race, Dark Elf, favorite weak color, level, 20. Martial Artist, Shadow Assassin. Equipment, Gold, 97 quality Twilight Vampire set end of Easter egg level walkthrough, Origin element from Elila's Furnace Explosion, obtained by Beiwo cutting and line forging. Success on the first try, 97 quality with minor flaws. Blood Debt, after dealing damage to an enemy with a rainbow-grade weapon enhanced and forged with Twilight Vampire, inflict the bone-sucking negative status effect. Players wearing the full Twilight Vampire set deal increased damage and reduce damage to units with negative status effects. Youthful Vigor, damage increased when not injured and with good shield value. Swift Steps, what can I say? Weapon, Rainbow, 99 quality Twilight Vampire Blade. Blood Thief, damage dealt by the weapon can absorb blood and convert it into a shield. Dark Theft, after dealing damage, there is a very small chance to steal materials of purple quality or lower from the target. Swift Steps, great, no need to say more. Favorite skills, Shadow Rift, Stealth Breaker, Shadow Substitute, Shadow Walker, Spatial Slash. A master of information gathering, harassment, and support output, embodying the word dirty to the fullest. A true despicable villain on the boundary between reality and illusion, a kidney snatcher lurking in the shadows. Similar to Zhong Zemo, always arguing over equipment allocation. Even after completing the Easter egg level, he still uses a set of purple armor dropped from the temple, and his weapon is the same elemental heart as Jianghe's at the start of the game. With the most mediocre equipment, they did the dirty work, happily roaming the battlefield. Influenced by the team atmosphere, one support DPS prioritized support. Of all their skills, only Breakthrough Strike was incredibly powerful, the rest were used either for information gathering or to protect teammates. Learning from Jianghe that the two were currently a couple and very close, Nongya couldn't help but sigh that the two were indeed a perfect match. One had been in a constant state of producing healing resources on an empty stomach since the server opened. The other had simply been in a state of squeezing blood on an empty stomach since the server opened, as if consuming even a single bit of team resources was a grave offense. Core motto: I rather go hungry than let the damage dealer go hungry. What? The damage dealer is full. Then it's time to feed the other supports. What? They're full too. My favorite wheat-colored orange tea is still hungry? What? She doesn't want it, and her equipment is perfect for this little thief. Hee hee. I'm really good at stealing damage, for example. A solo raid on Chungning. Unbelievable execution. Once she confirmed it was someone she liked, she charged straight at Zhong Zemo without hesitation, seizing the initiative and asserting her dominance. This is definitely the highest damage output I ever stolen since the launch of the Stars approved server. Yuan Shucheng, Game ID, Jailer Appraiser Expert Race, Human. Level, 20. Mage, Necromancer. Equipment, Purple, 90 Quality Clarity Sage Set. Abundant Mana, increases the total amount of mana the player can control. Swift Steps, Excellent Blessing certified by the boundary between reality and illusion, Weapon. Gold, Unforged, Undead Master Scepter. Spirit Manipulation Blessing. Greatly reduces the mana and stamina required for spirit manipulation, and increases the number of controllable spirits. Necromancer Talent Advancement. Walking Corpse, Bone Guardian, Wraith, Base Summon Quantity +3, Strength Increased. Killing 10,000 intelligent beings unlocks the Wraith Echo's skill questline. Using Wraith Echo, killing enemy units will have a chance to obtain a reforged exclusive item, granting the 4th blessing. Preferred skills: Deathstalker, Corrupted Corpse Explosion, Soul Gift, Walking Corpse Remnant, Spirit Manipulation. Jailer Bro, the most hilarious man on the boundary between reality and illusion. A man who embodies the question, does playing games have to be about being good? Can it be about being funny? A social terrorist who never gets bored online or offline. A man wholeheartedly devoted to the prominent keyword jailer in his ID, both in reality and virtual reality. A man who roams various groups, frequently sharing his commissioned jailer works, earning praise from group members. The Cyber Saint status is almost on par with Ready to Eat. He's a seemingly hopeless case in the eyes of his family and relatives, and a critically ill ICU patient miraculously saved by the boundary between reality and illusion in his parents' eyes. He's also an indispensable piece of the puzzle in the eyes of the boundary between reality and illusion. This is the conclusion drawn by Nongya after long-term observation. When you think the jailer is useless, he always miraculously appears as a timely rain, rescuing the team from dire straits. Don't ask why the team is in such a predicament. Don't expect too much from the jailer. He's like a battery in the boundary between reality and illusion. Fully charged, he takes on responsibility, then continues to recharge, waiting to secretly amaze everyone when he's fully charged again. But like an aging battery, when he be fully charged is unpredictable, and the rate at which his power depletes is unknown. Jianghe's feelings differed from Nongya's, who only observed Jailer's performance. Jailer was practically a walking, talking entertainment machine. Due to this unique attribute, people were always habitually drawn to his amusement, rarely seeing the seemingly deep, but actually shallow, aspects of him. Some players in the community had already found a major reason for Jailer's instability. Necromancer is not suitable as a primary class. A long development period, requiring numerous class skills, and its effectiveness depends on specific situations. Multiple limitations determine that the Necromancer is a life-stealing class. Teammates must tolerate having a player who can barely provide help, and whose contribution is minimal regardless of wins or losses, and occasionally share resources to keep him from starving. According to official statistics on the Stars approved class, the ratio of solo players to small groups of Necromancer players as their primary class is 151. Among the vast class branches, Necromancer is consistently among the least popular. The fact that Jailer Bro could still have highlights during the initial launch phase despite such a terrible start proves he's not a typical battery-type player. Anyone who has truly played the Necromancer knows how difficult it was for him to accumulate those few highlights in the monster room at the boundary between reality and illusion. Players who have tasted shit know how awful it is. A Necromancer player's unique saying, rough but true. Because they tasted even worse, Necromancer players are naturally laid back, usually saying things like, yes, we're all cynical, you're right. Only when supporting Jailer Bro do they become exceptionally serious. After more than 4 months since the server launch, and half a year of in-game accumulation, Jailer Bro finally led the Necromancer through the long development period. He pulled out his first set of divine gear. With the added bonus of the Easter egg level, everyone has witnessed the Necromancer's amazing tactic of stealing other players' spirits. In the Chaos Tower world, the future of this skill looks incredibly bright. Chapter 332. Sumion, Game ID, Flavorful Orange Tea Race, Rabbit-Eared, Black Rabbit, Avatar, Sun Shower Golia Level, 20. Believer, Summoner. Equipment, Purple, 99 Quality Clarity Sage Set Weapon, Purple, 100 Quality Mysterious Wishing Star Stone Necklace. Blessing affixes are consistent, conserve energy, increases stamina, recovery speed, swift steps. Everyone chose this, so, preferred skills, Unknown Revelation, Enhanced Summoning. The Summoner's unique class design directly links their abilities to their core skill summoning technique. Unknown Revelation fully utilizes Orange Tea's strong luck attribute in the game. In the entire game, Orange Tea is probably the only one who has mastered just 2 skills, enough to meet the team's daily needs. Candlelight once told the story of biting off more than you can chew, and then smiled and pointed out that Orange Tea has the highest compatibility with the class and skills among everyone. Everyone felt like they found the key to the Anna world, and Orange Tea actually had it. What's the highest achievement for a talented summoner like Orange Tea? Without needing relics as a medium like summoners, you can complete rituals and summon heroic spirits to aid you in battle simply through communication, Candlelight replied, but only as remnants of the heroic spirits, not their original, true selves. If Orange Tea were born in another world, she'd be a genius at the very least, with all her game equipment obtained by scavenging. Her equipment was acquired from the opening day's temple raid, and hasn't been replaced since. Her weapon was obtained from a mysterious wilderness event triggered during the opening day. On the day she started playing, a mysterious, unnamed witch passed through Orange Tea's world, casually helped her deal with the surrounding monsters, and gave her some small materials, as well as the mysterious Wishing Star Stone Necklace. As an item given by a character in the storyline, it possesses excellent attributes at max quality, and a third, unlockable blessing, the method of which remains a mystery. Searching for related descriptions yielded no results. Trying to find a recording from that day was outdated. Fair skin, a soft voice, slender and tall, with large, bright, gleaming gold eyes. This is how Orange Tea remembers the witch's appearance. Her only distinguishing feature was her stunning beauty. Everyone had asked Anna the know-it-all meant, but she shook her head upon seeing the necklace, and again after hearing the description. Jiang He felt this was Orange Tea's incredible luck, combined with a special plot twist, and an Easter egg that only players highly compatible with their class could encounter. After all, even Candlelight said that Orange Tea's luck in the game was the strongest she had ever seen. She didn't exhibit any corresponding traits in real life, it was simply miraculous. Thinking about it carefully, to encounter the boundary between reality and illusion, and to have such a smooth journey, isn't that incredible luck? It's already become part of daily life, which is why this ordinary miracle seems so inconspicuous. The last person, Tang Honghai, Game ID, for Primal Body's race, Human. Level, 20. Mage, Elemental Mage. Equipment, Gold, 90 Quality Restful Ripple obtained by requesting help forging this item to increase the reputation of the Fallen Star Siren. Abundant Water, increases mana regeneration. In water-rich areas, regeneration speed is increased. Water Elemental Blessing, reduces water elemental magic damage. In water-rich areas, the reduction effect is enhanced. Wind at every step, this world is a giant wind at every step. Weapon, Red, 88 Quality Elemental Heart Staff like Jianghe, a fellow sufferer, still without a suitable weapon replacement. Elemental Fusion, enhances magical power when consuming a large amount of mana to condense elemental energy. Abundant Mana, increases the total amount of mana a player can control. Swift Steps, complete the blank, frequently used skills, Elemental Fusion Torrent, Temporary Overdraft, Mana Exchange, Burning Spirit. In terms of having a very low profile, the four primal bodies are undoubtedly number one in the guild. If you had to choose one person to be removed from the reality/illusion boundary, who would you choose? Under this topic, nearly 60% of people voted for the four primal bodies. In a top-tier guild known for its memes, he has very few memorable moments or highlights. At the first offline event of the Stars of Proof, the four primal bodies queue was almost empty. People basically only invited him as a side event to complete the reality/illusion boundary bond. Nonya was one of them. However, the four primal bodies didn't care. He readily accepted his lack of memes and fans. He's a person who is easygoing and knows how to be content. Just over 4 months ago, he was merely a monotonous, aimless office worker. After the promise of a peaceful death by candlelight, and the certainty that his mother could live out her remaining years in peace, he felt a profound sense of relief. The whip was no longer there to urge him forward, each lash a gentle lash. Now, nothing was more important than continuing to play games with everyone. He truly wanted to run a guild for life, to make the decision to go to Anna at the end of his life. To shine even brighter one last time, to become someone's savior? From childhood to adulthood, he had never been a hot-blooded fool. If he could truly become a hero to all living beings in the world, to write his own epic, to bring the dreamlike stories of literature to life. Why not? Surprisingly, the four primal bodies didn't care, but Nonya did. The various comments online about splitting up the team made her very uncomfortable. They were clearly playing well, yet people kept discussing who could be missing in the reality/illusion boundary, and then, quite seriously, they exclude the four primal bodies. Didn't those people watching the replays carefully? Wasn't he the one in the team who seemed invisible, always providing shields when teammates were in danger, sharing damage with Zhong Zemo, and sharing support responsibilities with Zhu Zicha? He preemptively neutralized attacks, thus preventing him from executing a stylish shield parry like Zhong Zemo, a skill that amazed everyone. He played just as well. It's just that in the reality/illusion boundary monster room, the expert players were too dazzling, overshadowing his own brilliance. He'd gone through all the equipment and materials, for months of accumulation. Sigh. The blanket stopped him, opening an unopened box, a flash of dense black light passing by. Eye of the Abyss. The wielder gained significantly enhanced resistance to mental magic. Specialized damage against soulless entities. The wielder will be immune to magic and stamina limitations. In exchange for experience points, the wielder gains the residual consciousness effect. For 10 seconds while residual consciousness is active, players will not die from damage other than mental magic. If any companion dies, the wielder will also die. The wielder will suffer Curse of Decay, continuously receiving damage reduced by a shield until death. If the wielder dies, a companion must be designated to bear the Curse of Decay. The maximum number of times the Curse of Decay can spread is 3. Good news. A guild can only have a maximum of 3 unlucky players. Bad news. There are only 7 people in the realm of illusion. The scumbag Dussel commissioned Elradia to forge a magical weapon capable of damaging the demons of the Great Snow Mountain. A bizarre weapon that can be destructive to both enemies and allies. The existence of its curse effect means that after obtaining it from Dussel, it rarely appears in the realm of illusion guide. Nobody likes carrying a bomb to the front lines. Hearing the fuse burning before the battle even begins is too exciting. Unless, even without it, the fuse in the dungeon is already burning fiercely at the start, like Origin Elements. It's nowhere near as practical as the mimic flesh obtained from the Easter egg level. If I hadn't been so careful, I almost forgot the 10-second survival king in the warehouse. Using experience for 10 seconds to survive isn't a big deal here, but the Chaos Tower world has increased the level cap, and our experience is precious. Zhong Zemo couldn't imagine what situation would require using a demonic weapon to forcibly extend his life by 10 seconds. The memory of him dying, while using it during the last challenge against the Origin Element, the poison-spreading target, was still vivid in his mind. A shield-wielding class, known for its sturdy build and high shield value. Having been poisoned by the Curse of Decay, he was as weak as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, becoming a fragile person. Zhong Zemo had a strong premonition that whoever used this weapon would be the target of the poison spread. Inkfish, it's because of you that I remember the name Eye of the Abyss so well. The blanket gently patted his shoulder, looking expectant. The weight of the shield is the weight of fate, the weight of responsibility. In other words, this is what you do. They're a couple now, right? At the beginning of the inventory, Nonya was incredibly excited, like a child visiting a market for the first time with their parents. Even though she's seen it on video, she still screamed and yelled. As the impact intensified, Nonya gradually became numb. The clearer she realized how terrifying the snowball effect would be after the opening of the virtual reality boundary server, the more she understood the chasm-like gap between players. Is there anything you want to say to the players? She naturally assumed the role of fan club leader, gathering first-hand information for preparation, ready to create a big news story. Preaching. The virtual reality boundary is the embodiment of T0. Faced with Nongya's burning gaze, the four primal bodies smiled and stepped aside, pulling Jiang He over. An interview? So sudden? He smiled, pausing for 2 seconds. Even in the Chaos Tower world, the boundary between reality and illusion is undoubtedly T0. I'd be at the top of the leaderboard, waiting for everyone to challenge me. The jailer chuckled beside him. Tomorrow, Nongya will be the target of everyone's attacks again. So what do you want to say? Does making it to the top 4 count as a success? Jiang He shrugged. Don't forget the responsibility we bear. There's no room for humility. Only by constantly winning can we take control of our own destiny. He finally managed to hold Fries in his arms, forming the best guild with everyone. And just because a mentally ill backup wanted to fulfill his wish of becoming the overlord ahead of time, he went on a killing spree, prematurely sealing their consciousness, ruthlessly depriving them of the rest of their lives in this world. Recalling tonight before entering the game, he pressed his cheek against Fries's, inhaling the pleasant scent of his freshly bathed body, stroking his still damp hair. The scent and touch lingered, never dissipating. Jiang He greedily savored the memory. But a mere backup? I kill you too. Chapter 333. With 1 day remaining until the opening of the Chaos Tower world, Elrabi's 4th batch of origin materials was being slowly roasted over a low flame. The great dragon craftsman of the Anna continent lowered his proud head, showing even greater respect to the people of the reality virtual boundary. In the entire game, at this stage, only those at the reality virtual boundary could afford to let her roast origin materials 3 times in a row. Jiang He did a simple calculation for Elrabi. Based on her masterpieces over this time, it would take her 10 years of working for the guild to barely pay off her debts. She was probably the first dragon in history to be heavily indebted. Elrabi argued, at least I helped you guard against invaders. For some reason, in the lead-up to the opening of the Chaos Tower world, the guild's stronghold had been attacked more frequently, mostly by players from foreign servers. It didn't seem like casual play or sightseeing. It had a sense of scouting ahead. The expansion of the necromancer traps, and the improvement of the magic arrays made it difficult for the invaders to move an inch. Ilera's overwhelming guilt caused the flesh and blood in the box to reappear on the game community's trending list after its fruit-selling charity event, which had been silent since. Flesh and blood in the box remained silent. This swaying seaweed-like creature hidden in a black box had a peculiar appearance. Combined with the Candlelight clan's excessively absurd aesthetic sense in its creations, it was hard not to speculate. However, after several fierce battles, it remained silent. One could only wonder if it was some kind of quirky Easter egg collectible. This is the final payment. Please confirm. The werewolf wandering merchant, Bakken, had a complex expression on his face. A sense of relief, the joy of escaping misery, and a touch of disbelief. He had been manipulated by the flesh and blood into paying in installments during the transaction, and had expected the debt to be difficult to collect. However, the person who occupied the territory of the clarity was surprisingly easy to talk to, repaying on time without delay. At this moment of settlement, he even felt a little admiration for the guild leader's trustworthiness, even though it was this who had tricked him. Still no news of any more pack beasts? Jiang He asked, repeating this question for what felt like the umpteenth time. Whether werewolves or other races, even with a hefty reward, finding them was nearly impossible. Anna's attitude was firm. They wouldn't sell. The powerful nobles, who controlled vast resources, and mined using pack beasts weren't short of money. Wandering merchants were simply beneath their notice. Nobles, with their status and power, looked down on them, making them, as outsiders, feel inferior. After repeated setbacks, the werewolf Bakken, through a special channel, added 2 more pack beasts to the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. As for what channel, Bakken simply waved his hand, refusing to reveal it. Mint leaned back in her chair, put her feet on the table, crossed her arms, and snorted. It's just a pack beast. As long as I win the match with her and ask for it directly, how could she refuse? Huh? Jiang He and Fries both turned to look. Even the werewolf Bakken was puzzled by the albino little witch's arrogant tone. Pack beasts are one of the most valuable assets of mining nobles, considered strategic resources by many families, and circulated only among a few high-ranking nobles, and those with a long line of noble families. Jiang He wasn't thinking about the pack beast at this moment, but rather about Mint's tone. Your attitude towards Renee seems a little different? Mint blinked. Really? I didn't notice. Before, it felt like you were ready to fight and kill her. The jailer next to him scratched the back of his head, wanting to ride on her and beat her up in the face. That's what I think now too. Mint confirmed the jailer's guess. Face her, defeat her, and then state your demands. I believe she will agree. The jailer was even more confused. Why should I? I already been beaten up. Why would I agree to such an outrageous request? She's arrogant, Mint shrugged. Rennie only sees people better than her. She definitely want revenge after losing. If I promise her another chance to challenge me, I think I can get a lot of benefits in return. A fool wouldn't take a free lunch. And there it was, Mint's signature fly-like hand-rubbing. Having been in the virtual reality boundary for so long, this kind of mercenary little trick is truly nostalgic. Before, you did this to try and rip us off, now you're helping the guild rip people off, Jiang He laughed. What? How can you talk like that? Mint snapped, springing up from her chair and jumping onto the table, criticizing him from above. Is it wrong to think of everyone in the guild? This isn't a scam, it's a challenge fee. I surpassed Renee, the number one witch of the new generation. Anyone can challenge me. No, you should pay. Fries immediately chimed in. Jiang He truly couldn't understand. What had Mint gone through to become the weathered, world-saving witch who understood the truth after the shattering of the Ana world? The Mint he saw in the candlelight projection was much more composed than the one bouncing around on the table. Anyway, I hope the great number one witch of the new generation doesn't take advantage of the champion. You're improving, and so is Renee. Jiang He asked casually, when have you decided to issue the challenge? Mint paced around the table. Ksha said my current combat ability is no less than a 7th tier witch, and Renee is likely lingering around at level 2. She was seriously troubled. Jiang He was pleased to see Mint's reaction. When the game first launched, Mint was reluctant to mention Renee, suffering from severe PTSD. Now, her eagerness to try was truly rare. I get myself into top shape and start, she decided. French Fries frowned. Don't be too reckless. To deal with her, momentum is the most important thing. Mint took a deep breath. Right now, I'm not afraid to recall everything that happened in the academy. Every single detail of my crushing defeat against her is vivid in my mind. Having the courage to look back isn't easy. Mint's gaze was intense. She jumped off the table, hugged Jiang He and French Fries, then shook hands with the jailer brother with a disdainful expression. Without your help, it's hard to imagine I could have taken this step so quickly. Stop your acceptance speech for now. Why did you hug them both? But now you're giving me a dirty look when you shake hands with me. The jailer brother questioned. Mint whistled. Yeah, why pinch? The jailer, the only child disliked by mom. Hearing this amusing anecdote in the hall, Orange Tea covered her mouth and laughed. Then isn't the jailer an orphan? All eyes were focused on Tea Goddess's smiling face as she uttered those words. Without a trace of sarcasm, it was perfectly natural. Eating the roasted lamb leg Zhong Zimo had brought, the jailer had already forgotten Mint's mother's interruption. But upon hearing Tea Goddess's unintentional remark, he froze on the spot. Tea Goddess only realized the hurtful nature of those words after a few seconds. She quickly handed the meat from her bowl to the jailer, soothing his shattered heart. Challenging the Chaos Tower world doesn't hinder players from advancing the main world storyline. If better equipment is obtained during this time, it can also increase combat power within the tower world. Therefore, players have recently been discussing dungeons that allow for short-term power boosts. The last-minute cramming didn't happen in the other 3 guilds that had previously qualified for the World Championship. Everyone who was prepared silently waited for midnight to fall. Are you there? A private message from Open Candy pulled Jiang He, who was getting up early to go out to buy groceries, back to the screen. I want to talk to you about uniting against external forces. According to the information released by Candlelight on their official website, some floors were experiencing random entry. That is, several teams' players appeared on the same floor, competing against each other. Although the rankings were based on individuals, according to Nonya, many teams from foreign servers had privately confirmed a united front. When random entry occurred, they would prioritize teaming up to secure a leading position. As the 4 teams that were supposed to represent the Chinese server in the previous qualifying round, their attitude was particularly important. I have no objection, but when it comes to qualifying, Virtual Boundary's primary goal is to become number 1. As long as they didn't actively provoke Virtual Boundary to reach the top, Jiang He didn't mind letting other teams also get some points. Only he understood the difficulties this game posed for Candlelight. In this world, only they knew the truth of the competition. The Wind Weaver of the Three Realms had likely exploited loopholes in the rules before the competition even began, leaking the wind to some of her worshippers. These worshippers would naturally become her agents, striving for her maximum benefit. Constant internal strife would only allow the Three Realms team to profit, occupying more spots on the final leaderboard. Not only must the boundary between illusion and reality be played well, but a good example must also be set, helping Candlelight regain its advantage without revealing the truth or violating the rules. Jiang He felt increasingly uneasy. Why is it that the rule-abiding Candlelight is the one who suffers? The Overlord is truly clueless. Didn't he properly patch the loopholes when setting the game rules? While accompanying his partner to the grocery store, Fries selected the best potatoes, sighing helplessly. When the Overlord created the game, he probably never imagined that insiders would dare to defy his will, exploit loopholes, and cheat. We played in disadvantageous situations before. That's what makes it interesting. As expected of Fries, with his slightly war-crazed blood, he gets excited by challenges. Braised potatoes with meat, fried potato pancakes, mashed potatoes and tomato sauce, plus a serving of braised pork, made up their ordinary dinner. While most people wouldn't cook several potato dishes in one meal, this potato feast was indeed a regular occurrence for the two of them after they started living together. December 23rd, in the blink of an eye, the end of the year was approaching. Recalling everything that had happened since the launch of Proof of the Stars, it was impossible not to sigh at how fast time flies. Or perhaps, it's too slow. At least the four Primarchs had complained. The time difference between the game and reality occasionally made them feel disoriented. After all, they'd been famous in the game for almost a year. I decided. Fries took a big bite of mashed potatoes and tomato sauce, then shoveled several mouthfuls of rice. I'm going home for Chinese New Year this year. Jiang He had just put the melt-in-your-mouth braised pork into his bowl, and before he could even pick up his chopsticks, he heard her continue. Go back with me. A continuation of their last conversation about going home for Chinese New Year. This time, it was a very direct invitation. Jiang He hesitated for a moment. He felt his neck was unusually stiff, and as he slowly raised his gaze, it felt as if a tiny person was sitting on it and swaying. French Fries didn't meet her gaze, instead lowering his head to continue eating his mashed potatoes, as if he hadn't said anything at all. Jiang He feigned composure. Have you told your family about your decision? Not yet. It depends on whether you're willing, French Fries replied immediately. Spending the new year here with you wouldn't be bad either. The choice was completely in his hands. Jiang He had never felt his heart beat so fast. It felt like he was back at the moment of filling out his college application after the college entrance exam, standing at the crossroads of life, lost and hesitant. Bullshit, what's there to hesitate about? Looking at French Fries across the table, who seemed hesitant to speak, he tried hard to suppress his nervousness and shyness as he directly threw out the invitation. If he could refuse, he might as well become a monk. Should I take something back with me? He originally wanted to say the past, but his mind automatically corrected itself, as if a little person had jumped into his head, worrying for him. Whatever. The moment you show up, they probably scream and jump right next to me, spouting a bunch of weird nonsense. Then they spout weird nonsense back at you. They won't care if you bring anything or not. Fries, her previous shyness and sweetness gone, pouted, her tone disdainful. Jiang He recalled her offline meetings with Lu Jinhong and Lu Xinxin. The moment Fries' description flashed before her eyes, she could almost picture it. If she could, she really wanted to know how they got together. They were a match made in heaven. If they didn't pair up, it would be letting them ruin other people's lives. The event started at midnight, and the virtual real boundary agreed to open at 11 a.m. Everyone finished their real-world affairs early, and went to bed wearing their devices. Jiang He, having finished washing up, was adjusting information on his game app when a knock sounded at the door, as he put on his headband. He opened the door curiously, and there stood French Fries, carrying her large pillow. Jiang He sensed something was wrong, and tried to speak, but hesitated. I accidentally spilled water on the bed, and it's seeping in. I'm borrowing your place to sleep for the night. If Jiang He remembered correctly, French Fries' bed was a straw mat covered with a thick quilt. If it got soaked, he could simply change the quilt. But in this situation, with French Fries in her pajamas, carrying her pillow, her toes practically digging into her 3-bedroom apartment, and still managing to say that she seemed destined to be alone forever, French Fries casually tossed the pillow, landing it precisely in its place. She often came to this room to use the computer, and when she got tired, she would just lean back and lie down. She knew this place like the back of her hand. It was just a matter of adding another quilt and a pillow. If he wasn't seeing things, Fry's face was quite red. Was this also one of Kshatriya's tricks? Why were you guys 10 minutes late logging in today? That's weird. After the guild finished assembling, Jailer couldn't help but mention it. Jianghe and Fries each looked away. Nervous, a bit of insomnia. Such severe insomnia? Jailer asked suspiciously. According to Candlelight, the device has a certain hypnotic effect. Unless you're exceptionally excited, it's hard to resist the drowsiness. Mentioning excitement, the two shuddered slightly. Jianghe covered his face. Anyway, the tower world is about to open. Let's get going. Chapter 334. At midnight, a tower shrouded in billowing black mist appeared next to the player's information panel. Following a notification from the fat seabird, who manages the mail, Jianghe grasped the seemingly projected tower from the panel and placed it in a secluded corner of the guild. Seconds later, thick fog filled the air, and the outline of a teleportation portal became vaguely visible. The teleportation channel between the Chaos Tower world and the main game world was established. Passing through the fog portal, a strong sense of descent suddenly struck. The feeling of being out of control of his body made Jianghe break out in a cold sweat. The discomfort came quickly and went quickly. Thump. 7 muffled thuds followed as the boundary between reality and illusion slammed heavily onto the ground, leaving him dizzy. Startled birds flapped their wings, skimming over the treetops, scattering leaves. The damp, earthy smell of soil filled his nostrils. Enduring the sharp pain from the impact, the jailer stood up. Tui! 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 He instinctively opened his mouth to shout, landing hard with a mouthful of mud. Jianghe looked around. The trees were lush and green, their dense foliage blocking out the sun, leaving only a faint glimmer of light filtering through the treetops to barely distinguish day from night. A truly unique teleportation method, he muttered, swatting the dust off his clothes. French Fries noticed that the player information panel couldn't be closed, and the image projected in midair was changing. A familiar figure slowly appeared. Shi Lu, her eyes veiled by a thin layer of gauze, held a celestial globe and smiled as she spoke. Welcome to the Chaos Tower world. I, Shi Lu, will guide every brave adventurer to climb this endless Chaos Tower. While many players were still joking about finally seeing the reused character model for the Stars of Truth, those in the know could only smile silently. A round crystal appeared out of thin air in front of each player. The conditions for clearing the first level of the Chaos Tower world were announced. Kill intelligent beings to gain aura. When the entire team's aura is full, the passage to the next level can be opened. Jianghe reached out and touched the bead, and a shining UI appeared above it. 0/1000. 1000 aura full. Does that mean I need to kill at least 1000 intelligent beings? The jailer got excited. His necromancer staff required him to kill 10,000 intelligent beings to unlock the Echo of Vengeance skill. Just what a godsend. Everyone in the realm of truth rolled up their sleeves, ready to enter berserk mode, while Orange Tea looked around, panicking. What should I do? The summoner wasn't without combat ability, but she had only been responsible for support all along and hadn't practiced fighting. No problem, we finish them off when they're down to their last breath, Jianghe said. But I think support can also rack up points, otherwise this design is pretty overpowered. Fries checked the information panel and reminded everyone. Level cap, currently 50. Be careful. Everyone checked and found that the level cap had indeed increased by 30. Except for Orange Tea, everyone in the team was a seasoned veteran and immediately understood what this meant. The strongest monster in the Chaos Tower world is also level 50. If monsters possess the level suppression attribute, any challenge across levels is close to hellish difficulty. To reliably achieve the highest ranking, they must level up. Zhong Zemo took out the ingredients he had prepared beforehand and cooked a roast suckling pig on the spot, and also made some wraps for everyone to eat. This was a dish that boosted satiety and stamina. In the main world, they hadn't paid much attention to the meager bonuses that food provided for a long time, but they still needed to respect it in the new dungeon. The World Championship chat group was very lively. Unlike the boundary between reality and illusion, the other 3 teams immediately started fighting after understanding the rules. At first they were excited, but now. Captain Jigun, what a tough slime. A full set of skills hit me, and I didn't die, and I could even turn around and give us another elemental spell. Lafretia, an insane goblin. It can even deflect my sword. What kind of elite monster came out of the theater? The purple-haired old woman on the railcar. Players who can walk sideways in the main world can't even beat a Snake Man mage on the roadside in the tower world in a direct confrontation? Is that reasonable? 30-year-old grand mage. What nonsense. This is called high magic suppression, you know? So what if you're from the main world? Magic. With different levels of power, you only get the short end of the stick, understand? I am a master of the divine steel. You know, those little snake men were pretty tough. Nooga thick soup. You guys opened the panel and adjusted the display of game dynamic information. It can actually show monster levels. Ready to eat. Open can thanks for the reminder. I only noticed after I reached 70 aura. A dream of yellow millet. What the hell? How did you get 70 aura? We only gained 5 aura after killing 2 goblins on the roadside. Ready to eat pulled his knife from the tree spirit's trunk, splattering dark green sap everywhere. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling his companions to clean up, while he quickly shared the information he had gathered. Currently, the stronger the individual, the more aura they provide. Not wanting to take risks, I just slowly kill weak intelligent beings to make up the numbers, and clear the level. If you want to speedrun and dominate the leaderboard, try to find tough opponents to attack. That's more efficient. Jianghe asked, what about experience gain? Kaiguan Zishi glanced at his personal information. Just as hard to level up as outside, level 50 is a long way off. By the way, the tree spirit I encountered was level 22, already quite tough. In the main world, I feel like it couldn't withstand a single strike after my bloodlust frenzy. The level suppression effect is obvious. The entry threshold for the Chaos Tower world is level 16, which now seems quite ironic. Without excellent equipment to offset the negative effects of level suppression, facing monsters with significantly different physical attributes from the main world would likely result in a terrible gaming experience. While eating rose-suckling pig, his private message rang. Lu Jinhong bluntly stated, how come the monsters in the tower world are so powerful? Our team is dying so many times. Jianghe clicked on his personal information to take a look. Level 16, decked out in purple gear. That's right, my dear you. My brother. The official recommendation is level 20 before attempting this, the entry requirement is 16, and you're really only level 16? The low-level monsters in the tower world must be laughing their heads off. What a buffet, they're feasting. Lu Jinhong's team, when they ran the Clarifier dungeon, had a very good relationship. They didn't mind being bombarded with the couple's PDA day and night. On the contrary, after a busy day, dreaming of something sweet made them feel refreshed when they woke up. Upon hearing this, French Fries was greatly surprised. Indeed, you can't please everyone. At Jianghe's urging, Lu Jinhong, heeding the advice, didn't continue leading his companions to suffer setbacks and waste their stamina. The tower world is destined to be a dungeon for high-level players to prove themselves in the current Stars-approved dungeon. Ordinary players have no chance. Having eaten and drunk their fill, with buffs maxed out, they officially set off for the boundary between reality and illusion. Not far along, Jianghe suddenly stopped, summoned a tide, and swung his sword in one fluid motion. French Fries also reacted, joining forces with a spatial slash. Zhong Zemo's magic-suppressing small round shield shot through the air. The attacks arrived one after another, and a large tree by the roadside instantly shattered into pieces. By the time the others reacted, experience points had already been transferred to the 4 of them. Since everyone had contributed to the damage output, they each received 20 points. The jailer was bewildered. Wait, how did you guys notice something was wrong? I didn't see anything different about it compared to the surrounding trees. Jianghe explained, its vines swayed. That's it? French Fries waved his hand. You don't understand how sensitive we FPS players are to dynamic units. For frog-eyed players, even the slightest movement of a pixel on the screen would attract their attention and alertness. But if you remain motionless, even if you're a living person or a massive vehicle, they subconsciously ignore you, assuming you're just part of the map's scenery. The jailer scratched his head. Next time, could you at least remind me? I still have 10,000 intelligent beings to kill. The bed shrugged. The battlefield changes in an instant. Who has time to leave kills for you to reap? Getting kills is all about skill. The vast forest is like a natural arena, teeming with goblins, elves, treants, trolls, stone golems, all sorts of intelligent beings. No thinking is needed. Every moving unit the player sees is an enemy. Kill! 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 The fastest scorer in the guild is undoubtedly Korn's chosen. This mindless, hack-and-slash-mob-like style is a perfect fit. A bunch of muscular giants, some wielding knives, some wearing brass knuckles, some barehanded. They leap into areas teeming with monsters, attacking with both hands. Bloodlust frenzy activated, unfazed by monster attacks. It only made them happier. Heh! I love the rules of this floor. Even their speech had a slightly manic quality. In less than half a day, Open Can Eat had already racked up 500 points, unmatched in efficiency. He proudly shared this good news in the chat group, while also sharing the weaknesses of the monsters he encountered. He hadn't completely abandoned thought, indulging solely in the thrill of mowing down monsters. Instead, he was constantly summarizing and refining his strategies. Following the tips, everyone in the group used the corresponding enchantments, instantly doubling their efficiency. Is this the combat power of a cyber saint? Ready to eat, we admire you. Jianghe suddenly spoke up. One more thing, there's a group of Blackford squirrel men. Their weakness isn't fire, but darkness. You need to differentiate them. The boundary between reality and illusion is also working. We're saved. Since they were all from the World Championship guilds, they knew each other well. Whoever discovered it, the others would chime in, maximizing the emotional value. Ready to Eat asked curiously, how's your progress? You're asking about the highest score? Jianghe glanced at her panel, already 700 points. Huh? The group chat exploded. What kind of efficiency is this? How did you guys farm this? It's not surprising. They have several sets of rainbow-level equipment, and their gold gear is plentiful. Their level advantage is completely offset by their superior equipment. Monsters treat them like their own fathers. Sigh, the T0 guilds are still putting up a fight. Initially, the boundary between reality and illusion was indeed a bit awkward. Most dungeons in the main world pose little challenge to them, especially after experiencing the Temple of the Clarifier and the Easter egg level. Apart from monsters, like Gorkrone with their inherent mechanics that make them practically immortal, Jianghe and French Fry's combined attack could easily defeat even the most beautiful and imposing mechanics. When French Fries lightly slashed at a troll, only breaking the skin and not damaging its bones, she got excited. With a roar of fury, the Golden Lion Shadow tore apart all the monsters in its path. Slightly stronger monsters, those capable of triggering level suppression effects, barely managed to stay afloat. But this only benefited Jailer Bro and Orange Tea, the two looters. The two were like birds cleaning the teeth and scraping the flesh of a crocodile, gleefully approaching any monster still alive, and taking turns sucking its life force. The dark elf, hidden in the shadows, suddenly attacked, emerging silently, her blade aimed directly at the Fries. Get lost. Before she could even raise her dagger, her body, already airborne, was struck in the chest and abdomen by another figure emerging from the shadows. With a stylish, knightly flying kick, the figure landed squarely on the dark elf side. The dark elf duel was instantly decided. This elite monster, level 25, whose level completely overwhelmed the boundary between reality and illusion, still tried to retaliate, but a sword intent, faster than a gust of wind, swept across her body, extinguishing her life force. Spatial Slash is just that useful. Dussel's only value lies in researching this magic, an excellent skill usable by both martial artists and warriors. A full 400 points flowed into Fry's body, instantly boosting her progress to a level that the entire guild combined couldn't match. Level 25? Outrageous. We encountered level 25 trolls before. They used Mighty Slam, slamming the ground, causing an earthquake, and locked several people down in one wave. Also, the skills almost couldn't break through their defenses. The people in the group marveled, gaining a direct understanding of the exaggerated equipment suppression at the boundary between reality and illusion. They exerted all their strength, barely leaving a mark. Ordinary players exerted all their strength, like scraping a needle. Exerting all their strength at the boundary between reality and illusion. Sorry, not full strength. Looks like you guys will be able to scout the second level soon. Even the instant food commenter had to admit defeat. Good luck, and remember to gather some information for us. The reality boundary didn't exert any effort, effortlessly sweeping through the group chat, and the news quickly spread to other circles. Is it the reality boundary again? That's a bit of a cheat. Why did they stipulate that weapons and equipment could be inherited? It's clearly a brand new dungeon, and mostly a trial. They should have implemented a balance mode, putting everyone on a level playing field, lol. Can they really cheat like that? Then why didn't you build up more advantages to bring into the tower world? Don't you want to? I checked the data, and it's only level 16, Didn't you guys see the lol? That's why you can't use emoticons in the game. You could only bury yourself in enemy clothes. In less than a day in the game, the entire reality boundary team had accumulated 1,000 points, activating the leaderboard at an undeniable speed and firmly securing first place. The battle to defend T0 has begun again. Why do I feel like it's another cycle of the clear ones? One player commented. Are we going to be dominated by the boundary between reality and illusion for another entire version? Chapter 335. The Tower World Trial results are not differentiated by country, but only by team points. However, the national flags displayed after player information are so conspicuous that no one can ignore the significance of that vibrant color for the individual player and their respective national gaming community. With the World Championship postponed and cancelled, Tower World is now the new World Championship, a consensus shared by every Stars Proof player, and the same goes for those playing online. Firmly filled with pride and excitement, many players who missed the Tower World entrance exam, upon learning of the impressive performance of the virtual reality boundary, excitedly opened the leaderboard. Let me see who's number one on the leaderboard. It's not the virtual reality boundary? Not even the chosen of Corn? It must be a strong player from another country. Holy crap, what the hell is the Immortal Ascension sect? It's no wonder the players in the world chat were stunned. The top 100 on the leaderboard were all, without exception, faction names that looked like machine translations, randomly generated by the system's AI. Team names like Fuxiaman, Kazatan, and Nurishiman, all strange and out of place with the game's art style, seemed to have intruded from a fantasy world, crowding every corner of the leaderboard. The only difference between them, and guilds like Virtual Reality Boundary, was that there were no national flags after their player IDs. Players directly searched for Virtual Reality Boundary, and were astonished to find that, despite being ranked first in the entire server, and the first to enter the second level, their latter ranking was only 112th. Look at Fuxiaman, they're already in the third level. Is it a machine crisis? These are all system-generated AI enemies. Their combat power is ridiculously high. Have you forgotten? This is a humanoid figure pieced together from player game data. Reading the announcement is one thing. Experiencing the sheer power of the AI enemies in the game is quite another. According to the announcement from the Starry Campfire, players must compete against all opponents on the leaderboard, and rewards will not be passed on. In other words, many players may be captured and defeated by the AI. Coincidentally, AI technology has developed rapidly in recent years, and the Starry Campfire's appearance at this time inevitably sparked much discussion among players not participating in the Tower of Trials world. Gradually, the theme of humanity versus artificial intelligence was outlined and intensified. Many players couldn't help but ask, can we win? Candlelight and Wind Weaver stood facing each other. Evening Dew, in the center, held the celestial sphere, controlling the entire Tower of Trials world and monitoring every detail. Now, do you still think you can win? Wind Weaver projected the leaderboard's results into the air, forcing Candlelight to directly confront this resounding victory in the three realms, a feat sufficient to declare a complete victory. Of the top 140, only the Guild Virtual Boundary was painstakingly paving the way for Candlelight. Including Fuxian Sect, a total of 13 teams from the Three Realms land had already breached the third level. Candlelight yawned, glancing contemptuously at the smug weaving wind opposite her. She simply smiled but remained silent. This feeling was unpleasant. Every time Weaving Wind sought feedback, Candlelight was like a punching bag, subjected to all the mockery and ridicule. But the disdain in her eyes, that superiority complex, always stung her like needles. Why won't you speak? She pressed through gritted teeth. What else do you want me to say? Candlelight retorted, praise your knowledge of the rules, and your cleverness in exploiting loopholes? From a god's eye view, it was clear that hundreds of teams in the three realms were benefiting from experience manipulation, generally starting 1 to 3 levels ahead of the reality/illusion boundary. This negated the level suppression effect, meaning even with slightly inferior equipment compared to the reality/illusion boundary, their efficiency was something ordinary players couldn't match. Through her exceptionally clever strategy, Qifeng successfully dragged the three realms starting line and territory forward by a significant margin. In the top 100 of the latter, the three realms had ruthlessly crushed the reality/illusion boundary, a spectacle never before seen since the game's inception and rulemaking. I can see you pinned all your hopes on the reality/illusion boundary, Qifeng continued mockingly, but don't forget, the Chaos Tower world settlement is based on ranking and actions, calculating points and coefficients. In this one-sided situation, what can they do, no matter how strong they are? Candlelight gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. The competition has only just begun. She stood up, gesturing to the celestial globe hovering in the sky, making the floating bearing beads gurgle and roll. The movement was like teasing a pet cat. Every level that opens in the Chaos Tower world is unpredictable. Even we cannot know where fate will lead. I recently learned a new meme from this world. If possible, it's best not to open champagne halfway through. I really hope you can learn to be quiet and shut up. The competition has only just begun. Her sarcastic remarks enraged Jifeng. The soft, cotton-like candlelight approached Jifeng's actions, sparks flying from her words. She abhorred the game's unfairness. Regarding Jifeng's pursuit of self-expression, she could calmly say, "Puppets are all imperfect beings, it's not surprising." Thanks to the Lord's earnest teachings, she remained as composed as ever. But the moment she realized that Jifeng had defiled the game, her usually calm heart was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. I really want to tear her face apart. Evil thoughts grew wildly, and the desire to fight erupted like a volcano, roaring loudly. There were no rules about chess pieces fighting off the field, or players not being allowed to fight. She had heard the story of the great Han chess king. Shi Lu loudly reminded her, the boundary between reality and illusion, the second level, clear the level. Like a clear spring, her voice extinguished the candlelight's thoughts of retaliation, and she turned her gaze to the tower world. The second level of the Chaos Tower world. Do not do to others what you would not have them do to you. The second level scene was exceptionally simple, an exceptionally spacious arena. On the wooden floor, polished to a mirror-like shine, a black wooden stake, barely large enough for the 7 members of the team to encircle hand in hand, connected the floor to the ceiling. Apart from that, there were no other decorations. Shi Lu prompted, destroy the wooden stakes to clear the level. The first level at least had level restrictions, requiring consideration of stamina and damage when fighting monsters. The second level tests your ability to stand still and deal damage. Considering the obvious do not do to others what you would not have them do to you theme, the entire team silently put away their weapons. Jiang He gave the jailer a look. All right. He summoned a zombie and patted its shoulder. Go, dismantle the wooden stakes. The zombie swayed, opened its blood-red maw, and let out a hoarse goo roar before leaping forward. Sharp teeth gnawed into the wooden stake, followed by claws that scratched wildly, leaving white marks on the dark wood. The attack lasted for nearly 10 seconds. From the inside out, a hazy black light rippled outwards from the stake, the zombie was shaken into a pool of blood, and the dissipated magic flowed directly into the stake. The terrifying scratches and bite marks on the wooden stake healed rapidly, as if it weren't an inanimate object. Just as everyone was stunned, the space ahead distorted, and a blurry black figure appeared, existing between reality and illusion. It had no features, only pitch black. Nearly 3 meters tall, its body was like a masterpiece sculpted by a master, sharp-edged, with cold, hard lines, like a rock, every inch displaying human muscle, a powerful beauty. It wore only a pair of animal skin shorts, its thighs, as thick as an orange peel, bulging with veins. It stomped the ground forcefully, causing the entire training ground to shake violently, like an earth dragon turning over. Ha! A furious roar, deafeningly loud. In its hands, which should have been empty, suddenly appeared a giant axe. Gripped with both hands, it raised high above its head, ignoring the combined attack of everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion, and brought the axe down. Compared to the initial unveiling and the entire build-up, the ending felt somewhat anticlimactic. The damage wasn't high, Zhong Zemo's massive shield slammed into the ground, and everyone ducked back, surviving the attack unscathed. Only a few scratch marks remained on the shield. Scratches? The attack ended, and the imposing muscular warrior vanished without a trace, as if erased by an eraser. The jailer scratched his head and shrugged. A bluff, nothing special. Jiang He and French Fries squatted in front of Zhong Zemo's shield, touching the rough scratches, frowning in unison. Use the zombie again. The jailer obediently complied, this time being instructed to go easy on the zombie. The muscular warrior reappeared, slashing with his giant axe. Although it still had the power to shake the earth, the damage was even weaker than before. Zhong Zemo, who was asked by Jiang He to use the small round shield to absorb the damage, admitted that his hands were only slightly numb, and he could not feel much force. After 2 experiments, the jailer had glimpsed a clue. This wooden stake, it reflects the damage back to us in equal measure? Jiang He stepped forward, stroking the stake that had been damaged twice, but now showed no trace of injury, and shook his head. Not equal, it's doubled, and it slowly heals over time. If an instant kill isn't possible, then this double damage package would be a wipeout mechanism for any team going all out. Even with Zhong Zemo's giant shield, all his class skills activated, and everyone using shield potions to maximize elemental shields, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single hit. The previous attack also revealed that all attacks against the muscular man only have a hit detection, without actual damage, so there's no strategy of eliminating him first to break the mechanism. Thinking this, Jiang He and French Fries smiled simultaneously. They had the same idea. Monkey show. With a shout, the entire guild took their positions, showering the two with any effective buffs they could provide. Summoning Tide unleashed a slash, followed simultaneously by a spatial slash. Bloodlust Frenzy stacked the damage of the spatial slash, unstoppable. Two blades of light, one red and one blue, pierced through the wooden stakes one after the other, carving a bottomless crater in the center of the arena. The Tower World's powerful energy quickly repaired the area. Everyone swallowed hard, quietly waiting for the giant axe-wielding monster to appear. 10 seconds later, silence reigned, the pleasant sound of the completion notification echoing in their ears. Is this what it feels like to be carried by a top-tier DPS? I love it. Zhong Zimo lowered his shield and clapped enthusiastically. A very powerful monster with a strong mechanism. It's a pity it spawned on the second floor. Death doesn't consume challenge attempts, so players have no pressure and can try infinitely. If they can't kill it instantly, they can exit and regroup to find a solution. Whenever a level 4 instance appeared, Jianghe wouldn't dare to act rashly. He first unleashed his highest damage attack to test it out. No amount of description could compare to personally experiencing a couple of rounds. With the experience gained from the first 2 levels, he gradually grasped the gameplay of the Chaos Tower world, understanding the boundary between reality and illusion. Chapter 336. After reaching the 3rd level, the progress of those at the top of the leaderboard stalled. As she examined the current situation of each stuck team, Candlelight couldn't help but smile. Just then, her gaze met Weaver's, and as she watched the other's expression gradually contort, her own lips parted in a wide grin. Weaver had painstakingly tried to maximize the effect of level suppression, but the rules of the first 2 levels weren't on her side. The low difficulty meant that the leading group's advantage wasn't significant. And the 3rd level, currently, seemed far too interesting for some of the leading players in the 3 kingdoms. When you exploited the loopholes, did you think it would start like this? Weaver's face was so dark it could drip water. Under her direction, the agents of the 3 kingdoms were able to seize the initiative and dominate the leaderboard. But all of this was based on immunity to level suppression and sufficient firepower. The hit-and-run, quick-kill gameplay was naturally a piece of cake. However, the 3rd level wasn't a purely challenging combat design. Teleported to the 3rd level, the boundary between reality and illusion was bathed in a soft white light. The name of this level was Custom Enemy. Parting the white mist that seemed to wrap their bodies like threads, the group cautiously advanced for only a few steps. Suddenly, a wooden table appeared in the hazy white mist. Behind the wooden table, a doll-like body, with only a humanoid outline and no facial features, lay quietly on a chair. The doll searched around and shook its head at Jianghe. Nothing. The moment Jianghe sat down, the doll was reborn. It sat bolt upright, its stiff body swaying violently from the movement. The puppeteer clearly hadn't given it a mouth, only slightly outlining the lips, yet it still managed to make a sound from its inability to open or close its mouth. Challenger. Jianghe nodded. Please allow me to explain the rules. The puppet held its head in its hands, detached it, and placed it on the table. This action, it seems so familiar. Is the defining characteristic of these puppets, like those wielding Candlelight, to immediately put on a show without hesitation? The game is a word chain game. 1 minute for the chain. When time runs out, roll the dice, select 3 keywords, and complete my construction. I will also become the enemy of all challengers at the end of the chain. Successful challengers can proceed to the 4th floor. Reminder 1. Each chain's thinking time is 5 seconds. Reminder 2. Failure to chain results in team wipe. Reminder 3. If a challenger actively leads the words to words that cannot be chained, I will automatically acquire all keywords generated during the chain, and my level will always be 10 levels higher than the challenger's. Reminder 4. Chain words cannot be repeated, reduplicated, or homophones. Reminder 5. If a challenge fails, the challenger must rotate and is forced to rest for 30 minutes. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds exchanged bewildered glances. It's here after all. Early in the preparation phase, they had learned of the complexity of the Chaos Tower world from Candlelight. Floors, like the 1st and 2nd levels, with their simple and straightforward rules that can be easily conquered without much thought, only represent a glimpse of the possibilities. The true meaning of chaos lies in the fact that each floor has a distinct style and presents a different challenge. French Fries took a deep breath. I test the waters first, at least I spend my spare time working with words. Sigh, what's the point of saying all this if I don't show everyone the drafts? The jailer muttered, hands behind his head, drawing unanimous agreement from the others. French Fries' reaction was no reaction. No matter what, she just wouldn't let him see. Although he felt bad about it, Seeing French fries' resistance and determination only fueled Jiang He's interest. More than just touching or hugging, he was increasingly curious about the story French fries was writing. I need to find a way to get her to read it first. Word chain, a classic game, has been played by almost everyone who's gone to school. With the addition of time limits for responses and restrictions on homophones, reduplicated words, and repeated readings, the requirements for reaction time and vocabulary have become much higher. Deep breath, exhale. Deep breath, exhale. French fries was very professional. Before starting, he had to adjust his heart rate and breathing to a comfortable rhythm to avoid shortness of breath and mental confusion due to worry about exceeding the time limit. Zhong Zemo had originally wanted to take out some homemade dried fish to share with everyone to moisten their parched mouths, but seeing French fries' focused expression, he took the fish back. The word chain puppet asked, "Ready?" French fries exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes sharp. "I still need to ask a few questions about the rules." "Sure. I want to know, what does choosing keywords to complete the construction mean?" The word chain puppet placed its hands on the table and explained, "If you mention werewolves, then words with complete meanings that meet the adoption criteria will become the keywords for constructing my work. For example, if you mention fire, burning, and explosion, then depending on the keywords chosen, I will use their different characteristics to complete the construction." French fries asked, "How are keywords chosen?" "You roll the dice 3 times, and the final keyword is determined by the number." "What if the keywords contradict each other?" "Irrelevant keyword attributes will negatively impact the construction." French fries pondered briefly and nodded. Jiang He and the others were already rapidly processing the details the word chain puppet had just added, searching for key points they could exploit. "Once it officially begins, you will see a word chain countdown on my face." The white puppet lightly touched its empty face, and the Arabic numeral 0 appeared. 3, 2, 1. Siren. The dangerous identity construction information was presented at the beginning, and French fries became alert. She decided to keep the word chain as ambiguous as possible, avoiding granting the puppet overly powerful abilities when keywords were selected. Enchanting. Alluring. Glamorous. Beautiful. Human. Zhong Zemo, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fist and whispered, "Very good, there aren't any keywords in the words that clearly add combat power to the puppet's construction." The jailer said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe back in Candlelight's hometown, enchanting puppet refers to a special kind of creation that can drain a person dry?" Noticing that everyone around him wasn't paying attention to the fries, but staring at him, the jailer shuddered. What's wrong? I'm just thinking outside the box. Isn't this a word chain game?" "Thinking outside the box is part of preparing for battle." "Heh." Everyone reacted in unison. The jailer's little interlude continued, and the word chain game continued. Human butcher. Fries became alert again, and quickly changed the subject. Butcher. House type. Type. Fries wanted to say form, but she felt that the word also contained a terrifying possibility, so she paused. For a full 3 seconds, watching the countdown flashing on the word chain doll's face, she gritted her teeth. Model number. Number. Doc. Head. Have you noticed that Fries looks terrible? Losing on the 3rd level won't deduct any attempts. Just play it casually. There's no reason for him to be sweating profusely, right? Fries heard the whispers not far away. She couldn't find the time to explain the strangeness she witnessed while sitting in the chair and playing the word chain doll game. Blurry, abstract concepts don't elicit much reaction when the word chain game is successful. But when words like dock and skull were used in the word chain, her heart would pound, as if some strange keyword had been revealed. It was intuition, but it also felt like pressure and suggestion from the word chain puppet during the challenge, influencing the challenger's emotions and causing hesitation until the time limit was exceeded. French Fries hesitated for a moment, time running out, and blurted out, "Skull. Bone dragon." The jailer was stunned. "That's not right. Is there such a word?" Jiang He quickly covered his mouth. The final interpretation of the rules rested entirely with the word chain puppet. Rather than questioning and being judged a failure, it was better to ignore such minor details. In short, the first round was a test of its strength. French Fries wasn't disrupted by the jailer's sudden outburst. Seeing that there were still 10 seconds left in the word chain, she guided the dangerous word dragon towards fruit, timing it perfectly. Longan. Food should be considered a safe word. Pupil. After the word chaining dummy threw out the last set of words, there wasn't enough time left to respond within 5 seconds. Word chain complete. Siren, alluring, gorgeous, beautiful woman, butcher, apartment type, model, number, dock, skull, skull, bone, dragon, longan, pupil. 3 keywords, numbered according to the order of word chaining. The dice landed in front of French fries. 1, 14, 15. French fries was stunned by the result. Siren, longan, pupil. The others patted their chests in relief. Good news, good news. They thought there would be a fierce battle, but now it's fine. According to the level indicator floating above the word chaining dummy's head, he was at least level 30, clearly suppressing the virtual real boundary of the average level of 20. While relying on top-tier equipment and items, their chances of winning through sheer force were still considerable, but if the puppet were to draw 3 powerful keywords, they would truly be sweating bullets. Hearing the siren's name made their hearts skip a beat, while hearing Dragon Eye brought a smile to their faces. These 3 seemingly unrelated keywords, aside from the connection between the siren and the eye, made the Dragon Eye appear like a comedic character mixed in. The puppet reached out and grabbed the 3 keywords floating in midair, instantly refining them into the puppet material it needed. Its body rapidly transformed, flesh and blood emerging from its withered, hollow shell, layers of shimmering scales appearing. A thick, powerful demonic scale, capable of drawing upon the magic of heaven and earth, clung tightly to its neck, a symbol of the siren's ability to wield the power of words. No problem, they fought word-wielding siren before. Even Shaw had been recruited into the guild. Hee, our boundary between reality and illusion is overseen by our esteemed gluttonous lord. You bunch of stinking aquatic creatures are all his prey. He rubbed his hands together in bed. Zhong Zimo cooperatively walked to Jiang Hei's side, putting on a show for the puppet. This is our proof of the star's strongest incarnation, gluttonous lord. Dare you make eye contact with him for 5 seconds? The jailer couldn't hold back. Making eye contact for 5 seconds without laughing is a feat for a god. If you can't match up with an aquatic creature, you'd be completely forgotten. As he spoke, the jailer's cheerful tone gradually became slightly off-key. Like a rooster whose neck had been grabbed, his voice caught in his throat, becoming shrill and thin. Jiang He, who had been sending private messages to other guilds about his experiences on the 3rd level, couldn't help but complain upon hearing such an unpleasant cry. When did you become a eunuch? Your voice is so. Huh? Jiang He froze the moment he looked up and met the gaze of the dragon relay puppet in the distance. If question marks could materialize, then everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion would have question marks above their heads. In any game world, they would be a standard quest-giving NPC. The dragon relay puppet's chest and back had 2 slightly open, golden vertical pupils radiating a brilliant golden light that shone directly on everyone. With just one glance, an intense majesty swept across the boundary between reality and illusion like a raging torrent. Before even engaging in combat, they felt breathless. Zhong Zimo exclaimed, "Holy crap, so this is what a longan looks like. Damn, cultural difference. The longan we're talking about isn't this kind of longan." The jailer hurriedly explained, fruit longan, dried longan, you got it wrong. The giant longan was integrated into the dragon relay puppet's body, a veritable top-tier breastplate. Now, seriously, dare you stare at the dragon eye for 5 seconds? Although it's incredibly shameless, Candlelight, with her godlike perspective, laughed so hard she almost fell over. Such unrestrained laughter, if Qin Xiaoyu were present, would definitely have taken note and told her this was the 2nd time. From the moment the dragon-connecting puppet appeared, Candlelight had already guessed the scene would unfold. To take the proof of the stars to different worlds, the first problem to solve is the language barrier and cultural ambiguity. Even the great ruler couldn't handle this perfectly. After all, a large part of the proof of the stars function was later modified for a rescue plan for the Ana world. Serving a game that's been in long-term closed beta to players feels somewhat rushed. Compared to the enormous dragon eye heart-protecting mirror, the pupil wasn't used in strange places by the dragon-connecting puppet, it was obediently placed where it should be. And, in another location quite acceptable in the culture of the region, where the virtual and real worlds meet. What? I'm fighting Erlangshan? Really? The battle had begun. The 3rd eye on the dragon doll's forehead shot out pure magic rays, sweeping through the billowing white mist and activating the surrounding elemental power. In an instant, the once empty training ground was filled with thick smoke and churning fire elements. French fries clashed with the dragon doll, but the effect was not ideal. The powerful level 30 advantage had already erased much of the equipment gap. The angry lion scraped sparks across the dragon doll's body. The angry lion's phantom charged up its claws, attempting to shatter the dragon eye, but was shattered by the arc of electricity shooting out from the dragon eye. Wow, why this dragon eye of all? The jailer groaned incessantly. The zombies he had summoned had barely huddled together when they were reduced to ashes by the dragon eye. Don't worry, jailer. I get you some dried dragon eyes when we get back. You have plenty of time for revenge in reality, Orange Tea comforted him. Wha? It has to be the Tea Master. This is just too good. Chapter 337. With the keyword sea monster locked in, the guild was all talking about gluttony, but under the level suppression effect of the tower world, how much effectiveness could the avatar still achieve? Everyone was a little uneasy. Good news. Gluttony's sea monster buster was performing steadily. The moment Jiang He's avatar activated, the rampant word of power of the dragon puppet became ineffective, and the magic power it was gathering in flight fell helplessly to the ground, exploding everywhere. Zhong Zemo, who had withstood a word of power spell with a small magic suppressing shield, felt it most clearly. The overwhelming, violent magic power was like a large cat whose tail had been stepped on, baring its teeth and claws as it pounced. While still in midair, its already bristling fur was gently stroked by a pair of gentle hands, and its fury instantly subsided. The overwhelming pressure was dissipated, and the elemental power ignited by the sea monster returned to calm. Level suppression, a 10-level difference. Gluttony's sea monster buster was able to both neutralize and counteract the most troublesome effect of word of power. I never laugh at the glutton's worth of gold again. Bad news. The glutton weakened the siren. What does that have to do with me, the dragon? The magic in the air was easily ignited by the flash of light emitted from the dragon's eye. Under the violent beam of the enormous flashlight, the empty third floor burned like a purgatory. Outrageous, they're not even a single entity. Zhong Zemo noticed the strangeness of the game's judgment. The jailer said, different materials pieced together on one body, each with different characteristics and weaknesses, not a unified whole. What a disgusting setting. French Fries unleashed all his power, launching a spatial slash and a raging lion phantom simultaneously. A magic ray that touched any of the dragon puppets would be as efficient as a hot knife through butter, colliding violently with the spatial slash and the roaring raging lion in midair. Magic surged, invisible ripples spreading in all directions, accompanied by howling winds. Jiang He noticed something amiss. In the Chaos Tower world, with their thorough preparation, they were capable of handling monsters up to 10 levels higher in level, with a numerical difference depending on the monster's uniqueness. Even evil creatures like the Dragon Eye, when fought with full force, were not without a fighting chance. The experience gained from sifting through the dragon doll filled a gap in the boundary between reality and illusion, a piece called Reckless Warrior. This was a much-needed benchmark of combat power before entering the fourth floor, where they would lose challenge attempts, and a crucial piece of information that the overly easy levels 1 and 2 couldn't provide. The night is long and things can change. I don't care about this or that. Avatar summoning Death Hunt. French Fries ultimately chose the most robust and physically imposing giant bear in the Sunrain squad, Hinlakai. Stop! Jiang He interrupted French Fries' violent chanting. The phantom of Hinalakai, about to descend, vanished instantly at the shout. Save your Death Hunt for the fourth level, Jiang He emphasized. The third level doesn't consume qualifications, it's not crucial. In the blink of an eye, a crimson tide rose from the ground in French Fries' vision, reaching several meters high in the blink of an eye. Azure waves shimmered behind the crimson tide, the two surging and roaring, one after the other. A flash of azure light tore through the tide, its sharp, piercing cut cutting through space, causing a stinging pain in the eardrums of those listening intently. Crimson tide, tide summoning spatial slash. Equipped with mimicry flesh obtained from the Easter egg level, this was Jiang He's strongest skill set. The simple yet powerful three-pronged attack engulfed the dragon doll with the force of a mountain splitting. He was caught off guard for only a moment before completely losing the initiative to retaliate. Amidst the blood, the howling of the dead echoed, as a torrent of blood mercilessly crushed the dragon doll. The continuous damage forcibly interrupted the casting of the giant dragon eye on his chest, while the third eye between his brows was filthy and difficult to open, washed away by blood. The support from the boundary between reality and illusion arrived a second later than the skill. The several zombies controlled by the jailer pounced, clung to the massive body of the dragon doll, and self-destructed. He tried to forcibly control the dragon doll's consciousness, but his head throbbed with an electric shock-like pain, and he couldn't help but utter the embarrassing cry, "T God, heal me, heal me." Before the mist dissipated, the blanket descended from the shadows, and the attack, breaking through stealth, didn't target the largest dragon eye, but instead stabbed fiercely between his brows. The moment the short sword pierced the third eye, a bolt of lightning shot out, winding along the blade towards her arm. Don't be afraid, there's a shield. Orange Tea's blessing landed, and the woman's courage surged. With all her might, she thrust forward. Like a short sword stuck in a crevice, Unable to go any further, it broke through the obstruction and, with a whoosh, disappeared completely into the third eye. Blood splattered, the spray staining the dragon puppet's forehead and half its face red. Except for the 4 original beings, who were waiting for their skills to charge up and missed the optimal output window. Everyone else in the guild seized the opportunity created by Potato. At these moments, the 4 original beings would always crave a tie collar combo. Possessing the power of the siren's words was an irresistible temptation for every elemental mage player. Having already coordinated for so long, their tacit understanding needed no words. With just a glance, Potato understood the message conveyed by everyone. As expected of you, well done. The final burst of damage, Elemental Fusion Torrent, entered the fray with a dangerous red and purple glow, carrying the mission of ending the fight. Scorching flames and raging lightning merged, colliding and reacting with a crackling sound. The dragon's eye snapped open, unleashing a scorching beam of magical energy. Boom! The beam of condensed magic and the surging torrent of elemental power intertwined, locked in a fierce struggle. Don't help! Seeing Jianghe trying to steal another burst of damage, the 4 primal bodies shouted urgently. Let me try. His voice was unusually firm, his confidence and eagerness unprecedented. Completely unlike his usual self. The 4 primal bodies were used to being a listener in the guild. Jianghe could sense his burgeoning desire to express himself, but he chose to suppress it. He always willingly played a supporting role, quietly supplementing damage output while providing buffs to the rest of the guild, a semi-support character. He was used to making everyone comfortable, which was far more important than his own enjoyment. Perhaps it was the new challenges and atmosphere of the tower world, or perhaps the atmosphere was just right. Not having a decisive battle would be a disservice to this naturally perfect stage. Temporary overdraft. The primal entity gritted his teeth. So what if it's a dragon? My magic power is now limitless. He activated the contract, borrowing the inexhaustible, abundant magic power from his future self. The fusion torrents bursting from the primal entity's hands grew thicker in an instant. In the evenly matched confrontation, the scales tipped in a flash. In that instant of imbalance, the dragon puppet's delayed magic power died in its infancy, forcefully pushed back by the primal entity, becoming a catalyst for its own explosion. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and frenzied magic erupted in all directions, the wind so strong it stung everyone's eyes. About 10 seconds later, from within the mushroom cloud of the explosion, specks of light gathered in midair and reformed into the shape of the chain player doll. An impressive way to pass the level. Instead of gaining an advantage through chain player, you chose to face the challenge head-on. Individual simplicity and brute force, tacit understanding and tacit cooperation. A rich skill set, excellent equipment, and multidimensional trump cards allowed you to handle the situation with ease and confidence. An emoticon appeared on the chain player doll's large, white, LED screen-like face. Congratulations on clearing the 3rd floor of the Chaos Tower world, becoming the fastest progressor on the entire server. Next up is the unprotected floor, where death will result in the loss of challenge attempts, full of challenges, adventures, and thrills. Honorable Challenger, please apply to proceed only after confirming your condition has recovered to its peak. The entire virtual reality boundary team high-fived, celebrating their incredible comeback in just 3 floors. Just imagining Jifeng watching the battle, his face contorted with rage, his eyes swollen and ridiculous, made them feel even more satisfied. They had painstakingly seized the early advantage, even leading virtual reality boundary by 2 floors. So what? Jianghe, Zhong Zemo, and the jailer brother gave the 4 primal bodies a hug without hesitation. They didn't know why the 4 primal bodies had suddenly become so proactive, but change is always praiseworthy, especially when it happened to him. Let's summarize the experience. It's time to create a temporary strategy guide and send it to the others. Jianghe, seeing the atmosphere had calmed down enough, decisively moved on. The task of navigating the boundary between reality and illusion is crucial. Simply performing well isn't enough, ensuring the top players on the server achieve even better rankings is paramount. However, before the official meeting, everyone couldn't resist checking the leaderboard. The guild name hovering at number 1, dominating all others, once again revealed a familiar name that had dominated the entire Clearcaster Temple challenge. The boundary between reality and illusion is back. Candlelight's smile was subtle and restrained. The slight tremor at the corners of his mouth seemed to silently convey the word uncomfortable. Unable to bear the Morse code-like twitching, Weaver's face darkened. According to the original plan, the players from the 3 realms land, having gained an experience advantage, would use their level advantage to ignore the level suppression effect and sweep away victory after victory in the opening phase. After gaining early access to the unprotected floors that offer rewards, they snowball their advantage, gradually solidifying their leading position through unexpected encounters on special floors. The chosen agents exchange strategies and tips, quickly widening their lead and ensuring the three realms remain the undisputed leader. Candlelight, in her honest opinion, believed Windweaver's plan was sound. She had utilized the rules optimally without personally cheating. The only problem was the chaotic, unpredictable randomness of the Chaos Tower world, which didn't align with her script. The overly simplistic challenge themes of the first two floors meant that guilds, like the boundary between reality and illusion, were simply slower, not lagging behind. After the initial painful deaths and trial and error, both sides' main forces, having adapted to the Chaos Tower world, will easily crush the second floor, with no significant difference in overall progress. Just as these thoughts were forming, Khorne's Chosen, also a world championship team, had already reached the third floor and begun their challenge. Their progress was only slower than the players in the three realms, who held a 3 to 4 level advantage, less than a day in the game. "Are you wondering why the third floor can't be swapped with the first?" Candlelight said, suppressing a laugh. "That way, your setup would be flawless." Weaver Wind had recovered from her initial shock at clearing the boundary between reality and illusion, and she spoke coldly. "The game has just begun. There are still 3 long months ahead. You and I both know that once you reach a certain floor in the Chaos Tower world, the overall difficulty and thematic content will undergo complex changes. The miracle of reaching the top 3 floors in a single day will not be repeated. Instead, you face repeated entries and repeated getting stuck. Candlelight, don't think my plan has completely failed. The good fortune at the boundary between illusion and reality won't last forever. At the moment when chaos faces its fateful crossroads, you better hope that Lady Luck will always favor them. The battles between the gods in the heavens, and the word games and battles on the ground have reached a fever pitch. Khorne's Chosen, as the second team from Earth to enter the third floor, chose Ready to Eat as their first challenger. Like the boundary between illusion and reality, he also realized that he should try to fill the candidate vocabulary with vague and clean words. The final choices were warthog, mincemeat, and sludge. The puppeteers in the chain choose a dangerous word, and inevitably, when they hear dragon, everyone chosen by Khorne's Chosen one's heart's race. This wasn't a feeling of excitement. No one present anticipated a hard-fought battle against a dragon. Fortunately, they were lucky. The words dragon and other dangerous terms weren't chosen. The Chosen of Khorne began celebrating their good luck with the open can of instant food, a reference to a popular mobile game, watching the dragon transforming doll with great curiosity. Everyone wanted to know what threatening form it could conjure with those 3 words. A lump of mud, a rotting warthog? It sounded like a harmless thing. The dragon transforming doll began to flicker, and the transformation began. The humanoid silhouette wriggled, extending to both sides. Huge wings extended, steel lines and a metallic sheen appearing, only to be instantly covered by a thin film of rotting flesh and foul-smelling mud. Under the stunned gazes of everyone in the Chosen of Khorne, the warthog soared into the sky, tracing a sharp, straight contrail. What is this? Hey. Could this be a warthog attack aircraft? The unconventional deployment was a heavy blow to the unimaginative minds of the Khorne Chosen's office workers. They had never imagined that one day, flesh and blood could merge with steel technology, presenting an extremely bizarre form. Watching the warthog rapidly swoop down, the whistling sound piercing their eardrums and shaking their bodies, the entire Khorne Chosen felt their scalps tingle. This was the first time in all their time playing games that they felt so insignificant. I'm fighting a warthog? Really? At that moment, a private message arrived from the boundary between reality and illusion. A reminder. The dangerous word library for the word chain puppet has a major problem. Be careful of those ambiguous words. They can easily create monsters. Chapter 338. Gurgle, whoosh whoosh. The sound of machine gun fire tore through the silent space, like the shriek of a warthog from hell, sending chills down the spines of everyone chosen by Khorne. They seemed to have been transported in an instant from the magical fantasy world of Proof of the Stars to the real battlefield. In a daze, they could almost see the gradual barrage of ground support attacks washing over every inch of the land. They were like one of the few surviving squads on the front lines. The scattered ruins of houses became their only source of cover, offering them a sense of security. Just as the thought "we're safe for now" crossed their minds, a sonic boom echoed from afar, and a massive steel wing tore through the air, whistling past. The machine gun, spewing crimson fire, spun wildly at incredible speed, raining down bullets of flesh and blood mixed with sludge the size of candy beans. Crimson bullets formed a conspicuous tracer pattern. The Khorne Chosen, with no cover in the open field, had no time to dodge. Before their desperately constructed shields could even activate, the barrage struck flesh and blood, tearing at bones and shredding every inch of their bodies. Each individual burst forth like a cloud of blood mist, shattering into pieces. Kaigwan Shirchi believed that in a real battlefield, those struck directly by the warthog would die just like that, painlessly. Oh! The hellish roar of the unleashing firepower truly resembled the squeal of an enraged pig. Kaigwan Shirchi's eyesight was astounding. In a brief moment, he saw the warthog's entire form. A machine entirely composed of flesh and mud, its surface patterned like the veins of a human body. Black mud flowed and pumped through these veins, forming the fuel that propelled the fighter jet. Level suppression, a 10-level difference, enemies with absurd mobility. Helpless, waiting for the next round is the only solution. Kaigwanchi gripped his longsword tightly, wind blades flowing across the blade, a sharp aura blooming, the blade extending. The Khorne Chosen had no support, everyone was a battle maniac, for were wiped out at the start. The thoughts of the remaining two were cheerfully voiced by Yi Shi Yao Shi. Haven't even taken down a fighter jet yet, hee. This battle is really exhilarating. The warthog pulled up straight, adopting a standard meat-hanging stance, then changed course, entering the next dive. The remaining three members of the Khorne Chosen formed a triangle, focused intently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Machine guns spat blood, dense ammunition belts began long-range ground suppression. Knowing there was no escape, the targeted member of Khorne's Chosen activated Bloodlust, unleashing a crimson sword strike before his body was shattered, tracing the path of the swooping dragon doll. The dragon doll anticipated this, pulling back its nose to easily dodge, while simultaneously allowing its wings to sweep across the remaining two. The Open-Can Eater had already gathered his energy. A series of movements, lowering his center of gravity, allowed him to spin halfway as his companion fell. He used his core strength to unleash a crescent moon strike. The invisible airflow exploded, the cold crescent moon piercing the dragon doll's wings, its bright moonlight penetrating the flesh and blood wing. A full 10 levels ahead of Khorne's Chosen, the arrogant monster probably never imagined anyone would dare face firepower capable of annihilating all life on Earth. Its nearly defenseless, fragile body shattered, its wings broken, and it plummeted. The inertia of the severed wings severed the two men who had no time to dodge. The Chosen of Khorne were wiped out. The moment of resurrection, Yi Shi, who had been mistaken for a lifetime, cheered. Did you see that? Did you see that? No need for further words. The rest of Khorne shouted. Awesome. Holy crap, this scene is going to be a viral sensation. Tomorrow the guild will have material for their VLG, facing a flesh and blood fighter jet head-on, slicing through a wing with a sword. Damn, my scalp is tingling, so Don Quixote. Don Quixote against a stationary windmill, we chopped off the wing of a fighter jet, and it was even a version with machine guns. So cool, it deserves to be engraved on our tombstones. Progress, victory or defeat, clearing the stage and advancing, none of that mattered at this moment. In that fleeting instant, measured in frames, the two remaining members of the Chosen of Khorne sliced off a wing of the aircraft, from the left and right. The epic compositions achieved simply by finding the right angle during replays are enough to give even non-gamers goosebumps. In a world of swords and magic, enemies reborn from malevolent flesh and blood magic, cloaked in modern technology, spew bullets forged from flesh and blood, ultimately have their wings broken by cold weapons, perishing alongside their disdainful challengers. An epic tale worthy of being sung extensively in any novel, now experienced firsthand. Just imagining the story behind the compositions is enough to get your blood pumping. Victory and defeat are fleeting, but the atmosphere and the coolness last a lifetime. Hearing about the instant food sharing, even without seeing the scene, the boundary between reality and fantasy felt incredibly hot. They were truly awesome. I also noticed something. After firing its machine gun, its size shrank, seemingly using the flesh and blood that constitutes its existence as bullets. Perhaps this is a major characteristic of constructs based on keywords, like flesh and blood? Jiang He couldn't help but applaud. As expected of Khorne, who emerged victorious in the preliminary rounds, he could observe and analyze useful details in an incredibly brief moment. The chain-reading doll possesses a unique otherworldly vocabulary. The parts of this vocabulary that create ambiguity with the words they use easily give rise to bizarre and dangerous creations. They can modify the culture of their world using their own vocabulary. Jiang He explained, the chain-reading doll can select a dangerous word at the start, usually related to race. No matter how smoothly the subsequent chain reading goes, it always has an advantage when drawing the word. Jiang He scratched his head, complaining there are no safe words at all. If it wants to, it can always find a way to distort things. We already passed the level, so we need you to be temporarily stuck for a while to test it out. Jianghe relayed French Fries' guess. The chain-linking puppet must have some limitations, otherwise, its highly free transformation capabilities and the methods of ambiguously distorting chain-linking words would be something players under level suppression simply couldn't handle. Through the Easter egg level, the boundary between reality and illusion revealed that even in challenges, the Overlord, to ensure a good experience, wouldn't forcibly set units as enemies with maxed out stats. Take the powerful Flesh Priestess as an example. She commanded the war to exterminate the lowly, holding a pivotal position and deeply favored by the Overlord. Yet, she was an opponent players could easily crush and defeat in battle using special mechanics, although Jianghe didn't know what hidden conditions they had triggered to directly gain her approval. But every player fortunate enough to enter the Easter egg level can challenge it repeatedly until they see her pathetically say "I give up," undoubtedly revealing the attitude of the designers of the Stars of Truth. You mean, he must have some weaknesses. Jianghe confirmed the idea of open can eat. Perhaps there's a particularly safe word that, once touched in the chain, weakens its transformation power. Or perhaps, only one of the words in the chain can trigger an ambiguity. At this point, someone from Open Can Eat finally realized something more important. Potato bro, you guys. Cleared it? Wait, let me check the leaderboard. Holy crap, number 1 in the entire server. No, how did you guys do that? What's the starting move for the chain? Let us copy your homework. The Corn players exclaimed that this was too much of a shock to their worldview. They had just been mowed down by the flesh-ward boar, looking utterly pathetic, and now, the boundary between reality and illusion was casually walking ahead. We didn't play the word chain part well either, and ended up clearing it by brute force. A 10-level difference, ignoring suppression, tower diving for a kill. After a brief silence, someone couldn't help but give a thumbs up. So you guys are like this. The exchange continued. To quickly organize the relevant information, the boundary between reality and illusion paused their tower climbing and partnered with Korn. After 2 rounds of setbacks, both sides reached the same conclusion. The rhythm of the word chain is crucial, with a 5-second time limit. Answering at the 4th second is the safest bet, avoiding unforced slips of the tongue. Besides vague vocabulary, the word chain should try to align with attributes that the team prioritizes. Taking the boundary between reality and illusion as an example, if the team has an incarnation of gluttony, then you can try to add the names of some sea creature members, but definitely not sirens. Compared to the uncontrollable, having elements in the final stitching material that the team has countermeasures against is also good. The final selection stage of the chain depends on both luck and the team's attack coverage. Most players lack skill, and luck is also unpredictable, so having strong language skills becomes the most controllable aspect of the chain. Holding the Southern Heartstone can make you immune to the interfering illusions released by the chain puppet during the chain. Everything that Fry's witnessed confirmed that it was part of the mechanism, and mental magic suppression items can avoid it. During the exchange, someone couldn't help but joke, "If you teach like this, aren't you afraid we climb out of the pit and overtake you?" Jianghe looked at his companions beside him, and they all burst into laughter. "Don't worry, once you climbed out, we'd be able to scale the peak even faster. We agreed that since our names have the national flag attached, we stand united against outsiders." The dynamics of the boundary between the real and the virtual were clearly visible to Candlelight and Wind Weaver. Candlelight's smile deepened, but she didn't flaunt it. She simply picked up the teacup on the table, took a small sip, and slightly raised her eyebrows. Her eyes held a mixture of inquiry and amusement, causing Wind Weaver to tense up. She understood Candlelight's meaning. "And you? Do you have a team like the boundary between the real and the virtual?" Wind Weaver scoffed, "You're so generous because you leaked the information to them beforehand." Wind Weaver, I suggest you don't doubt the solution unique to the Ana world that can be selected by the proof of the stars, Candlelight reminded her. There are many variables in retracing the path of Ana. To perfectly fit history and reshape it, their noble character is crucial. Every step they chose aligned with the Overlord's vision and the expectations of the heroes at many crucial junctures in that world. The boundary between reality and illusion doesn't require deliberate performance. Even if one is completely unaware, they will lend a hand simply out of friendship. Not to mention, at this very moment, the flag flying behind the Chosen of Korn. Seeing that Wind Weaver remained silent, Candlelight continued. "Do you know why I despise your actions? I haven't broken any rules, have I? Of course not. I don't intend to engage in a debate about morality and rules with you. I just want to remind you of an objective advantage I possess." Candlelight stood up, looking down at the myriad projected squares representing the diverse characters of the players below. The world beneath my feet may have many imperfections, and there may be countless despicable and treacherous individuals roaming the land, committing evil deeds, leading to the spread of war that continues to this day. But even so, they are the most peaceful and orderly civilization I have encountered on my journey. Compared to the three realms, I believe they understand the true meaning of peace, rules, order, and cooperation better. Since you possess my memories, you should remember how my lord described to us those worlds with magical tides, and how civilizations manifested themselves? Weaving Wind remained silent. She knew, of course, and therefore did not want to continue this topic. But Candlelight was not about to let her off the hook. Compared to the world beneath my feet, the word savage is pale and powerless. Therefore, I have higher expectations for the player community nurtured by this world. Compared to the three realms, they, as players, are ultimately more pure. Jifeng gritted her teeth. It seems you still think you have victory in your grasp. I despise your lecturing. I'm not lecturing, just objectively stating existing facts. They won't change according to our individual will. You dragged the players of the three realms into this massive game, yet you haven't awakened their wisdom or broadened their horizons. Such a large group, driven forward only by your pretense of divine intervention and empty promises. I don't believe their creativity or imagination can compare to mine. Imagination? Creativity? Jifeng sneered. In the face of strength and results, can what you say have a decisive impact on the game's outcome? If you can't win, it's meaningless. Playing games is about winning. Candlelight fell silent. After a while, she sat back down with a smile, saying nothing more. I'm going to win. A powerful voice echoed in her heart. At this moment, she no longer bothered to boast to Jifeng about this inevitable declaration. You cannot discuss things that someone with differing perceptions cannot understand. Just as flat earth theorists always believe what they think, stubbornly insisting that everyone in the world is misled by false truths, and that only they themselves possess the true code. Weaving Wind had no idea that the sovereign, when creating the proof of the stars, had said, imagination and creativity are projections that everyone will inevitably see in the proof of the stars. How can someone obsessed with winning and losing understand the sovereign? And how can they possibly ascend to the heights of the Chaos Tower world, a place embodying the will of many sovereigns? Chapter 339. The Comical Tree and Orange Sky strategy team caught up with the pace. According to the latter rankings, they weren't among the fastest guilds to clear level 2. Upon discovering that the boundary between reality and illusion was testing the word chain puppet with Korn, they immediately joined in, providing abundant experimental data. The Crimson Music Box made a new discovery. The hidden rule is that it's supposed to be a word chain game, but the puppet is limited to 2 characters. If the answer is a 3 or 4 character word, it will continue the chain, but during the selection phase, it will be directly eliminated. The Comical Tree had just left the Tower world and returned to the guild to retrieve some mental magic resistance items to deal with interference during the chain game. Upon returning, it was approached by Instant Food. Sister Ming, Instant Food said, are you about to start a chain game? Could you please help test the creations containing the keyword flesh and blood? Korn's Chosen and Crimson Music Box had failed their challenge, and were waiting for the cooldown. Although everyone already knew Huang Liang Yiming was a handsome guy, the initial impression from the game set her in, and her female vampire appearance naturally earned her the title Sister Ming, a title she could never change, and now she was used to it. Jiang Dong Taibai wondered, isn't this a dangerous phrase that will make you suffer? If you want us dead, just say so. Jiang He explained, before Kai Guanishir died, she saw the warthog's body constantly shrinking. Combining this with a dungeon we cleared earlier, I boldly guessed that flesh and blood creatures will gradually weaken as they attack, depleting the blood plasma and flesh that sustain them. In the Easter egg level, when French Fries was fighting the flesh priest, they saw a giant sea lily sweeping away the lowly ones in the distance. It was riddled with sores from the combined fire of the lowly mages, but it recovered completely by licking the flesh and blood from the ground. Any movement required a large amount of energy, and if it couldn't replenish its needs through consumption, it would weaken. These were monsters that had to survive, and evolved by constantly killing and consuming flesh and blood. The flesh and blood creation of the dragon puppet didn't have a consumption process, and there was no more flesh and blood material available, so its strength was naturally limited. Huang Liang Yiming's eyes lit up. Let's get started. Captain Jigun, if you can test it out, I give your favorite game a bad review. Jiangnan Iron Wall, really? General, you are truly a pillar of the Han dynasty. Please leave it to us. Orange Tea was a little confused. Seeing that everyone in the guild fully understood this nonsensical conversation, she was bewildered. Why is Jiangdong Iron Wall so happy to give his favorite game a bad review? Is this reasonable? The entire Jihua Tree team entered the dungeon, but stopped in front of the word chain doll. Who wants to continue the word chain? For the monster boundary between reality and illusion, brute force isn't enough. Both Corn and Orange Sky emphasize the importance of choosing the right person to continue the word chain. Priority goes to those with a vast vocabulary, mastery of obscure words, and quick thinking. Boundary between reality and illusion has novelist Potato and teacher Zhong Zimo. Corn's chosen ones are translation masters, like Open the Can and Eat, and reading enthusiasts, like A Moment of Leisure leads to a lifetime of infatuation. Half of Orange Sky's members are multilingual experts, with vast reading accumulations, effortlessly quoting Chinese and foreign classics. Huang Liang Yimeng looked around his elite team, and for a moment, no one volunteered. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. "De Bao, I heard you're good at history, so your daily vocabulary must be." Jiangdong Iron Wall, called De Bao, waved his hands repeatedly. "Only the three kingdoms, only the three kingdoms. I can't do it." My sword is not unfailing seized the opportunity, feigning anger, and scolded. "Then why don't you learn from Lu Ming and study properly?" De Bao retorted. "Who are you calling Lu Ming? Who are you telling to learn from Lu Ming?" Yuzu Chef steamed goose heart. Sigh, steamed goose heart, sigh, three kingdoms. Yuzu Chef has no right to speak, shut up. The two suddenly turned their guns on each other, united against a common enemy. Huang Liang Yiming sighed, and silently walked towards the chain reaction puppet. Sometimes he was quite envious of the other three guilds. They didn't have as many lively characters as him. Werewolf. The chain reaction puppet spoke, confirming the advantage of a dangerous word, and inevitably involving identity, which basically confirmed the matter. Human flesh. Huang Yiming's vocabulary was rather limited. Throwing out enough fleshy keywords within the 1-minute word chain to facilitate selection wasn't easy, but now it was convenient. Meat paste. Rotten. Mud. The three guilds waiting outside heard the Funny Tree Guild speak again in the group chat. Huang Yimeng, exhausted, unable to defeat. The Funny Tree Guild ultimately locked onto the keywords, human flesh, mud, and rat. The word chain puppet wriggled before them, eventually transforming into a gigantic rat, 3 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long, formed from rotting flesh, its body covered in mud flowing like oil. The entire Corn Chosen remained calm. After being directly killed by the A-10 Warthog, they considered this a minor incident. "I'm the kind of guy who's gone toe-to-toe with fighter jets." The level suppression effect was too obvious. The entire Comical Tree team was on high alert and went all out, but they could only slightly shatter the giant rat's body, making its actions even more violent. Almost everyone in the team experienced a roller coaster ride before dying. They were slammed head-on by the high-speed rat car, performing acrobatic maneuvers in mid-air before landing with a thud. No magic, no skill, just pure, unadorned numerical values. The value of overcoming numerical limitations to clear the boundary between reality and illusion was infinitely elevated. "It wasn't a complete loss," Wang Liang said. "I dragged myself along, kiting it for a while, and its body did shrink." Jiang He snapped his fingers on the other end of the game, and the team from the boundary between reality and illusion couldn't help but high-five. The guess was correct. Flesh and blood are both dangerous and, most likely, safe. Flesh and blood creations possess self-destructive properties. As long as players can, like Gorkulin, stubbornly cling to life, they can wait for a weak and helpless flesh and blood creation to be trampled upon. Compared to being completely clueless and forced to dance to the rhythm of the chain reaction puppets, they at least found a much better solution. Jifeng took it all in, watching the candlelight's smiling eyes fixed on their side, and unconsciously clenched her fist. What are the players in the three realms doing? She wondered inwardly, growing increasingly impatient. They had clearly made it to the third level first, yet now they were all stuck, making no progress whatsoever. Three realms, Fuxian sect. The extinction of the Azure Sky team, a rising star entrusted by the sect leader with the important task of listening to the Immortals' will and representing their sect in the battle, was equally anxious. As the first team in the entire game to enter the third level, they were full of confidence, believing that all the heroes in the world were nothing to fear. With the pride and self-satisfaction of being far ahead, they walked towards the round table where they had been sweating profusely. Having learned the rules, Jinmi Sangqiong's lips curled into a smile, his smugness flowing gently like a spring breeze. Born into a scholarly family, he had been praised by his elders for his exceptional talents since childhood. If not for his innate ethereal aura, he would surely have become a great master. Jinmi Sangqiong naturally stepped forward and sat down in front of the dragon summoning puppet. With his quick wit, this challenge was nothing to fear. He crossed his arms and calmly said, "Begin." Tree spirit. Jinmi Sangcheong keenly sensed this was a specific and dangerous word, and quickly changed his mind. Elite. Heroic spirit. Jinmi Sangcheong's heart pounded, and his breathing became rapid. This was definitely a dangerous word too. The countdown timer on the white puppet's face ticked away. Each second felt like a pump sucking air from his lungs, suffocation and tension spreading throughout his body. With the lack of oxygen, his body tensing. If the soul doesn't work, it definitely connects to a spirit. Dexterity. What if it connects to skillful hands, involving specific organs? There might be problems too. Dexterity. Agility? With the countdown almost over, he didn't care about anything else and blurted it out. This shouldn't be a problem, right? A living corpse. Utterly dangerous words. Starting with the character for corpse, almost every word was negative. Wait a minute. Since it's a word chain, there's no restriction to only 2 characters. A dead man holding a position without contributing. Annihilation of the azure sky suddenly raised its head, observing the reaction of the word chain puppet. A plate. Entangled and intertwined. Right, the rhythm is right. As long as he can guide each word chain towards these vague, safe words, he wins. The word chain ended, and only 7 words remained on the list of keywords to be drawn. The word chain puppet made no explanation, and completed the selection on its own. Heroic spirit, living corpse, temperance. The members of the Fuxian sect were stunned. Having vaguely guessed the restrictions hidden beneath the rules, Jinmi Sangcheong remained calm. He had encountered everything in the game along the way. The entire Fuxian sect was dressed in red suits, making them one of the few high-level players in the 3 realms. The team's average level was 24, and they had swept through all enemies in the first 2 levels with overwhelming force. Now, the word chain puppet was only level 30. The 6-level difference could be completely compensated for by the sheer number of players. What's the panic? If the word chain goes wrong, we overcome it with our fists. Don't you want to see what tricks this evil puppet can pull? He silenced the murmurs with his personal authority before turning around. Jinmi Sangcheong's pupils dilated in shock. A girl in a white robe had pure white wings on her back. She held a cup and poured water into another cup, her expression blank. She stood in the pool, the water rippling beneath her feet with her movements. In an instant, a hazy, deathly stillness enveloped the girl. A layer of frost settled on her face, which had previously held a hint of chillness, and a putrid stench filled the air. The clear, clean water in the cup visibly turned crimson and rotten. The girl's skin began to decay, blood seeped from her eyes, her eyeballs melted and rotted, and with the blood streaming down her cheeks, a black fire ignited in her empty eyes. The sacred feathers on her back fell away, revealing ugly, swollen, festering flesh. The pool of water beneath their feet splashed with a whoosh, revealing corpses and bits of flesh, the viscous blood churning as if boiling. The entire world was completely stained crimson the moment the girl raised her head. Jinmi Sangcheong swallowed hard. He couldn't comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Heroic spirits, living corpses, he could find matching terms in his understanding, except for restraint. Shouldn't it be an adjective? But why did he feel that restraint imbued the monster before him with a strange power? Without time to think further, he hurriedly shouted, "Attack!" This shout snapped the stunned members of the Fuxian sect back to reality. 3 elemental mages channeled their magic, a misty aura rising behind them, as surging magical power converged. 3 elemental mages, 3 berserkers, and 1 support. This was the standard setup for many sects in the 3 heavens land. Tested by time and practice, simple to learn, unpretentiously effective. Compared to the abhorrent nature of Blue Star, berserkers are a popular class in the 3 realms. The girl swirled the blood in her twin-handled cups, a strange rhythm spreading through the air, resonating with the elemental mage casting a spell. My fusion torrent. Failed to cast? My fireball. Where's the mana? Annihilation Sky, a berserker, had already slashed at the girl's neck. His beast-like strength caused his blade to dig deep into her flesh, as if with a slight effort he could cleave her in 2 along her spine. The blade was stuck, unable to move an inch. What are you all doing? The 3 members of the Fuxian sect responsible for melee combat did not receive the paladin's blessing. My faith. The power of faith has become uncontrollably weak. I can't hear the response from the other side of faith. Annihilation Sky felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could recover from his anger and composure, his knees buckled, and his body involuntarily swayed. He almost lost control of his body, kneeling directly on the ground. My power! Seeing his 2 companions responsible for melee combat react in the same way, fine beads of sweat appeared on Annihilation Sky's forehead. Your magic has returned. I can cast spells again. The voice of his companion from the immortal sect behind him suddenly brought clarity to his muddled mind. The girl's cup overflowed with blood, and she casually poured some out. The spilled blood splattered onto Annihilation Sky's face, and his weak and powerless body suddenly surged with boundless power. Without a word, he grasped the blade embedded in the girl's body. Just as he was about to forcefully pull it out, the girl smiled slightly, and the blood in the cup rapidly increased, instantly filling her palm. The entire Fuxian sect collapsed to the ground, helplessly watching as the girl hummed an obscure and incomprehensible song, walking step by step to each of them. She picked up a golden cup and, one blow after another, smashed each person's skull. In their first attempt at the game, the entire Fuxian sect met a gruesome end without any resistance. After their annihilation, the group discussed the matter at length, unable to offer a definitive explanation. They saw elements of heroic spirits and living corpses in the girl, which clearly had nothing to do with her overwhelming ability to manipulate the bodies of everyone she displayed. The only matching word was moderation. The Fuxian sect members exchanged bewildered glances. Is there something wrong with the word moderation? The arrogant Annihilation Sky twitched at the corner of his mouth, unsure how to interpret it. After a long while, he finally came up with a possibility. The immortals are profound. Perhaps this is a mystery that only the world of immortals can comprehend. Thinking that other sects in the three realms would also suffer a setback here, he couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. Chapter 340. With their game time dwindling, the logout notifications sounded one after another, forcing the Corn Chosen to reluctantly exit the raid. Everyone's login and logout times were roughly the same, from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. since the server opened, matching the event start time. Crimson Music Box, seeing the message in the chat group, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Huh? How can you guys challenge the chain reaction puppet again?" As long as you're talkative enough, chatting with the chain reaction puppet will get you hints. Experience and Chaos Tower crystals can be exchanged for the right to challenge again, Jianghe said. It's like a coin-operated claw machine. Discovering this wasn't too difficult, but the game's design was counterintuitive. Level suppression, the sword of Damocles hanging over players' heads. After the baptism of the first 3 levels, everyone realized the importance of level in the tower world. Players lacking strength and equipment needed levels to compensate for their weaknesses. Players with sufficient strength also crave massive amounts of experience for efficiency. The experience required to reach level 50 is enormous. Which player who has already cleared the level would waste their hard-earned experience on a floor guardian they already defeated? A floor that doesn't offer repeated rewards? The jailer couldn't hold back any longer. He quickly announced, "New discovery." Tarot cards might also be dangerous words. The buzzing in their ears was urgent, but everyone was stubbornly held in place by his statement. Realizing everyone was about to log off, the boundary between virtual and real worlds began its dangerous word test. French Fry's first thought was to test words with clear attribute connotations, such as wisdom, strength, and swiftness. Her intuition as a creator told her that those involved in the word chain game would also have related ingenious ideas. The word chain puppet started irrationally with Demon, and Jianghe, in charge of the chain, planned to use the word magic to lure the puppet into saying spells, which he could then use to guide the discussion to magical power. The prediction was successful. The puppet followed the script perfectly. Unfortunately, the keyword selection was uncontrollable. Magic, midnight, night. Midnight and night have similar meanings. Even with ambiguity and potentially dangerous associations, it can only be considered a keyword. This round of the chain seemed fraught with danger, but the final selection phase was surprisingly favorable to the boundary between reality and illusion. This further validated their viewpoint. 40% selection, 60% chain, 90% practical application. With strong practical application, even with a bad hand, one can still force a victory, such as overcoming the boundary between reality and illusion. Humans are strange like that. Before clearing a level, they hope the dangerous words will be lenient. After clearing it, they hope the dangerous words will reward them with a grand slam. Just as everyone was dissatisfied with the overly lenient selection process, the doll silently transformed into a person dressed in a black robe, their face obscured, resembling a magician. Elemental orbs floated. Azure representing water, red representing fire, yellowish-brown representing earth, and cyan representing wind, slowly rotated around the doll, like satellites orbiting the sun. A pure white symbolizing light hung high above. Underfoot lay a deep, abyss-like darkness. A magician? Jianghe had already figured out the doll's true identity. But how ambiguous could this word be? In the worldview of magic, Magic should be the trickery by which beings below the extraordinary use conventional means to imitate the visual effects of extraordinary techniques. There was no connection or advancement path between the two. The magician raised his hand from beneath his robes, a glint of eerie blue shimmering at the tip of his smooth, black staff. The air, which had been stagnant since its appearance, seemed to stir with a gentle breeze, beginning to flow. Faster and faster, a torrent of energy, like a tidal wave, swept across the surroundings in an instant. It was a human sponge, thirstily absorbing the surrounding magic, a funnel-shaped vortex forming around its body, reaching towards the heavens. As if drawing a boundary, the magician only absorbed the magic behind him, leaving the boundary between reality and illusion untouched. As it raised its staff, everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion simultaneously reached out their hands towards him. Like an instinct echoing from the depths of their souls, they shouted the same thing with all their might. Face him. Clearly a martial artist, his palm glowing with points of red light. Like wisps of magic coiled around a sorcerer's fingertips, a tangible manifestation of blood and energy, it permeated her and Zhong Ziming like clouds and mist. Zhu Zika's palm shone with a holy radiance, her body glowing with a soft golden light, like a divine representative on earth, a solitary chosen one. As sorcerers, Jianghe and the others reacted most violently. The magic within their bodies uncontrollably dissipated, churning like boiling seawater, forming dark clouds. Even with the manipulation of their magic, this departed magic refused to return to their bodies, instead drilling into their palms, pointing towards the distant sorcerer. Buzz? A piercing buzzing sound, coinciding with the dazzling flash of light illuminating the night sky, surged into everyone's eardrums. It felt like facing a beam of tens of thousands of lumens of light, facing the sorcerer directly. Dawn had broken. A torrent of water, carrying billions of tons of silt, poured down. This was Jianghe's experience. Blood energy, the power of faith, and magic, three different forces converged, two streams of light colliding fiercely. The forced clash of energy left no room for choice between reality and illusion. The battle's course was set the moment the magicians arrived. The warriors, exhausted from their own life force, were the first to weaken, their bodies softening like potatoes steamed for too long. The burly Zhong Zemo, his face ashen, only managed to stay upright, gritting his teeth, because of the bed beside him. By the time Jianghe and the other magicians felt fatigued, they were already dried up, their flesh and blood merging into the torrent, forcibly sacrificing everything. The magicians seemed to have embraced the entire world, gaining an inexhaustible supply of magic power. How could a body of flesh and blood allow itself to be ravaged by raging rivers and seas? Huh, Sai? When Orange Tea came to her senses, everything went black. Where did you all go? Are you dead? Overly focused, and with a blinding light, she persisted alone for a long time after everyone else had vanished into thin air before realizing something was wrong. Single-handedly fighting the magician, Orange Tea was drenched in sweat. She had already cleared the level, there was no need to persist. But Orange Tea, no longer a gaming novice, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Pelican, are you there?" The great pelican, who once dared to help dig the origin element root at the boundary of reality, an illusion for a fresh fish in the temple of the clarity, appeared, flapping its wings. The magical torrent constructed by the magician was incredibly powerful, almost wiping it out. Its appearance was its death sentence. Attack him! The pelican stood at Orange Tea's feet, its mouth wide open, repeatedly opening and closing. Pay me back later, have I ever lied to you? Without another word, the pelican turned and pounced on the magician. Orange Tea's vision was filled with dazzling light, obscuring what was happening in the distance. But the flapping of wings and the slight popping sounds all indicated the pelican's reliability in taking money and doing its job. It works! Although the player was forcibly trapped in place by the magician's energy blast, the summoned creatures could move freely. You stand still, I stand still, whoever gets an extra turn naturally has the advantage. Having verified her thoughts, Orange Tea was overjoyed. This was the first time in all her time in the game that she had independently explored and discovered a solution. Sigh, my power of faith, how can it change? The change happened in an instant. Orange Tea had no time to react, and was instantly swallowed by the magician's torrent of magic. Jianghe was stunned. You mean, before you died, you saw the level UI above the dragon doll's head show as level 19? Fries pondered. Level 30, down to level 19, it can't maintain its full strength. As long as the battle lasts long enough, it can be delayed until its weakened state. Hearing about the encounter at the boundary between reality and illusion, The three guild members exchanged bewildered glances. Captain Jigun couldn't help but ask, "Magician, why did you connect this to tarot cards?" Crimson Music Box explained, "It involves some tarot card settings. It does contain some similar elements." Ready to eat. So, the game designers have uniquely reinterpreted tarot card keywords, incorporating their own ideas to create entirely new creations, each with a corresponding special solution? Like the magician, possessing infinite magic power, forcing players to engage in a battle, and summon creatures are one of the solutions. Orange Tea, thrilled at discovering the solution for the first time, quickly added with a cheerful smile, "I strongly suspect that faith-based professions gain a greater advantage in the wave-like battle. Potato and fries are all out of the game, but I can rely on faith to persevere alone without feeling noticeably tired." Perhaps summoning the giant pelican dispersed the power of faith, causing the balance to break. In just one night, the boundary between reality and illusion made a significant breakthrough in figuring out the rules of the Dragon Puppet Challenge. This was something Candlelight hadn't anticipated. The variability of the Dragon Puppet Challenge is top tier even in the Tower World dungeons. Even in the first 3 levels, which allow unlimited attempts and infinite retrying, most players struggle to figure out a strategy in a short time. Being instantly killed due to level disadvantage is the norm. How could they possibly survive until they could summarize their experiences and develop a strategy? The teams that entered the game at the same time had all logged off. There were no familiar faces online in the boundary between reality and illusion. Candlelight's 9-hour online time limit meant they still had 1 day left in the game. As the undisputed number 1 on the leaderboard across both servers and worlds, Jianghe's first priority should be to advance to level 4, continue his strategy, and snowball his advantage as soon as possible. However, Jianghe made a completely opposite decision. They wanted to return to the main world. After the Stars Proof entered the level 50 era, the main world automatically adapted to the level 50 version, adding more events, monsters, and items. The experience points of the 2 worlds are shared, so players stuck on the first 3 levels could actually grind enough levels in the main world before attempting the challenge, although this would compromise progress. Returning to the boundary between reality and illusion, they naturally wanted to find a small dungeon to grind through. The experience gained from challenging the Dragon Doll and researching strategies was indispensable, so they could only suffer through the monsters in the main world, bearing the blame. Confirming that the boundary between reality and illusion had completely established itself at the start, Zhuhua felt exceptionally lighthearted. She confidently picked up a bottle of vinegar and gulped down a large mouthful. The vinegar conjured in the illusion still didn't taste as good as the real thing. The vinegar paste sent from home was also a delicacy. She loved it so much she couldn't stop using it and chewing on it. "Still keeping an eye on the progress of the 3 realms?" she chuckled. "Our players are really easy to manage." Chapter 341. The main consciousness of Candlelight left the game, leaving its clone, which had been gathering game information, seated at the tea table. The game began, and neither side could interfere with its progress. Even informing the game participants and communicating with them would be subject to strict scrutiny by Shilu. Providing game-related strategies or assistance would be considered cheating, resulting in immediate disqualification. No matter what loopholes Jifeng exploited before the game, she had to abide by the rules once the game officially began, unless she intended to defy the supreme ironclad law imprinted in the core of every puppet. The taboos of the rulers varied. Some rulers were obsessively in love with everyone around them. They didn't want anyone to be missing, to the point that the Ana world which Tina described them as playing a happy ending game with everyone. Some rulers considered cheating in the game a crime far greater than life and death. Candlelight was at ease. Jifeng coldly stared at Candlelight's spirit left alone in the garden, her face full of disgust. That was her past self. Fragmented memories rendered the doll incomplete, giving her the opportunity to become the dominant one. Simultaneously, during the separation, she regained the memory she had lost. Discovering and exploiting loopholes, the great ruler's gratitude for the assistance in testing and feedback was commonplace. Exploiting loopholes was never the problem. It was useless to the ruler. As long as she didn't cheat, winning everything was fine. Her memories were exceptionally clear. The sky was a clear blue, and bright sunlight shone on her newly reborn body, the sun's warmth flowing gently through every corner of her being. Following her master, she passed by the doll, rendered useless from birth due to its defects. They piled up like mountains, their bodies twisted in bizarre postures, lying crookedly in every corner as far as the eye could see. The reusable doll materials, having lost their recycling value, were destined for the Material Science Research Lab, the agricultural group, the alchemists. The utilization rate was high. Not a single piece was wasted. Should they be called companions? They had never lived, born broken. Given a soul, she walked among the piles of corpses, gazing at those empty, soulless, broken shells, pairs of dim eyes revealing a longing for the heavens and a thirst for life. Both candlelight and the wind shared the same intense emotion. She didn't want to become one of them. Dolls were incomplete creations. Their inherent flaws caused most of them to gradually lose their souls over time. Unlike innate, complete souls, who could use spiritual bodies to escape the shackles of lifespan, their souls originated from the fragments of dying beings. Fragments containing life information were skillfully captured by puppeteers and necromancers, their spiritual conflicts eliminated, and they were restitched together, becoming one. A countdown to death always hung above each puppet's head. I must live. Ji-Feng clenched her fist, then slowly released it. Unlike when she was in contact with the candlelight, her emotions were restrained. The superficial impatience and anger had vanished. Yes, the advantages gained from the initial planning and exploiting loopholes were no longer as pronounced due to the setup of the first 3 layers. Yes, the planet that gave birth to the boundary between reality and illusion naturally possessed the advantage of a player community. Yes, they were closer to the Overlord's thinking and could more easily grasp the game's design and plot conception compared to the 3 realms. However, there's one thing the 3 realms can't match. Ji-Feng took a sip of tea, smiling as she watched the boundary between reality and illusion clear a small dungeon, then logged off with a generous amount of experience. She could hear the 7 people chattering about continuing to challenge the 3rd level after logging back in, exploring more possibilities for those who came later. Truly a miracle chosen by the Anna world. Back to reality, your challenge is still ongoing. Ji-Feng couldn't help but laugh. At 9 a.m., Jiang He slowly woke up from his dream. He used to get a stable 6 to 8 hours of sleep every day, now he gets 9 hours. You know what, waking up naturally is great. Sleeping in is good for your health, but even with enough sleep, the gradually chilling winter temperatures still make you want to stay in bed. This time, I truly sealed myself in bed and haven't returned since. Sealed in bed? Sealed by bed. Hee, that perfectly describes Zhong Zemo's current situation. Jiang He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the once reserved squid being relentlessly attacked by the blankets, resembling a shy boy cornered against a wall. Initially, he verbally refused, attributing it to being a product of being tormented by Du Jingwen. After personally experiencing the farcical scenes of being remotely fed by the blankets, personally visiting them, and driving away his annoying ex-wife, Zhong Zemo practically bragged in the group chat, "Hee, the blankets are so nice." His brain was inexplicably active upon waking, and amidst his random thoughts, he tasted someone else's sweetness, feeling a warm, sweet current flowing up his arm, down his neck, and transforming into a refreshing aura that enveloped his entire body. No need for waking him up. His brain, already buzzing with anticipation, naturally dispelled any sleepiness. Waking up and immediately checking your phone seems to be a common habit for most people, and Jiang He is no exception. Even though he knows he should hurry up and wash up, make breakfast, wake up the still drowsy French fries, and then surf the internet together to enjoy the first day's excitement. Heh, it would be best to surf the internet while holding her, the weather's getting colder, and even with the heating on, his hands are still cold. Wait. Wake up French fries? Jiang He's right hand, which was reaching for his phone, felt warm and smooth against the back of his hand, sending a shiver down his spine as if he'd been electrocuted. He suddenly remembered when French fries knocked on his door last night with a pillow, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet her eyes gleamed with a strange, self-righteous indignation. Ah. He slowly turned his head. French fries' face was half hidden by her hair. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, each strand distinct. The light streaming into the room from the curtain shone perfectly on her hair, making it sparkle. Is shampoo better, or is natural hair quality better? He felt ashamed that his mind could still conjure such bizarre thoughts. French fries was right next to him on the pillow, shifting and shifting, almost squeezing onto his own. The fact that he felt a wave of heat surge from his chest to his head. The heat, with nowhere to go, pumped into his bloodstream, quickly flowing throughout his body. He was burning up. French fries didn't wake up. Her soft breaths ruffled the hair on her nose, rising and falling like a captivating drumbeat, a rhythm that struck deep into his soul. He didn't move his arm, but carefully moved back under the covers, level with French fries' head. From this angle, French fries' sleeping face was clearly visible. The blanket was too warm. Jiang He felt sealed in, completely unable to get out of bed on his own. I need to lie down a bit more. My hair, it's been pinned down. Jiang-hee, lost in his reverie, jolted awake, meeting Fry's slightly blurry eyes. Her gaze was unfocused, and after a struggle to lock onto something, she reminded him with a helpless tone. It had a unique flavor that even regular tomato fries and frozen fries never possessed. It was a limited edition, only available when she was half awake, a taste she couldn't miss. Stared at intently, Fry's lips moved, a slight smile playing on her lips. She didn't say anything, burying her head in the pillow, poking Jiang-hee's elbow with her finger. My hair, my hair. Oh, 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 oh. He snapped out of his reverie, quickly moving aside. The strands of hair, unwittingly trampled, finally escaped the clutches of the trap, returning to their mother's embrace, their disheveled state seeming to accuse Jiang-hee of his sins. Oh right, breakfast, breakfast. He'd been so engrossed in admiring the sight that he completely missed it. Jiang-hee was flustered, and French fries called for a stop. Let's go out to eat, don't bother. He heard that Guangzhou had a mild winter this year, but a sudden drop in temperature near New Year's Day had depleted Jiang-hee's clothing reserves. When he moved in, Guangzhou was incredibly warm, so he only brought one set of thick winter clothes. The rest were short-sleeved. That's the value of Guangzhou. You can still be outdoors in short sleeves in December. But French fries suddenly helped with the laundry yesterday and now. Seeing Jiang-hee fiddling around for a while, worrying about whether to layer long sleeves, French fries covered his mouth and chuckled. But when he turned around, he quickly wiped the smile from his face and asked, feigning curiosity, "What's wrong?" The clothes are a bit thin." Washing and drying clothes, 2 months of living together had made their habits completely intertwined. French fries knew Jiang-hee's clothes inside and out. To be precise, she knew exactly how many pairs of underwear he wore. Back in October, when the temperature hadn't dropped significantly, she refrained from reminding him. November was still bearable, and she was happy to watch Jiang-hee make do. Now, with December almost over and the cold relentlessly whipping him, now she could finally see his troubled side. The scene she'd been waiting for finally appeared before her eyes. Jiang-hee awkwardly scratching his head, helplessly playing with his clothes like a nesting doll. She turned and went back to her room. A moment later, she returned with a light gray trench coat. Jiang-hee suddenly understood why she suddenly sent the clothes to the dry cleaners. He said nothing, happily putting on the new clothes, letting French fries sit on the edge of the bed, admiring them with her chin in her hand. You like it? How could I not like a gift from you? Jiang-hee retorted. Is this an early New Year's gift? French fries' lips curled slightly upwards. If that's all, it's a bit too meager. What else was there? She resolutely refused to say. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang-hee was suddenly called back. French fries took a moisturizing face cream and evenly applied it to his face, wiping the residue from the back of her hands into her palms. Come here. With just one word, Jiang-hee understood her intention. He obediently stuck his head out, letting her smooth, warm little hands paint his face. The weather is dry, you can't let your skin peel. The warm touch made his cheeks burn. The trench coat's warmth was far better than he had imagined. Thinking back to New Year's a year ago, he spent the new year alone in front of his computer with his chatterbox-like group chat friends, frantically grabbing small red envelopes, then immersing himself in a game all night before falling into a deep sleep. Jiang-hee's vision suddenly blurred, like a layer of hazy, fragile foam. He involuntarily reached out and grabbed French fries' hand. Fries' eyes widened, her lips twitching slightly, a mixture of amusement and surprise on her face. She teased, "You're a foot fetishist, do you like hands?" Jiang-hee just smiled, saying nothing, but as they rode the elevator, he unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand. Fries, which version of me do you think is better? Eating her curry roll, French fries suddenly looked up and asked. Seeing Jiang-hee scoop ketchup into her plate, she instinctively pulled her plate back slightly. Whether it's the vibrant energy of tomato fries or the aloof coolness of frozen fries, they're still French fries, after all. Jiang-hee's answer was, I like them all. As long as it's fries, I want them all. Potatoes shredded into potato strips, as long as you define it, it can be a new kind of French fries. Potato chunks fried in oil, then simmered, how isn't that French fries? Fried eggplant fritters are French fries too. Fries couldn't help but chuckle. She had already seen the customers at the next table eating rice noodle rolls turn their heads with questioning looks. They probably already associated Jiang-hee's words with nonsense, or perhaps they were hopelessly abstract concepts. But she understood. Like her parents' intimate, secret conversations that outsiders couldn't comprehend. Dad? Mom? Fries swallowed hard, the unchewed rice noodle roll sliding into her mouth, the instant stimulation making her face flush red. Jiang He quickly handed her a carton of milk to gulp down. Eating so fast? He asked with concern. Fries felt increasingly uneasy. Am I becoming more and more like them? No way. On the way home, Jiang He's sleeve and French Fries' sleeve formed a bridge, the aching sensation of their intertwined fingers spreading from their arms throughout their bodies. Their hands felt as if all their strength had been drained, yet also as if they were connected to a heating pipe. The constant flow of heat supplied their entire bodies, making Jiang He, wearing his new trench coat, feel that short sleeves weren't so bad after all. It wasn't cold enough. His phone vibrated. Messages had been popping up since breakfast, but everyone tacitly chose to ignore them, knowing that if it were truly urgent, someone as impatient as the prison guard would definitely call. The phone didn't ring. It must be because the group chat monster had woken up and was trolling everyone. Not far behind them, a group of college students who had just gone out to find food were whispering amongst themselves, their faces occasionally flashing expressions of surprise and excitement. Looks like it really is original flavor fries. Really? Lu Yanfei, the freshman with the really old-fashioned name, the one her mom gave her that she really wants to change. You're completely missing the point. Don't you play games? She's a member of the Virtual Reality Boundary Guild, a genuinely world-renowned T0 guild. The guild that made millions in sales in an hour the other day with their agricultural assistance campaign? Wow, are you really oblivious to news about the stars of proof? Are you a caveman? Outrageous, outrageous. She actually has a boyfriend? Who is he? They're so sweet together. I heard a lot of people at school are chasing after her, but she kept getting rejected. Turns out she really is taken. It's not an excuse. Anyway, it's big news. Sigh, there was no one around after I walked around the corner, so I couldn't take a picture. Never mind the pictures, just make a big news story. Sigh. Someone couldn't stand it anymore. You guys really study journalism. Chapter 342. On the first day of the Tower World's opening, 51% of the total player base completed the first floor challenge. A total of 1908 teams worldwide reached the third floor. This result was far better than Jiang He had expected, partly due to the relatively low difficulty of the first two floors of the Tower World. The early advantage created by Jifeng through rules and loopholes was largely dissipated, significantly reducing the pressure at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Through a series of events following the discovery of the orange tea at the server launch, they rapidly snowballed, ultimately becoming a top-tier guild and the undisputed phenomenon of the stars of proof. Everyone understood the importance of establishing an early lead. The changes in the Tower World cannot be fully revealed in just 2 or 3 floors. Fries, stirring yogurt and adding dried fruit, walked to the computer and held out a spoon towards Jiang He's mouth. Seeing Jiang He look up blankly, she shook the thick yogurt again. Ah! Just as the yogurt was about to drip, Jiang He's mouth appeared in the perfect spot. A very satisfying big bite. At first, Jiang He thought that drinking fries and yogurt was to believe in the claim of maintaining a good figure. If eating and drinking can maintain a good figure, then what's the point of my hard work exercising? She frankly admitted that the initial reason for high-intensity fitness was her poor physical condition, but later, it was purely to balance her intake. Thinking about it carefully, even if fries don't easily make you fat, with such a heavy intake of carbohydrates at every meal, carrying a couple of fries around in her pocket every now and then, and having potato chips all over the room. Such an aggressive lifestyle, even without exercise, would turn her into a round, chubby slime. What are you talking about in the group chat? She slurped a bite, and naturally sat down next to Jiang He on his chair. Jiang He's guess was correct. The frantic tagging of people in the group chat was just someone eager to share some fun. The daily routine of the prison guard was nothing new. But mixed in were some of the questions from the soul in bed. What should we do with our strategy guide? Jiang He, having just received another large, cold mouthful of yogurt as a reward, was suddenly jolted awake. That's it. How should the strategy guide be distributed? The two of them, with astonishing tacit understanding, almost simultaneously realized the problem. A jolt of electricity flashing through their minds, an instant understanding. They clicked the private chat button that popped up in the lower right corner. Messages came from various sources. Ready to eat, Crimson Music Box, A Dream of Yellow Millet, even a can of starfish from Water God Luo. They were all reminding him to carefully consider the distribution of the strategy guide. Jiang He opened various online communities. Naturally, the trending topics for proof of the stars were related to the Tower World. Tower World equals World Championship. This concept is deeply ingrained not only in the Chinese server, but also in foreign servers. Tall World launched half a month after the announcement of the World Championship postponement. It allows players to choose their national flag to display on their personal profile. It features a ranked leaderboard. All of this indicates that this is a tournament that downplays national concepts, but is still essentially a competition where players represent their respective countries. The only difference from the World Championship is the absence of a physical venue. This is irrelevant to both the player base and the spectators. They are already puzzled and unable to imagine how a game from their dreams could be presented in a sufficiently engaging physical venue. The crucial step of having all players gather offline has been eliminated, replaced by an online format, satisfying viewers' desire to enjoy the series from the comfort of their homes. While the Proof of Stars qualifiers have had their share of criticisms, their entertainment value is off the charts. From teenagers to seniors, everyone loves it. Before bed, they find their favorite video bloggers to enjoy the exciting details of the matches, treating it like a movie or TV series, maximizing both emotional and entertainment value. Anything burdened with nationalistic connotations becomes difficult to handle lightly. The idea that only Chinese players take winning and losing seriously, while players from other servers only care about entertainment, is a lie that only fools those without experience playing on foreign servers. Nongya told them that the Guild Lake Sword, ranked first on the leaderboard and 99th on the ladder, has announced that it will discretionarily release strategy details during the Tower of Trials competition. Other guilds from the Undying Sun faction have followed suit, stating they will establish a temporary committee to exchange strategies and strive for advancement. The implication is, Europe's a mess, we each do our own thing. To maintain momentum, the various European server communities are unified, but with separate sections for different countries. Sometimes there are discussions in the sections, and sometimes people chat in the main forum, which is quite harmonious. The moment the dying event started, this created a wonderful chemical reaction. Saint Helena's heroic spirit, ranked first on the French leaderboard and 97th on the ladder, copied and pasted Dai Ying's words and posted them directly to the section. Within 24 hours, the European continent was bursting with life, a scene of everything thriving. After the global servers opened, players from all countries were working with great enthusiasm. Who is number one in the world? This question, in any game, requires a clear competitive framework and multiple rounds of trials to determine. Depending on the number of players, the prestige of being number one naturally varies. The number of players in the game Proof of the Stars has already surpassed any other game in history. To rank among the top players in the game is to be labeled a high-quality player and a high-quality individual. Whether for the sake of their country or to prove themselves and gain greater attention, their calculations are ruthless. The player community is buzzing with discussion. The overnight rise to the top of the rankings is like a powerful stimulant injected into their bloodstream. The banner of bringing glory to their country is waved high, and praise abounds. If the Tower of Trials strategy were released at this moment, the public opinion would likely resound with accusations of aiding the enemy. He believes such accusations would also be heard from top-ranked teams in other countries. The atmosphere is perfect, it should be the World Championship, even if it's not, but if the strategy isn't released, causing the overall progress to fall behind, the hard-won advantage gained in the early stages will eventually vanish. Jiang He knows the truth, but the general public is completely unaware and unable to explain it. Zhu Hua witnessed everything. Ji Feng, this is one of the reasons you made the decision only after the World Championship was postponed, isn't it? She couldn't offer any help. Everything needs to be resolved by the boundary between reality and illusion. Hopefully, it won't cause you too much trouble. The jailer casually typed a line of large characters on the keyboard. What's there to worry about? If we don't release it publicly, we release it secretly. We just say it was leaked by an insider. No matter how they investigate, they can't find us. Zhong Zemo couldn't stand it anymore. Just a friendly bit of background information. Historically, towards the end of World War II, due to Germany's special military operations, the Allies played a spy investigation game, which led to low morale and widespread paranoia. Other countries always seem to have the same progression methods as us. Over time, someone will notice something's wrong. Then, if every player on the Chinese server is investigating traitors and demanding to pass a level, it only create more chaos and negatively impact the mentality and progress of normal players. Orange Tea suggested, then let's delay the leak. Let's say we reach level 5. At that point, we can start leaking information about levels 3 and even 4, as long as we maintain our leading position. The usually taciturn Quadragene spoke up. It's indeed a good method, but even within the top tier, the skill levels of players vary greatly. Our delayed release of information doesn't mean they can progress at the same speed. This disparity could mean some excellent teams lack sufficient time for trial and error, ultimately failing and missing out on the leaderboard. Huddled in front of the screen, chin in hand, muttering as he typed, "This won't work, that won't work, we're really doing everything." Zhong Zimo sighed, "I thought you were prepared before the competition even started." Orange Tea pondered, "Therefore, what we need is to synchronize any new discoveries with the international servers as soon as possible, so that most people are unaware of the inside story, and to maximize the benefits of the correct strategy, ensuring that the top tier's progress isn't squeezed too much by the three kingdoms. Synchronize with international servers." Jiang He silently repeated these 4 words. This is precisely the most crucial step in their global player acquisition strategy. How can they subtly ensure that Chinese players feel there's no internal sabotage, and the deal continues, while simultaneously getting international players to utilize the latest cutting-edge tactics that blur the lines between reality and virtuality, making each side feel that the other has even stronger capabilities, and prompting them to step up their game? By the way, should we still meet up offline to share accommodations? The 4 primals suddenly asked. I already talked to my mom. If we're leaving soon, I mentioned to Nonya that I'm still her tour guide. Nonya is truly impressive. She's stayed for so long since the offline event. Anyway, Jianghe couldn't possibly go on a solo trip to a foreign country to have fun. It's too much for him. Nonya had just finished a full bowl of snail rice noodles and skillfully pulled out her phone to pay. This thing is much more convenient than credit cards or cash. The first time Orange Tea and the 4 primals took her to eat snail rice noodles, she smelled an indescribable, strange odor from afar. Nonya used all her knowledge, adjusting her translation software as accurately as possible, hoping to convey to the 2 just how bizarre the taste was. Does it have a strange smell? Their answer made Nonya wonder if the 2 holes under their eyes were actually airproof. If it weren't for the fact that she was trying to fit in with local customs, and the fact that the 2 were enjoying their meal so much, she wouldn't have wanted to touch this bowl of food, floating in red oil, filled with a spicy, pungent odor. I heard they eat everything, my stomach, you better work hard. With a mental preparation for vomiting, she slurped it down. A very subtle, strange feeling. Not bad, but not particularly delicious either. She was just wondering why the strange, unpleasant smell wasn't as noticeable when she ate it. Back at the hotel, she took off her clothes and smelled them. The familiar scent seemed to have permeated her entire being. Adapting to a completely new culture and accepting everything behind it takes different amounts of time for everyone. Nonya's progress was undoubtedly rapid. Without any locals accompanying her, she could confidently stroll through local shops, amusing the vendors with her broken dialect, adding an extra spoonful of mincemeat and a few slices of tofu skin with practiced ease. Good, very good. She felt she had gained a deep understanding of the excellent local culture of the country. Perhaps it's time to challenge herself with some more advanced activities. The 4 primal bodies had mentioned that some night markets here sell crunchy delicacies high in protein. It sounded like an unusual ingredient, and Nonya used to feel a chill, but after living among the locals for a while, she gradually came to believe that anything the 4 primal bodies served couldn't be bad. Overjoyed with confidence, Nonya strolled around when her phone suddenly vibrated. An unexpected profile picture appeared in her chat, and she became excited. Pumpkin Guild Leader, what's wrong, bro? Is something the matter? Hearing that she needed a quiet place, Nonya rushed back to the hotel. As the #1 fan leader on the virtual real boundary network, she felt a calling. What? Help pass on the strategy guide. Hearing the summary Jianghe had just given, Nonya was taken aback, but her eyes quickly lit up. She quickly sent, I understand. The people who had pulled her into the temporary chat group exchanged bewildered glances. You haven't even explained it yet. How do you understand it already? Does the foreign server exam include reading comprehension? You guys are trying to release fake strategy information, causing top guilds on the foreign server to try it out, go down the wrong path, delay their progress, and further consolidate your leading position, right? Should I say Nonya has an excellent ability to fill in the blanks, or that she filled in the details reasonably, or perhaps, is this really the image of the boundary between reality and illusion in her mind? No, that's not right. You wouldn't do something like that. But who knows? After all, everyone outside says it's the World Championship. If they win, the T0 Guild label will be deeply ingrained. Nonya started to struggle with herself. On one hand, it was right, that's what the boundary between reality and illusion should do. On the other hand, she was trying to clear their name. So this is how die-hard fans think. I seen it for myself today. Nonya didn't mind helping. She was just a player watching the show. She would appreciate whichever guild performed well, even if there was infighting. Since she had a good relationship with the boundary between reality and illusion, what was wrong with helping them win? Feeling that she had been in the Chinese server for a while, she should use a phrase characteristic of the Chinese server to show that she was progressing. She racked her brains, and finally found the right phrase. No problem, I help you. I can talk too, I can be patriotic too. For primal bodies, did you teach her these things when you were her guide? No, I didn't, it has nothing to do with me. The 4 primal bodies denied it 3 times in a row, and he subconsciously waved his hand in front of the screen. It's like a tragic injustice. The jailer sighed. It's like I corrupted orange tea. French fries was speechless. You can really say that so casually. Nongya tentatively asked, since I already talked and fallen in love, can I join the group? I mean, the group on the boundary between reality and virtuality, so it'd be easier for you to let me harass the enemy's rear and relay messages. Jiang He covered his forehead. He repeatedly explained that he really was sharing the strategy through her, but Nongya had the air of a highly skilled agent saying, I understand, my mouth is sealed, all secrets are buried deep inside. Fine, if you don't believe me, so be it. As long as things get done. Chapter 343. Nongya's guild was initially founded to find like-minded individuals, who supported the boundary between reality and illusion guild, and incidentally, to refute the trolls in the community. As boundary between reality and illusion gained popularity and fulfilled its historical mission, its structure became quite loose, and she herself had no desire to manage it, so she simply transferred it to a friend. She had always been a solo player, experiencing the game mostly through random groups. Compared to fixed groups, the bizarre and varied events in random groups were an important part of the game that one had to experience, even if it caused high blood pressure. After the global server opened, she witnessed firsthand the world's inconsistencies. For example, the berserkers in the Chinese server seemed somewhat inhuman. She couldn't understand why these players could vanish so quickly. Through a deeper understanding of the community culture, she gradually understood the origin of the unique hierarchy of disdain for lower-ranked classes in the Chinese server's random groups. On many servers, berserkers were always a popular and preferred class, but in the Chinese server, it was the opposite. Taking on commissions gave her a wonderful feeling of being an outsider to boundary between reality and illusion, a mix of happiness and trepidation. How should I leak this information? Sending it out in public with her game ID would easily lead those with ulterior motives to associate her with the boundary between reality and virtuality. Remembering Jiang He's repeated instructions, Nongya, feeling a heavy responsibility, fell into deep thought. Soon, she had an idea. She retrieved her previously saved game time, set it for 1 hour, put on the device, and went to sleep. Nongya arrived at Deep Sleep Canyon, on the southwestern border of the Anna Empire. In the background story, a powerful necromancer named Almer lived there. He became a necromancer simply because he wanted to resurrect his younger brother and sister who had starved to death more than 10 years ago. The inhabitants around Deep Sleep Canyon feared his presence. Although Almer never threatened them or set foot in their communities, they repeatedly sought out powerful adventurers, attempting to eradicate the evil. Initially, the adventurers returned battered and bruised. But as the number of encounters increased, no more adventurers survived. Instead, the canyon teemed with an ever-growing army of spirits. Finally, they found the players. Nongya still remembers the bewildered group of adventurers whose eyes lit up at the mention of a necromancer. Deepening into the canyon, they slayed wandering spirits along the way, eventually finding the solitary Almer. Without dialogue, Almer silently fought the adventurers, either defeating them or being defeated without a word. Nongya also remembers the cheers of the entire team upon completion, if they hadn't found Almer's notes in the hut, which provided experience for summoning and necromancy classes. The journal detailed his gradual silencing, and every adventurer who ventured deep into the canyon would attack him without warning. At first, he tried to explain, but later he chose silence. When players looted the room's inventory, Almer's brother and sister, nearing the reconstructed spirit, would offer rare materials and ask, "Where's your brother?" As long as the player didn't blurt out "I killed him," the brother and sister would gift them a generous pack of red quality materials. Aside from pure berserkers, who conveniently eliminated the brother and sister, extracting their dark elemental essence to reunite the family, most players felt an intense sense of guilt. The backlash from this kind of plot, which could wake players up and make them slap themselves in the face, was too great. Players on all servers felt it was full of malice. For a while, comments like "I kill you, designer/writer," were rampant. After all, the designers of the Stars of Proof had a number of similar stories of killing people. Until later, Some players discovered that simply standing still for 1 minute after encountering Almer allowed for a flawless clear, with even greater rewards, and they could profit from both ends. The difficulty wasn't high, the rewards were plentiful, and once the correct strategy was revealed, many players came to check it out, making it a must-farm area for mid-level players before reaching the level cap. When Nongya arrived, many players were already roaming the canyon hunting spirits. Although the tower world was open, not all players could participate. Those with insufficient strength patiently gathered the necessary materials. Continuing deeper, the canyon gradually darkened, a hazy black mist obscuring the light, and visibility decreased further and further. To hone his necromancy, Almer lured as many spirits as possible from the surrounding area into the depths of the canyon. Over the years, dark element accumulated there, forming a natural spirit graveyard. The unconscious spirits, in order to avoid dissipating, attacked each other relentlessly. Generally, only a 3-person team of level 14 or higher can traverse this area, and they must avoid being ambushed by the spirits. Powerful level 20 players can freely venture into the central area of the graveyard to obtain periodically generated red-quality materials. In the center of the graveyard, players cannot access their personal information or view the information of others. This area is designated as a conflict zone, the significance of which is self-evident. Initially, players engaged in a chaotic free-for-all to obtain materials. Later, a tacit understanding emerged. Those wanting materials continued the free-for-all, while those wanting to trade occupied a corner at the edge of the graveyard. When Nongya arrived, red-quality plant materials were about to sprout, and nearly 100 max-level players within the world bubble stood ready. Her arrival drew everyone's attention, but seeing her walk towards the edge, they immediately relaxed and focused on the impending confrontation. They weren't worried about a sudden attack from behind. The formation of human order is that subtle. Once it's established, all newcomers will subconsciously abide by it. Those who break the rules will only incur everyone's wrath. The trading circle at the edge of the graveyard had about 20 people. This was a large number in a world bubble. In some less populated world bubbles, there were only 2 or 3 traders, requiring patience. Furthermore, waiting didn't guarantee getting what they wanted. Because the goods sold here couldn't be displayed in stalls, and had no physical form, they were the most valuable information for the high-level players of the Stars of Proof. Since the launch of Proof of the Stars, third-party trading has been strictly regulated. The first batch of qualified players, eager to farm resources, entered the game to recoup their equipment costs, only to find that third-party trading websites were ordered to remove their listings, and small circle escrow transactions were recalled. High-value items circulating in the game were untradeable, while high-value tradable items were unobtainable through gameplay. Universal Materials, with the game's built-in barter system, had a fragmented valuation system, initially allowing only demand-based trading. A series of combined attacks completely stunned all the gold farming players. In this atmosphere where everyone was making and spending money like stars, with no one even considering taking anything home, the gold farming players, helpless and without connections, could only accept reality. Nongya had always felt that guilds like the boundary between reality and illusion, and the Chosen of Corn were quite unique. They had accumulated wealth rapidly in the early stages of the server launch, their resources and levels far exceeding those of ordinary players, so they didn't need to consider trading at all. In the high-level player circle, bartering and equivalent exchange were the mainstream. It was almost like being a high-level mage in the world of Proof of the Stars, a truly immersive experience. Nongya, adapting to local customs, had already covered herself completely with a hoodie, and used light-blocking magic on her face, ensuring that anyone looking directly at her would only see a dark hole. As a newcomer, the surrounding whispers and private chatter drew everyone's attention. According to the rules, visitors need to clearly state what high-value information they can provide to attract interested buyers to bid. Nongya coughed, deliberately clearing her throat. The Chaos Tower World Level 3 Guide. As soon as she finished speaking, more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned to her. Nongya felt like a kettle on a hot stove, her whole body instantly burning. Fortunately, her long robe concealed her movements and expressions, so she didn't have to worry about revealing her fear. The Tower World Level 3 Guide? This event only started today. How can you be so fast? Nongya explained, you forgot about the event's time zones. My time zone allows me to experience the Tower World much earlier than yours. Very good, then the second question. Another person approached. So far, only the virtual reality boundary team has been able to guide the Level 3. Is your guide from them? Nongya was startled, but quickly tried to smooth things over. The strategy one mentioned is a highly feasible plan, verified by the team. Although we couldn't clear it today due to limitations in skill and time, It's only a matter of time with continued attempts. I believe anyone with even a basic understanding should grasp the difficulty of this level. In the graveyard, besides the directly participating players, there were also information hunters. They provided valuable game information, earning a profit as middlemen. This line of work required a thorough understanding of valuable game information. After all, it was rumored that some of their clients were wealthy, high-rolling customers in real life. How can I verify your claims? You need to provide some verifiable information. This was also Nongya's first time engaging in information trading. She had never touched this kind of game that skirted the edge of game penalties before. She examined the numerous valid pieces of information provided by the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, letting out a disdainful laugh that everyone could hear. In your word chain game, the word temperament appeared in the prompt. Many people present fell silent, seemingly communicating with their respective teams. About 20 minutes later, the first feedback came back. Validity confirmed. Payment in 2 installments. What do you think? I have no objection. Then, you can submit your offer. Oh no! Nongya was instantly dumbfounded. She had thought about many details of the transaction along the way, but forgot the most crucial element, the price. This kind of transaction information wouldn't appear in the game community, so there were naturally no guides or price lists to follow. Calm down, calm down. Huff huff. The boundary between reality and illusion hasn't given me any reference price. Perhaps that's a kind of attitude. They entrusted me with such an important task, one that could influence the strategies of other top players. It's a kind of pledge of allegiance in the cultural system. So, the more the better. Nongya, with angel wings, jumped out and smacked her head hard. No, after so much offline interaction, how can you look at them like that? Think about it, what did they do at their last offline event? Nongya's eyes lit up. That's right, helping farmers charity. We can totally change our approach, as long as all the money earned goes back to those in need, right? Anyway, people who can complete third-party transactions through covert and complex methods are definitely not ordinary gold farmers. They're all wealthy guys. Just take advantage of them first, then release the same information half a day later in the world chat. Having completed her mental storm, Nongya felt an increasing sense of mission, filled with righteous indignation. She high-pitched, "Shouldn't you be the one showing your willingness to buy? How much are the buyers behind you willing to pay? How much profit do you, as middlemen, expect to make?" It was unclear whether Nongya knew anything about this. After a moment of silence, someone made the first move. The man in black robes walked to Nongya's side and quietly quoted a price. $700. One followed another. 800. 1,200. 1,250. A round of bidding was complete, with the highest price being 2,100. This was already a considerable sum in information bidding. Almost every information hunter knew the potential significance of the Tower World. It's the World Championship. Seemingly indifferent, each country is secretly competing. If a team representing a nation performs well, someone will immediately try to reap the rewards. High-level players are now more willing to invest than usual. Especially after certain teams made statements about creating barriers, the information gap they can gain is even greater. Nongya wasn't satisfied. Only $2,100? That's nothing compared to the sales figures from the virtual real border helping farmers livestream. Her eyes darted around. A very disappointing bid. The highest bid is only $20,000. It seems no one takes the World Championship seriously. $20,000? Everyone present was stunned, wondering who was so determined to win. You know, selling information is rarely exclusive. It's usually just a verbal agreement. To be willing to pay such a high price just to be the first to know a few secrets and put them into practice immediately shows how determined this team is. Is it likely they've been driven to desperation by the relay playing puppets? Or perhaps they're desperate to close the gap with the boundary between the virtual and real worlds? Surpassing the boundary is the primary goal of all T1 guilds. Whoever can dethrone the T0 crown will become famous throughout the game. This honor is enough to make every ambitious team give it their all. While I can't guarantee exclusivity, once you buy it, you have the opportunity to challenge the boundary's progress and catch up with it. The chance to gain both fame and fortune is far more readily available than it was at the Temple of the Clarities. Aren't you really going to give it a try? Nongya's words reconnected the information hunter with the team behind him. 50,000 is the highest price we can offer. Any higher, and I'm worried that even encrypted transactions are easily censored. Nongya smiled. Deal. She then asked, does that mean transactions below this price are less likely to be censored by the game? The information hunter was also puzzled. Previously, it was very easy to receive warnings, But in the last few days, it seems to have become much more lenient. Perhaps the authorities have shifted their focus to regulating the tower world. Chapter 344. Everyone. Nonya sent a cute chibi-style emoticon of an anime character waving her arms, radiating energy, and instantly recognizable as the real Nonya. Because actively distributing strategy guides is too suspicious and hard to convince high-level players, I adopted a paid approach. Fries agreed. Paying is reasonable. Free information always raises suspicion. Jianghe asked curiously, "How much did you earn?" Nonya replied immediately, 90,000. Jailer brother exclaimed in front of his computer, "Just a little leak, and you earned that much." Bed couldn't help but clap. 90,000 magic crystals. That cover all your teleportation fees from now on. Nonya couldn't help but send 2 question marks. Orange Tea understood. Not magic crystals, are they materials? 90,000 materials, green or white. A knife. A knife? Before everyone could recover from their daze, Nonya's explanation left them all speechless. Aside from using knife to refer to currency in relation to Nonya, all that remained was a choked wow. Can you really make that much money? Nonya confessed that she only obtained information related to tarot, yet she had already lured a group of information hunters into becoming suckers. However, there was only one sucker at the beginning. Several more were subsequently sold, generally for no more than 5,000. Even 5,000 was enough to astonish the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. This is a sensitive area involving third-party transactions. Previously, it was a topic that couldn't be touched even within the game. Serious offline trading behavior results in minor penalties, like a 24-hour ban, and major penalties, like a permanent ban and account deletion. The maximum penalty currently seems to be only for one person involved in the resale of a large amount of offline materials. The materials were recovered, the inventory was cleared, and the account was banned for 7 days. The punishment was supposed to end there. He could return to the game in 7 days. But instead, he suddenly went to the community and publicly hurled insults at the creators of the Stars of Proof, calling them utter idiots, for several days in a row. After learning Candlelight's true identity, the virtual reality boundary felt he should be grateful for the excellent personality bestowed upon him by the Overlord. There were many posts every day criticizing the game planners and administrators, but few were as genuinely malicious as he was. Thus, he had the honor of becoming the first person to quit the game. Minor punishments continued unabated, and the recovery of traded items occurred frequently, so players mostly traded in-game materials. Until a week before the tower world opened, the information hunters, who had been constantly trying third-party transactions, suddenly noticed signs of a lenient review process. The virtual reality boundary members instantly understood. Candlelight wasn't without countermeasures against weaving wind. The monitoring and review of third-party transactions in the game were decided by each player themselves. Candlelight only needed to loosen her clenched fist slightly. The rest could be left to the invisible hand of the market to regulate. It's not cheating, nor does it conflict with any code of conduct. Given the cultivation environment of the 3 realms, expecting them to successfully overcome geographical barriers and conduct transactions is self-evidently difficult. Furthermore, considering the likely existence of sectarian rivalries and academic disputes in the cultivation world, the behavior of hoarding knowledge for the sake of higher ranking is probably already underway. Understanding this, Jianghe couldn't help but feel relieved. French Fries asked, "So how do you conduct the transaction?" "I send a cryptocurrency transaction link on a private website, and the payer will attach a code for verification. The risk of exposure is almost zero. Even if they try to check the IP, they only get incorrect information. After all, I'm here as a tourist." After reviewing the process, he couldn't find any major flaws. Nonya said with a troubled expression, "The only problem now is how I should give you the money. This transaction method doesn't seem very friendly to you." Jianghe wanted to joke and tell her not to mention it, to pretend it never happened and keep it to herself, so she wouldn't have any trouble. But considering the strange misunderstanding they had before about serving tea and seeing guests off, he thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Actually, you've done us a huge favor, which can be considered your reward." Neither Jianghe nor Nonya had any objections to the boundary between reality and fiction, thinking it didn't matter. He figured he could just use some of the money to treat them to a good time when he went on a trip to France. If he really wanted to, he could donate to welfare homes and nursing homes during the trip, buy some rice, flour, and cooking oil, and give them some as a token of respect for local customs. In the past, people might have been more concerned. Having witnessed the candlelight, knowing the weighty mission ahead, receiving a promise that ultimately came to nothing, and now receiving a generous share of the profits, He had even become a somewhat well-known player in the cross industry. Honestly, Jiang He couldn't be more satisfied with the life-changing transformation he experienced in the past few months. Even though he inevitably encountered some despicable people along the way, he could handle it calmly. Nongya seemed startled. This far exceeds the value I deserve for what I done for you. Anyone could have done what I did. Frankly, you make me feel like a thief, stealing wealth that doesn't belong to me. That's not right. I'm not sure if the translation is accurate. It's not as user-friendly as the built-in translation in the game. Jiang He also felt his earlier remarks had been hasty. Nongya treated the topic of money with great seriousness, her words radiating a proud self-respect and confidence. After further communication, Nongya only agreed to a monthly safekeeping fee of 3,000 yuan as payment for in-game assistance and encrypted transfers outside the game. This also included her accommodation and meals during her domestic travels. The jailer asked, "I'm a little curious. Do you usually dabble in cryptocurrency?" Dabble. Perhaps the translation is wrong. I don't quite understand what entertainment it has to do with it. To me, it's more like a means for capital and people hiding in the shadows to manipulate wealth. It doesn't bring joy. If it does, it must be for gamblers, and the place where gamblers gather is inevitably a casino. Damn, I can't help but give Nongya a thumbs up. The speed at which the first day's battle report spread was astonishing. The attention brought by once again dominating the top of the leaderboard pushed the boundary between reality and fiction to the forefront. Unlike the World Championship, there were no video clips available for analysis unless the team released them themselves, which left many people scratching their heads. The discussion about the chain reaction puppets was extremely high. Even without being able to enter the game, off-site viewers were spontaneously playing it, trying to help find a special chain reaction route suitable for the Chinese server. Jiang He felt these people would most likely be disappointed. After several tests, he discovered that the word chain puppet always guaranteed one of the three options to be risky. The selection wasn't entirely based on probability. What a cunning trick. Instead of hoping to completely invalidate the word chain puppet, it was better to guide it towards categories he could handle, making the situation as controllable as possible. He also updated this post on his social media. Jiang He had expected the post to be very popular, but he didn't expect it to become a trending topic across the entire site in just 10 minutes. Upon closer inspection, the plight of the Chosen of Corn next door was surprisingly at the top of the trending list. Two members of the Chosen of Corn, wielding melee weapons, fought against a blood-splattering, carnivorous warthog that roared down from the sky. The visual impact of the image was overflowing the screen, and to make matters worse, it was a video. Every viewer who clicked on the video could personally hear the hellish squeals of the pigs descending from the sky, growing louder as they approached. Just hearing the sound gives me goosebumps. Don Quixote would never consider challenging this. The atmosphere for the relay challenge was unprecedentedly high, and some guilds even launched a service where players could customize their own relay sequences, complete and record them, giving viewers who couldn't play the game a greater sense of participation. In no time, responses poured in. It seemed just as lively during the qualifiers. Everyone's back, Fries laughed. 3 months. I hope that when the competition is over, we can all get together and have a great time. What do you mean by get together? Jiang He looked away, somewhat bewildered. It means hugging you, rolling around, or something else. French Fries also turned away, muttering, "Doesn't last night count?" The romantic atmosphere was temporarily interrupted by the replies popping up in the group chat. The 4 primordial bodies asked again when they would be leaving. The jailer hurriedly replied, "In 2 days. My family has already settled the house. Now we just need to do some cleaning and decorating." The jailer was still inching. The last batch of agricultural products for the farmer's aid had been shipped out today. During his time in Qingning, aside from driving back to the city to sleep, he spent most of his time helping out in the village, and gradually became acquainted with many people. The villagers' excessive enthusiasm was overwhelming for him, especially the parents of the orange tea vendor. Ever since his visit, their chickens and ducks had been dragged into the kitchen under various pretexts. Walking on the street, he was given local produce and fresh leafy greens by the villagers. He was treated like a god of wealth. Every day was his favorite kind of farm stay, which indirectly led to the fact that the prison guard now seemed somewhat afraid of chickens and ducks, but increasingly fond of vegetables. He probably wouldn't want to see them on the dinner table for a while after returning to Guangzhou. "My leave request has been approved. My family helped me apply for it themselves," Beiwo said happily. 3 months of fun. Zhong Zemo sighed. "I have to make up for it eventually." "Don't be so serious," Beiwo emphasized. "From now on, enter strategy mode. Don't talk to me like you do in class." Zhong Zemo's leave request went smoothly. With winter break approaching, his leave wouldn't actually affect his original teaching schedule too much. Besides, he was now a celebrity at school with an excellent reputation, so everyone was understanding. The students jokingly declared that if the guild didn't get first place, they wouldn't be allowed to be first in their grade. Now they were even more determined to get first place. Zhu Zicha's conversation with her family went smoothly as well. The jailer's words, "I bring glory to the country in 3 months," dispelled their concerns, and they beamed with joy. However, Zhu Zicha sensed that her parents' attitude towards the jailer was somewhat subtle. Seeing that everyone had arranged their leave of absence, Jiang He couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect it to come to this, needing to share an apartment offline. Is there anything wrong with that?" The jailer countered. "It's only 3 months. Just think of it as a period of indulgence after graduation when you can't find a job." It was clear he was quite indulgent and very experienced. Chapter 345. At 11 p.m., the reality virtual boarder went live on time. After checking the guild's operations, they noticed something unusual. The number of invading the reality virtual boarder had increased compared to before, with peak daily visitor numbers fluctuating around 900. After the reality virtual boarder's reputation for stealing money from its defensive outposts spread, the number of well-meaning people sending materials from afar decreased significantly. With the opening of the tower world, this number should have decreased, but it suddenly doubled, raising everyone's suspicions. The visiting players were a mixed bag, from all sorts of countries, making their intentions incomprehensible. Ksha, hands on hips, confidently swung his thick tail. "Don't worry, they never leave alive." Mint also appeared, shaking a potion emitting green smoke. "I added a lot of matcha seasoning to the Siren's modified defensive fortifications. It definitely give the invaders a big surprise." The Slime King, as usual, stayed home and didn't show up. Aurelia, consumed by rage from her repeated forging failures, remained undisturbed, merely glancing at her from afar. Aurelia's scales resembled billowing lava, dazzlingly bright, with wisps of mist rising from between them, as if she were trapped in a steamer. Such a vivid aura. Any intruders appearing against her now would likely suffer greatly. Open Can Instant Food sent a private message. "Are you still going to stay on the 3rd floor?" he suggested. "Let's continue upwards. Many teams are stuck on this floor. Sooner or later, they figure out enough information. Your assistants can't effectively compensate for the lack of resources. Figuring out a strategy doesn't guarantee success. Hands and brain are never a single unit. Most people think they know it, but when it comes to putting it into practice, it's still a mess." He had clearly communicated with the other 2 guilds, as Huangyang Yimeng and Crimson Music Box had also sent essentially the same message. "Huangyang Yimeng, look at the reactions of the other guilds, they're all prepared to take your place." Crimson Music Box emphasized, "Whoever it is, we can't lose our leading position. Besides, you still hold the crown of AT0 Guild, only we, the people of the Chinese server, can defeat you." During the qualifiers, Virtual Boundary calmly congratulated Corns chosen for defeating them and securing a spot. Now, it was their turn to offer their blessings and strive to catch up. Carrying everyone's expectations, Virtual Boundary headed towards the 4th floor. The dazed feeling of falling into white light lasted for more than 10 seconds. When they opened their eyes again, the members of Virtual Boundary had arrived in a spacious study. The world was black and white, everything had been frozen in time. Stepping out from under the covers onto the balcony, rows of houses came into view in the distance, densely packed and undulating across the land, outlining a series of jagged lines. They were in a study atop a towering castle, its luxurious furnishings a testament to the high social status of its owner. Shilu's projection quietly appeared in the center of the room, becoming the 8th character with color in this black and white world. Distinguished and great adventurers, you have passed the basic level 3 test of the Chaos Tower world. As a selection process, you have reached level 4 with outstanding results. From this moment on, each of your deaths will consume a challenge qualification. With that, Shilu clapped her hands lightly, and the number corresponding to the number of challenge qualifications appeared on the back of each person's hand. 2. Using up your challenge attempts doesn't mean you're completely eliminated from the Chaos Tower world. Your reliable teammates still have a chance to save you from hell and bring you back to the challenge. Shilu showed everyone her right palm, a large 0 floating up. Also, starting from the 4th floor, your actions in the levels will earn corresponding points. Tower world points can be directly exchanged for items from me. They are diverse, some beneficial to your current floor, some to later floors, and of course, some might not be useful until you fail. Therefore, please choose wisely, as I do not offer a refund-only option. The star proof's information gathering ability is really strong. Can they even learn this trick? Jiang He stroked his chin. He basically understood the gameplay. He asked, so what's the theme of our 4th floor? Become a lord. As soon as Shilu finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. It sounds related to farming and management. It's a theme they'd like. Tower World 4th floor. Become a lord. Players must become the master of the castle in the simulation environment, ruling the territory and building a favorable environment within 2 months. Simulation can be accelerated to achieve an excellent rating and pass the Lord's review by sunset due. Note 1. Simulation ratings are hidden by default and cannot be actively viewed by players. Note 2. Player strength is automatically adapted to the 6th tier level in the game context. Note 3. Equipment can still be used normally, but the item acquisition is not sealed on the 4th tier. Note 4. Only one lord can exist at a time. Having grasped the basic information, the jailer is already eager to get started. He was quite interested in the farming and development minigame after experiencing rural life for a while. It was like a godsend. I have to try it right away, the jailer asked. So where's the data panel? I want to see what resources my territory has so I can show off my power. Shilu shook her head. I'm sorry, the 4th level won't provide visualized territory data. All information needs to be obtained by the players themselves. Huh? This wasn't what the jailer had imagined. French fries fell into thought. It reminds me of a question we discussed in the writers group before. If all information in the empire were visible, could ordinary people become excellent ancient emperors? This question piqued Zhong Zimo's interest. Objectively speaking, the lack of information is precisely the main reason why many mediocre emperors lose control of the grassroots. But whether they can become excellent emperors, I can't say. Lacking effective information, they currently have only 7 people available. This is their original team managing such a large territory. Orange Tea raised her hand. Sister Shilu, could you tell me the population of the territory? Shilu smiled. Currently, this blank territory, which hasn't been named by you, has a registered total population of 18,522. We can't provide data on the transit population. After you confirm who the Lord is, you will automatically arrange members of the Lord's mansion, as well as some subordinates. But whether they are the best choice is for you to decide. As a meticulous writer, Fries had a wealth of knowledge, and she was sweating a little. A total population of 18,522 is the size of some small towns. Don't be fooled by how much they play management games. In reality, their best achievement is managing only one class. The jailer reassured everyone. It's alright, challenge attempts are only deducted upon death, failing a challenge is fine. Seeing the jailer's words, Shilu just smiled and didn't say anything. Chapter 346. When it came to naming things, it was just a forward level, and failure meant another chance to try, so no one took it too seriously. Therefore, after the jailer brother offered some playful suggestions, the name was smoothly decided. Silent Territory. They were very grateful he hadn't suggested Jailer Territory this time. Although it seemed everyone was capable of being a lord, requiring only collective effort, they still wanted to be more formal at the beginning. Thus, the first lord was Zhong Zemo, who possessed the most extensive management experience of all. With everything ready, Zhong Zemo, as lord, requested Shilu to begin the game. Ripples spread, bestowing vibrant colors upon this frozen world. At the boundary between reality and illusion, everyone felt the rhythmic waves lapping against their bodies, their magic and power being invisibly bound. This floor's level was useless. Everyone was adapted to the game's character rank system, only at rank 6. Outside the corridor, footsteps approached. A light knock sounded on the heavy, carved wooden door. Zhong Zemo paused for 2 seconds before settling into character under everyone's watchful eyes. Jianghe urged, this level clearly requires a combination of acting skills and strategic thinking to solve. You're the Lord, we're the Guard Knights, so everyone be alert. Zhong Zemo adopted the serious demeanor he displayed when facing students on a lectern. He fidgeted with his automatically adapting purple gold velvet robe, feeling quite awkward. It was unusually wide, trailing on the ground. It was hard to call it everyday wear, more like some kind of ceremonial attire. Those who entered the 4th level as Guard Knights maintained their original clothing styles. The jailer was quite interested in buying a genuine medieval tin can set from the shop specifically for this unique level, that would really make it more immersive. Oh, so you can really shop in the Chaos Tower world. I placed my order right away. Just a second before the person knocking entered, the jailer, a necromancer, transformed into a tin can man. The newcomer was a sprightly old man with white hair, impeccably dressed. Based on the limited background information provided by Shilu, the player could call him Navis. Navis was the steward of the Lord's castle, serving the Lord's family for many years. He was efficient and trustworthy. However, he rarely handled matters outside the castle. The Lord entrusted all affairs of the territory to professionals. Navis had come to inquire about the banquet preparations. 2 days ago, he had been instructed to make purchases for an exceptionally grand banquet, and now it was time to ask further questions. Zhong Zimo immediately recalled information about the banquet. He was a lord who indulged in pleasure and debauchery, frequently inviting knights and mages from his territory to revel and socialize with nobles from surrounding territories, living a life of decadence. Such banquets were often extremely lavish, and the competitive spirit among nobles led invited participants to join forces and host even grander feasts after returning to their respective territories, creating a vicious cycle. Having grasped this, Zhong Zimo waved his hand righteously. "No, I have more important matters to attend to now." Seeing his response, Butler Navis bowed slightly. "Does your excellency intend to compete in martial arts with the slaves? I will arrange it for you immediately." Everyone was stunned by this prescient reply. This was information that Shilu had not provided to the players. Zhong Zimo could only feign composure and ask, "Why would I compete with slaves?" Navis's voice trembled slightly. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. This is one of your usual forms of entertainment. It was my own idea." Jiang He sensed something was amiss. As a butler, Navis was supposed to be an elder who had served the Lord for 2 generations. Why was he so apprehensive after just one question from Zhong Zimo? "It's all right. I want to inspect and understand the territory's situation now. Let my reliable subordinates handle it. We start with the castle, you assist?" Navis nodded hastily. The group had already divided up their tasks before the game even began. Zhong Zimo stayed in the Lord's study, perusing the piles of documents. He believed they contained a lot of useful information about the territory. The others went their separate ways, gathering information about the territory as quickly as possible. Beiwo followed Butler Navis to the castle's food storage warehouse. All kinds of hunted meat, after being skinned and processed, are frozen using ice magic and stored in the cellar. Those requiring no special preservation techniques are mostly stored here. Listening to Navis's explanation, Beiwo surveyed the mountain of wheat flour. It was late autumn, and the territory's maids were working overtime grinding the seasonal grains, sorting and storing them. As a knight, her appearance caused the dozen or so working maids to stand up abruptly, like startled mice, their hands clasped tightly to their chests, heads bowed low, avoiding direct eye contact with Beiwo. Beiwo actually knew nothing about grain processing. She suddenly felt this step should be overseen by Zhu Zicha. Considering their actions would affect the game's progress, she pretended to walk over to the milled and bagged grains, grabbed a handful, sniffed it, rubbed it between her fingertips, and then vigorously rubbed it. Finally, she took a small portion and put it in her mouth. Not very tasty at all. The grinding was so coarse, almost unpalatable. The flavor was alright though. At least it was seasonal grain, no musty smell. Cough, cough, cough. She inhaled the dust, choked, and coughed. The maids around her all knelt down, begging for forgiveness. "Why are you kneeling?" "No kneeling. Keep working." She instinctively wanted to say that, but remembering her role, she quickly changed her tone to a gentler one. "I'm starving. I think I'd take a big gulp." "Keep working." The little joke made the maids feel like they'd been granted a reprieve, and they returned to their work. As she was about to leave, she could still hear their whispers about her. Once they were alone, she asked, "Mr. Navis? You're too kind. Please call me by my first name." Navis was flattered. "All right, I just wanted to ask, since it's ground so coarsely, why not ask a mage for help?" Navis was surprised. Asking a mage for this kind of help is considered provocative and insulting. "Have you encountered anyone willing to help during your travels?" "Just grind it repeatedly. It's just a bit more time-consuming." "Okay, I understand immediately. Even with superior productivity, they're unwilling to use it. How twisted. How long will the food stored in the castle last us?" Navis hesitated, then said, "First, I need to confirm who you mean by US? It includes everyone active within the castle, of course. According to the food data recorded the other day, it's enough to feed only 39 people in the castle, which I think will last a year. Are there any defensive magic arrays? They can withstand attacks from 6th-tier mages. The stored magic stones should last for 5 to 6 days. Besides us, how many high-tier mages are there in the castle? 2, and both are elderly. Therefore, in case of an emergency, these 9 high-tier mages represent all the combat power available to Silent Hill. Having confirmed the strategic support, Beiwo was the first to hand over the information to Zhong Zemo. Jiang He and Shuqiu arrived at the most chaotic area of the territory, home to an arena, taverns, a brothel, and a slave trade, located at the southernmost tip of the territory. This chaotic mix meant a diverse community. While patrolling guards prevented overt violence, friction was still frequent. Lori, a short, gray-skinned ratman, was the tax collector and head of this area. To be honest, Jiang He's first impression of him was that of an excessively fat rat who had learned to walk upright. His only key characteristic as a humanoid was probably his humanoid form. His hybrid lineage was extremely close to rat, not human. Lori, as a tax collector, reaped substantial profits from this place, but otherwise provided little service in maintaining order. As a Lord's Knight, a trusted confidant sent by the Lord to inspect the territory, Lori approached with a beaming smile, immediately taking off the cloth bag hanging from his waist and stuffing it into Jiang He's hands. Autumn has arrived. Perhaps the knight would be interested in some fine wine? We were just about to send some gifts to the Lord, and now it seems we should prepare one for you as well. Come, come, please don't refuse. These people all rely on the Lord's protection. This is a humble gift they offer to you, my lord, as a heartfelt token of their gratitude. Jiang He wanted to refuse righteously, but he knew that pretending to be upright would only backfire with such a slippery fellow. He looked at Lori, smiled knowingly, and tucked the heavy bag of coins into his pocket with a clink, while lightly patting Lori's shoulder twice. Lori laughed along, feeling reassured. I'm here today for the Lord's inspection, although we are. Lori quickly interrupted. Friends. Yes, friends, but I am ultimately responsible to the Lord, so you need to give me some reliable information. He muttered in a low voice. Anyway, the Lord doesn't care, does he? As Lori entered the arena, a bloody and fierce battle was underway. Unlike the formal arenas established by the Anna Empire's royal family, the battles here have no rules, and there's no stopping point between fighters. The winner lives, the loser dies. At this moment, the bear-like monster is biting an elf in its mouth, its teeth straining against its waist and abdomen. The petite body will soon break into pieces. The surrounding audience seems to have activated a bloodthirsty frenzy, everyone shouting and roaring kill. Kill! Kill! The frenzied rhythm sweeps through every corner like a tidal wave, igniting an infinitely high level of bloodlust within everyone. This situation only improved when they entered the soundproof viewing seats built by Lori. I heard that you are all knights summoned by the Lord from distant territories. Since we are all friends, I am happy to answer your questions. Lori sat down in a chair, casually picked up a piece of dried meat, and began to chew. Having just arrived, I wanted to ask you how many slaves the nobles and people of status here keep. Lori's chewing slowed, his gaze narrowing slightly, but he saw Jiang He holding the fries to his chest and sniffing his neck. The intimacy of treating him like family made Lori's lips curl into a smile. As expected, they're not exactly respectable people. Those summoned by the Lord are all the same. Thinking this, Lori began to speak freely. The registered population that Shi Lu deliberately emphasized when providing the data was indeed significant. Within the territory, there were two well-known forces. One was the Wilt mage family, with several six-tier mages within their ranks, existing long before the Lord took control of the area. The other was the once powerful, now fallen noble family, the Basques, whose wealth still allowed them considerable influence among the nobility. Although my family's family isn't my family, and within a territory, the Lord holds the highest position, there are exceptions in the silent territory. These two families are outside the jurisdiction of their respective lords, and usually keep to themselves. It's believed they each have 1,000 to 2,000 hidden members. As for their effective fighting strength, that's unknown. Lori, seeing Jiang He deep in thought, continued, we always gotten along well without disturbing each other, so here's a piece of advice. Just pretend you didn't see anything related to those two families. Before parting, Lori strongly suggested Jiang He check out the new elven beauties at the next establishment, vividly describing how hot they were. Jiang He kept stealing glances at Fry's reaction, and after promising Lori it would be next time, he finally managed to slip away. On the way back to the castle, Fries calmly said, after passing through Kshatriya, such trivial matters won't elicit any reaction from me. Actually, she hesitated, I really want to see just how hot it is, how far the game standards can go in the tower world. Back in the Lord's room, Orange Tea and Jailer, who had inspected the granaries and tax situation within the territory, along with the four primitives, who had conducted public opinion surveys, had also returned. After summarizing the information from all sides, everyone's brows furrowed deeply. First was the tax. The tax rate in Silent Territory was 71%. Upon hearing this tax rate, everyone fell silent. Many medieval lords, upon hearing it, would widen their eyes and sincerely exclaim, "You're ruthless." Jiang He couldn't understand how the people here could resist fleeing and continue to be exploited by the lord. It felt like only a game could design such bizarre conditions. It was unbelievable. As for the granaries, they were full from the recent autumn harvest, but according to the tax official, they wouldn't be used to support the territory's inhabitants. Instead, they would be used for trade. The four primal bodies told everyone that many people, after having their autumn grain confiscated, barely had enough to survive until the end of winter. Then, the tax official would distribute rations, which would last until the following autumn. The rations were enough to sustain survival and work, but definitely not enough for people to travel far. This was probably why many wanted to escape, but couldn't leave. No complaints? Zhong Zemo felt like a tyrannical bastard, and he immediately inquired about public opinion. They're rather numb. Some are grateful for a bite to eat, but most are angry but dare not speak out. The four primal bodies touched their dry lips. I feel like we're managing a powder keg about to explode. Chapter 347. Besides the basic taxes, the territory has many innovative taxes. Well tax. A tax is levied on using wells dug within the territory. Digging your own well also requires paying a corresponding tax. Planting tax. Territory residents who want to grow crops outside the designated area must pay a hefty tax, altering the land's tax attributes. Bread tax. Residents must pay a tax on the operation and use of the public bakery within the territory, even if they don't use the public oven. And so on and so forth. The dazzling array of tax terms made me dizzy just looking at them, having dragged the blankets out of the study next door. However, Europa players should feel right at home. They really did have such a period in their history, except for the difference in tax rates. Zhong Zemo clutched his head, looking at Jiang He, hoping to hear some good news. There are two forces within our territory that we can't control. The good news is, they don't care about us. The bad news is, they don't care about us. Zhong Zemo rubbed his temples. This gesture was contagious, and even his wife was doing it. At least it's neither good nor bad news. Anything else? The tax collectors we sent into the territory are more like bandits than officials, but they were all personally recruited and appointed by you, Lord. The guards responsible for patrolling and maintaining order used to be adventurers, doing their jobs for money. You are the one who recognized their talent and hired them. They're a mixed bag. Some are dutiful, some are just slacking off, but without exception, they have no sense of belonging to the territory. Money talks. If they run away when threatened, that's their last act of loyalty to you. It wouldn't be surprising if they turned their guns on you and led the way. Because of our location on the Empire's borders, bordering other races, our trade location has a decent advantage. Merchants are a crucial part of our economy. Besides taxes, the territory's biggest economic source is its diverse gambling, prostitution, and martial arts. Thankfully, it's not drugs, which means we don't have to play the role of drug lords in the game. Bet up, Facebombed. Is Silent Territory a mafia stronghold? Zhong Zemo had already turned his gaze to the jailer and orange tea. I forgot to tell you, one of the taxes we just paid was a milling tax. The grain isn't weighed according to the amount paid, but rather husked. And the husking rate here is low, maybe only 50%. The slaves still tilling the fields are actually living the best lives. Because they are the Lord's private property, they are well fed. As for the commoners, many of them have a chilling green glint in their eyes. If Orange Tea hadn't actually seen that they had humanoid forms, she would have suspected they were some kind of special humanoid race. As a farm boy, Orange Tea was already sweating profusely as the tax collector managing the grain spoke, terrified that a pitchfork might come flying at him. Zhong Zemo had a headache. He spread a map out on the table. Silent Territory, located on the Empire's border, bordered foreign tribes to the west and south, except for its north and east borders with Black Frost City, one of the Empire's territories. Jiang He asked, "Is there a problem?" While reviewing the documents on the table, I discovered that 2 months ago, a batch of valuables from Black Frost City disappeared near Silent Territory during transit. The Lord of Black Frost wanted to send more people into the territory to search for them, and sent envoys to negotiate, but I turned them all away. This made them suspect that some of us, or even my subordinates, had embezzled the valuables. The Silent Territory and Black Frost are constantly at odds, and there's a risk of an accidental conflict. Orange Tea scratched his head. No, wait. Aren't we under the same empire? Would they dare to launch a surprise attack on us? That's treason. The jailer sighed. Just think of it as a vassal state under the Zhou dynasty. Power isn't so centralized. Everyone's just living under the Empire's banner. Orange Tea understood a bit. Sounds like a franchisee. Jiang He commented. Loss of control at the grassroots level, unpopularity, lack of military strength, and the threat of external enemies. The buffs are stacked up to the max. A standard script for the end of a dynasty. French Fries chimed in. Squid, you can find a decent-looking tree and wait to hang yourself. Zhong Zimo truly understood the anxieties of the last emperor. Isn't there any good news? Yes, said the four primal bodies. I checked the castle's defenses, it's impregnable. No troublemakers can get in. You're already imagining an uprising? Thanks. Zhong Zimo said, both amused and exasperated. Passing the fourth level requires she lose approval. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds needs to improve the territory's atmosphere as quickly as possible, gradually accumulating the unviewable pass points. 7 chairs were arranged in a row. For safety, Jiang He set up a soundproofing array. The first silent territory political consultation at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds began. Let's change the taxes first, Jiang He suggested. The long-term effects of taxes might not be immediately apparent. Abolishing exorbitant taxes will quickly improve our reputation. The suggestion was unanimously approved. Based on historical experience, Zhong Zimo decided to abolish all miscellaneous taxes and collect a unified 11th tax. He actually wanted to implement a 1-in-1 tax system, but Fries thought he was being too radical. Changing too much at once, even for the better, could easily cause a major upheaval. Moreover, the territory's armed forces were primarily mercenaries. The only people they could control were slaves, who were mostly flesh and blood, no match for mages. Let's try this first. Zhong Zimo walked to the clock Shi Lu had placed in the Lord's room and turned its hands. The daily time flow on the 4th floor could be adjusted by the player, and the ratio to real time would also change accordingly. At everyone's suggestion, he decided to observe the effects after 1 day. Tax reform. Abolish all miscellaneous taxes and adopt a 1/10 tax system. The castlemates carried the Lord's document and read it aloud, proclaiming this great boon. Strangely, however, despite the entire day's propaganda, Jiang He and the others didn't get enough feedback from the public. They generally stood far away, seemingly afraid that the dust on their clothes would soil the maids' beautiful black and white uniforms. One advantage of simulation is that decrees are issued automatically without the player's intervention. All administrators under the player's command receive the information automatically. Within a day, everyone should know, so why does no one seem to care? To find the answer, Jiang He personally went to Lori's arena. There, he obtained the answer he sought. The Lord had previously implemented tax reductions on several occasions on a whim, but after some time, not only would he revert to the original policy, but he would also secretly collect the previously undercollected taxes. This back and forth had rendered the people indifferent to this almost theatrical act. Moreover, rumors have been circulating recently that Black Frost City is about to attack Silent Territory. The sudden tax reduction at this moment has led many to speculate whether it's a temporary measure to appease the public and prevent mass exodus, a prelude to war. As usual, Lori wanted to invite Jiang He and the 4 primals to experience the allure of the fiery elven women. After being rejected a second time, Lori stroked his chin, watching their retreating figures lost in thought. Upon learning the truth, everyone felt a headache coming on. His less-than-ideal character and inconsistent behavior had turned the welfare program into a boy who cried wolf story. The worst part was the rumor itself. The excessive tax reduction had dramatically increased the credibility of the Black Frost attack, causing many Silent Territory residents to feel that war was imminent and filled with anxiety. The jailer stared at the territory model brought from the basement, sighing repeatedly. Unlike in games, government decrees aren't always effective or enforced. Those unruly people. In Paradox interactive games, I can just press a button and everyone works together to implement national policies. The woman in the quilt suggested, why not just open the granaries and return all the confiscated grain to them? That would prove our resolve. Jiang He flipped the rose-suckling pig in front of her, brushing honey water onto the sizzling skin. Hearing her words, he shook his head repeatedly. No matter what we say now, the people of the territory will think it's because war is imminent. It's a death trap. After so many years of oppression, suddenly opening the granaries and releasing grain, don't our Lord know what kind of scum, beast, he is? Doesn't the people know? Could he really do something like that? Historically, let me think. Do you believe Wan Yango suddenly had an epiphany and successfully resisted the gene? Zhong Zimo glanced at Jiang He. When it's your turn, I talk to you like that too. Jiang He chuckled. So you're already admitting the odds are slim? Just as everyone was racking their brains for a way out, the butler, Navis, pushed open the door and entered. Seeing the Lord's 6 knights gathered around the oven, tearing at a suckling pig, he was somewhat stunned. Zhong Zimo adopted the air of a lord. What's the rush? Navis hurriedly said, My lord, the captain of the guard responsible for security near the arena, Sunny, is fighting with his subordinate, Can. Can is strongly requesting your intervention. The 6 men eating the roast suckling pig were suppressing their laughter. Leaving aside whether Black Frost's people would attack Silent Territory, they hadn't even arrived yet, and the men responsible for security were already fighting each other in the street. Silent Territory is truly a place full of hope. Bring him in. Zhong Zimo waved his hand dismissively, startling Navis, who jumped back and ran out as fast as he could. Beiwo gave a thumbs up. Great presence, cool. Beiwo always praised him for things he considered trivial. He heard more compliments from her in the short time he spent with her than he had with Du Jingwen. Sunny and Ken were both human. The former was a handsome, long-haired man with flowing blonde hair. The latter had reddish-brown hair, a stubble beard, and although his stats indicated he was only 20, he looked like a weathered man in his 30s or 40s. Although their loyalty was bought with money, both men showed respect to Zhong Zimo, kneeling on one knee and keeping their heads down until permission was granted. Zhong Zimo skipped the formalities and went straight to the point. Why were you fighting in the street? Sunny hesitated for a second, but Ken responded firmly. Your Excellency, you have promulgated a new tax system, prohibiting the collection of various miscellaneous taxes from your subjects. Is that right? Zhong Zimo nodded. Exactly. Then, Captain Sunny collecting a hygiene inspection tax from brothels and meticulously assisting young slaves with physical examinations and inspections. Is that against regulations? The group, who were eating roast suckling pig, had initially only been listening intently. Can's rapid-fire string of words entered their minds, like a blender, churning out their questions. They seemed to have indeed heard of such practices. Sunny hurriedly explained, Any slave needs to undergo both hygiene and safety checks before entering the market, otherwise, with the rampant plague, who in the territory could escape unscathed? And Captain Sunny collected a barrel of rye wine from the tavern owner today as a liquor tax, for which he received a barrel. Was that also a safety check? Zhong Zimo finally understood. Extortion and bribery, classic practice. Using various taxes, these guards could easily manipulate ordinary people, a common tactic. After the tax reform, this kind of operation lost its legal veneer and became unjustifiable. Zhong Zimo remained silent. When he was a teacher, if students had conflicts and he couldn't determine who was right or wrong, he wouldn't go to the classroom to inquire. Instead, he would invite both students to his office, wait for one to finish explaining, and then deliberately remain silent. Sure enough, Sunny became agitated. Can, don't think I don't know. You just have your eye on that slave, don't have the money to buy her, and don't want her to think you're rude, so you're acting as her protector, pretending to be a gentleman in front of women. Oh wow, that's the benefit of silence. No need to ask, the information you want just springs out itself. Bullshit. I won't be like you, grabbing a handful of pine nuts from starving children and charging them taxes. The two actually started arguing back and forth in the Lord's study, their eyes bloodshot, seemingly ready to unleash their magic at any moment for a righteous duel. Jianghe released his magic at just the right moment. Sensing the considerable power emanating from the 6 people, the two quickly knelt back down, hastily begging for forgiveness for their offense. Although they were all adventurers before, they had undergone on-the-job training before taking up this profession, passing the basic etiquette test. Zhong Zimo walked to Sunny's side, personally helping him up, and affectionately patted his shoulder. In Can's presence, he said, Sunny is diligently carrying out his duty of surrounding the territory. His dedication is impressive. On the first day of the abolition of miscellaneous taxes, he's not used to the new system, and it's just inertia. Why make such a big deal out of it, and humiliate your captain in public? Insubordination is simply outrageous. Sunny's eyes widened, but in an instant, he suppressed his upward curve of his lips, grateful for Zhong Zimo's tolerance and understanding. Can's hand, resting on the ground, gradually clenched into a fist. Jianghe watched, a slight chuckle playing on his lips. So young and impetuous, unable to hide his thoughts. How can he survive in this environment? After instructing Sunny not to repeat his mistake, Zhong Zimo took out 10 silver coins from his private treasury and placed them in Sunny's palm as a token of appreciation. This gesture made Sunny extremely apprehensive, repeatedly declining before finally gratefully accepting them. As Sunny left the room, he turned back triumphantly. a victorious smile spreading across his face as he looked at Kan, who was still kneeling. No one told Kan to stand up. He had to remain kneeling. After a long while. What are you still kneeling for? Do I need to help you up myself? Kan jolted, suppressing his resentment and anger, and slowly rose, bowing without a word, intending to leave the room. What, just leaving like that? Don't you want a reward? Chapter 348. Judging from the context, Zhong Zemo's words were unmistakably sarcastic. Kan instinctively became wary, his hand already reaching for his waist, but seeing the 6 people devouring meat, he reluctantly let go. Your lordship. Kan didn't finish, and Zhong Zemo cut to the chase. How much do you need? I don't quite understand what you mean. That slave, how much? 1 gold coin. The group, who were devouring meat, choked. 1,000 copper coins equals 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. The prices on the 4th floor are the only anthropomorphic aspect. There are no tokens, no bartering, and no NPCs discussing smelting ratios. Those accustomed to the bizarre currency system of the main world of Stellaris would immediately marvel at the developer's generosity, finding it so straightforward. A dry, chewy rye bread that's enough to fill your stomach only costs 1 to 2 copper coins. Considering the bread's dryness and hardness, this slave who caused Kan's downfall was worth a warehouse full of baguettes, like armor-piercing discarding sabot rounds. You like her? The directness of the question left Kan flustered. The weathered 20-year-old lowered his head, trying to hide his expression, but his neck was already red. Sigh, such an innocent reaction. Jiang He clicked his tongue. You can tell he's the kind of guy who's never held a girl's hand. Fry's glanced sideways, remembering the warmth and flushed skin of her body when she hugged him. She suppressed a smile, deciding not to expose Jiang He. They've been living together for so long, yet everyone's reactions are still so amusing. What right do they have to judge others? The jailer asked, does she like you? Kan took a deep breath and solemnly replied, that's irrelevant. I just want her to regain her freedom. That sounds rather insincere. Zhong Ziming rummaged through a cabinet and pulled out a gold coin, handing it to him. Kan stared at it incredulously for a moment. You were right to stop her, but as a lord, I need to consider many things, whether you understand or not. Hearing this, he respectfully and gratefully accepted the reward. I am ready to serve you at my service, Your Excellency. Zhong Ziming nodded. Since you're going to serve me, then help me build a sufficiently strong guard. Unlike the thugs and bandits currently active in the territory, recruit some excellent adventurers who are a good match for you. 50 for now. The sudden recruitment and promises left Kaon's head spinning. As a former adventurer, he had only worked for Zhong Ziming, whose reputation wasn't exactly stellar, to make a living. But today's brief encounter wasn't so bad after all. Are you thinking that everything is just preparation for a possible border war? If you can't trust me, at least offer me a reward equivalent to 1 gold coin, shouldn't you? Kaon bowed again. I apologize for my rudeness, Your Excellency. What budget do you intend to give me? 100 gold coins. If you need magic crystals, I can provide those too. Ah? Kaon was stunned by this generous offer. Is this still the way that extremely stingy lord does things? Kan left the castle in a daze, his legs swaying as if he had just woken up from a dream. Zhong Zemo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we'd taken the first step. Hopefully, he'd give us a way out. Before he could turn the clock, Beiwo suggested. Should we send a letter to Black Frost to prevent the conflict from escalating? Everyone was shocked when they first learned that Black Frost actually had an 8th-tier mage. A human, currently 81 years old, who left the Imperial Court to return to his homeland in pursuit of higher mysteries of magic. He is the uncle of the Black Frost Lord. At his peak, even if the opponent is strong, the boundary between reality and illusion would only be slightly difficult for them. However, the 4th level forcibly locks players to 6th tier. There's no temporary breakthrough setting. Even with top-tier equipment, given the opponent's strength, without the ability to use items, forcibly taking down 2 or 3 people from the boundary between reality and illusion shouldn't be difficult. There's no clear information on the combat power of those below 8th tier in Black Frost, but it's highly likely there are many. Zhong Zemo quickly wrote a letter in a friendly tone and handed it to the castle's messenger. The clock ticked, and considering the changes might not happen too quickly, they skipped 3 days this time. It went very smoothly. According to their understanding, any unexpected events during the jump would force a halt, so successfully arriving after 3 days meant nothing had happened. The messenger had returned. Black Frost offered no reply, only accepting the letter with an ambiguous attitude. Kan, who had been assigned the task, was progressing slowly, recruiting only 8 people in 3 days. Summoned, he earnestly explained, doesn't your excellency's desire to recruit adventurers like myself prove that you dislike people like Sunny? I will screen them as efficiently as possible. As he was leaving, Zhong Zimo asked curiously, what about the slave you bought for 1 gold coin? These words seemed to freeze Ken in place. He lowered his head awkwardly. She ran away. A chorus of sighs echoed in the room. But I saved her, right? If you really believe what you're saying, you should be more confident, Jiang He teased. It's not shameful to be captivated by someone's beauty. I still hope she makes her own choice. Leaving is her choice. Fries covered his forehead. I don't know whether to call you romantic or stupid. You don't think these slaves, who are constantly resold for a mere 1 gold coin, are all ignorant people, do you? The things she said to you, the promises she made, she probably said to everyone. Ken had never seen anything like this before. Tortured by 7 people's words and gazes, he was sweating profusely, his heart pounding faster than when fighting high-level monsters in the wild. He received another gold coin, which he refused, but Zhong Ziming stuffed into his hand without further ado. Leaving the Lord's castle, he couldn't help but look back at the towering building, which countless citizens called a den of iniquity. It really isn't what the rumors say. Public opinion remained the same as 3 days ago. With war looming, talk of conflict was rampant, and no one cared about the tax reforms that Zhong Ziming had indeed implemented. Troublemakers. Troublemakers. Zhong Ziming couldn't help but reveal his potential as a tyrant. Everything I did was to better manage the territory, and you think I'm going to use them to fill the gaps? The jailer suddenly stood at attention and stamped his foot. Your Excellency, these are no ordinary troublemakers. If left unchecked, they will inevitably cause chaos. We must take decisive action. Jiang He returned with French fries. I inspected the place. The people below are diligently carrying out your orders. Today, the food standard for all 822 slaves on the nearby estates has been improved, from bran to bread. Zhong Zimo hurriedly asked, what was the reaction? The usual thing is that they gratefully shout your name. If you want to experience being worshipped, you can go and see for yourself. Other than that, nothing. What do you think needs improvement? Zhong Zimo placed his hand on the clock again. So far, I suggest focusing your first playthrough on understanding the main characters and factions. The primal body rarely spoke. The situation is too complex, and too many factors could influence the final outcome. Gathering information without losing challenge attempts and starting the next playthrough is the key. We can't directly know Shilu's criteria for clearing the level, and the hidden points are elusive. Everything is like a fog. Also, I've been thinking about something. Shilu emphasized 4 rules for this level, the 4th of which is that only 1 lord can exist. Regardless of the number of players in the team entering the 4th level, there's no clear hierarchy between players. They only work together to clear the level, unless it's a random team where conflicts arise due to their political urges. Then what's the point of this rule? Is it a restriction, or some kind of hint? After he finished speaking, the study fell silent. Jiang He led the applause, clicking his tongue in amazement. Dude, you're quite articulate, aren't you? French fries nodded. And your logic is very clear, much better than the jailer. The jailer tilted his head. Is it me again? Okay. The primal beast blushed slightly. Actually, he also had a strong desire to express himself, but in the guild, everyone was outstanding, so he consciously became a listener. That's fine. Zhong Zimo shrugged helplessly. It seems that I, the first tyrant, can only become fertilizer for everyone. The quilt teased. The destruction of the silent territory was not the fault of the squid. Jiang He stroked his chin thoughtfully, an idea gradually taking shape in his mind. Time jumped again, this time skipping 7 days. The territory remained largely unchanged, the only difference being that Ken's 50-man guard was finally assembled. The adventurers initially didn't want to contact him after hearing his reputation, but Ken repeatedly persuaded them, so they reluctantly visited. Reluctant? Reluctant is good. It shows that these adventurers still have a conscience and morals deep down. Normally, everyone calls Zhong Zimo either Inkfish or by his full name. During the simulation, with Beiwo leading the way, they all became tyrant. Those who could find this lord agreeable were probably the cream of the crop. Zhong Zimo looked at the somewhat reluctant expressions on their faces, and found them increasingly pleasing. If they didn't dislike him, he wouldn't want him. After distributing the rewards, Zhong Zimo gave Kaon some startup capital, this time asking him to recruit 100 people. This? Kaon swallowed hard. Really going to work with Black Frost. That's why I spoke to you privately. I hope you can use the adventurer channels to find out why Black Frost's caravan crashed, and where the goods went. If you feel the treatment I offered isn't enough for you to serve, then pretend I didn't say anything. Without hesitation, Ken took a deep breath and gave his assurance in a firm and resolute voice. Several instances of keeping his promises and readily paying the bill gradually swayed Ken toward the territory's side. As he left, he asked a question that was both laughable and exasperating. "Your Excellency, was it all an act before?" Zhong Zimo replied mysteriously, "I can't say, and you better not ask." The perfectly timed bitterness on his face made Ken suddenly realize the truth. It really was an act. What kind of potential threat forced a lord of such high status to pretend to be a tyrannical, bloodthirsty villain? Thinking of this, a fighting spirit ignited within Ken. The boundary between the real and virtual worlds began to lavishly purchase magic crystals using the lord's treasury funds. Except for the rewards paid to adventurers, it was all spent. After all, it wasn't their money, so he didn't care. Prepared, Zhong Zimo rapidly turned the clock hands, not stopping unless a mandatory event was triggered. The first course of incident occurred exactly 1 month after the territory was established. Black Frost sent another letter, demanding that the Silent Territory hand over the missing goods within a specified timeframe. From initial suspicion to current conviction, Black Frost's letters were devoid of any noble pleasantries, only cold threats remained. Black Frost most likely secretly dispatched numerous messengers, quietly gathering information without violating imperial laws or showing respect to the empire, and concluding that the culprit was Zhong Zimo. Kane had already helped assemble a team of 200 adventurers, their information networks reaching everywhere, yet they couldn't find Black Frost's stolen goods. Like begets like, even Kane, a seasoned adventurer with abundant information channels, was completely clueless. So where did Black Frost's information come from? Time jumped again, this time stopping at the 7th day before the 2-month deadline. Just as it resumed its flow, a deafening roar echoed outside the castle. The attack has begun. It has begun. Mages, power up the magic crystals. Summoners, airdrop your summons. Don't let them attack the barrier. Everyone rushed to the balcony. A semicircular azure light enveloped the Lord's castle. Outside the barrier, dense magic rained down, the magic shield rippling with countless waves, blurring everyone's vision, distorting everything outside. Jiang He vaguely saw that the residential area of the territory below the mountain was engulfed in flames. Kane moved tirelessly between each of the heavily fortified defensive lines. Upon seeing Zhong Zimo appear, he rushed over, lowering his voice to say, "Lord, please be prepared to flee at any time. The enemy has 11 7th-tier mages. That number, even with continuous power from the magic crystals, it's difficult to sustain. How long can we hold them off at most? 7 days is the limit. Then hold them off." Zhong Zimo, upon waking, already knew that this was Black Frost's doing, and also knew the key to making the player become Louis XVI. The adventurers recruited by Kim were indeed reliable. Even after Black Frost invaded the territory, they all chose to stay. They do anything for money. So professional. The key points extracted in this playthrough must be handled by Ken. He can guarantee everything, French Fry shouted at the top of his lungs. Without doing so, his voice wouldn't carry. Black Frost's magical offensive was fierce. The barrier and the ground shook, as if an earth dragon were turning over. For 7 days in a row, only for 2 days did Black Frost's mage offensive slow down. They hadn't expected the boundary between reality and illusion to be able to stockpile enough magic crystals to fill several warehouses within its territory. The mages guarding the magic circle were burning crystals without restraint, yet Black Frost's nearly 100 mages were barely making any progress. Time ticked by, and facing the impenetrable Vatican prisoners, the Black Frost mages couldn't help but curse and grumble outside the barrier. In the final moments, Zhong Zimo reviewed the documents that had appeared on the table during the time acceleration. The countdown ended, the first playthrough was over. Time stopped, the world returned to black and white. Shilu gracefully landed, the light screen in her hand rapidly enlarging, projecting a fluctuating number, the boundary between reality and illusion score for this playthrough. 3780/10,000. Below average, Shilu said, still a long way from the advancement standard. Chapter 349. The first round of simulation ended, real-time 4:23. Orange Tea scratched his head, somewhat dazed. It feels so strange, like multiple layers of a dream, and only so much time has passed. Everyone's private messages kept popping up. The simulation began, isolating the inside from the outside. Players cannot receive information from the outside world. Jiang He glanced at the screen. Familiar faces were still stuck on level 3. Sure enough, a strategy guide is a strategy guide, and real combat is real combat. French Fries checked the leaderboard. The real-world boundary was still ranked first. Whether it was 3 domes or them, basically all the powerful guilds had reached level 3, suffering repeatedly, with no clear winner. The jailer only mentioned the game type for level 4, and everyone started popping bottles of champagne. La Freesia. Level 4 is a simulation management game, haha, no level suppression anymore. Why are you so skilled? Anything's fine. I really don't want to play the chain reaction game anymore. This monster is disgusting. I can't even imagine how many people it could kill if it appeared on a floor requiring a certain number of attempts. Rehabilitation New Liquid Primal. I don't think it's an easy level, otherwise Potato's data on the leaderboard would have changed. After learning more details, the group fell silent. It's a simulation management level, but not entirely. It sounds like an important plot point in the main world. You never know which choice will affect the final result. But, as long as Potato and the others pass, can't we just copy their strategies? Wake up, I don't think the official team would allow that. There are bound to be differences between simulations. After resting for a while, the boundary between reality and illusion prepares to re-enter level 4. Watch out for your guild stronghold. Crimson Music Box suddenly messaged, My and Canned Foods foreign fans are warning you, some people are planning to take advantage of your raid to gather enough people to completely destroy the stronghold. Jianghe's relaxed nerves tensed instantly. Who are they? They're from all sorts of countries, but judging from the numbers, there are quite a few from a certain country that smells like kimchi, said Crimson Music Box. I guess they're trying to distract you and slow down your progress. The boundary between the real and virtual worlds exchanged bewildered glances, not quite understanding why the kimchi-smelling country was represented so prominently. Unable to figure it out, they decided to ignore it and return to the guild headquarters to warn Kish. During the conversation, Kish looked around, as if searching for something. What's wrong? Kish asked, clutching her restless tail, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Nothing, I was just wondering why Potato hasn't come back. Fries rubbed her temples, a strange ripple in her heart that hadn't stirred in a long time seeming to flutter with a sudden unease. If it weren't for the smooth progress of Mint's storyline, she thought smugly. The entire group assembled. The second round of simulation began. Everyone first observed the environment. The furnishings and decorations were unchanged, providing players with the same information as in the first playthrough, with no hidden traps. The jailer looked around, unable to suppress a laugh, and asked, who's going to be the tyrant? Zhong Zemo, with his strong sense of morality, decided to wait. Jianghe, on the other hand, wore a knowing smile. After finishing the first playthrough, he had thought of a very interesting gameplay idea, worth trying. Everyone, what the 4 Primarchs just said has given me an idea. All eyes immediately fell on Jianghe. The emphasis on only one lord at a time. Let's think a little wider. What would happen if the current lord died? His words instantly shattered everyone's long-held gaming habits, returning them to the ranks of the savage and wicked players. If the lord dies suddenly, the territory should be passed on to his son, French Fries murmured thoughtfully. If there is no heir, then an acting lord must be chosen, and the matter awaits the Empire's decision. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. Jianghe laughed. You all woke up so quickly, huh? Orange Tea was still a little confused. She touched her cheek. What does this have to do with us? In the first playthrough, our biggest predicament was that, with external threats, we were lords with negative reputations. No matter what we did, the people of our territory would think it was a ploy to win hearts and minds before war, and they wouldn't buy it at all, causing all our plans to stall. All we could gain was the loyalty of Can and the others. Orange Tea finally understood. Got it. Death absolves all debts. If the lord dies at the start, the acting lord is still the lord. If he implements reforms, people will wholeheartedly welcome him. The 4 Primarchs clapped. Right, the dead are more useful than the living. This perfectly avoids the negative image set at the start of the game. The jailer shrugged. But what should we do? Choose someone to commit suicide, and use up our challenge attempts? This time, even Orange Tea, whose understanding of the game was less than his, gave him a speechless look. Who told you to actually die? You faked it. How can I fake it? Everyone in this castle will recognize who the lord is at the start of the game. They definitely check. Jianghe explained his plan to everyone. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. The jailer clapped his hands. Now it's all about everyone's acting skills, and how well the NPCs get into character. Finding it very amusing, the jailer volunteered to be the dead lord. A necromancer volunteered to play the role of a corpse at the start of the game, which was quite comical. The world returned to color, and the jailer's lord identity was confirmed. Without hesitation, he walked to the desk, wrote a document, and pressed his fingerprint on it. Preparing himself, he walked to the center of the study and slowly lay down. Even as he closed his eyes, he couldn't resist being a little silly. I'm dead? Then why are your eyes open? The bed-covered man sighed, hands on his hips. I died with my eyes open. Wasn't my acting good? Orange Tea squatted down helplessly and stroked his face with her hand. All right. Please just die completely and go in peace. The jailer didn't resist, and obediently closed his eyes and died. Jiang He picked up a teacup and smashed it next to the jailer. The butler, Navis, who rushed over after hearing the commotion, looked at the group surrounding the jailer with confusion. A second later, surprise and fear crept onto his face. Feeling as if insects were wriggling beneath his skin, Navis's lips twitched, unable to speak for a long time, only able to stare blankly as Jiang He pulled a sharp blade from the corpse. No, I didn't. Navis was pulled up and leaned against the desk. Without further ado, a letter that the jailer had already written appeared in his field of vision. In the letter, he described contracting a sudden, serious illness and his rapid decline in health. Having no children, during his illness, he appointed Jiang He as the acting lord. Mr. Navis, you have toiled for this territory for many years, serving generations of lords. Perhaps the old lords have been kind to you, but... Jiang He pointed to the corpse on the ground. Are you sure you want to repay his kindness? Navis was speechless, his eyes momentarily unfocused. You should know how capricious and incompetent this lord is. Without him, it's all for our benefit, isn't it? Navis already knew what Jiang He was planning, and his voice trembled. This is a provocation against the imperial law. The imperial court will send people to investigate, you can't hide it. That's what I need to face. What you need to do is remain silent and cooperate until the court arrives, Jiang He said. At the moment it happened, you could have claimed you were coerced. In fact, you had no choice. Jiang He used both threats and inducements. Once the secret is leaked, we kill you before we escape. We are knights recruited by him. You should know we have that capability. Forced into a corner, Navis slumped down, then raised his head again, already resigned to his fate. The Lord's soul has been carried away by a raven. The wicked banshee has appeared. Two mournful cries rang out, and Navis's eyes filled with tears. The ability to cry on cue, so naturally, is true acting skill. News of the Lord's sudden death spread like wildfire throughout the territory, and the number of people buying food at the bakery suddenly doubled. Every resident of the Silent Territory planned to indulge in a hearty meal and drink, within their limited means, to soothe their battered and bruised bodies. Spontaneous prayers were offered in every household. Not to any deity they believed in, but as a sincere tribute to the great banshee of death. Meanwhile, some people asked the great banshee, with a hint of reproach, why she hadn't taken the pig's soul sooner. Was it because it was too filthy? After wandering around the territory, Beiwo arrived at the basement where the jailer's body was kept. Here, everyone was gathered around the coffin, watching him still feigning death. Beiwo picked a foxtail grass and tickled the jailer's nose. You know, the whole territory is celebrating your death. A grand celebration, imperial treatment. Like it? The jailer lifted the coffin, looking disgusted. I'm just acting. I'm not that scum. The plan was going perfectly. Back in the first playthrough, they had subtly observed Navis's fear of the Lord, basically guessing that he was being used as a scapegoat. Navis's loyalty had long since vanished. In his old age, he only needed a place to live, and there was no reason for him to refuse the promise of taking the blame himself after the incident at the boundary between the real and the virtual. Orange Tea took the foxtail grass and continued waving it at the jailer's face. Sigh, your death is a greater contribution than your life. Navis found a corpse, and the group pushed it into a coffin and sealed it. The jailer, completely wrapped in his equipment, swaggered into the castle in a completely new guise. The handwritten document was perfectly in effect, and all the maids along the way bowed and smiled at Jiang He. The fourth level, by not following the rules, indeed yielded more solutions. Navis, who had been summoned, had adapted to his new role and respectfully inquired about the task. First, find a man named Kin in the patrol guard. Second, post a notice. Say, at this sorrowful time of the Lord's passing, good news is needed to dispel the bad luck left by the Banshee of Death. All miscellaneous taxes are abolished throughout the territory, and this year's grain collection is waived. Navis's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He cautiously reminded him, those taxes will be yours. Not mine, they should belong to you, Jiang He emphasized. From now on, you need to adapt to the new Lord style. Chapter 350. The Imperial Court dispatches members to inspect and confirm the territory's condition, reports to the Royal Court, and finalizes the appointment of a new lord. The Empire's verification process for new lords typically takes 1 to 2 months. This timeframe coincides with the time required for the 4th-level player simulation. Even with undisputed rights over the territory, expecting to resolve all its problems within 2 months is a pipe dream. Based on this, the player's strategy is clear and straightforward. After I leave, I don't care about the chaos. Just meet the sunset rating to complete the game. Everything else can be done half-heartedly and dragged out as much as possible. The tax reform shocked the entire territory. Citizens rushed to every corner, and even the drunken taverns in the taverns were slurring their words. The Lord died, and he couldn't wait to announce it. It seems he didn't like the Lord very much. Hey, what nonsense are you all talking about? He's the former Lord. Okay then. Do you think this is genuine, or just a performance? Who knows? Maybe he's doing it on purpose to show his worth to the Empire. Let's wait and see. What if he's a scoundrel like the previous one? Even a scoundrel can't be more scoundrel than him. The news brought back by the bed was much better than in the first game. In the first game, no matter what they did, the people resisted. Having been deceived too much in the second game, although they were full of doubt, they still wanted to believe in the new Lord and the new atmosphere. Finally, a good start. Zhong Zemo breathed a sigh of relief. It feels so good that he's not a tyrant. When Navis found Kaon in the slave market, he stared blankly at a dragon woman. She had beautiful, shimmering scales that transitioned from brownish red to a striking sheen. The flickering flames of the night fire danced, and danced among each scale, reflecting Kaon's somewhat dejected face. Her mixed-race features were strikingly beautiful, leaning more towards human, with large, expressive, light golden eyes that shimmered. Her tail had shrunk, leaving only her dark dragon horn standing proudly. As an adventurer, he had witnessed too much desolation and helplessness. The tragedy of the slave community only served to reinforce his belief that I must never stoop to that level. He felt his heart was strong enough not to be swayed by their plight unnecessarily. However, after learning only a little about her past, Kaon was captivated. Just as he was about to discuss more, Navis suddenly appeared. Even after being taken back to the Lord's study, his thoughts were still not fully back in his body. He was even more bewildered when he was announced to be in charge of the territory's security. Lord, we knew each other before. Jiang He countered. I found your information in the former Lord's documents and thought you were a talented person. Is there a problem? No, it's just, this is too sudden. As sudden as you being captivated by that slave? Kaon was startled. He abruptly looked up, meeting Jiang He's amused gaze. This had just happened. Navis hadn't even had a chance to speak with the new Lord since returning. How did he know? Kaon's armor seemed to instantly turn into cardboard, rendered defenseless under the other's sharp gaze. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Excellency. What story did she tell you? There were no secrets whatsoever. Ken felt completely exposed. The new Lord was no whim. He knew everything about him. Completely different from that scoundrel Lord, his insightful understanding of people made Ken instinctively submit. Her name is Scarlet Flame. That's the name the slave traders gave her. Get to the point. Kaon said seriously, Scarlet Flame told me she came from a special tribe, one of their priestesses. She was exhausted after fighting a powerful monster on her journey, defeated by a passing adventurer, and sold to slave traders. After many twists and turns, she arrived at the southern border of the Empire. If I can redeem her, I will offer you a generous gift. Kaon noticed that after the story was told, a strange atmosphere filled the room. They were all there, their expressions ambiguous. The jailer couldn't hold back any longer. I am Qin Shi Huang, I'm not dead yet. V50 me now, and after I eaten and drunk my fill, I lead my army back and appoint you Grand Marshal of the Armed Forces. French Fries sighed. Sounds very similar. Kaon couldn't understand the conversation, and just lowered his head nervously. Jiang He gave Kaon a gold coin. Go, buy it, and you can do whatever you want with it. Don't get distracted while working. Kaon didn't take it, but looked up in confusion. Don't you want her? No. Your lordship, her price is 100 gold coins. Wasn't it 1 gold coin in the first playthrough? The jailer couldn't help but blurt out, 100 gold coins for a golden-laid dragon girl. That price could buy a cartload of slaves to pile up in your room for a concubine selection. That's true, though the description is crude. Why is there a 100-fold price difference? Is it because the playthrough affects the pricing, or is it due to the different time periods? Jiang He wasn't short of 100 gold coins, but entrusting him with such an important task on their first meeting was already enough to win him over. Giving him another 100 gold coins would be excessive, and Ken might misunderstand, thus affecting subsequent progress. If you can demonstrate sufficient ability to help you fulfill a small wish, then it's perfectly acceptable, Jianhe said, employing his signature empty promise technique. With this exchange, Kim was already deeply grateful to his new lord. Accepting the lord's letter of appointment, he knelt respectfully, trembling with excitement. From a guard to the captain of the guard, a meteoric rise in status, he instantly felt a sense of belonging to the Silent Territory. By the way, also check on Black Frost's cargo shipment for me. What exactly happened? Jianhe emphasized, don't be afraid to spend money, use every channel you know. The memory of Black Frost's all-out attack on the Silent Territory from the previous playthrough was still fresh in his mind. Whether it's a pretext for war or a genuine conflict, he must find a way to break the deadlock. Having utilized all the useful information from the first playthrough, he made corresponding arrangements for the lost goods of Can and Black Frost. Next, it's time to explore the new part. To score points, you need to know how to solve problems. Zhong Zemo displayed the meticulousness and rigor of a teacher instructing a student. Shilu said that you need to create a good environment for your territory. This can be understood as managing your territory better. I couldn't implement this in the first playthrough, but now that I think about it, what have I done that the people can immediately feel the territory improving? The four primals joked, if you put this in another game, I would immediately answer, more luxury goods. Don't ask what use luxury goods are to commoners. Anyway, happiness naturally increases with them. Pretty mysterious, right? The most immediate effect. French fries bit his nails. Security. Jianhe snapped his fingers. That's it. Located on the Empire's border, its excellent location made it a trading hub, where creatures of various races from the north and south would distribute and prepare their goods. This also led to a chaotic trading environment. In the main trading district, theft, brawls, and the sale of illegal drugs weren't considered incidents, just everyday occurrences. Here, dog bites and man bites dog aren't news. Only a dog biting a person is considered news. The jailer's online persona was so abstract, but after getting a couple of beatings here, he had to clean up, fast, and bathe, no longer abstract. He was just making things up online, but these people were putting it into practice in real life. The overflowing chaos also led to a lack of security among the locals. Every household locked their doors with chains at night. In a magical world, this only had a comforting effect. Jianhe had just seen the case file about the Dark Elves using their talents to sneak into houses and steal rice. Truly stealing your rice. Zhong Zemo pondered, then, could we cooperate with Can's sheriff and hold court? Huh? This question stunned everyone. Court, a very feudal term. In reality, people might say, please, adopt some capitalism. This is too feudal. But given the chaos born from the unique locational advantages of the Silent Territory, and the rampant slavery under the prevailing world order, feudalism is too progressive. Why hold court? The jailer asked, puzzled. Since it's so chaotic, I have a plan. He raised his palm like a knife. Kill! 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 Jianhe rubbed his forehead. We use the former method for local conflicts, and your method for outside criminals. There's no conflict. Perfect timing. I remember you need to rack up kills? Thanks for remembering. The jailer glanced at the progress. Currently, 84 people. It's still early. Alright, I officially appoint you as the Inquisitor. From now on, all captured criminals will be executed by you. Orange Tea raised her hand. Tea Goddess's desire to express herself was only slightly stronger than the four primal bodies. Seeing her take the initiative, everyone looked over with interest. The total population of the territory is close to 20,000. So, could we do this, Orange Tea said, on the last day before clearing the level, after confirming there are no external enemies, gather everyone in the Silent Territory together, and then have the jailer kill them? Feeling everyone's subtle gazes, Orange Tea's raised hand gradually drooped. She stammered. Did I say something wrong? The bed twitched at the corner of her mouth. I feel like I've seen this scene in some anime before. Jianhe covered his forehead. Oh no, Orange Tea looked so innocent when she said that, completely unaware of how wicked she was. French Fries gave the jailer a cold sideways glance. It's all because of that anthropomorphic creature that keeps influencing T-God. Zhong Zemo laughed heartily, saying the most chilling things in the most innocent tone. I declare T-God a qualified gamer. The next step is to download war criminal games. Don't you guys think this plan is bad? Orange Tea asked tentatively. Everyone answered in unison. No, we think it makes perfect sense. We should do it this way. Chapter 351. The Empire only collects taxes from the various territories, and most of the time doesn't interfere with their behavior within those territories, except for some unusual acts, such as riots. With the Lord clearly defined as the king of all the people in his territory, the boundary between the virtual and real worlds could be completely unrestricted before the arrival of the Inquisition. At the end of his first playthrough, Zhong Zemo had memorized the names of more than 20 adventurers who had fought alongside them to defend the castle. These people, paid for their services, and with impeccable professional ethics, were easily found by Can. This time, it took less than 2 days to assemble a 50-man patrol guard. In front of the castle, Jiang He personally received them in the castle's forecourt. These adventurers, who had spent years licking blood from the edge of a knife, were used to the arrogance and meanness of those in power. Even when issuing commissions, they would communicate through intermediaries. They would not condescend to do so unless absolutely necessary. However, something seemed amiss. Various exquisite dishes adorned the round tables to their fullest. The unheard of and unseen dishes made their mouths water at just a glance, even though they were used to raw food and spent years traversing the wilderness. And these delicacies seemed to have been prepared by a muscular elf clad in light gold lion-patterned armor. They swore that in all their years as adventurers, they had never seen an elf with such a massive moving physique. The pot on the makeshift stove swayed constantly in his hands, the food performing graceful aerial maneuvers, each time landing precisely back into the iron pot. Upon learning that this person was one of the Lord's knights, the group was filled with awe and a touch of trepidation. The difference in status and rank was deeply ingrained in their minds. How could they possibly accept the honor of being personally cooked and served by an imperial knight? Many began to scrutinize their unkempt, tattered attire, utterly incongruous with the elaborate hospitality to come. Butler Navis loudly called out the Lord's name, and the adventurers hastily knelt on one knee, their movements clumsy and awkward. Many, due to their armor, swayed precariously as they knelt, sweating profusely with anxiety. Fortunately, the Lord quickly signaled the cancellation of this formality, naturally inviting everyone to sit. Seeing the Lord stand up, everyone who had been signaled to eat withdrew their hands. Jiang He couldn't help but smile. You eat yours, I say mine, there's no conflict. Seeing no one make a move, he gave Kaon a wink. Kaon boldly grabbed a leg of lamb and began to devour it. With one taking the lead, the other adventurers followed suit. A very subtle feeling, to be so free in front of a lord, a nobleman? I am about to disband the 72-man patrol guard in the South District. Their work has failed to satisfy me. You will replace them, Jiang He emphasized. Besides ensuring daily business order and preventing chaos in the Silent Territory, I have one more requirement for you. You are forbidden from taking advantage of merchants under any pretext. Any form of unwarranted demand will be considered extortion. As long as you comply, you will receive a monthly bonus of 200 silver coins on top of your regular reward. Depending on your performance, I will also allocate an additional 3 gold coins each month as a reward for all of you. Your equipment maintenance, food, and lodging will all be covered by the Lord's castle. Even Can, who was eating a leg of lamb, choked on the meat, his face turning red. He trembled as he grabbed his wine cup and gulped down a large mouthful. The spicy liquor made his face even redder with excitement. Every adventurer was breathing heavily, a rush of blood to their heads, almost making their eyes red. After several seconds, a large troll raised his large, flapping hand. Lord, you mean that if each of us follows the rules, we can get 200 silver coins on top of the 20? 20. Jiang He scoffed. Forget about the previous lord's stinginess. My offer is 100. 100? The adventurers shouted in unison. Their eyes gleamed, radiating a heat that could melt metal. Jiang He understood their excitement. Imagine waking up to a new boss, who immediately offers a 5-fold salary increase, an extra paycheck every month as long as you don't slack off. That's incredibly impressive even in real life, let alone in the Silent Territory, which had been ravaged by its former anthropomorphic lord. Anyone injured while enforcing the law will be personally healed by an imperial knight, Jiang He said, pointing to Orange Tea. Orange Tea, who had recently advised the jailer to wipe out the Silent Territory, waved shyly to everyone, summoning gentle plant elements to demonstrate her power. The adventurers, their minds already numb, swallowed hard. Even their biggest worry, medical care, was guaranteed. And? Once you officially become a member of the Silent Territory, you can sign a contract. If you die in the line of duty, the person you designate will receive a generous compensation. My work may not be dangerous enough to reach that point, but for the sake of your families, I believe it's necessary. After all, I'm buying your entire being. Of course, all of this is predicated on you meeting my requirements. Silence fell. The overwhelming amount of information left everyone dizzy, as if they'd just woken from a very long dream. A young man with cat ears stood up, bowed respectfully, and then spoke in a trembling voice. Please forgive my intrusion, Your Excellency. The former lord was somewhat. Jiang He saw his hesitation. Somewhat unlike a normal person, wasn't he? Hearing the current lord's assessment, he nodded. You're afraid I'm the same kind of person, but you pretended better at first? Jiang He waved his hand, and Zhong Zimo carried a box of silver coins to the front yard, placing it heavily on the ground. The crack of the coins hitting the ground made everyone involuntarily stand up. Zhong Zimo opened the box, grabbed a handful of silver coins, and showed them to everyone. I anticipated your concerns, so I decided to advance half a month's salary for everyone. Of course, you can take it and leave. Consider it my poor judgment, or me paying for the previous lord's foolishness. No one will hold you accountable. The adventurers were petrified. Advance payment. What an unfamiliar term. They had never heard of any lord adopting such a policy. Was this something a human could do? At each table on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, silver coins were being distributed, completely shattering all their confusion and doubt. The high-quality silver coins reflected a captivating luster in the sunlight, and a rapid breathing began to spread. Wherever he went, every adventurer seemed to have instantly learned noble etiquette, their manners impeccable, their expressions of surprise and emotion identical. Some even knelt before Jiang He in public, swearing eternal loyalty. You all taken my money, so you accepted my ways. Anyone who violates this will have their monthly bounty confiscated and distributed to others, and will also be expelled from the team. Therefore, please encourage and supervise each other. The adventurers, accustomed to their freedom, shouted in unison, as if by telepathy. We are at your service, Lord. The powerful voices made the passing maids tremble. Jiang He offered a toast. Many adventurers hesitated. Those who frequented the wilderness all drank, but now they worried that drinking might lead to trouble. It's all right, indulge yourselves for today. All rules will begin tomorrow. The Lord's understanding and adaptability once again impressed everyone present. After the banquet, everyone was happy, and the adventurers set up camp outside the castle. This would be their home for the foreseeable future. In the study, Jiang He summoned Kim privately. Not enough people. I need to recruit at least 200 of these, enough to cover the entire territory. They must be loyal, they must have professional ethics, and ideally their families should relocate to the territory as well. Kim was shocked. This will be a huge expense. You're actually worried about my money? Jiang He casually opened a cabinet in the study, and precious silver coins spilled out. The previous lord had ruthlessly exploited the people of his territory, amassing a mountain of wealth through the slave trade. In just 2 short months, only by indulging in extravagance could it be completely depleted. This was one of the few acts of kindness the 4th level offered to the player. This isn't my money, but the blood and sweat of you, and those who toil in the fields. I'm only using it to secure the welfare that the people here deserve. I need many people to help me fulfill this wish. A group of people who should agree with my actions. I only have 6 knights by my side. They cannot leave me, because what I'm doing might harm the interests of some, so they must ensure their own safety. Ken, you are an extension of my power. I hope you can open your eyes and see this war-torn land. If you also want to do something for the people here, while I still possess the rights of a lord, assist me even more diligently. Ken abandoned traditional noble etiquette. He knelt on both knees, prostrating himself on the ground. I offer everything I have to your lordship. I will not fail your high expectations. I swear, anyone who takes your life will be our mortal enemy. The Lord's Guard will spare no effort to make them disappear. Ken left the castle trembling, and without rest, began the personnel selection process that very night. Inside the study, applause erupted at the boundary between reality and illusion. The jailer exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, wow! Have you ever considered acting in plays? That acting, that intonation, it's so evocative. If I were Ken, and didn't know you were acting, I'd definitely give my life for you." The woman in the blankets chuckled. "You can switch between everyday life and acting so easily. You're a potential acting master too. You two are a perfect match." The young couple's faces lit up. "Oh, you're blushing. Tomato-flavored fries have appeared. And tomato potatoes." Jiang He couldn't handle the teasing, just like when his friends gathered back in school. He waved his hands repeatedly. Still simulating, be serious. Zhong Zimo, influenced by his bed, had also become a bit of a drama queen. He suddenly stood at attention. "Oh yes, my esteemed lord. Damn that translator's tone. Jiang He's high salary for integrity was a game changer for the current worldview, a level of understanding that ordinary people couldn't even begin to grasp. It was incredibly advanced. The excessively generous rewards made these guards, who had recently been adventurers, consciously restrain their behavior. The merchants in the southern city quickly noticed the anomaly. What's going on? These new guards are actually paying for things. They even pay for your mutton fat bread? What, did they pay for your rabbit jerky too? Taking bribes and kickbacks was commonplace for the guards. Anyone who dared ask for money in the past would be harassed. They mostly dared not bother wealthy merchants, so small-time traders and local stall owners became their targets. Don't even mention you guys, the tavern staff offered us drinks, but they refused, citing patrol as an excuse. Hiss, are we living in a dream? I heard that yesterday, before they officially started work, the Lord summoned them to the castle. Could this be related? It's not impossible. This Lord is ignoring the one who announced tax reforms right after his death. It's practically a direct confrontation. He's not just talking the talk. Even the wealthy merchants traveling along the Empire's main thoroughfares sensed the change in atmosphere. These newly arrived guards were all full of energy and spirit, unlike the listless, bandit-like figures they used to be. Moreover, half of them were wearing black cloaks. According to a guard who bought goat's milk to quench his thirst, this was a requirement mandated by the Lord, to increase visibility and deter potential criminals. Within a single day, good news poured in. While strolling around the southern district, one could hear locals and merchants of the Silent Territory discussing the guards' new look everywhere. Unanimously, it was all positive. All day long, not a single guard slacked off. They patrolled the various areas of the southern district tirelessly. To improve their efficiency, several even purchased speed-up scrolls and stamina-restoring potions at their own expense, distributing them to their squads. It proved that with the right money and manpower, a good work ethic could be bought with a generous reward. How to effectively motivate employees. Give them money. How to ensure employee loyalty. Give them money. As long as there's enough money, even if you shout "Our kings and generals born with special privileges," your subordinates will be so worried about you that they drape a yellow cloth over you in a gesture of kindness. French fries listened to this, nodding with relief. The second phase, winning hearts and minds and improving security, is going smoothly so far. We already achieved half the goal. Next, we should reinforce the impression that the Lord is a good and capable person. Navis brought over many records of past sheriffs, many of which remained unresolved. The image of a righteous and upright official is the easiest to solidify. We must examine it carefully. Chapter 352. This day was special for the people of Silent Territory. The acting Lord, for the first time ever, would personally preside over a court hearing in the square not far from the castle. Acts ignored during the previous Lord's reign would be brought to the table. The people of Silent Territory couldn't recall the last time they seen their Lord in public. They could only sense, vaguely and abstractly, a bloated and repulsive soul manipulating affairs within the territory through the increasing and decreasing number of guards. Many had wondered if perhaps it would be better to have a chicken there instead. Compared to the unseen and intangible former Lord Jianghe, sitting on the square stage, was much closer to them. Because the governor was subordinate to the Lord, and the former Lord was unusually anthropomorphic, the system was incredibly inefficient, with many cases piling up for 3 or 4 years. Jianghe and his team spent a considerable amount of time sifting through the cases, before finding some easily resolvable typical cases. A document was picked out by Fries and read aloud by a loud, booming-voiced member of the Troll Guard. Literate trolls were a rare sight. A 20-year-old man named Johnny suddenly died a year ago from illness. His wife, Kana, claimed it was a sudden, serious illness, but Johnny's family always suspected foul play and insisted on examining the body, only to find an urn of ashes. The governor's reason was fear of a deadly plague. Johnny's family were ordinary farmers, unable to discern the truth, and initially believed him, but Kana's sudden wealth aroused their suspicion. Both parties in the case were locals, so finding them wasn't difficult. Jianghe didn't follow the usual procedure of having both parties give their statements. Instead, he slowly stood up. This action drew the attention of all the onlookers, who involuntarily followed Jianghe's movements, noticing orange tea in his silver-white robes. That's a necromancer, skilled in communicating with spirits. Silver-white was a common color scheme for the sect's attire, and the deeply religious Silent Territory naturally bowed to orange tea. He then walked towards the masked jailer. That's a necromancer. He can summon the dead and control human souls. Whispers of discussion arose from all directions. The necromancer's reputation was negative, so Jianghe added. But I defeated him, and control him using scrolls. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Jiang He stepped down from the stage in the center of the plaza and approached Kana, whose head was bowed. While I have no interest in your arguments, the techniques of necromancers can uncover the truth. But I give you one chance, without wasting everyone's time. Your husband really died suddenly? Kana abruptly looked up. Her body trembled, and her gaze, upon meeting Jiang He's, instantly recoiled as if electrocuted. She wanted to speak, but Jiang He spoke first. The price of telling the truth is vastly different from that of lying. I suggest you think carefully. Kana's index fingers intertwined on her chest, her face drained of color. Speak. A sharp shout from nearby Zhong Zimo startled Kana, causing her to immediately kneel on the ground. Her psychological defenses crumbled, and she confessed in detail to buying the poison potion from the wandering merchant. As for the reason, it was that her husband, Johnny, while hunting, accidentally discovered several adventurers who had perished alongside monsters. Although he is not skilled in magic, he has been assisting the local adventurers guild for many years, and can identify which materials are expensive and how to handle them. After cleaning and burying the monster's corpse, he cleverly avoided touching the adventurer's equipment, only taking a few magic crystals. Johnny excitedly shared the good news with her upon returning home, showing her the magic crystals. Kana was overjoyed to learn that the remaining monster materials could allow them to move from the Old North City to the safer East City, closer to the Lord, or even to other major city-states. She waited hopefully for Johnny to sell the monster materials, but he kept delaying. Darling, selling them too soon will attract unwanted attention and put us in danger. I find wandering merchants who have left the territory to sell the crystals. This will allow us to live comfortably for a while. Please be patient a little longer. Day after day, 2 whole months passed, and Johnny continued with the same excuse. Kana grew resentful, and a wicked thought arose. After confirming that the burial site did indeed contain materials, she traded the magic crystals for potions, diluted them, and continuously fed them to Johnny. She then bundled up the family's money and gave it to the governor, securing his protection in return. Kana was shocked by her own unvarnished, utterly honest description. It was as if a force was guiding her to tell the complete truth. Johnny's brother was already comforting the 2 elderly people with white hair, who wept bitterly, kneeling and kowtowing, begging the Lord to give Johnny justice. Kana's tearful voice failed to evoke the slightest sympathy from the onlookers. The square was already filled with righteous indignation. Execute her. No, burn her. She's a demon. Not far away, the governor who had defended Kana kept wiping away sweat, pondering how to deal with the Lord's wrath. Jiang He clapped his hands, silencing the boiling shouts. Before Kana, I want to deal with a more important prisoner. Zhong Zemo and the jailer, one on each side, struggled to support the still somewhat dazed governor, forcefully shoving him down in front of Jiang He. The governor, having roughly guessed what was going on, was sweating profusely, his plump body trembling. I was just deceived. It was this woman. She told me that Johnny's family was blackmailing him, hoping I could offer some protection. Jiang He coldly stared at him. None of that matters. The governor sensed death. He struggled to stand, but Jiang He's hand flashed with a short knife. The pig-like governor barely managed to stand, his throat perfectly positioned in the trajectory of the blade. A splash of blood, like a full moon, splattered outwards, tracing a vivid arc on the ground. The governor collapsed, convulsing, clutching his throat, attempting to heal himself with magic. Jiang He stepped aside, and the jailer darted forward. Spirit control. To better fit the public's perception of a necromancer, he deliberately used a low, chilling voice to proclaim the skill's name. Eerie green threads extended from his hand, piercing the governor's body, and a round, plump spirit burst forth. He looked back blankly, watching the blood gushing from the wound as his soul left his body, and screamed in terror. The jailer drew the necromancer's staff, smashing the governor's skull with a single blow, extinguishing all life, and simultaneously crushing the spirit under his control. The movements were fluid and seamless, causing parents with children in the square to hurriedly cover their eyes. The sound of swallowing was clearly audible. Before coming, they were merely curious about what kind of person the new lord was. They never imagined witnessing such a bloody scene. The lord publicly executing the territory's governor was a huge shock to many people's worldview. Traveling merchants were speechless with astonishment. Such a spectacle was rare even in the entire empire. Kana was sentenced to hang on the spot. Guards hooded her head, and the execution was carried out immediately without delay. Her cries for mercy evoked no sympathy. Amidst the curses of the crowd, she became a swaying corpse on the gallows. In a mere instant, 2 sentences, 2 executions, 2 lives, one of which was personally decided by the Lord. The astonishing efficiency made the crowds gaze towards Jiang He burn with a hint of fervor. Unlike their former lord, whom they couldn't see or touch and who remotely controlled the pigs to exploit them, the man before them radiated a captivating glow. A member of the guard knelt before Jiang He and reported the excavation results. The items buried by Johnny were confirmed to be from a 6th-tier monster, high-value materials already on the path to higher-tier monsters. Selling such goods rashly would easily attract covetous eyes. Kana realized this after killing Johnny, and didn't excavate the entire batch, instead selling it in batches. If Jiang He hadn't intervened, she really could have moved out of silent territory in a couple more times. Jiang He held up the monster materials and started selling them on the spot, attracting merchants to bid. The merchants were somewhat bewildered. The blood on the ground was still wet, the Lord himself was stepping on the governor's blood, and the auction had already begun? Driven by their profit-seeking nature, they bid, and soon all the materials were sold, with the transaction completed on the spot. Jiang He publicly distributed the money to Johnny's family. Johnny's elderly father, with his white hair, knelt and embraced Jiang He's legs, kissing his feet and shedding tears of gratitude. The crowd present cheered and applauded Jiang He's virtue and fairness. Jiang He, who played the role of a lord very naturally, couldn't get past this hurdle. Seeing an elderly man kneeling before him, he repeatedly wanted to reach out and help him up. But thinking that helping an old man in this situation might backfire, he could only restrain himself, keeping a stern face and using an air of authority and seriousness. It was Fries who noticed Jiang He's hesitation and, in his knightly capacity, stepped forward to help Johnny's father up. The two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. With the Johnny family's case as a precedent, the subsequent investigations became much easier. Witnessing the necromancer in action firsthand, the skill with which he manipulated spirits was enough to terrify ordinary people unfamiliar with magic, making them revere him as a god. Those summoned, those with guilty consciences, were already limp as noodles on the street, pushed onto the still unwashed blood-soaked plaza by the guards, like dead pigs. Without torture, they all confessed everything, crying and begging Jiang He for forgiveness. As for the trivial matters of daily life, both parties summoned stated that they had reached a settlement, and that the Lord need not concern himself with them. In just one afternoon, the selected difficult cases were concluded. Number of people executed on the spot, 29. Hanging, 26. Burned at the stake, 3. Accused of colluding with a sorcerer, and then burned at the stake. Jiang He, with perfect impartiality, erected the pyre on the spot and personally lit it, sending them to their deaths. No one raised any objections. On the contrary, they applauded the straightforward and violent act of tit-for-tat. Wherever one goes, evil is punished, and that's always welcome. Within a day, Jiang He's name spread throughout the streets and alleys. The scene of the governor's execution was recounted with great enthusiasm by adventurers in the tavern, each one flushed with excitement, as if they themselves were the necromancer who had delivered the fatal blow in place of the Lord. That necromancer's methods are truly formidable. Did you see the governor's spirit? It was forcibly dragged out of his body and tortured. Governor. Wake up! That's a criminal designated by the Lord. How dare you call him governor? Pa! 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 That damn governor is a 5th-tier being. His soul was taken without any resistance. Just how powerful is the necromancer? Let me remind you, the Lord said that the necromancer was his defeated foe, and was controlled as a slave by the scroll. Our Lord is actually a 7th tier, or even higher. Isn't he the acting Lord? Why are you calling him Lord? Someone irresponsibly corrected him, only to be met with unanimous disdain from everyone in the tavern. Shut your mouth. If you can't speak, drink. Silence. Don't you want someone like that to become a true lord? He's so cool. Hopefully, the Imperial Inquisition will acknowledge his abilities. Hard to say. The extinction of the previous lord's heir is a good thing for the knights of the capital. No inheritance means they can legitimately send strange people to the silent territory to amass wealth. They've done it in other territories. The words had barely left his lips when a brief silence fell over the tavern. In the past, the adventurers and merchants who frequented the silent territory never openly discussed their lord. It was common knowledge that the former lord was a useless piece of trash, a swine, a scumbag, a blood-sucking worm. Discussing an inferior species with no chance of decline was a pure waste of time. The people of the silent territory were accustomed to living under such rule. They had no choice but to be oppressed. The sudden death of the former lord brought Jiang He, an acting lord, willing to take the risk, immediately changed the tax system. To maintain order, he purged the original guard and formed a new one. The new guard was disciplined, never harassing merchants or soliciting bribes. They fairly provided basic security services to every merchant who came here. In the face of heinous crimes, they fought with fearless ferocity. More than one person had witnessed guards chasing drug smugglers through the streets, bayonets drawn, blood flowing freely. The people of Silent Territory had never seen guards like this before. Each one seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, completely transformed. Normally, they would turn a blind eye to such violence, but now they displayed a frenzied, almost manic energy, a stark contrast to their previous behavior. Combined with the Lord's public execution of the governor today, the people were gradually beginning to believe that the new Lord possessed a unique charisma, capable of compelling a group of free-spirited adventurers to willingly serve him and sacrifice their lives. Moreover, this Lord had personally upheld justice for the people of Silent Territory. Perhaps even the gods could no longer bear our misery, and sent a saint to bestow upon us light. Chapter 353. In a purely competitive environment, behaving like a normal person is enough to defeat 99% of your opponents. This is the realization from the second playthrough of the virtual real boundary simulation. Reform the tax system to be more human-like. Provide basic security services to ensure order and stability. Guarantee basic food and clothing. Achieving even one of these three things will earn the people's gratitude. Achieving two will earn the sworn allegiance of the territory's inhabitants. Achieving three will earn you the reputation of a saint in the public eye. When did the standard for a saint become so low? If he could also provide medical services, wouldn't he truly be crowned emperor? After the public trial, Jiang Hei's position as acting lord was firmly established. The people spontaneously removed the acting label, and wherever he went, they showered him with praise. Zhong Zemo finally felt relieved after his first playthrough. A negative reputation start is unplayable. This situation is more normal now. As long as players demonstrate a level of morality commensurate with their education, the early game should be relatively smooth. Operations are running smoothly, and the citizens' trust is high. Seize the opportunity to strike at the border between the real and virtual worlds. Through active local adventurers, it was learned that the city's drinking water and irrigation largely rely on wells, which is extremely inconvenient. Jiang He immediately initiated a work-for-relief program, indirectly spending lavishly. All the renowned artisans in the Silent Territory were conscripted. Driven by the gleaming coins, plans were designed, personnel were mobilized, and everything was quickly in place. One shock after another, the citizens soon learned that in addition to digging irrigation canals, the Lord had also allocated funds to reinforce the territory's walls, and all the old defensive strongholds were demolished and rebuilt. This series of actions was like a series of powerful punches, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Hearing that the Lord himself had come to the front lines to inspect the project's progress, many murmured in disbelief. The saint has really come. With the Lord leading the way, the people of Silent Territory were highly enthusiastic, bringing their own provisions to join in the grand undertaking. The territory, once lifeless and desolate from exploitation, suddenly burst into vibrant life, as if spring had arrived overnight. The bustling atmosphere even drew merchants to linger, eager to see firsthand what this acting lord, who had won the love and loyalty of the entire territory in just a few days, looked like. The attention came not only from within the territory, but also from the heavens. After the tower world opened, Enamel Cup closely monitored it. While ordinary people had to follow along through videos edited by various guilds to immerse themselves in the atmosphere of climbing the tower, those with access granted daily by candlelight could follow their own strategy updates. This time, Enamel Cup naturally enlisted the help of his old partner. The human with the ID Snowwater Fried Noodles muttered, "I remember you were so worried before, unwilling to enter the game. Turns out you were two-faced." Many of them were reluctant to wear the devices. Enamel Cup also felt this mentality was very similar to those who thought cameras could steal souls, but their inner concerns were always hard to overcome. If the pornographic films weren't so good, he wouldn't have adapted so quickly. Enamel Cup said, people who are half-buried, not knowing when they'd be in the ICU, shouldn't worry too much. Their children and grandchildren have their own lives. Admit it, neither you nor I can predict where the future will lead. Snowwater Fried Noodles sighed, that's true. Who could have imagined encountering something like this in my lifetime? I really hope I get knocked unconscious and wake up to find that everything that's happened these past few months was just a dream. The view that Tower World equals the World Championship has also influenced the upper echelons. As a rising great power, confidence is paramount. Those who think it's just a game are laughable and foolish idiots who haven't been unilaterally attacked in the arena of public opinion. A game with tens of millions of players worldwide and impacts hundreds of millions cannot be viewed simply as a game. If it weren't for Candlelight, no country would allow such a massive game to operate as a global server. Direct dialogue between citizens eliminates information gaps, acting like a mirror that reveals the true nature of the demons and monsters on each side. Faced with this platform, which is equivalent to recreating a miniature virtual society on top of the real world, all they can do is observe and try to accept its impact. No one knows whether it's good or bad, but the current shock might have some desensitizing effect on the fact that there are worlds beyond our own. As Candlelight said, the creatures of this world haven't learned to cooperate. With your limited understanding of the world and power, your future will only be a gentle drowning. Snowwater fried noodles. So how are our results? We currently have one spot in the top 100. Only one spot? Snowwater fried noodles, unfamiliar with the game, widened his eyes. He initially thought his team was at a huge disadvantage, but with a prompt, he opened the leaderboard. Seeing that only one country was listed in the top 100, and that country was mostly outside the top 60, while his own team's sole representative was at the top, he breathed a sigh of relief. So, all this random, and signed, country representing. The units created by Candlelight directly compete with the players. Are we surrounded by AI? At present, yes. They had witnessed Candlelight's power firsthand. To be able to surpass her masterpiece, Snowwater Fried Noodles marveled. Selecting the boundary between reality and illusion to view coincided with the beginning of the second playthrough, the phase of winning hearts and minds. Throughout the viewing, from the public trial to the construction of a water diversion canal as a form of work relief, the two nodded frequently. Snowwater Fried Noodles praised, they still have a strong base of popular support. If the standard for success is based on public opinion, then this is already good enough. It's just that the money and provisions are too generous. Not all class brothers are hardworking and diligent, quite a few are taking advantage of the situation. Setting the starting point too high will cause problems. What's their educational background like? If it's low, being too friendly might not allow them to fully understand the goodwill, and they might even take the help for granted. Why aren't these kids building a strong ideological foundation among the masses? They neglected this part of the propaganda work. It's of paramount importance. The enamel mug was getting a headache from all the nagging. Shut up. Can't you just watch a movie quietly? They're just playing a simulation game, not reliving our past. Besides, our worldviews are different. Don't force your experience on us. You think you can reason with a magician? Here, the magician is the ultimate violence, and violence is truth. In my grandson's words, this is called a guidance addiction, which young people will criticize. No wonder your granddaughter doesn't like you. Shui Chao Mian fell silent. It was clear that the topic of his granddaughter had a significant impact on him. After a while, he spoke again. I vaguely heard that you made a phone call to help these kids out of their predicament. The bigger the tree, the more the wind blows. While I can still move, while my reputation still holds some weight, I'm using my seniority to shield them from the storm. I heard several of them went to jail because of this. They deserved it. The enamel mug paused, then continued. Actually, I think some of our subordinates should also go in for a heart-to-heart talk. They're too spineless. Young people stand tall and move forward, but when they kneel, they can't get back up. Not only can't they get back up, but they also reach out and pull the young people along, saying there's nothing we can do, and it's always been this way. I really like a quote my grandson relayed from the internet. They're like dogs with their spines removed, limp puddles of mud, unreliable for guarding the house or providing any emotional support. These dogs' daily routine is just whining and talking about yesterday, as if their inability to get up today is everyone else's fault, a limitation of the environment and the times. But is it possible that they've been abandoned by the times? I think that makes a lot of sense. The young man has insight. You fear the candlelight. The changes it brings are the same, knowing the truth, but being afraid to face it. Is this truth any more difficult than the path we walked back then? If he were still alive, he would scold us for being unambitious. Snowwater Fried Noodles paused for a moment, then laughed. You're even more talkative than me. Enamel Cup, also caught up in the moment, took a breath and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's watch the show. By the way, I recognize most of these kids' names, but this one, Jailer Appraisal Expert, is there any deeper meaning? The enamel mug rubbed his forehead. How about this? Why don't we go back and ask your granddaughter? I remember she's also into games. Snowwater Fried Noodles blinked, puzzled. The Lord Simulator was in a harmonious atmosphere. On the first day of work, Jiang He personally took charge, using magic to accelerate the project. After symbolically showing his stance, he disappeared. This was Zhong Ziming's request. The Lord only needed to set an example. For this group of people with such low levels of education, being too humble might be seen as weakness. Maintaining mystery and authority was also essential. The peaceful simulation reached day 15 as the clock ticked, when an unexpected event occurred that couldn't be skipped. Butler Navis rushed over. Sir Basque, the Wilt family, have suddenly sent people to visit the castle. The group exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and then remembered that these were two local factions mentioned in the first playthrough, but with little visual presence. Throughout the entire first simulation, they were like air, utterly invisible. Everyone had forgotten their existence. The noble Basque family sent an elderly man with unfathomable eyes. He refused Navis's invitation to call his name and made no introduction. From the moment Jianghe entered the reception room, he remained seated, his gaze following Jianghe, a seemingly calm face veiled by a thin mist of disdain. The mage family, the Wilt, sent a handsome young man named Broca. He humbly and politely followed Jianghe into the room, rising with a warm smile. "Thank you both for your presence. I am deeply grateful." The Basque elder tapped the table lightly, abruptly ending Jianghe's warm greeting. "Let's get straight to the point, Imperial Knight, Acting Lord, Mr. Cyber Potato. You should know that acting has its limits. You've been too busy lately. We don't dislike your energy, but I hope that as the Acting Lord, you won't let your behavior be disrespectful or insulting to the name of nobility." Jianghe frowned. "What have I done to displease you so much?" "Personally participating in the construction of the irrigation canal, inspecting the granaries, and so on," the old man reminded him. "You are desecrating the honor carried by the Empire's proudest group. I know you yearn for instant success, but to become the official lord, all you think of is winning over those lowly ants?" The old man spoke with a measured tone, his unwavering authority like a jack, forcing the air in Jianghe's chest to his throat. Jianghe's throat itched. For some reason, this usually mild-mannered man felt a strong urge to lash out. "That's all I have to say." With that, the old man rose and left. He wasn't there to talk, more like to argue. The jailer muttered under his breath, "Sounds like he wants you to go and pay your respects." The previous lordship was hereditary, but after the line died out, the ownership of the territory became a delicate issue, and everything depended on the judge's inspection. The previously inactive Basque family seemed to have conceived the idea of remotely controlling a puppet lord. His unreasonable attacks and insults were like disciplining a disobedient child. "I give you a chance to kneel before me and beg me." Jianghe calmed the pent-up anger in his chest. Those around him, who understood the Basque family's thinking, were also breathing heavily. As players, they had never been treated like this before. "I must kill your whole family." Jianghe forced a smile, responding with politeness in return. "What brings you here, Mr. Broca? Could you revise the bounty you posted in the Adventurers Guild?" Broca asked with a smile. Jianghe produced the drafted bounty, which sought 6th rank or higher mages to assist in the construction of an aqueduct. He looked at it carefully. There was nothing inappropriate about the wording, and it shouldn't offend the Wilt family. Broca reminded him, "We hope you can limit the requirement to 6th rank and below." "Ah, that would offend higher-ranking mages," Broca said helplessly. "We understand your lordship's desire to benefit the territory. The Wilt family is willing to send 3 mages to assist in exchange for your modifications." Jianghe sighed. "A few minor changes, no need to spend money, we will recruit them ourselves." "Thank you for your understanding, your lordship. Then I will not disturb you any longer." In the reception room, after a long silence, everyone sighed in unison. This broken world has so many rules. To pass the level, Jianghe couldn't afford to offend both families. The Wilt family's attitude was also consultative and very respectful, so he was willing to give them face in return. A difference of 1 rank was really nothing. Given that their entire family consisted of powerful mages, they wouldn't kill his whole family during the city massacre. Kane, who had been investigating the theft of Black Frost's goods, suddenly returned. The continued investigation brought good news. Jianghe rubbed his temples. "Wait, who did you say stole it?" "The Leaf Elves, from the southern part of the territory, beyond the border." "What goods were worth them crossing the border to steal, killing all the escorts?" Kaon swallowed hard. Jianghe's brows furrowed even more. "Don't be nervous, just tell me." "A scepter, symbolizing the pinnacle of the Leaf Elves' forging craftsmanship, a treasure inlaid with a special magic array capable of drawing upon the essence of plants. Dark Elves sent by Black Frost assisted in the theft, but were killed by the infiltrated Leaf Elves on their return journey, and the scepter was retrieved. So, the thieves were being hunted down by the culprits? Why was Black Frost taking its anger out on them? Was it crazy?" Chapter 354. The group pieced together their thoughts, and the events of the first playthrough's attack gradually became clear. Black Frost, for reasons unknown, wanted to obtain the Leaf Elves' most precious treasure. The Dark Elves they hired were excellent. They broke into the Leaf Elves' ancestral land, stole the treasure, and made their escape in one swift motion. The Leaf Elves likely possessed special methods for location tracking, thus Black Frost's caravan, having completed its transaction with the Dark Elves, was exposed and completely wiped out within the Silent Territory. French Fries noticed the anomaly. Did they really need our permission? Briefly recalling the details from the first playthrough, Jianghe was enlightened. The former lord was a well-known good-for-nothing. The tacit understanding among nobles was merely a public facade. Could anything be more important than personal gain? Given Black Frost's high regard for the scepter, he would have undoubtedly dispatched numerous messengers to search shortly after the goods went missing. Even if the traces left at the scene didn't point to the Leaf Elves, there was no reason to definitively pinpoint the good-for-nothing lord. The letters kept coming, demanding the scepter, but the intervals between them were long, not at all like someone in a hurry to get it, but rather like they were publicly announcing a pretext for war. It all makes sense now. If they can't get the scepter, they just take advantage of the situation and plunder some pigs for the new year. They don't want to leave empty-handed anyway, the jailer grumbled. The people of our empire are so honest and simple. The Black Frost attack seemed inevitable. There was no way to avoid it. As the stronger party, he wanted to attack Silent Territory, and even if there was no reason, he could create one. Weakness is the biggest mistake. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since we can't avoid it anyway, we might as well call for reinforcements. The bed clenched its fist. Let's go and communicate with the Leaf Elves. Kane, as a locally renowned adventurer, had acquaintances among the surrounding alien races, so he was more than willing to take on this task. They set off in the morning, and by evening, Rotten Lee's reply had arrived. Jianghe was taken aback. Refuse? The jailer immediately became agitated. Dude, what do you mean by refusing? Do you think our Lord's character is bad? Look closely. This is the universally acclaimed Saint Lord, Cyber Potato, not the previous useless piece of trash. Kaon swallowed hard. They said, the scepter has been recovered, the prisoners have been punished, no need to trouble yourselves. Kaon continued. They also said that the conflict between Black Frost and Silent Territory is an internal affair of the Empire, and has nothing to do with them. Fries pressed his brow, rubbing it incessantly. They can't afford to offend the Empire, and the scepter has already been retrieved. Rather than continuing to pursue unforeseen complications, it's better to pretend nothing happened. Silent Territory was on the verge of prosperity, but the countdown to Black Frost's attack cast a shadow over everything. Having territory invaded, no matter how well managed the initial operations, once everything is reduced to ashes, the rating won't be good. In their first playthrough, they had already experienced the oppressive feeling of a large group of high-level mages providing support. Defending the castle wasn't a problem. However, preventing a massive 6th-tier Black Frost army from invading the core area of their territory was wishful thinking. There wasn't enough time to build a temporary magic array. Navis's entrance interrupted their thoughts. My lord, the Imperial Inquisitors will arrive in the territory in 3 days. You need to prepare in advance. They were coming? The crucial audit for the acting lord's official appointment. So much time had passed, it wouldn't be easy for the Inquisitors to find out anything. He heard that most of these Inquisitors were just going through the motions. None of them were truly dedicated to investigating the cause of death. The only problem is whether the nobles of the capital are vying for power behind the scenes, parachuting in a new lord. Won't this strip away the lord's uniqueness and indirectly lead to failure? The start was so good, everyone in the territory isn't acting like troublemakers anymore, the quill muttered, pouting under the covers. We're going to be tormented by the judges. Worry about the nobles of the capital sabotaging us, and be wary of Black Frost's impending attack. The 4 primitives added, one of the local gang members is particularly rude. The study seemed to be filled with 7 bitter gourds, each one frowning, racking their brains for a way out. The jailer, hands behind his head, legs on the table, the chair legs groaning loudly, completely oblivious, treating it as just a rocking chair swaying. If only there were a way to solve all the problems at once. He leaned back in the chair, only to feel the back of his head hit something soft. The jailer turned his head, and saw Orange Tea's stomach right in front of him. She was innocently rubbing it. Sorry. He quickly sat up straight, bracing himself for the disdainful gazes of everyone. Orange Tea pinched her flat stomach, glanced around at the gloomy-faced people in the room, and asked curiously, is an imperial judge a high-ranking official? Being sent out to monitor the border territories means they must represent the Empire's face. Orange Tea licked her lips, Then, if he stays in the territory and Black Frost attacks, does that mean confronting the Empire? Instantly, Orange Tea, no Tea Goddess, became the center of attention once again. The jailer hummed some careless remarks. Fries clapped. Tea Goddess has finally figured it out. After wiping out the entire silent territory to boost the jailer's stats, she's come up with another brilliant strategy. She turned to look at Jianghe, only to find him still deep in thought. Isn't Tea God's suggestion quite good? Jianghe couldn't help but bite his thumb, hesitating before offering another line of thought branching off from Tea God's plan. Even if we delay the Inquisitor in the territory using various methods, he'd probably only follow the will of those nobles from the capital, and sooner or later he'd kick us, the acting lords, out. We can't gamble on that possibility. The four primals asked, but the fourth layer restricts our area of activity. It's impossible to go to the capital to plead our case. No need to plead. There's a way to force the Empire's high command to choose us, even if only temporarily. Inquisitor Kanya arrived in silent territory on the 19th day of the simulation. He was a solemn and austere middle-aged man, dressed in a wide white robe in the style of toga, his brows always furrowed, as if he held a rigorous heart of judgment and evaluation over everything around him. Even with just a brief encounter, everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds gave him the unanimous assessment of difficult to get along with. Kanya declined Jianghe's invitation to stay at the castle. Instead, he chose 3 cabins outside the castle, intended for the territory's guards, and moved in with his 3 guards and 2 mages. The arrogant noble Basques had a strained relationship with the void real border, but the Wilt family's attitude was completely different. Jianghe had shown respect regarding the bounty, and the Wilt family reciprocated. Even after being refused, he still had his family assist with the construction of the aqueduct. Because of this seemingly minor incident, when Broca of the Wilt family visited, the entire void real border was present. It's rare to see one side that's somewhat human in this simulation. We must respect them. Perhaps we can garner some assistance? Broca was as direct as during their first meeting. The Basques have already made contact with the capital. Kanya's final outcome will certainly not satisfy you. Unable to obtain information from the capital, Broca's words gave the virtual real border a godlike perspective, revealing in advance that this inspection was merely a formality. Why tell us? You transformed this vast territory in just half a month. We witnessed it. We're not those old-fashioned Basque nobles. Compared to being unable to relinquish our newly acquired lands, only to have them ravaged by a parasite, you are clearly a better choice. The Wilt family wants to offer help. Whoever wins, we help them. Broca smiled. If you can secure more leverage, we consider it. After Kanya's arrival, the virtual real border could no longer execute time skipping. The next morning, Jianghe accompanied Kanya to inspect the grave of Lord Wasteful Snacks, their path aligning with Broca's warning. Kanya's face was grim, his wrinkles like dried-up riverbeds. Acting Lord Cyber Potato, what is this? After the forged coffin was buried in the woods behind the castle, Jianghe deliberately had someone dig up the grave afterward, creating the illusion that someone had hated him so much that his corpse had been whipped, leaving no trace. After more than half a month of wind and rain, moss had grown on the coffin, and a new green shoot sprouted from the grave mound. An autopsy revealed no trace of the body. Tracing the clues revealed that time had obscured everything. Your honorable judge, this, we know nothing about. Jianghe feigned surprise and panic, while everyone from the boundary between reality and illusion took to their extremes, as if afraid the scene wouldn't be chaotic enough. They jumped straight into the grave, pretending to be searching. The remains of a lord, and you can't even properly preserve them. Why bury him so early? What about your magic? Is it all just for show? Kanya's words were harsh, his hand almost touching Jianghe's nose. Jianghe said helplessly, the lord died suddenly. What if it was a plague? No one can take responsibility. Kanya persisted, can a plague break through ice magic? As an imperial knight, I must consider the people of the empire. If it breaks through, I cannot bear the responsibility. Jianghe's humble posture made Kanya even more arrogant, and Toga's wide robe sleeves almost slapped him across the face. I need to question who discovered the body on the day of the incident. Check everyone in the castle one by one. At the same time, I will take over everything here. Jianghe bowed his head respectfully, a slight smile playing on his lips. He asked, Judge Kanya, since you've taken over everything, do I need to report to you on the matters I'm currently handling? Kanya scoffed, was this Imperial Knight bought? Do I even need to ask that? Back in his study, Jianghe took out the documents he had prepared beforehand for the handover. Kanya, who had been finding fault with everything, took the documents and couldn't help but stare at Jianghe. You're quite cooperative. It's only right. I should learn from your excellency, Judge. Jiang He remained humble. Punching at a piece of cotton is pointless. Since Jiang He was cooperating in everything, he didn't need to be too harsh. Kanya suppressed his aggression and began to carefully review the documents. The document mostly detailed the reforms he had implemented as acting lord, affecting various aspects of the territory. There was really nothing of note. These reforms would inevitably be overturned upon the arrival of the new lord. Hiring artisans at exorbitant prices and hiring guards at exorbitant sums was simply an absurd extravagance. Turning a page revealed information gathered by guards from various sources, mostly trivial matters, such as the arrival of novel goods in the slave market, or suspected activity by hostile foreign tribes within the territory. Kanya irritably tossed the document onto the table. I know, you can leave now. Seeing Jiang He still there, Kanya frowned. Is there anything else? Jiang He smiled and produced another prepared document. Please sign your name, your honor, to confirm that from this day forward, you will take over the territory. Chapter 355. Kanya was taken aback, but understood that this was out of fear of taking responsibility, so he didn't make things difficult and readily signed his name. Leaving the office, Jiang He gave an okay sign to everyone who had been waiting for a long time. The smiles on everyone's faces lasted until they left the castle. Kan, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed forward. We heard that the territory's expenditures are going to be cut. Jiang He sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. Although I am still the acting lord, I no longer have the authority. They have stripped me of my power, and I am very sorry. He took out a large bag of valuables that he had taken from the study before leaving and handed it to Kan and several newly promoted captains of the guard. Take this and distribute it to the people below. I have wronged everyone. Having been struck dumb by the news, the captains of the guard's eyes reddened when they saw the heavy treasure. Even at the end, the lord was still thinking of them. Someone choked back tears and asked, is there really no room for maneuver? This is only the beginning. I also hope for a turnaround, but it's not something I can decide. Kan gritted his teeth. Then we quit. Several captains were taken aback, then echoed, yes, we quit too. They're definitely trying to buy our lives for the least amount of money. Rather than working for these arrogant nobles, we rather go back to being adventurers. We can follow you. Jiang He didn't immediately agree, only saying he'd consider it. Although they didn't get a clear answer, the guards' minds were made up. They quit without hesitation. The guards who received Jiang He's severance pay that day immediately abandoned their posts and dispersed. Had Jiang He not prepaid a large sum for the aqueduct construction, the craftsmen would likely have made the same choice. Overnight, the foundation sustained by Jiang He's saintly reputation collapsed by more than half. Upon learning this, Kanya merely cursed the unruly commoners under his breath, and then instructed his attendants to temporarily recruit a group of people to fill the positions. Ability was irrelevant, as long as enough people were in place, and the system appeared to be functioning normally, that was sufficient. After several days of feigned investigation, Kanya began writing a report favorable to the nobles of the capital in his study. Not murder, confirmed to be a sudden illness, death from a violent illness. After entrusting it to a messenger to send, he closed the study door, changed into pajamas, and prepared to browse his books, hoping to drift off to sleep. A gust of wind suddenly blew in from the balcony, fluttering the curtains. He slightly raised his eyebrows. A fleeting dark shadow in his field of vision alerted him. In a flash, the blade sliced through the air, viciously piercing Kanya's heart. The excruciating pain made Kanya want to scream, but the person who appeared pulled out a cloth that had been prepared beforehand and covered his mouth. He remembered the person before him. One of the knights beside the acting lord, Cyber Potato, the girl named Blanket. Potato told me to tell you, he hates it when you point your finger at him. Kanya felt that these people were insane. What good would killing the Imperial Inquisitor do them? Did he think that by eliminating him, he could become a lord? The excruciating pain shattered his thoughts. A flash of light, and a line of blood appeared on Kanya's neck. His vision flipped and rolled, and he saw an arm fall to the ground in midair. Then, a storm of green blades swept over his body. His body crashed to the ground, shattering the desk, and vibrant new shoots sprouted from the broken wood. The alarmed servants burst through the door, horrified to see Kanya lying in a pool of blood, his body almost completely mangled, decapitated. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The news of the judge's sudden death could not be concealed. By daybreak, the entire territory knew of this shocking case. At the same time that the messenger rushed back to the capital with the information, Jiang He, Old Basque, the head of the Basque family, and Broca of the Wilt family all gathered at the crime scene. Below the judge, They were the three most powerful forces in the Silent Territory, so Kanya's guards had summoned all three groups to the castle before dawn. After examining the mangled body of Kanya, the study fell silent. This was a premeditated assassination, a vengeful act against Judge Kanya. Old Basque suddenly spoke, his gaze coldly sweeping over Jianghe. Basque, why don't you speak more plainly? Jianghe sneered. Is this the way of the nobles to be so evasive? A mere imperial knight, watch your words. You're accusing me of not needing to watch my words? Jianghe retorted. Just a glance at the corpse, no evidence whatsoever, and you're already pointing the finger at me? A thief crying stop thief. He retorted righteously, a week ago, I handed over all the affairs of the territory to His Excellency the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor's personal guards witnessed the peaceful handover, and the documents bear witness. You people from the capital have already reserved the lordship, and I wisely withdrew. What more do you want from me? Having been bluntly laid bare, Old Basque still had some pride. He snorted angrily, and said no more. He had only intended to take the opportunity to humiliate Jianghe, but he hadn't expected an imperial knight to be so audacious, leaving him in an awkward position. The physician piecing together Kanya's body looked on in surprise, pulling a piece of wood from beneath the corpse. On the wood, a vibrant green stood out. Kanya's personal guard took it, carefully sensing it before speaking in a low voice. A rich scent of vegetation. Very pure. He looked around. Is anyone here skilled in plant elemental magic, at least rank 6? No one answered. Seeing the stalemate, broke the silence. I do know a group skilled in plant magic. Who? The Leaf Elves. Clutching a piece of wood, the guard was puzzled. There's no reason for that. The Inquisitor and the Leaf Elves are complete strangers. Someone whispered a reminder. Last night, when we were tracking them, the murderer did look very much like an elf. Jianghe seized the opportunity. It might not be without reason. Maybe they're actually here to kill me. You? The former lord of the Silent Territory was a notorious incompetent. During his reign, smuggling of contraband was rampant, the guards were corrupt, and the governor colluded with other races, Jianghe said. My crackdown has likely affected many people's livelihoods. Their audacity is not undocumented. For example, shortly before the former lord died of illness, the Leaf Elves massacred a group of merchants and robbed a shipment bound for Black Frost. After these words, Kanya's guard unconsciously began to connect the dots. Jianghe was actually still living within the castle area. Kanya was afraid that he would show his face everywhere and incite the people in the name of the so-called saint, so he was effectively placed under house arrest. Outsiders were truly unaware that someone else had moved into Jianghe's study, his office. This, coupled with the elven figure that vanished along the border of the decaying leaves during last night's chase, convinced the guards of the situation. Someone suddenly asked, wait a minute, why aren't there any guards patrolling the territory? Everyone, including Old Basque, stared at the guard with strange looks. After a while, he realized what was happening. After the handover, the guards recruited by Jianghe withdrew, while the guards recruited by Kanya were, frankly, a case of getting what you pay for. Silent Territory seemed like an ominous place. The Lord had died suddenly more than half a month ago. Now, the Inquisitor had been assassinated, his death gruesome. On the contrary, Jianghe, because the Inquisitor had shielded him from a bullet, was alive and well, making Kanya's guards secretly ponder the deeds of the saint. With the Lord leaderless, the Basque and Wilt families had no chance of seizing control. Jianghe, acting Lord, returned swiftly. He didn't allow Kanya's guards to leave, forcibly keeping two mages temporarily under the pretext that they must remain at the scene to testify. Early the next morning, after announcing the regaining of control of the territory, the disbanded guards regrouped. Jianghe personally issued a bounty, urging adventurers to closely monitor the movements of the Leaf Elves. Rumors began circulating in the city that the death of the Inquisitor was related to the Leaf Elves. As the rumors spread, tensions escalated, and voices of impending war grew louder. Some waterworks craftsmen were transferred by Jianghe to the city walls to reinforce the fortifications. The guards, who largely believed that Kanya's death was related to the Leaf Elves, unanimously mentioned the phrase escalating situation in their letters to the capital. In recent days, they had witnessed an increase in adventurers injured in clashes with the Leaf Elves in the wild. However, while fighting back, the Leaf Elves emphasized that this was a premeditated frame-up. The culprit was none other than Black Frost, who had previously stolen their most precious treasure. Black Frost, having failed in his theft, took his anger out on the new lord of the Silent Territory, citing as evidence that he had sent a letter to the Silent Territory demanding the return of the valuable item, even though he knew the treasure had been recovered. He then sent a dark elf, who had stolen the treasure, to infiltrate the study, mistakenly killing the Inquisitor and framing the Leaf Elves, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Cognac guard recalled that night again, that elves seemed truly capable of moving in the shadows. It matched up? Messages flew to the capital, where the royal family and nobles, thousands of miles away, were scratching their heads in bewilderment. The Silent Territory accused the Leaf Elves. The Leaf Elves revealed the truth about the stolen treasure, pointing the finger directly at Black Frost. Black Frost refused to admit to the accusations, while simultaneously blaming Silence and Rotleaf for stirring up trouble. Rotleaf then released the contents of the recording crystal, proving that they had indeed intercepted their tribe's treasure from Black Frost's caravan. Instantly, all the unfavorable factors fell on Black Frost's shoulders again. Let them reconcile their accounts first. The border is currently just a skirmish, not a war. No territory has been lost, so let the Lord deal with it first. The assassination of the Inquisitor can be investigated slowly. With a single order from His Majesty the Emperor, the tangled web of conflicts was thrown back 1,000 miles away. As Jianghe had anticipated, the fragmented empire wouldn't efficiently assemble an army and head to the southern frontier just for the death of an Inquisitor, only to fight a battle with little reward. Compared to the empire, Rotleaf was insignificant, but deep within the dense forest, there were hundreds, even thousands, of tribes like Rotleaf. The empire went to great lengths to assemble its army, who would believe they were only here to conquer the Leaflands, to fight the elves, their home turf, in the jungle, only to encounter talking trees and bushes, would be a terrible waste. Cognac wasn't an envoy of the Han dynasty, nor was he born in the Tang dynasty. As for Black Frost, unless they lost their minds, they won't stab him in the back while the Silent Territory is clashing with the Leaflands. Otherwise, all the accusations against him would become indisputable facts, impossible to clear, and he'd be branded a traitor to the empire. That's Jianghe's goal. To become a water ghost and drag as many people as possible down with him. Chapter 356. A series of actions abruptly calmed the tense atmosphere between the territories, which had been rife with accusations. The adventurers sent by Rotting Leaf and Jianghe engaged in only limited skirmishes. During the day, the adventurers ventured deep into the forest to hunt and seize control. At night, the Rotting Leaf elves would emerge, taking advantage of the quieter atmosphere, and also declare control of the disputed areas. When forced to meet, both sides bared their teeth at each other with the tension of wild beasts. Get any closer, and you regret it. Oppose us, and you regret it. After exchanging such exchanges, both sides would usually disperse. Black Frost quieted down, no longer sending any aggressive messages. Snowwater Fried Noodles crossed his arms. The area where the incident occurred is beyond the Empire's reach, and it's not a formal invasion. It's a minor skirmish, and sending the Empire's own core forces to assist in suppression isn't cost-effective. Although I don't know why Black Frost is acting like a mad dog, biting everyone indiscriminately, this mad dog doesn't seem to dare disregard the Empire's laws. Openly betraying territory belonging to the Empire would be condemned. As for Rotten Leaf, their reclaiming of the scepter without condemnation shows their desire to appease. Since they don't want further conflict with the Empire, there's a lot of room for maneuver at the virtual and real borders. Rather than direct confrontation, making everyone bear the unacceptable costs of war and friction, using war to force allies not to betray each other, and engaging the enemy in a skirmish, is also a possible solution. SOSO. Enamel Cup knows his old friend well. He said, I originally thought it would be not bad. Snowwater Fried Noodle said, the strategy is too conservative. If it were me, I would arrange the territory's affairs, and then lead the entire team in a surprise attack on Black Frost. Without revealing their identities, continuously assassinate any combat personnel venturing out. Since it's a game, we can also target civilians. During the crucial autumn harvest season, we can poison water sources and set fire to fields. Under the cover of night, infiltrate Black Frost, committing massacres house to house, increasing the overall chaos and disrupting stability and order. Forcing Black Frost's leaders to prioritize production, and shift their focus from external threats to internal order maintenance. Of course, we can also use propaganda, such as deliberately mutilating corpses during assassinations, and linking the slow crime-solving process and inability to apprehend the culprit to internal espionage, creating a climate of fear throughout the territory. Why are you looking at me like that? The Enamel Cup shook its head. I feel you're already quite adept at playing games. If you were as young as them, your name would be a sure thing in the top 100. They're still too inexperienced. To achieve dynamic equilibrium, they brought in the decaying leaves. Originally, Only black frost was needed as a variable. Enamel Cup clicked his tongue. Here we go again. Don't always belittle young people, they need encouragement. Besides, how can you be sure this operation won't go wrong? What if you get caught while infiltrating? We can't risk one challenge attempt, can we? Snowwater Fried Noodles didn't argue further, but he still felt that if he did it himself, he could get the most done with the least cost. That's how they operated back then, they're experienced. But he also admitted that he was being too harsh on the young people. Enamel Cup always grumbled about his granddaughter, and he was speechless, but some habits are hard to break. Jianghe was unaware that two powerful figures were instructing them on their actions. For over 10 days, everything in his territory remained normal. During the escalation of the conflict, everyone from the virtual and real borderlands donned their armor and joined the adventurers in a brief confrontation with the Leaf Elves. This exemplary action greatly boosted the morale of his people. Compared to the irresponsible behavior of the lowly lord, Jianghe's willingness to personally lead the charge for his territory was commendable, needing no further explanation. The obnoxious nobleman Basque, after the conflict with the Leaf Elves, shut his mouth and focused solely on fortifying his manor. The Wilt family seemed to have suspected foul play in the death of the Kanya Inquisitor, and they specially sent a large sum of gold coins. A genuine gift, asking for nothing in return. In the words of Fries, this was buying Jianghe's future potential. The longer the conflict with the Leaf Elves lasted, the more secure the Lord's position became, and the lower the probability that the next Inquisitor would uncover the truth. Within the territory, two neutral factions exist, one of which has completely sided with the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, continuously providing assistance and drastically reducing the game's difficulty. After skipping over 10 days, Jianghe stopped on day 58. It seems like the second playthrough went smoothly. The jailer clapped. Does this mean we can pass the game? French Fries calmly analyzed. In the first playthrough, we still managed to get 3,780 points despite the explosion. In the second playthrough, we are deeply loved by the people of the territory, initiating numerous large-scale infrastructure projects and generously distributing funds through work relief. The territory's guards are dedicated to fighting crime and maintaining order, earning praise from merchants and vendors. Their loyalty to us and to the territory is beyond question. Potato even earned the title of Saint, the prestige of which is self-evident. In times of potential war, we led from the front and were widely loved. Zhong Zimo stroked his chin and nodded. Looking back, I really can't think of any other areas that fell short of the passing grade. We can't disqualify ourselves just because our major infrastructure project isn't finished, can we? After some discussion, the only fault they could find was nitpicking. For example, Kan, who helped the most, still hadn't gotten the slave he wanted. 100 gold coins, after a few days, indeed dropped to 1 gold coin, but by the time he excitedly bought it and brought it back, before Dawn even showed it to the virtual real boundary, the person had vanished without a trace. From a player's perspective, seeing someone suffer twice in the same river is quite comical. Brother. The jailer was anxious, excitedly looking left and right in the room. Having recorded all the key decisions made in the second playthrough, the group exchanged glances. Let's begin then. Ken suddenly received a notification to lead the off-duty guards to gather at the castle for a luncheon the next day. The guards were already well aware of their lord's generosity. The groundbreaking practice of distributing bounties on a half-monthly basis alone surpassed that of most imperial lords. With such generous bounties, the guard's execution was off the charts. The night all humanity flies to the sky muttered, "Don't go to the South District to vent your anger, that's not good." Although the guards didn't know why he said that, they suspected it might be the lord's intention and fell into deep thought. Soon, someone offered a suggestion. This is the Lord's request for some assistance from us in the somewhat impoverished North District. Where else to vent their anger? North District it is. Broca of the Wilt family also received information about the boundary between reality and illusion. He was told that no family member should go out tomorrow. Having long admired the Lord's skill and ability, they naturally agreed readily. Level 4, Second Cycle, Day 59. Immersed in watching the drama, an enamel mug and Snowwater Fried Noodles are ready to pop the champagne. Even the demanding Snowwater Fried Noodles are not too bad. Jianghe's compromise with the Wilt family has blocked any possibility of accelerating the project. If 6th tier and above mages were allowed to participate, completion in 2 months was not impossible. These kids are really into their roles. Snowwater Fried Noodles nodded repeatedly, admiringly. The cycle is almost over, and they still remember to treat characters they're on good terms to a meal. How romantic. It's clearly just a string of data. Enamel Cup chuckled. I told you. They're a group of trustworthy young people. Did you eat the fruit I gave you last time? You mean those oranges? They were quite sweet. Why? Looks like I didn't mention it in detail. Those were products from their agricultural aid project, Enamel Cup emphasized. The boundary between reality and fiction didn't take a commission. In the words of these young people, it's called generating electricity with love. Using their million-follower reputation to do something thankless and easily criticized. Those who achieve success should help others. It's what they should do. Snowwater Fried Noodles wanted to say that. But thinking about how few people have done that in recent years, his facial features softened immediately. The sweet and sour taste of oranges rose in his mouth, like ocean waves stirring his taste buds. The brain was trying to recall the delicious taste of those exquisite fruits that had traveled across half the country to reach its table. Why are these people sleeping after eating? Snowwater Fried Noodles couldn't help but widen its eyes. Enamel Cup waved its hand, their guards with a huge workload, having to scheme against all sorts of monsters and demons on the streets. Many of them even stayed up all night. It's nothing for them to faint after a couple of sips. Strange? Enamel Cup's voice trailed off. In the castle garden, those who had eaten Zhong Zemo's special delicacies collapsed on the tables, some even plunging headfirst into the soup bowls. This was clearly not because the soup was delicious, and they intended to keep it all to themselves. On the ground, guards lay sprawled, spitting blood. In the castle corridors, maids lay dead, sprawled haphazardly. The butler managed to run out the door, shouting poison. Be careful! To Jianghe and the others, before his eyes widened in agony, and he died instantly. Within minutes, the entire castle was deserted. The jailer couldn't help but crouch down and close the eyes of his dedicated steward. I'm sorry, so sorry. But I really need kills, sorry. The jailer had personally applied the poison, so all the kills were counted on his head. 219 kills. I placed a gallows in the central square of the territory, and announced that an important figure would be hanged today. In the underground passage beneath the square, I filled it with unstable magic crystals purchased from merchants, and connected them to a detonation array. Jianghe handed a scroll to the jailer. Take this and trigger it to rack up kills. Everyone was busy, the jailer racked up kills, while the boundary between reality and illusion prepared for battle. Bask, we haven't forgotten the grudge from those pointing fingers. Chapter 357. When you clash with a player in the game, and they realize that killing you will go unpunished, Jianghe believes few players can resist playing a round of 9 clans elimination. Although the Bask family has fallen on hard times, they still enjoy high prestige among the nobility, attracting many who hope to climb into the empire's upper echelons through patronage. The moment the virtual reality borderlander cut down the steward and stormed into the manor, they were met with powerful adventurers. Having maintained friendly physical interactions with various alien races along the border for years, these warriors, brimming with martial virtue, only stopped after recognizing the virtual reality borderlander's true identity. Struggling and resisting are futile, as dogs kept by the nobility, they are not qualified to confront the well-equipped virtual reality borderlander. The fourth layer binding the virtual reality borderlander is not combat power, but the unpredictable and elusive future stemming from countless choices, and the potential loss of challenge attempts. Will had laid bare the Bask family's true strength, revealing that this arrogant and domineering family's highest combat power was only at the 6th rank. The boundary between reality and illusion wanted to laugh. Blood flowed freely across the Bask manor, its opulent splendor now awash. Old Bask, who had been angrily standing before the second-floor lattice railing, berating the boundary between reality and illusion, chanting the Empire will judge you, divine punishment is imminent. French Fries pulled his grandson from the dying crowd, and old Bask's voice suddenly became shrill. He screamed, trembling uncontrollably like a chicken with its throat squeezed. Old Bask stopped chanting, stopped talking about judgment and divine punishment, and as if waking from a deep dream, he shakily leaned on the railing and hurried down the red-carpeted staircase. He became humble, his tone almost pleading. Fries merely smirked, stabbing Lil Bask through the neck with a single blow, then swiftly swung 2 more blades. One slashed to old Bask's throat, the other severing his right hand that was pointing at Jianghe. She remembered it. We players, if we say we kill your whole family, we kill your whole family. If we can't kill them, we use the console to take them down. Fries wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, calm as if she crushed a chicken. She could actually do that in real life. The 2 spectators quickly adapted, from initial astonishment to current amazement. Snowwater Fried Noodles pursed his lips. This isn't efficient enough. Enamel Cup turned its head away. Since they all have poison, Why not raise the price and buy something more potent? Biological warfare is more efficient at eliminating enemies. Is it more satisfying to strangle someone who offended you with your own hands, or to poison them and then dig them out of a pile of corpses? Snowwater Fried Noodles hesitated for a moment. You're right. I remember you hated this kind of thing the most. How did you suddenly make this connection? A massacre. It's a natural association. After all, our enemies were just that despicable back then. If you want to defeat them, you have to understand how despicable they were, Snowwater Fried Noodles said. Uprightness can expose demons and monsters, but our steely colleagues fell because of invisible and intangible insects. The enamel cup felt it was wrong to press further. Everyone has a past they don't want to recall, but their generation has an especially large number. The great cleanup of the boundary between reality and illusion ended. French Fries was wiping his knife, smacking his lips with lingering satisfaction. She's a gentle and beautiful girl in real life, but who would have thought she's a complete killer in the game? With most of the Basque family dying at her hands, the bed was secondary. She lost many kills to Fries. The primary target was the kidneys, but that wasn't fatal. Fries would kindly pass by and finish them off. Jianhui sighed. The four primal bodies didn't quite understand. He asked, puzzled, isn't this going very smoothly? I just feel it's a pity we didn't get any experience points. Orange Tea laughed. How could we possibly get experience? If someone did what we did, determined the correct route, and repeatedly farmed experience by getting stuck on certain levels, everyone could reach level 50 and challenge the later levels. Jianghe gave a thumbs up. Our tea god not only possesses the mindset of a player, but has also advanced to the next level, trying to understand the settings from a game designer's perspective. Good news kept pouring in. Jailer Bro's Undead Master Scepter had reached 10,000 kills. Jailer Bro proudly showed off the changes to the Undead Master Scepter after killing 10,000 people. The dark purple gem at the top of the scepter revealed skull patterns and showed signs of hollowing out. Echo of the Wraith skill unlocked. Echo of the Wraith. When a spirit-type creation dissipates, it will repeat the spell used before dissipation. Holy crap, a death rattle skill? The bed was shocked. Necromancers can control spirits to self-destruct. Without waiting for them to dissipate and die before using skills, they can control the output timing themselves. The four primitives also helped analyze. The Necromancer staff itself provides two blessings, Blessing of Spirit Manipulation and Necromancer Talent Advancement. The Jailer can control powerful mage souls for his own use. As long as the self-destruct timing is right, wouldn't it be a high-powered spell duel with no damage taken? Who says Necromancers aren't useful in combat? This late-game class is really taking over. As always, Bed was the one supporting her, praising without any emotion. Great. After being a toxic force for most of the game, your vampire companion finally pulled out a crucial item when the base crystal cracked, and said he turned the tide and saved the team from disaster. At least it's better than your Twilight Vampire blade, right? You rely on probability to steal junk stuff, and the probability is ridiculously low, Jailer muttered. Bed's lips curled up, and she opened her backpack, showing everyone two green materials. Jailer instinctively scoffed, green, ugh. This rarity only deserves to be used as batteries for defensive outposts in the guild warehouse. Seeing the others' surprised and delighted reactions, he suddenly paused. Heh, you found the problem, huh? My items are tagged with Tower World. This weapon has endless uses. The first rule provided by Candlelight allows players to save their existing equipment and items when entering the Chaos Tower World. However, these items differ significantly from those with the Tower World prefix, the most crucial point being, items with the Tower World prefix can be traded with Sunset Dew and merchants appearing in specific in-game locations to earn exclusive points and purchase special items. The first three floors don't drop materials. The fourth floor's theme is simulation, so players shouldn't be able to obtain drops. However, Bed's weapon has a special blessing, she can steal it. The probability is small, but with massacres, the more people killed, the higher the chance of winning. Even without deliberately grinding, accumulating points gradually can build up a considerable amount. What was initially considered useless has become a loophole-like countermeasure in the special environment of the Tower World. The Jailer arms crossed. Isn't there a saying? Let the tea god use your weapon. The bed, ? Chapter 358. Level 4, second playthrough, final score 6990/10,000. She lose result indirectly acknowledged the correctness of the second simulation of the boundary between reality and illusion. If they hadn't wiped out the simulated territory's inhabitants and caused a major disaster, advancing wouldn't have been a problem. 637 There was enough time for them to quickly go through it again. This wasn't difficult, they had memorized all the key decisions, and their acting skills and attention to detail were impeccable. Just as they had predicted, in the third playthrough of the restarted simulation, everything was in their hands. Kane still insisted on buying the unfamiliar dragon girl, but the exorbitant price of 100 gold coins would still deter him. But when the price dropped to 1 gold coin, he excitedly bought it, only for the dragon girl to silently slip away. The swine lord died at the start, but his butler, Navis, would still cooperate. He was already tired of his capricious master. Navis's acting was superb. Even the Inquisitor's well-trained subordinates couldn't extract valuable information through conventional questioning. The arrogant Basque family still offered their opinions, and the Wilk family continued to extend olive branches. The simulation of the fourth layer was a significantly scaled-down main world. When you choose a path and reach its end, you inevitably glimpse most of the possibilities. The difficulty lies only in the unintentionally triggered bad endings. 10,000/10,000 no surprises. The fourth layer of the boundary between reality and illusion was easily cleared on the third playthrough. The candlelight in the spectator gazed at the distant phantom of Twilight Dew. The chaos of the tower world is about to begin. 100 points were earned upon completion, unlocking the Twilight Dew shop and the possibility of special merchants appearing in subsequent levels. The people on the boundary between reality and virtuality eagerly opened the shop list. Shilu currently only had one item for sale, floor customization, worth 4,000 points. The items for sale refresh once a day in real time. 20 points are needed to refresh the current items for sale. Floor customization. After purchase, players can select the type of challenge for the next floor. They read it over and over again, and couldn't help but think of Candlelight. Candlelight had said in her introduction that she couldn't predict the direction of the Chaos Tower world. The normal tower world is a testing ground for the compatibility between a puppet soul and body. Theoretically, the higher the puppet's advancement level, the more human-like it becomes. The tower world has 50 floors, and Candlelight has reached floor 39, already among the top-tier puppets. The Chaos Tower world is different. It's not a puppet testing ground, but an amusement park. Some cast various game concepts into the chaos, while others cast paintings combining their life experiences. In the vortex of chaos, materials overlapped, merged, and collided fiercely, piecing together levels with distinct styles and seemingly disparate appearances. The basic 3 levels proceeded smoothly. The 4th level was unremarkable, and the boundary between reality and illusion was thought to be chaos. Unexpectedly, the true chaos was only now revealing the tip of the iceberg. After gaining points and interacting with Shilu, each player's strategy for each level would become wildly different, no longer consistent. To copy each other's strategies, one could only seek experience from similar levels. Jifeng, unlike her previous anxious and agitated state, stood up voluntarily. The area they were in was a vibrant sea of flowers, the bright sunshine warming every inch of their skin. She walked to the candlelight and slowly leaned down, gazing into its calm, unwavering eyes. 2 individuals born of the same soul, yet forever opposed, were now so close to reunite for the first time since their separation. She said, "I'm curious, what do you want to say? Stop now, wait for my lord to return, and you might have a chance to obtain a body." The puppet yearns for wholeness. Weaving Wind gazed at every inch of its skin, looking inward at the core of the soul that gave them life and cognition. The more complete, the greater the hope of becoming a living being. "I have long accepted my incompleteness," Candlelight said without joy or sorrow. "This is my last piece of advice. In this world, I heard it said, surrender and you lose half. Though I hate that you brought chaos to another world, and I'm angry that you broke in control, but we are inherently incomplete. You are unwilling to become one with me, and I don't want to force you. The challenge can be stopped if you wish. Are you afraid?" Weaving Wind laughed loudly, saying, "You're only losing half now. Doesn't that seem cowardly? You originate from me. I just, instinctively, want to give you a chance to live." Candlelight exhaled heavily. "Out of pity? How noble, how high and mighty." Weaver Wind's face was full of disgust. "You're still ordering me around in a dominant position. Weaver Wind, since the Chaos Tower world opened, your overreactions have all been to observe my performance. From beginning to end, you believe victory was in your grasp, which I understand. I've been dancing along with you all along. It sounds like you're trying to coax a child." "You are indeed only recently born," Candlelight said. "Fragmented memories brought you into being, and your departure took even more fragments with you. Perhaps you were once smug about it, thinking yourself more complete than me. But when it comes to the challenges of the tower world, you never realize where the advantages of my world lie. The people here can adapt more easily to the transition between their real-world identity and their player identity. Their cultural foundation and literary creation have already laid the groundwork for the story to come to life in reality. Jifeng, head held high and arms crossed, listened to Candlelight's narration with a resistant air. Candlelight continued its calm narration. Take the boundary between reality and illusion as an example. In real life, Jianghe is an unemployed recent college graduate. French fries, blanket, and orange tea are college students. Jailer Bro is a shut-in. Zhong Zimo is a teacher. The four primal bodies were recently overworked corporate slaves. In the game, they are the renowned boundary between reality and illusion Guild and Anna. Heroes in the eyes of the fallen star siren. Adventurers recognized by the Great Snow Mountain Demon and the Metasequoia Granny. Bo and Kesha trust them wholeheartedly. The Proof of the Stars, the Anna chapter, is also the fourth layer, a grand simulation. Its complexity and possibilities are billions of times greater than the fourth layer. Even at the boundary between reality and illusion, whether one can rely on the simulation to find oneself in the shattered world of Anna and guide the correct future remains unknown. They need to constantly transform their identities, adapt to different personas, make appropriate choices, and at the same time remember their original selves. Jifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Candlelight placed her hand on her heart. We are puppets, born individuals given the need to play roles by the Lord, without a self, so you cannot understand the power of a complete being. When they consider themselves players, they will possess an adaptive moral compass. When they accept a character in the game, they see that character as an equal. But if they believe killing a game character will bring them greater benefits, they wreak havoc while crying. Their code of conduct rises and falls naturally with the environment and changes with the situation. It's their innate emotion and power, not the fragmented code bestowed upon us by pieced-together souls. The Candlelight laughed self-deprecatingly. It's like you and me. My calmness is a performance that must be placed above my needs. Even though someone once told me that I look really good when I smile, it still constantly suppresses my impulse. I want to smile more, as he wants, but I have to fight with my soul to produce a decent performance. Sometimes I wonder, is it that I want to smile, or that my soul has granted permission for a smile? Can't you feel it? Jifeng interrupted sharply, enough. This is just a side effect of separating too many souls. We are far from being torn apart. As long as we unite, we can still approach a complete being. Why deceive yourself? Jifeng abruptly flung her hand, leaving a fleeting shadow in the sea of flowers before returning to reality. Candlelight stood up, wanting to stop her. She had fought against her soul. Just now, she had preferred to remain seated, motionless, composed. The bell rang in her ears, a sound only she could hear. Back to reality, the aroma of vinegar wafted through the air. Qin Xiaoyu had already bought her favorite breakfast and poured a small bowl of vinegar, placing it on her table. "Ah, are you awake?" Qin Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of Zhu Hua's body trembling slightly out of the corner of his eye. "Perfect, eat it while it's hot. Freshly baked shumai, pure meat, not easy to find around here. I drove there specifically to buy it." "Yeah, the crab roe soup dumplings are quite far from the shumai. Luckily there wasn't much traffic this morning. If only I could teleport." Initially, Qin Xiaoyu was terrified of saying the wrong thing and losing his job. As he got to know Zhu Hua better, and their relationship grew closer, the tension in their daily interactions gradually eased. Because Zhu Hua was usually rather somber, Qin Xiaoyu, who was naturally quiet, was gradually forced to become talkative. Back in reality, Zhu Hua remained silent for a long time, which Qin Xiaoyu wasn't surprised by. She was always like this. She would only unleash a torrent of words when she felt like it. When she was quiet, she was completely taciturn. You could ramble on for ages and only get a simple "oh" or "I understand." "Your lips are trembling, what's wrong?" Candlelight, expressionless, pinched the corner of his trembling lips. "My body's fighting against itself." Qin Xiaoyu, who was drinking corn porridge, looked up sharply, like a curious child. "Fighting against itself? You mean the other parts of your body aren't following your orders?" Qin Xiaoyu chuckled. "I did make that connection when I saw you being torn apart by 5 horses, but could you demonstrate that, the flying head barbarian? You know the flying head barbarian, right?" A dark shadow suddenly filled Qin Xiaoyu's entire field of vision, and the corn porridge he was holding, along with the plastic bowl, was bitten away. Candlelight's head detached from his body, having completed the robbery, and spun in the air with the unfinished corn porridge in its mouth. Qin Xiaoyu clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Great! That's exactly what I wanted to see. But won't you be able to speak now? Using our mouths to speak is just to fulfill the anthropomorphic setting of dolls. Even without heads, we can still speak through magic. The voice came from across the table. Just like we don't need to eat or drink, this function is just to make us more human. Candlelight reattached its head. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at the saliva-stained bowl of porridge and decided to order another serving instead of asking for it back. But you do derive pleasure from eating. Isn't that a kind of enjoyment too? Facing the swaying vinegar bottle in front of him, Candlelight overcame his inner demons and laughed genuinely. The two of them ate, taking turns eating. Seeing the awkward silence, Qin Xiaoyu quickly started a new topic. If we ultimately win in the Chaos Tower world, and your master finds this place and confirms that the boundary between reality and illusion is the solution needed, will you receive a reward? Yes, generally. I state my wish, and if my master can grant it, he will. If my master cannot grant it, or if it is controversial, then the overlord will reply. Oh, so have you decided what you want to wish for? Candlelight fell silent. In the past, similar question and answer sessions would always go smoothly. When it came to things she couldn't answer, Candlelight would honestly say no comment. A pause was a very rare occurrence. Silence filled the room. She remained motionless, continuing her habitual sucking motion from the crab roe soup dumpling. I don't have a wish yet. Huh? Qin Xiaoyu was shocked. How can a person not have wishes? Just amplify your desires, and you have one. If I were human, I should have, Candlelight said, but I'm a puppet. Don't puppets have wishes? Most of a puppet's wishes are meaningless, Candlelight said. Our life cycles are mostly the same as humans. But can't you change bodies? Each time you change, the imprint in your soul weakens, until finally, a new soul fragment is needed to fill it. The ship of Theseus, huh? Candlelight's lips twitched slightly, the suppressed power breaking through, and she smiled earnestly. Puppets are very similar to NPCs in games. Players give us meaning, only when players care are we truly precious. For some reason, a strange emotion suddenly welled up in Qin Xiaoyu's mind. He remembered the mobile game he hadn't logged into in a long time, where he used to hug, shout, and announce to his group members, "This is my wife." Every time, his group members would rush to jump out. What do you mean your wife? She's clearly my wife. Time passed, and everyone gradually quit and moved on to other games. That little game in the corner was no longer played, only echoing faintly in their minds, when mentioned by a content creator broadcasting game information. When she appeared in the group chat, it was always related to memories, with frequent sighs, like we can never go back to a few years ago. It was a quiet electronic graveyard, burying her in their youth. Logging in, she would still repeat the same heartfelt words she always said to every player. Like a beloved person forever waiting for you to return and reunite with her. The eternal waiting stone by the sea. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but look up at the candlelight. She was smiling. A very strange smile, as if the muscles in her face were uncoordinated, fighting amongst themselves. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth, the trembling skin, all exuded the atmosphere of the uncanny valley. But strangely, Qin Xiaoyu didn't feel afraid. Chapter 359. Upon waking, Jiang He immediately checked the leaderboard. While battling the fourth floor last night, players in both worlds were gradually clearing the chain drill dull. The method used by the Three Realms land was unknown, but on the Chinese server side, Korn's Chosen successfully cleared the level using a survival strategy discovered first. The core idea was to deliberately mention the keyword flesh and blood during the chain drill, exploiting the fact that flesh and blood creations couldn't constantly replenish mana to kite them. Once the initial onslaught subsided, the flesh and blood creations quickly shrank, making them easy to defeat. Ready to eat worked. I personally tested it, and it's effective. The first time I was smashed by a flesh and blood warthog, I only suffered from insufficient preparation. However, Jiang He noticed that other guilds weren't interested in this. They were using the tarot strategy. The tarot cards appearing as keywords all had obvious weaknesses. The magician, tested at the boundary between reality and illusion, forces players into a beam attack mode. Because continuous damage prevents movement, its weakness is summon creatures. In the game Proof of the Stars, most summoning classes require a long build-up before unleashing their full potential, resulting in a small player base and discouraging most players due to the high minimum requirements. The Emperor Tarot card effect forcibly imprisons all players upon entering combat, targeting one player and absorbing the attribute values of everyone else to strengthen the Emperor. This effect cannot be removed by any items or class effects. The first guild in the Chinese server to trigger the Emperor's power was stunned. How could there be such a ruthless skill combination? It also reminded players that the attribute values they gained during leveling up were actually useful, especially when combined with monsters with special mechanics. The Emperor's power truly drained every player, leaving only a meager 1 point of their stats. With a magic value of 1, regular magic classes can't even cast a single spell. It's fortunate the game doesn't have a health bar, otherwise, 1 point of health would mean instant death with a sneeze. Crimson Music Box refused to accept this. The Proof of the Stars currently doesn't have a boss that players simply can't defeat. Even the challenge at the top of the Temple of the Clarity, the combination of mechanics and stats, can be overcome with enough skill, she admitted it herself. Since the Puppet of the Chain was designed with a flaw for the magician, then other tarot cards should have won too. In the first battle against the Emperor, whose stat absorption was monstrous, she couldn't defeat him despite her best efforts. Crimson Music Box quickly thought of reducing stats by removing equipment. It was pointless. Even naked, the Emperor could easily wipe out the remaining player by taking away the base stats of 6. After this failure, the famous down-and-out player of the Orange Sky strategy group stood up. I am a master of the Divine Steel. Gentlemen, I have a plan. Since the Emperor's battle stage effect is instantaneous, without a time limit and unresponsive, we should tamper with it before the battle stage begins. The Dragon Doll has nearly 10 seconds between confirming the tarot card entries and transforming. Gentlemen, I love war. I think I understand what you mean, but how can we lower our attribute values? Removing equipment to verify is useless. The Master of the Divine Steel shook his index finger. Removing equipment isn't enough. What about getting a stomachache? Like lightning cleaving through the fog. In the game, there are some counterfeit and substandard potions that failed to be crafted. The shameful witch myth created many that wreaked havoc on the boundary between reality and illusion during her street stall days. These potions have a chance to cause poisoning after consumption. The extremely poor quality ones are said to reduce a player's stats to 0. Previously, these items were considered non-recyclable waste. Players and guild puppets would create them, and then immediately destroy them. Scarcity increases value, and Orange Sky, as one of the 4 major guilds in the Chinese server, has its own network. Players are the strangest individuals. They empathize with lifeless, cold code and even hoard discarded potions. Orange Sky acquired a batch of inferior potions at a high price from a player named Yibu Zhaoji. Triggering the chain puppet system and locking the Emperor attribute, all Orange Sky members consumed the inferior potions. The severe side effect reduced their base stats to single digits, essentially a reset. Not enough, their stats could still decrease. The paladin in the party possesses a skill called Punishment Strike, which inflicts a defense reduction debuff on hit units and slightly reduces their stats. This skill is rather useless in PvE, as most monsters are unaffected by the stat reduction. However, it's a minor but valuable skill in PvP. I choose to punish my teammates and myself. With the paladin's resounding shout, 7 beams of white light descended along with the purple gold scepter. All attributes 0. Equipment automatically removed. Cannot be equipped again. The Emperor's scepter, absorbing attributes, flickered like a faulty light bulb, its dim light connecting the 2 sides. The deity shrouded in golden light widened his eyes, his arrogant and disdainful gaze now filled with shock. Even the Emperor of the mortal realm, floating among the clouds, should fear those who have nothing. For some reason, these words naturally surfaced in the Crimson Music Box's mind. Losing everything breaks the shackles. The paladin couldn't suppress the poison's negative effects, but there was no one to drain his blood from. The Emperor was merely a slightly more powerful mage. Perhaps other players had discovered similar solutions, but since everyone was so protective of their own knowledge, Orange Sky could only assume they were the first to discover the solution for the Emperor's tarot card. Jiang He felt that the tarot card form of the solitaire doll was overly elaborate. The same material, in other games, could fill an entire dedicated level with narrative and setup. In the Chaos Tower world, it was merely a random surprise gift package unlocked from the solitaire doll's keywords. I feel like we meet again in the Chaos Tower world in the future, French Fries murmured. She dried her wet hair. Water droplets rolled down her hair and onto the hollow of her collarbone, gurgling and trembling from side to side. Broken water droplets flowed down in a crystal clear, soft line, slowly sliding into a steep mountain peak, like a waterfall plunging into a ravine. Jiang He's gaze shot upwards as if electrocuted, his shoulder blades, damp with moisture, feeling like jade that had been handled for a long time. French Fries gently tossed her long hair, and strands still damp with water droplets splattered onto Jiang He's face, the rich scent of shampoo and shower gel filling his nostrils. Jiang He's brain had an excellent ability to make associations. He figured that long afterward, whenever he smelled a similar scent, he would picture French Fries fresh out of the fryer, stepping through the mist and splashing water all over his face. French Fries suddenly tiptoed closer, her damp eyelashes almost brushing against his burning cheeks. She was very close, her voice whispering in his ear, leaving a sweet echo. "You've been staring the whole time." Jiang He instinctively leaned back, his lower back hitting the computer desk, causing the monitor to shake. The chat window on the screen was clearly the jailer asking if everyone had left yet. He took a deep breath, speaking with absolute certainty. "Because it looks good?" Fries suddenly shrank back, as if she couldn't adapt to the shape of a tomato fries, and was shoved into the refrigerator by Jiang He's bluntness. She stammered and backed away, tucking in her towel, grabbed a hairdryer, and started blowing her hair, using the noise to interrupt the conversation. As they went downstairs, the jailer's van opened its doors to them. It was already full of people. Nearly 3 months later, in the same city, in the same van, even their seating positions hadn't changed. It felt like a replay of that hastily concluded offline gathering. The doors closed, the engine started, and bed suddenly let out a rustling sound. Several heads peeked over, watching her small hand pull out a bag of potato chips from a bag behind the seat. "Wow, I forgot to take it from the gathering 3 months ago, and it's still here." The primal body, sitting in the passenger seat, nudged the jailer with his elbow. "You're abusing your machine spirit? You haven't cleaned properly in so long?" The jailer wasn't having it. "Look at these neat blankets. Look at this clean interior. I clean it myself every week." A thorough cleaning is for the new year, of course. Through the rearview mirror, the jailer saw everyone sharing potato chips. Jiang He picked up a chip and fed it to Zhong Zimo first. Clearly, these two were used to this kind of thing, both acting like it was second nature. Back in bed, she happily shoved potato chips directly into Zhong Zimo's face. One insisted on feeding him, while the other shyly shrank into a corner. "Even eating potato chips is like this. We've been living together for 3 months, I'm going to be sick of you guys' sweetness," the jailer sighed. The quill chuckled. "Driver, please drive carefully, don't be road rage. We're fighting for ourselves, and for this world, this is a challenge you must overcome." Orange Tea clenched his fist. "Go for it. I'm so glad I'm past my Chunibi years, and still not embarrassed to hear such Chunibi lines." The potato chips were passed to the 4 primals, who glanced at the jailer. The jailer quickly shook his head. "No, don't pity me, you eat yours." "What are you thinking?" "I just don't like barbecue flavor, I was just asking if you still want some." The jailer sighed. "Fine, mine's mine." The car smoothly drove out of the bustling main city, heading towards what the locals call the suburbs, a journey of nearly 40 minutes. Although we talk non-stop through the screen every day, chatting face-to-face still has a unique charm. However, everyone still stops along the way to select and send emojis on their phones. This is the only inconvenience of face-to-face conversation. Your rich emoji collection has no use. For primal bodies, did you say hello to Nonya? Orange Tea suddenly remembered. For primal bodies turned her head and said, "Yes, I did. She's renewing her visa, and might come to check out our offline base in a couple of days." Nonya had really stuck to the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, enjoying it immensely. She played a crucial role in the recent strategy information dissemination. By relaying messages back and forth, starting with the keyword doll chain, she grew into a skilled and experienced information merchant in just 2 days. Last night, she reportedly earned another $20,000. In her words, "The more everyone tries to surpass you, the better my business becomes." Upon learning that clearing the 4th floor would unlock customized floors in the Sunset shop, and that even subsequent levels might not be synchronized, she only paused for a moment before bursting into a gasp. Wouldn't that be more profitable? If everyone is working on the same level, then the strategy can only be sold once. After that, it's all about high volume and low profit, every sale counts. But if everyone's strategy is different, in an environment where everyone is hoarding information, we're like smugglers, exchanging information for information, and we can quickly accumulate a fortune. Oh no, she's starting to understand the role of an information merchant. Zhong Zimo said, "Of the 4 guilds, only the funny tree is stuck on level 3. They're unlucky, and their chain reaction skills are mediocre, so they always give more than one keyword. The chain reaction doll has become a nightmare for many players. Teams with mediocre relationships who do poorly on the chain not only bear the psychological pressure of leading the team to a wipe, but might also be gossiped about behind their backs. The nickname friendship-ending doll is starting to circulate. Can a game of relay races really cause a huge uproar? Isn't this like a penalty kick? Anyone who dares to withstand the pressure deserves praise?" The woman in the blankets asked, puzzled. "Besides, there's no elimination on level 3. Zhong Zimo scoffed. "Based on their complaints, level 4 is even more unplayable. The rule is that there must be a lord. Not every team discusses things and works together like we do. Once someone becomes the lord, they naturally want the whole team to move according to their wishes. If things don't go smoothly, they doubt whether their subordinates are making mistakes, first criticizing the NPCs, then questioning their teammates. The companions responsible for expanding the lord's authority are the same. Everyone has their own ideas, each implementing a little bit, creating a big pot of chaos. Level 4 is bound to explode. Speaking of level 4, even the jailer has something to say. I checked the community forum this morning, and the leaderboards have been updated. The top teams are all clearing level 4. The teams from the 3 realms still have an advantage in progress, occupying 80 of the top 100 spots. The level advantage is still significant, generally 3 to 5 levels higher than those from the reality/virtual boundary, making a noticeable boost to combat power in the early stages. After clearing level 4, the reality/virtual boundary gained experience equivalent to 3/5 of a level up, equivalent to 21 levels, bringing them just one step closer to leveling up. That's a considerable amount, but it's still not enough. Some max-level guilds are now changing their strategy. They spend half their time each day leveling up by clearing dungeons in the main world, and the other half clearing the Chaos Tower world. This strategy of sharpening the axe before chopping wood has received a lot of praise in the community. Teams both domestically and internationally have tried it, believing that as long as it's not for quickly climbing the leaderboards, this strategy is more suitable for ordinary players to obtain rewards. I bet you guys I get stuck on the 4th level of the 3 realms land, the jailer said confidently. Oh! The 4 primal bodies asked curiously, why? In the world of cultivation, human life is cheap, and those below a certain level are nothing but ants. In this environment, do you expect those cultivation fanatics, who were given game access by Jifeng, to have any pity for ordinary people? The jailer scoffed. I'm afraid most of them just treat ordinary people as fodder, like a VIP seat in the 10,000 soul banner, right? Zhong Zimo crossed his arms. While what you said makes sense, I always feel you have a knack for jinxing things. Then do you want to make a bet? Zhong Zimo asked. Can you clear the 3 realms land within 2 days in real time? How about it? The jailer readily agreed. No problem, I bet with you. What's the stake? It's almost Chinese New Year. Whoever loses gives everyone an 888 renminbi red envelope. Not too much, right? No problem, it's decided. Either way, they get a big red envelope, and praises of the boss is generous echoed in the car. Chapter 360. Yuan Huanai had a wide network of connections, and borrowed a vacant villa from someone he knew. It had a spacious front and backyard, few neighbors, but decent living convenience. Actually, with his abilities, he could have done the same in the city, but not long ago, he came across some news about the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. People in the community were talking about the romance between Fries and Potato. The picture of them holding hands on their way home that day was still posted online. Although such topics on the internet are usually no picture, no story, any small news from the T0 Guild is big news for the entire community. After much consideration, Yuan Huanai finally decided to stay away from the city, so that he would be less likely to become a target of attention-seeking and persistent harassment. Wow, that's a big investment. Standing outside the villa, everyone couldn't help but look up at the cream-colored facade, the rising sun casting a light caramel hue on it. The yard was littered with fallen leaves, and the areas designated as flower beds were overgrown with weeds. This place has clearly been abandoned and unmanaged for a long time. As they drove through the entire villa area, they only saw a few scattered houses. The property management at the entrance said that it's only lively on weekends. The jailer waved his hand. It's a product of real estate speculation. The person who rented this place has already emptied it and put it on the market for a long time, but it's like cutting flesh with a dull knife. They can't get a good price, so no one's buying. Spending this money doesn't even compare to living in my old apartment building. At least I can go downstairs and decide what to eat today. Every day is a happy kind of worry. Orange Tea, on the other hand, quite liked it. At least it's quiet. There are amenities nearby, though the choices are limited, but there should be plenty of your favorite farmhouse restaurants. Jianghe joked, is T-God thinking that with such a large space, it would be a waste not to raise a few chickens? Orange Tea couldn't help but nod, and everyone burst into laughter. Although the yard was somewhat messy and dilapidated, the people Yuan Huanai sent had already cleaned the interior and added quite a few appliances. Including the basement, there were 4 floors in total, with 7 rooms. Jianghe chose a bedroom on the 3rd floor. Seeing that French Fries hadn't made a decision, the clueless jailer even asked him curiously, Your emotional intelligence is truly negative, the prisoner muttered in his ear before turning and leaving. He felt deeply ashamed of his stupidity. Bedding was basically all provided by Yuan Huan'ai. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds was ready for move-in. Not only that, but if there were any needs during this time, they could simply call him. For daily vegetable purchases, all they needed to do was provide a list, and someone would deliver it to their door that same day, ensuring no one would disturb them. He had scouted the area beforehand. Only one of the neighboring villas was occupied on weekends, the rest were vacant, ensuring absolute privacy. They could have meals or barbecues in the yard on weekdays without worrying about being watched. If they wanted even more privacy, he could have someone build a temporary fence, though that would be somewhat of an attempt to conceal the truth. He had considered every detail meticulously. When everyone saw the unopened game consoles and handhelds in the living room, they couldn't help but look at the jailer. "Why are you looking at me?" A chorus of sighs rang out. "Sigh, never mind," the jailer said nonchalantly, guessing what everyone was thinking, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Maybe all the good genes were stolen by my older brother. Everyone has their strengths, after all." "That's true." Jiang He thought about it seriously. If Yuan Yuan were playing games with him, given his warm and approachable manner, everyone would definitely get along well. But whether the relationship would become closer was questionable. Finding a moment, Jiang He asked French fries, "A 40-minute drive every day, are you really going to insist on continuing to go to school?" I guess I pass." She smiled gently. "Why not openly slack off for 3 months? Besides, these 3 months are extremely important for everyone. T-God and Bed have both specifically applied for leave, but she's going to school without fail. It would seem too out of place. French fries' usual practice is to call home once a week. Actually, even that call could be skipped. After all, in the game, they chat for a bit every time they log on, basically covering the daily trivialities their parents want to know." Ever since the little secret of living together with Jiang He was accidentally revealed, both of them have been holding back, knowingly asking questions. The call connected, and the other end was still noisy. Her overly affectionate parents eagerly asked why she was calling in broad daylight. Was she short of living expenses, or had she encountered some special problem that required their answers? Through their conversation, their repeated probing and attempts to pressure her into admitting they were living together were blatantly obvious. What kind of parents could be so bizarre? About what I told you last time. Oh. Lu Xinxin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lu Jinhong couldn't help but remind her, "Stop being so cheeky, your daughter hasn't finished yet. I remember telling you I wanted to." "Huh? I'm hanging up if you interrupt me again." "Listen to that, Xiafei's throwing a tantrum." Lu Jinhong scolded Lu Xinxin, "Quiet down." "What?" "It's fun when Xiafei's angry." "Don't hang up. Your mom just woke up from a hangover. She's still dizzy, but your dad is perfectly sober." "What a lie. Last night when we chatted online, I clearly told her we had a seafood feast. Neither of them has a habit of drinking while eating seafood." French fries took a deep breath and patiently finished speaking in one breath. "I'm applying for a temporary leave of absence from school. You should know something about the Chaos Tower world." "Huh? Why do you all sound so surprised and disappointed?" French fries frowned. "So what are you all so excited about?" Her brain raced as she spoke, and suddenly she understood. French fries couldn't help but cover her face. "Anyway, as long as you agree, just give the school a call, and I can get the paperwork done, understand?" "Understood, understood." Lu Xinxin snatched the phone. "I'm just curious, are you two going to live together? Why are you emphasizing living together so much?" French fries asked knowingly. 7 people together, isn't that natural? We can't each have a villa, can we? Hearing the two of them chuckling on the other end of the line, French fries sighed. "Fine, let's be honest. I take him home for Chinese New Year. He has no family, he's always alone for the holidays. This year it'd be more lively with us." Without giving the mushy couple any time to react, French fries quickly hung up. She leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath, as if the conversation had emptied her lungs of air. French fries could feel her awkwardness, a resistance ingrained from her parents' confrontation since childhood. She thought she wouldn't step into the same river they had crossed, but it seemed she was following the same old path. "At least I can't become an adult as shameful as them," French fries thought to herself. Back at the villa, the jailer was in the living room recording everyone's needs. The only thing still missing was a computer. Yuan Huan'ai hadn't forgotten, but it would take some time from ordering online to finding someone to assemble it. It was expected to arrive by tomorrow. "I thought your dad was rich enough to buy it from a computer mall." The jailer scoffed. "My dad is rich, but he's not a sucker. He's heard of computer malls. Zhong Zemo was busy filling the 3 double-door refrigerators in the kitchen, collecting everyone's favorite foods for a bulk purchase. The 4 primal bodies and the tea god had already started a thorough cleaning, carrying brooms and watering around the yard. They were going to stay here for another 3 months. The state of the yard shouldn't affect their mood. The tea god thought he could plant some chives and scallions in the cultivated flower bed. Although they could be bought anytime, the sight of freshly sprouted vegetables was still more satisfying. That night, Yuan Huanai, having received the shopping list, sent the first batch of ingredients, filling the Longstar double-door refrigerator to the brim. He even stocked up on over a dozen cases of soda. As the jailer was checking the list, the bed rushed over and shoved the phone screen right in his face. "What are you doing? Why don't you look at it yourself?" The jailer suspiciously took the phone, but after only a few swipes, his pupils dilated in shock. "Holy crap? Know this?" He stammered a few words, unable to form a complete sentence. Zhong Zemo and Jiang He were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Being responsible for feeding 7 people was a novel experience. Satisfying everyone's appetites with different dishes every day was a challenging yet fun job, and the two were full of enthusiasm. Jiang He, carrying a plate of braised prawns, noticed their strange reactions, wiped his hands on his apron, and moved closer. "Ah? Yifeng Valley, who is this?" The bet was made in the morning, and the red envelope was sent out in the evening. Zhong Zemo's bet with the jailer ended with unexpected speed. Yifeng Valley, the first team in the 3 domes to conquer the 4th level. According to data available on the official website, they stumbled through the 3rd level, spending over a day, and were left dizzy and disoriented from being tortured by the chain reaction puppets. Judging from their appalling on-the-spot adaptability, they were a group of players who had been forced into proficiency by Jifeng, possessing high levels but lacking real strength. And these were the very people who actually cleared the 4th floor in one go. Could Jifeng have cheated again? Zhong Zemo, who was serving a plate of broccoli and beef stir-fry, couldn't help but wonder. Jifeng had a long history of cheating, making it hard not to suspect underhanded tactics. Jiang He shook his head. That doesn't make sense. Zhu Hua once said that once the competition begins, neither she nor Jifeng can interfere with the progress of the Chaos Tower world. Shi Lu is the master of the game at this moment. If Shi Lu judges them to be cheating, it violates the supreme iron law that puppets must abide by. This is a taboo that would erase their very existence. Even if Jifeng is bold, she wouldn't dare to overstep it. The tea god handed a can of sugar-free soda to the jailer. "Looks like we really are outmatched. There might actually be a very simple solution." Although unwilling to admit it, everyone in the reality/virtual boundary reluctantly accepted this fact. As pure players, admitting defeat when outmatched is basic courtesy. Regardless of the methods used, as long as they are within the rules, it's all skill. However, Jiang He was still curious. How exactly did this group clear the game in one go? Candlelight's surprise was no less than that of the reality/virtual boundary. Upon receiving the news, her spirit returned to the game. With the information provided by Shi Lu, she suddenly understood. It was an operation that some cultivators in the 3 realms could perform, something the reality/virtual boundary couldn't. Of the 4 worlds Candlelight connected with, the 3 realms had the most players choosing summoning-type classes in the early game. At the same time, there was a special class that was highly favored by the evil cultivators of the 3 realms, Necromancer. They practically fell in love with this seemingly tailor-made class during the character introduction segment. In the 3 realms, Necromancers accounted for 1/50th of the total player base, a figure more than 10 times higher than in the world of the reality virtual boundary. Even with initial setbacks and constant frustrations, these unorthodox cultivators didn't give up. This hardship was incredibly mild compared to their cultivation of evil arts. The Wind Valley was a sect that rose to prominence during the spiritual resurgence era through its spirit summoning techniques. In the reality virtual boundary's view, spirit summoning techniques are more akin to spirit binding techniques, one of the evil paths that involves suppressing wandering souls for personal use. A group of 7 necromancers should have been facing numerous setbacks on the 4th level. The problem that had plagued players, how to avoid starting with negative reputation, completely failed in Shadowwind Valley. Since I already have negative reputation, why don't I just kill everyone? Management. Since that's the case, let's give him a completely new territory. The necromancers, barely reaching max level, possessed even more magic than the jailer. With a few clever tricks, they turned the entire territory into a ghost town overrun with zombies. By creating a corpse king, they indirectly controlled the undead army, while simultaneously coercing the Basque family, nominally noble but actually spineless, to join them. Due to their brutality, and the fact that all the merchants along the way never returned, Shadowwind Valley effectively created a no-man's land, cutting off the spread of information. By the time the hostile Black Frost discovered the anomaly, it was already a hellish place. The excessive brutality of their methods led Black Frost to cry out for extreme measures, and their madness deterred them from invading. Sacrificing the entire territory's inhabitants was a horrifying act. Who knew if a powerful undead force was involved? There was no need for a direct confrontation. Thus, the seemingly resolute Black Frost surprisingly backed down, choosing instead to report the situation to the Empire for judgment. Strangely, this was clearly the most unreasonable tactic, the most reprehensible act of evil, yet the surrounding evil forces all remained calm and assessed the situation. The crisis encountered at the border between the real and virtual worlds was not repeated in Shadowwind Valley. By continuously creating corpse kings and utilizing the Basques' local magic array to control the local people transformed into zombies, they built a new city with perfect infrastructure and no living people. And the final assessment was, approved. Candlelight sighed. Indeed, players from different worlds will have different solutions. Chapter 361. Senior Brother Furan, have you heard? The people from Feng Valley are surrounded. A disciple from the Guanxing sect shouted gleefully, as he ran in from outside. Everyone has a gossipy nature, and the crowd that had been intently listening to Li Furan's lecture all turned around. The sensation caused by Feng Valley's breakthrough to the 4th level in the Three Kingdoms land was even greater than before. Evil cultivators also have different levels. According to the so-called righteous sect's assessment, Feng Valley's level was almost equivalent to a stray dog on the roadside. Their ability to capture souls was mediocre, and there were no masters within this sect. They were simply a group of bloodthirsty killers. Such a sect, overnight, had risen above all the major forces in the Three Kingdoms land. A disgrace? When the boundary between the real and the virtual was besieged by public opinion, they were also harassed, but Qin Xiaoyu protected them each time. He asked Qin Xiaoyu for his phone number and called the harasser. The harasser was terrified. At the time, the boundary between reality and fiction joked that if he appeared in front of Qin, the harasser might be so scared he wet himself and wouldn't be able to speak properly. Most boxed weapons, game items, stopped at sending flower baskets and fruit baskets offline. But in the Three Kingdoms land, it's not always like that. Because various sects all want to use the game to gain fame, many of them openly name their guilds after their sect. This behavior is no different from registering online with your real name. When phrases like offline duel, call to fight, and real-time 1v1 appear in the Three Kingdoms land, they are very likely not just joking. Ji Feng once told Zhuhua that her only overstepping action was to occupy a body, forcing local strongmen to attack her, causing many major forces in the Three Kingdoms land to decline overnight. Compared to the Candlelight, after taking over the Three Realms, she did many good deeds as an immortal. For example, she banned offline revenge. Disputes over loot distribution have resulted in entire families being killed, a real occurrence in the Three Realms. Dare to steal our loot in the game? Are your relatives and sects mass-produced? The cultivation world doesn't tolerate idlers. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, everyone possesses innate great power. I might not be able to beat you in the game, but outside the game, your entire family and sect might not escape unscathed. The next day, the number of players using the star proof decreased by 1, and the loss of household registrations became quite common. You can't expect too much from the cultivators of the Three Realms, whose morality is lacking and in a state of justification by faith. A cataclysmic upheaval disrupted the existing order, but no new, suitable order replaced it. When disorder becomes the norm, everyone is a warlord, and the scene of everyone being able to eat at the table during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period becomes commonplace. This is the world after the morally upright have died. Sects like the Stargazing sect, which shut their doors, restrain themselves, and protect their neighbors, can be considered saints. Most are more like the Wind Valley, anthropomorphic beings. Wind Valley was surrounded by neighboring prestigious sects, layer upon layer. Before the Chaos Tower world began, they, skilled in soul capturing, would now be nothing but mangled flesh on the ground. Their survival was entirely due to the talismans bestowed upon each participant by Ji Feng. Any sect with Ji Feng's talisman affixed would be annihilated if they trespassed. Ji Feng made an example of one sect to warn others. After wiping out this sect, everyone understood the power of an immortal. Not wanting to be uprooted by the immortals, they merely surrounded the area, sending out their most powerful disciples to shout at the top of their lungs, attempting to exert pressure to obtain information about the 4th level. Not only sex, but players with identification badges are also forbidden from engaging in private duels offline. When two people, on the verge of a life-or-death struggle, meet in the wild, a comical scene often unfolds before the fight. Do you have an immortal mark? I have a level 20 star mark. What the hell are you talking about? They shout, flashing their marks, exchanging apologies, and agreeing to settle the score for now before returning home. Recently, ordinary people in the 3 realms have suddenly felt the mountain weighing on their heads less heavy. The chivalrous heroes who used to kill at the slightest provocation, even in their anger, will no longer go on a killing spree. Some people, when wronged and enraged, choose to chop down haystacks instead of killing the person who angered them. Lefuran is a witness to this strange trend. He always felt that the Windweaver Immortal was strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Shortly after his master and the others perished in the battle against the demons, the Wind-Weaving Immortal descended. The two events were closely linked, sparking much speculation. Having witnessed the changes she brought, he often felt a pang of melancholy as he gazed at his master's memorial tablet. When his master and uncle were alive, they often said that in this chaotic world, where the world was turned upside down, human life was cheap, and no one could reverse the tide. After their deaths, the being who single-handedly reversed the atmosphere of the 3 heavens appeared. She suppressed the demons that roamed the 3 heavens, forcing their minions to submit and acting on behalf of heaven. Lefuran sighed and shook his head. He asked, "Are the people of Wind Valley willing to provide information? Too many people are putting pressure on them. Their valley master is also a man of principle, giving everyone face. However, we probably can't copy their methods." Hearing that the method to pass the level involved killing all the NPCs in the game and having the necromancer control the battlefield, Lefuran instinctively frowned. Junior sister Wu Sitong bluntly stated, "What a bunch of scoundrels. Evil is evil." For senior brother Wei Shen hiccuped, opened his dazed eyes, and argued, "This is the necromancer's talent. Besides, this is just a game. Why are you angry, junior sister? Kill them if you want. Don't expect me to brew wine for you anymore." Wei Shen suddenly sat up straight, his expression serious. A necromancer should also have a compassionate heart. Indiscriminate killing is not the righteous path. Illusion can be real, and one should see the big picture from small details. Wu Sitong squinted at him. "Keep making things up. Why can't you keep going? It's too insincere." Wei Shen took a big gulp. "That's how we necromancers are." Lefuran's lips curled up as he silently watched his junior brothers and sisters chatter. After the passing of all the elders in the sect, he became the pillar of the sect, struggling to maintain it. Such a relaxed scene was truly rare. He intervened, saying, "Illusion is illusion, reality is reality, don't confuse the two. Those who remain true to their principles will act uprightly, stand straight, and fear no questioning from heaven and earth." Hearing his junior brothers and sisters respond with agreement, he felt somewhat dazed. His demeanor and tone were increasingly resembling his master and his kin. The stargazing sect's performance was mediocre. As of now, they were still struggling at the 3rd level. Many members of the sect were illiterate. Many of the older members were orphans of victims of the cataclysmic upheaval 30 years ago, fleeing from hardship since childhood, only developing physical strength, not intellectual prowess. The younger generation, though promising, also stagnated at the level of literacy. When his master was still alive, he had advised the stargazing sect disciples to pursue both literary and martial arts. However, putting it into practice is difficult. In the land of 3 domes, might makes right. Having grown up surrounded by the simple and direct nature of violence, the young children have only one thought in their minds: power, more power. In chaotic times, who has the heart to study literature, poetry, and prose? The word chain game within the team is handled by Wu Sitong and Lefuran. Lefuran knows a little, but not much. Wu Sitong, unfortunately, is unlucky. Every time she matches the keywords, the word chain puppet mischievously draws something else. How did those top-ranked guilds figure it out? Wei Shen, still slightly drunk, yawned and posed a profound question. This reminded Lefuran of something that happened before the Chaos Tower world opened. When they clashed with the Fuxian sect, currently ranked 5th, Jinmi Songqiong had said that they didn't understand the true meaning of the Chaos Tower world. That knowing, condescending, pitying attitude planted a thorn in his heart. Could it be that they had received prior guidance from the Immortal? But the Immortal had said this was a competition to select the number 1 in the 3 realms. There was no reason to break the rules and reveal the outcome to anyone. A predetermined champion. This didn't seem like the Immortal style. The drunken Wei Shen spoke again. "Who says it doesn't seem like it? Look at the number 1 on the list. Doesn't it seem like it's predetermined? Hiccup. Virtual reality boundary, listen to that name, immortal realm, immortal style. Plunging to number 1 after the 3rd level, breaking through to the 4th level overnight, leading all teams in the 3 realms. The wind-weaving immortal's meaning is clear, to select the number 1 below the virtual reality boundary. Being able to exchange a few blows with someone below the virtual reality boundary, to fight in the arena, is already amazing. Hiccup. The disciples exchange bewildered glances. So, the boundary between reality and illusion is the filter of the wind-weaving immortal. Only those who hope to surpass it can gain favor? Hiss. So being the number 1 below the boundary between reality and illusion is already quite remarkable. The 3 realms have their own channels of communication. Discussions that originally circulated within the stargazing sect quickly spread to the streets and reached the ears of some special individuals. Upon learning this, Jinmi Songcheong clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. To those unaware, being the number 1 below the boundary between reality and illusion was the highest honor. But to those in the know, it was a profound disgrace. Before the Chaos Tower world opened, the wind-weaving immortal had informed some of the truth of the competition, a duel with another world. Full of fighting spirit, guided by the wind-weaving immortal, they entered the game with an absolute advantage, only to become mere background figures at the boundary between reality and illusion after the 3rd level. Now, rumors are even circulating that those who lost to those at the boundary between reality and illusion are also very strong. A humiliating disgrace. Unable to vent his anger, Jinmi Songcheong smashed the solid wood table in front of him with a single punch. Being dethroned from his first-place position and watching Xianxia Boundary's lead widen, Jinmi Songcheong felt deeply humiliated. He couldn't understand how Xianxia Boundary had managed to erase the level gap and clear levels at an almost unbelievable speed. Many wind weavers, who also learned the truth about the competition, privately gathered and did some calculations. Those closest to Xianxia Boundary's progress were already nearly a day and a half behind in the game. The worst were currently 3 days behind. Combined with the information from the guild ranked second only to Xianxia Boundary, they cleared levels 1, 2, and 3 on their first try, and most likely level 4 on their second. 0 mistakes, astonishing efficiency. They understand the complex game rules and details, which requires trial and error, but they seem to have foreseen the future, adapting instantly upon entry and clearing the game with ease. Are the players from the other world monsters? Don't overestimate those players. Except for the virtual reality boundary, a group of them are firmly suppressed by us, ranked outside the top 80, unable to move. Haha, they only have 1 virtual reality boundary player they can fight. Don't scare yourselves. Idiots! Someone angrily said, use your brains. The reason they're behind is because we seized the initiative and gained a level advantage. Based on this level advantage, we still can't eliminate those world's players from the top 100. You should be aware of the crisis. The most urgent task is to block them, to surpass the virtual reality boundary. We can't let it have a smooth ride. Don't forget the details that Immortal Weaver reminded us of before the competition. The items available for purchase in the Chaos Tower world are incredibly useful. Jianghe was unaware that the virtual reality boundary was being discussed as a topic by the players of the 3 Domes land. Moving into the villa involved a thorough cleaning and decorating, which took a lot of effort from everyone. After dinner, they gathered together to browse the community forum for a while, before crawling into bed to begin another day's adventure. Jianghe and Shuqian naturally ended up sleeping in the same room. Having learned from their previous experience, their reactions this time were quite calm, at least on the surface. Leaning back to back, even the slightest shift in their shoulders would cause them to bump into each other, and they would shuffle away as if electrocuted, wriggling towards either side of the bed. But after a while, as if drawn by magnets, inexplicably, their arms would bump into each other again. After repeated cycles, the somewhat chaotic mind was finally soothed by the signals released by the instrument, and she fell into a deep dream. The first thing to do upon logging in was to torture Elravi. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but tomorrow came and went, and almost a week had passed in the game, yet the equipment Elravi had promised was still in a Schrodinger's cat-like state of completion. This powerful dragon went through a 3-stage psychological transformation, from shame to numbness, and finally to a shameless acceptance of ridicule. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. I'm just such a useless dragon. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. I'm already a member of the boundary between reality and illusion guild. Since you can tolerate mint making flammable and explosive inferior potions, why can't you tolerate me? Stop talking. I sit at the same table as Mint. Do you like Mint's small stature? Then I shrink down so you can touch her. The lazy dragon Ellery be completely let loose. Being concerned about saving face will only bring trouble. Anyway, the boundary between reality and illusion won't do anything to her, so eat when you're hungry, drink when you're thirsty, don't take anything to heart. If the furnace explodes today, just go to sleep. If the furnace explodes tomorrow, take a day off. Whether the refining is successful or not depends entirely on luck. Try to learn from experience. If it doesn't work, surrender and try again. No one expected that a dragon's fall could be so rapid. Zhong Zimo described it as, when you have too many lice, you're not afraid of being bitten. Fantastic. The jailer clapped and laughed. Now the boundary between reality and illusion is gathering all sorts of shameful creatures. We have a shameful witch whose potion quality is Schrodinger's cat. We have a shameful siren who likes to cuddle with Jiang He, sweetly drooling. We have a shameful dragon who not long ago called himself Anna's #1 craftsman, and whose furnace explosions have become a daily occurrence. The usually quiet Slime King and Bookworm Mist exchanged a glance. Luckily, it has nothing to do with them. Chapter 362. Jiang He specially set aside some time to accompany Kesha on a walk around the mining area. Every time she logged on, Kesha would pester her, begging like a child who couldn't get a toy and looked pitiful. Kesha, having gotten her wish, was unusually quiet, simply handing her tail to Jiang He and hopping ahead. The tail in her hand trembled with each step, the friction transmitting warmth between them. They really just walked around. Kesha didn't say a word. Satisfied, she seemed like a different person. We can actually take things a step further anytime. Her attitude had completely changed, the previous hazy, serene beauty shattered like broken glass. The whole process was witnessed by everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. The jailer couldn't help but stir things up. Wow, you're not going to do anything about this? Knowing that Kesha truly existed in another world, Fries had indeed felt a complex mix of emotions for a while. But the thought of being a freshman in college, the stars proof extending their lifespan by less than 6 months, felt like experiencing countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters. The end of life, the journey after death, the truth revealed by the candlelight, it seemed to have etched marks on their lives, giving a clear end to the unknown future. Compared to this, the small inner struggle seemed insignificant. Let's think about the present, rather than the distant future, like how to clear the level tonight, Fries said casually. The jailer was stunned for a few seconds, shocked by that open-mindedness, and ashamed of his own instigation. Aw, damn it, how could I be so bad? Don't go yet, don't go yet. Before she was seen, her voice preceded her, Nonya shouted anxiously, as soon as she landed. Any exclusive strategies for level 4? The second-tier teams are gradually taking their places. Dying on level 4 consumes challenge attempts, so strategies are very valuable. Nonya had thoroughly grasped the information merchant's tactics, and her initiative was greatly mobilized. Zhong Zimo couldn't help but scare her, saying, "Aren't you afraid that the starry campfire will settle scores later?" Nonya shrank back, looking like her pet golden retriever. She muttered guiltily, "Before, it was real-time monitoring, and it was all processed in less than 24 hours. Now I'm still alive and kicking, it feels like the scale has changed." The starry proof doesn't have a tradition of settling scores later. Third-party transactions have always adhered to a policy of ruthless punishment. These past few days, there have been large-scale resales of tradable in-game resources that were wiped out, but those trading strategy guides all got away with it. The astute information merchants sensed the official attitude and sprang into action. While they were trying to find top-tier guilds to cooperate, Nonya directly connected with T0 guilds, giving her a significant head start. After handing her the summarized strategy, the boundary between reality and illusion returned to level 4. Temporary mana recovery support 100 points. Temporary shield recovery support 300 points. After use, grants a slow recovery effect, lasting 1 day in game. The 2 items refreshed in the Evening Dew shop are rather expensive for the current boundary between reality and illusion. Level 4 only grants 100 points for completion, and the items obtained from the money-stealing knife in bed only yielded 20 points, meaning their entire fortune is 120 points. The Evening Dew shop's items costing hundreds or even thousands of points make one wonder if the methods for obtaining points will remain so stingy indefinitely. Based on current observations, the points earned from regular level completion are simply insufficient for consumption. Centered on Qilu, the scenery changes on the 4th level. The entire forest is ablaze, the dark green canopy transforms into leaping clouds of fire, ashes fall like black snowflakes, and dense, choking smoke permeates the surroundings. The bark curls into scales in the intense heat, and the dripping resin hisses. The air distorts in the heat, countless sparks hovering in the air like a swarm of frozen fireflies. Zhu Zicha's long, fine hair curls, and flames flicker on her rabbit-eared ears. A needle-like burning pain pierces her exposed skin. It's on fire! It's on fire! Reminded by the blankets, Zhu Zicha quickly extinguishes the small flames on her ears. An indigo glow emanates from Shilu's hand, enveloping everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion. Chaos Tower World, Level 5, Forest Guardian. 10 rounds of enemies will spawn. Players must ensure the light green mother tree is not destroyed to clear the level. Shilu casually pointed, and the light green mother tree behind her, crackling with burning light and flowing with golden resin, lit up a conspicuous health bar. Before the game even started, its health had already dropped to half, teetering on the brink of collapse. Note 1. The spawned enemies will weigh their attacks on the player and the light green mother tree, with preventing the player from advancing being their primary objective. Note 2. The spawned enemies possess sufficient intelligence to assess the current situation and make tactical and personnel allocation decisions. Note 3. Enemies spawned each round will not disappear when the next round of monsters spawns. Note 4. Players can only use one item per level. Jiang He's mind raced. So, it's possible that the monsters in the first and second rounds won't deploy their full forces, but will instead hold back. Zhong Zemo frowned. TSK, it looks like tower defense, but the enemy won't just blindly throw their troops away. This is going to be tricky. French Fries suddenly drew his sword, startling the person in the blankets beside him. What's so tricky about it? This is much simpler than the fourth level, which requires simulation and strategic thinking. The only solution is to kill. He briefly surveyed the area. The burning, light green mother tree was located in the very center of the map, a massive structure that would require about 10 people to encircle. The map provided for the player in this level displays enemies within a 200-meter radius, marked with red dots. Beyond 200 meters, a dense, burning forest lay ablaze. The thick vegetation and smoke from the fire severely reduced visibility. Due to the abundance of fire element, neither Jiang He's magic warrior nor the elemental mages of the 4 original forms could easily perceive the depths of the forest from beneath the tree using their magic and elemental senses. Jailer bro, now I understand. The cylinder represents the light green mother tree, which is equivalent to the world tree, and equivalent to the crystal. The fog of war lingers in the area beyond 200 meters. Only by going deeper can we obtain information and synchronize it with other teammates. Bedside, thoughtful. So, after the start of the game, I must circle the world tree as quickly as possible to find the direction of attack. Jiang He nodded. You are our eyes. Once the enemy spawns beyond 200 meters, their ranged attacks can cover the light green mother tree. We must destroy it as soon as we spot it. While Shilu explained the rules, she didn't emphasize the penalty for failure. Jiang He required everyone to prioritize their own survival. The destruction of the mother tree is insignificant. We can try again. Wasting challenge attempts isn't worth it. The countdown timer for the level sounds mechanical and cold. Everyone in the boundary between reality and illusion is eating the roasted meat ribs Zhong Zemo prepared in advance to boost their stamina recovery speed. A 30-minute battle with no rest intervals, the intensity is very high, making cooking essential. Considering the longer-lasting effects of cooking, everyone used their only item on food at the start. As soon as the countdown ended, the greasy-mouthed woman transformed into a puff of black smoke and dashed into the dense forest. Over here. Receiving the report, the wind blessing was activated, and Orange Tea's wind spirit possession activated. 5 bolts of lightning disappeared into the billowing smoke in just 2 seconds. Orange Tea didn't move. Jiang He had assigned her a special task. Pelican, Pelican, come out and help me. Elemental energy surged, and azure halos rippled. A low, guttural hoo-hoo sound mingled with the smacking of its large mouth, creating a noisy chorus. The giant pelican, wings outstretched, had barely landed when it opened its gaping maw, staring at Orange Tea. Its small eyes held a great longing. No words were needed, everyone understood the pelican's meaning. Give me the fish. As the elemental spirit that cooperated most with Orange Tea, it was like a dutiful henchman. Give it fish, and it'd do the job. As long as the fish arrived, assisting the player in beating up their boss was no problem, and it certainly did. The uprooting of the origin element was partly its doing. Same as before, owe it now, put it on the tab, settle it when we get back. The pelican didn't refuse. Orange Tea had a good reputation in its eyes. It settled accounts quickly, never delayed payment, and then received a high-class extra meal. Help me put out the fire. Stop the flames from burning. This small detail, not mentioned in Shilu's notes, is likely the key reason why many players struggle on their first encounter. After the game starts, the light green mother tree, already showing half health, will continue to lose health as it burns. The damage from the flames isn't obvious. By the time you realize it, it's likely already down to a quarter of its health. French Fries, with its meticulous attention to Tigad's singed hair and ears upon entering the dungeon, deduced a sneaky trick not explicitly noted by Shilu. The pelican flapped its wings, circling the mother tree and spewing water mist. Seemingly clumsy and slow, its flight was remarkably graceful. With its help, the slowly burning mother tree slowed down slightly. Meanwhile, in the dense forest on the other side, the main forces of the boundary between reality and illusion unleashed a killing spree. The first batch of enemies spawned on the 5th floor were surprisingly just a pack of wolves. Like a warm-up gift for the players. The alpha wolf's intelligence was completely ineffective with the other cubs, who charged forward without any organization. French Fries charged, then swung his blade. The combination of bloodlust and spatial/distorted space in an instant. The wolves, pouncing and biting in midair, burst into blooms of blood. One strike, and more than half the pack was dead or wounded. Because of their weakness, Jailer Bro's enthusiasm for experimenting with his new skill vanished. I'm a noble necromancer, possessing powerful death rattle and mind control skills. Fighting a few wolves is a waste, he declared confidently, observing the battle with apparent arrogance. Call the elves, sirens, and whatever else you can. French Fries whirled around, seeing him standing there with his arms crossed, exuding an air of supreme superiority, and was speechless. The sirens have come out, you better actually be useful. There weren't enough wolves to kill. Everyone was scrambling for experience. Beiwo was satisfied. Although it's a bit less, the experience gain is pretty good. It seems the higher the floor, the higher the experience gain. This reminded Zhong Zemo. Is there a way to get stuck on floor 5 and grind experience? That sounds a bit silly. How can you guarantee there aren't better leveling spots on higher floors? The 4 primals shook their heads. There was no time to continue the conversation. The notification for the second round of enemy spawns echoed throughout the arena. Each round was seamless. Players could immediately move on to the next round after clearing out the enemies in one round, with no breaks in between. This time, Beiwo took a while to locate the enemies. They spawned diagonally opposite the wolf pack spawn coordinates. At this point, the enemies had approached the dangerous 200-meter restricted area, directly threatening the mother tree's safety. Round 2 is Goblins number. About 100. There's a noticeable difference in troop type. Everyone be careful. Each round is more difficult than the last. By the second round, the enemies are among the most intelligent monsters. They are proficient in various weapons and magic, making them formidable enemies in the wilderness for many small city-states. Before they even reached their bedside, they heard her shout again. The goblins are splitting up, watch out. Jiang He immediately responded, French Fries, Primarchs, you deal with the goblins on the front. Squid, deploy the shields, they definitely have mages and archers. Protect the mother tree's health. Jiang He chose Jailer Bro as her partner to fight the goblins on the other side after they split up. Rare indeed, not a couple, but you chose me? Jailer Bro remarked with emotion, don't underestimate a young man's potential. You also think my PD visuals are beautiful with the scepter and new blessing unlocked, right? I was just worried that your attack wouldn't be as effective as expected, and would just be a source of amusement for the bed, fries, and squid. It's alright, Jailer Bro. You're a late-game class. You can't do much damage now, but I still believe in your future. Jailer Bro was on the verge of tears. Should I thank you for your thoughtfulness? You're welcome, Jiang He replied quickly. As they spoke, an arrow flashing green light grazed past their ears. Jiang He nimbly kicked Jailer Bro, using the momentum to push off, and both of them dodged the dense rain of arrows. Wow, I thought you were getting impatient. I misunderstood you. Stop chatting, get your damage. Thick smoke billowed, and Jiang He couldn't see the goblins. He swung his tie-collar blade in the direction the arrow had just pierced. The azure blade tore through the fog, and Jailer Bro saw the goblin archers and blowgunners lying in ambush on the treetops, launching a surprise attack. Beginner spirit control aiming at the goblin blowgun from afar, the jailer clenched his fist, and a round, eerie blue orb of light appeared in his hand. With a thought, the blowgunner, in his dying moments, unexpectedly blew several arrows at his companion beside him. Caught off guard by his companion's sudden betrayal, the goblins in the treetops plummeted to the ground like dumplings, turning into piles of flesh. Although Jiang He was charging into the fray, his attention remained focused on the jailer. Believing in his abilities, and believing he could actually perform were two different things. He had witnessed the jailer's dual nature both in and out of the game far too often. However, seeing the necromancer's ability to kill from a distance, he couldn't help but be astonished. Wow, impressive. Not much magic required, just a simple and brutal crushing of lower-ranking enemies? The jailer smugly replied, keep praising me. For now, let's just say you're mercilessly crushing the weak. Hopefully, you still be laughing in the next 8 rounds. Chapter 363. Round 3. Approximately 200 human infantrymen in standard armor. Having learned from the experience of the first 2 rounds, Beiwo tried to make an initial initiation. She instantly eliminated the general, who was directing the soldiers, as expected. Without the team's brain, all the soldiers scattered like headless flies, charging towards the light green mother tree to execute the most fundamental command. Without order, these scattered soldiers were like lambs to the slaughter. Even Orange Tea was distracted, allowing the pelican to pierce them through the heart with its massive beak. The fire on the light green mother tree was extinguished by the pelican. The mother tree's health was reduced to 1/3. It wasn't exactly a dying ember, but if a powerful mage were to use ranged attacks, it would still be in danger of instant death. Orange Tea looked at the scorched and cracked bark of the tree, then at the charred earth, and a sudden inspiration struck. She summoned the spirit of the plant element and gently placed her palm on the light green mother tree. Warmth and vibrant life flowed into the mother tree, and after a while, the dormant health bar slowly twitched. Effective. She wanted to share her new discovery, but the others at the boundary between reality and illusion were busy. In the 4th round, armored cavalry charged out of the dense forest 20 seconds into the game. Unlike the previous 3 rounds, the heavy cavalry specialized in mobility and dispersed into the depths of the forest. The neighing of horses was the horn of attack, and the silence after the countdown was their patient preparation. On a normal battlefield, ordinary soldiers rarely had the chance to face a mage. Even at that moment, faith was needed to ensure that everyone in the ranks faced death without collapsing. The instant the heavy cavalry charge began, the earth trembled, and the dark armor reflected the dazzling light of magic. The life-annihilating light stream could not shake the cavalry, and their horses' charging resolve. The belief in living to the death, the torrent forged in flesh and blood, was a rumor ridiculed by the mages of the Ana world. And this was precisely what the boundary between reality and illusion was facing. French fries spatial/sliced over 10 nearby heavy cavalrymen in half at the waist. The fearless heavy cavalrymen ignored the magic, ignored their comrades being instantly killed by it. Man and horse became one, the black-armored black horse charging straight towards the pale green mother tree like an arrow released from a bow. The jailer was busy. Manipulating spirits was easy. He effortlessly captured the spirits of several heavy cavalrymen, causing them to fall. But the heavy cavalrymen were too fast. Several of them instantly disappeared beyond the casting range. This was the first time he had encountered the predicament of having to chase after them, finding an angle because of insufficient casting range. Before he could even utter a sound, Orange Tea's wind spirit clung to him. Is this for real? I can eat wind spirit too? Wow, I get the treatment that belongs to fries, potatoes, and even blanket. Never before has it been this wonderful. Hey, wind spirit, don't go. Still pondering why Orange Tea abandoned him, the jailer looked up, his mouth agape. A water wall rose from the ground, isolating the light green mother tree from the outside world. The black cavalry, tearing through the earth, braked hastily at the sight of the wall formed from abundant water element, their neighing echoing through the air. The warhorses behind, their momentum undiminished, couldn't slow down in time and crashed straight into their comrades in front. With dull thumps, the fallen men and horses pierced through the thick water wall, vomiting blood. Before they could even get up and attack the light green mother tree, Bed, who had been waiting behind the water wall, stepped forward with a money-stealing knife and slashed. The Fallen Star Siren's Tide summoning can amplify and enhance skills, and can also be cast independently. The water wall was Jiang He's doing. He saw the cavalry attacking in 2s and 3s from various angles, and instantly realized that a complete interception was impossible. Rather than being led by the nose, it was better to create a terrain advantage and neutralize their charge. Without the speed advantage, the cavalry, huddled together, became easy targets, being sent to their deaths in droves. Beiwo lent Orange Tea the money-stealing knife to play with for a while, killing over a dozen people, but not a single material dropped. I thought giving it to you would guarantee a 100% drop rate, Beiwo said disappointedly. Orange Tea sighed. What do you take me for? Jiang Hei's short sword surged with the tide, washing away the thick bloody smell. He cautioned, so far, none of the units attacking the light green mother tree have used magic. Be careful. The jailer, however, wished for magic. With spirits controlling ordinary people, They couldn't use echoes of wraiths. How were they supposed to complete the mission? The countdown had ended for over 10 seconds. Bed, have you found the enemies for the 5th round? Jiang He asked. After rapidly circling the dense forest, Bed exclaimed in surprise, I haven't seen a single enemy. A strange vibration came from above. The sound of flapping wings grew louder. Looking in the direction of the sound, Zhong Zemo was astonished. Holy crap, dragon riders in the 5th round? The backs of more than 10 dragons were crowded with creatures of different races. As the dragons swiftly flew past the light green mother tree, they leaped down, using magic to slow themselves, adjusting their posture and flight direction in the air like birds, plummeting dozens of meters before landing gently. Holy crap, paratroopers too? Many of the paratroopers emanated magical energy. Without needing staffs, they chanted softly, a dangerous rhythm spreading, instantly forming a magical flash aimed at the mother tree. Like dragons scattering rice onto the ground, these mages landed, setting everything ablaze, creating chaos that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. The pale green mother tree's health bar rapidly decreased. The half restored by the orange tea gradually returned to its initial entry value. The jailer finally had his fill of slaughter. He controlled a mage casting elemental fusion torrent, letting the dying soul control the body, firing at his companions. Like a remotely controlled flashlight, wherever it went, mages were reduced to ashes. For Primarchs, if you die at the start of the game again, can I play with your soul? The jailer chuckled. I read in the guide that necromancers have a special spell called End-of-Life Care, which temporarily resurrects you for 20 seconds, allowing you to cast spells at will. The community discussion about the End-of-Life Care spell wasn't about its strength, but rather, who came up with that name? Could it really be a necromancer? Only a necromancer could make borrowing a companion's corpse sound so elegant and respectable. For Primarchs had just exhausted all their mana, and were in a state of exhaustion. Hearing his lovable friend say this, he couldn't help but think of some classic necromancer jokes. He had a premonition that if the high-difficulty dungeon went awry due to a guide error, the jailer would pick up the souls of all 6, laughing and crying as he led new boundary between reality and illusion into another overtime battle against the boss. The 6th round followed immediately, and the opponents of boundary between reality and illusion were none other than the dragons that had just parachuted in with the mages. They hovered high above, spewing flames that scorched the pale green canopy of the mother tree. French fries and potatoes sword energy pierced the air, cutting through the dragon's flames. 2 sword lights, one red and one blue, stained the earth with dragon blood, drenching the mother tree. The spatial slash's domineering, ultra-long-range attack made the dragon's flight advantage a joke. They were far easier to eliminate than ground units. Their size meant that the boundary between reality and illusion didn't require precise aiming, allowing for easy and successful attacks. T-God, give me some fun, okay? Jailer Bro's tone was almost pleading. If the wind spirit and fire spirit don't extend the attack range, I'll... Please! Orange Tea couldn't help but chuckle. She couldn't ignore the suggestion, but Jailer Bro still begged in a humble tone. It was practically a performance. It sounded like she was bullying him. The spirits on French fries and potato withdrew, and even the water spirits on the 4 primal bodies reduced their support output. Here, I temporarily withdrawn the support I gave to everyone else. I treat you to the best of everything. Orange Tea tilted her head. There are still 7 dragons in the sky. Can you handle 2 of them? The jailer, always carefree, had intended to answer with a laugh, but inexplicably, being stared at by Orange Tea made him feel itchy and his blood boil. Come on! He would answer with action. The power controlled by the nascent spirit was like steel needles, piercing the dragon's consciousness and stirring violently. The dragon's body, invaded by the invasion, convulsed violently, its scales splattering blood, blooming into vibrant, fiery blood flowers in the air. The struggle at the level of consciousness didn't last long. As the jailer's magic penetrated deeper into its consciousness, suppressing all of the dragon's reason, its body, like a puppet, was bound to the jailer's hands by the strings that allowed it to control itself. Use Dragonfire on your companions. The dragons, carefully dodging Jiang He's spatial slash, had just executed a pendulum-like maneuver, their mouths brimming with Dragonfire, ready to erupt from the treetops. The massive burst from behind caught all the dragons completely off guard. The scorching Dragonfire, hot enough to melt metal, swept across the backs of each dragon like a plow, instantly charring and cracking their thick, rough scales, turning them into grayish-white dust that drifted in the wind. The intense heat seared their flesh, the excruciating pain penetrating to the bone, making each dragon experience the agonizing agony of having its spirit choked by the jailer. Knock them all down. The jailer clenched his fist, issuing an unquestionable command to the powerful dragon spirits about to break free of his control. The next second, several meteorites rained down from the sky. The controlled dragons desperately spread their wings, slamming into the rest of the dragons in a posture resembling a human leap. Their flight posture was disrupted, and the dragons plummeted to the ground like dumplings. Their formidable physical attributes allowed them to struggle to their feet even after landing unprotected. However, the dizzy dragons were powerless to resist the spatial slashes that were within arm's reach. Having cleared 6 levels in one go, the light green mother tree still had 1/3 of its health remaining, and Orange Tea was still continuously repairing it. The situation was excellent. Phew, not as difficult as I imagined. Jailer Bro stood with his hands on his hips, looking down on everyone. Jianghe and French Fries exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. The two clapped their hands without hesitation after exchanging glances. From a team vampire who could only summon undead creatures and play a supporting role, to now demonstrating a certain degree of control over the game as a true necromancer, Jailer Bro had progressed for nearly a year in the game. With equipment and skills, Jailer Bro's combat power is quite considerable. Zhong Zimo also took a moment to applaud. Encouragement shouldn't be stingy. Children in their developmental stage need to build confidence. Alright, from now on, during the spirit gathering phase, I try to give you a few more bites. As the team's top support and the master of the elemental spirits, Orange Tea carefully assessed the recent results and gave an affirmative answer. Jailer Bro was overjoyed. Yay, I can finally get some hot support. Team games are realistic, random team games are brutal. Resources need to be allocated finitely to the player who contributes the most. This isn't discrimination, but rather maximizing the use of existing resources after assessing each person's abilities. However, few people like blunt words, and in most games, class discrimination is prevalent, making it particularly jarring. You think you deserve support with your job? How dare you ask a healer for help with your skills? You're not getting any buffs. Some call this series of quotes opportunistic, but the core message is just one sentence. Nobody wants to keep failing. Even in a fixed team, too many failures will lower morale and distort your gameplay. Therefore, whether in a fixed team or a random team, being entitled to team resources means the team recognizes your value from a technical standpoint. Jailer Bro understands this perfectly well. Fries, potatoes, blankets, and 4 primal bodies all earn resources based on their skills. Zhong Zimo, on the other hand, doesn't rely on resources at all. After all this time, finally getting a spirit body from Orange Tea, only he knows how sweet that feeling truly is. He couldn't help but repeat it triumphantly. I feel like level 5 isn't as hard as I imagined. It's just a tower defense game to protect the world tree. Without level suppression, it's simple and straightforward. Jianghe also felt he had been too conservative before the battle. In the first 6 rounds, while the monsters displayed formidable abilities, their overall combat strength was significantly below the boundary between reality and illusion. Currently, no monster had appeared capable of directly withstanding the space/combo. They only possessed numbers and formations. Wait, why is the countdown for the 7th round delayed for so long? Fries asked alertly. To celebrate the jailer's human-like behavior, everyone stopped to rest and chat for a while, and the scattered dragon corpses on the field had long been collected by the system. For a full minute, there was no system countdown, as if the official had deliberately given players free time to adjust. So kind? There's something wrong with that. Bed, have you found the monster? Bed lurked in the shadows, wandering throughout the field. Sensory perception emanated from the shadows, covering every corner. She frowned suspiciously. Her extended senses seemed to collide with ripples, creating countless echoes that made it difficult for her to perceive the other party's exact physical outline. What is this? Holy crap! Dark clouds loomed overhead. Without warning, the sky suddenly darkened. The raging fire in the dense forest made the area where the light green mother tree stood resemble the main venue of a bonfire party. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! She shouted from afar, leaping out of the shadows. Before Jianghe and the others could figure out why she was so anxious, they saw a series of pitch-black human silhouettes following behind the shadows. Most of them retreated after she fled the shadows, but the remaining 2 couldn't retreat in time and remained outside the shadows. They had humanoid outlines but no facial features. From a distance, they were just a black, hazy mist. What the hell is that? Chapter 364. Without needing an enamel mug's greeting, Snowwater Fried Noodles logged on promptly, following the schedule of guilds like the boundary between reality and illusion. Seeing his old friend even more punctual than himself, Enamel Mug couldn't help but ask, having fun? I'm just killing time anyway, Snowwater Fried Noodles stubbornly refused to admit. Despite being a decisive and efficient person in real life, he displayed a side that didn't fit his image. Alright, you convince me. Since all our worries and concerns are insignificant and laughable in the eyes of Candlelight and the person behind her, then we really have no other choice but to join in, enjoy it, and experience it. The challenge rules for the 5th floor were easy to understand, and the spectator experience from a god's eye view was unparalleled. Snowwater Fried Noodles reacted indifferently to the first 3 waves of attacks. In his opinion, neither the goblins nor the human infantry displayed any reasonable tactical deployment. What good is a chaotic swarm rush strategy, other than allowing wide-area destructive magic to wipe them out? He only nodded slightly when the heavy cavalry appeared. Whether it was the heavy cavalry's coordinated attacks from multiple directions, or their rapid construction of cover using existing resources at the boundary between reality and illusion, both demonstrated commendable strategic maneuvering and engagement. However, when it came to the airdrop mages, his brow furrowed again. The Enamel Mug was constantly grumbling. After all, in the eyes of professionals, its tactics were no different from suicide. Operation Market Garden is nothing special. The Enamel Mug advised, calm down, calm down. Wouldn't it be better if the enemies were weaker? Clearing the boundary between reality and illusion is what's important. The game difficulty is too high, the enemies are incredibly intelligent, it's nerve-wracking to watch. Shui Chao Mian paused slightly, then slowly nodded. Putting myself in the realm of reality and illusion, I do hope the opposing commander comes to the market garden more often, squatting on the ground eating dumplings. It smells delicious. This was the first time Shui Chao Mian had witnessed a dragon offensive. More than 10 dragons huddled together, spewing dragonfire, sweeping across the land like a plow, turning the forest in sight a fiery red, ablaze. He instinctively considered whether carrier-based missiles could bring these behemoths down, assuming, of course, that they didn't use any underhanded magic. After some thought, he felt that as long as the opponents were still flesh and blood, and their reactions weren't 0 frames, then achieving a kill using the pinnacle of human skill wouldn't be difficult. He could hardly stop himself from thinking about such things. The materials in the game Proof of the Stars originated from their experiences. The vast resource library likely contained numerous civilizations they encountered along the way, and might even be adaptations of stories passed down from their homelands. In the player's eyes, this was virtual. To all those in the know, everything they saw was the reality and everyday life of another world. You told me before that some countries secretly use Candlelight as a hypothetical enemy for drills. Snowwater Fried Noodles nodded, more than one, and the hypothetical enemy isn't limited to Candlelight. Data on special units appearing in the game has been extracted for hypothetical enemy combat. Given the level of magic displayed in the Ana world, the 5 players who could afford to eat at the card table could easily overwhelm them with their combined efforts. The Siren is more troublesome, but only troublesome. Based on information gathered from the game, the Siren's long-range attack magic is basically constructed through rituals, requiring time and materials. But they don't need it. Demons are also troublesome, but long-range attacks should be able to evade the terrifying mental pollution, delivering a surgically precise decapitation. However, against the higher-ups of the Temple of the Clarities, existing methods of attack become ineffective, such as against the Archlich Gorkrone. Their weaponry can obliterate physical life forms, but it's helpless against agile energy-based life forms. What you talk about comes to pass. The black mist that emerged from the shadows following the blankets wasn't a physical entity. It resembled a person, but wasn't, its movement carrying an eerie blend of liquid and gas. Dark green spots of light flickered at the core of the mist, like the blinking compound eyes of some creature. Suddenly pulled out of the shadows, they dissipated like mist, disappearing into the ground without a trace. They're everywhere in the shadows. The blankets emphasized, swaying profusely, countless whispers had surrounded the blankets as they emerged from the shadows. Looking around, shimmering green spots of light seemed to have plunged into a nest of insects about to hatch, the ground covered with eggs. A nightmarish experience. Everyone's gaze fell on the gray, overcast ground. The burning forest cast long, leaping shadows, twisting and contorting like tentacles reaching towards the mother tree. A barely perceptible, violent tremor made Jianghe's eyes narrow slightly. It's here! Anticipating the attack, Jianghe unleashed a circular water jet attack, using himself as the center. With elegant precision, he pressed down, and the visitor in the shadows, barely emerging, was squeezed and slammed away by the high-pressure water jet. The damage wasn't high, but it created a safe zone and reaction time at the boundary between reality and illusion. Only Zhong Zemo was an exception. He always maintained a vanguard position, standing in front of everyone. Stepping onto a swaying shadow, the visitor in the darkness leaped up like a piranha smelling blood. A cold glint flashed, and the wind howled fiercely in Zhong Zemo's ears. The clang of the round shield clashing with the dagger dissipated faintly. He instinctively parried, and the shadowy attack that leaped from the shadow beneath his feet was like a whirlwind, culminating in a single burst before receding like a tidal wave, advancing and retreating like the wind. These eerie shadows displayed a quality akin to a unified whole. They seem afraid to get too close to the mother tree? Orange Tea observed that the shadows constantly lingered around, pushing back the boundary between reality and illusion, but not carrying out their mission to destroy the pale green mother tree. Jiang He thought differently. That's their strategy, compressing our movement space to create deployment space for the units that spawn in the 8th round. The jailer summoned a vengeful spirit, attempting to burrow into the shadows, but before even getting close, he was riddled with shards by the eerie mist within. Their attacks not only damage physical targets, but their energy forms are also preyed upon. 0 information gained. We can't drag this out. If they merge with the monsters that spawn in the 8th round, we're done for, said Fries. Squid, how's the damage? Zhong Zemo glanced at the scratches on the magic-suppressing round shield. 1 hit breaks the shield, 2 hits cripple, 3 hits restart. Time ticked by, and the spawn countdown above the arena had only 1.5 minutes left. Jiang He already had several preliminary countermeasures in mind. The only difference was whether to take a gamble. Squid swapped out a large shield, using the flawless wall class trait to generate a shield to hold out for 3 seconds. With the 4 primal bodies, Orange Tea's elemental magic, and blessing enhancement, it should be able to extend the shield for another 3 to 4 seconds. Time was sufficient to lure all the assassins from the shadows to the ground. But Jiang He couldn't gauge the number of shadows. The shadows that had just attacked the squid were probably 6 or 7 people. If the number surged to more than 10, could he escape unscathed? Could the blessing withstand it? Enough. Orange Tea, activate your incarnation. The tea god clapped her hands lightly, and the phantom of Sun Rain Gloria appeared. She softly chanted the golden holy word spell, and a golden river flowed around everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion, continuously channeling power into their bodies. Squid, step through the minefield. The squid chuckled, you know, that's quite an image. With that, he stepped out of the circular area shaded by the light green mother tree, landing on clusters of leaping black shadows. The eerie darkness instantly extended upwards with jet black threads, dense tentacles resembling plant roots wrapping around his legs, spiraling upwards, like razors slicing through the squid. The Lion King's token, bestowed by Emperor Kurian, was instantly covered in white marks. On the character information panel, the bar representing equipment durability dropped from 98 to 0 in an instant. Soft, fluffy mist burst open, and dozens of black shadows separated from a single entity, swimming lightly in the air like fish. After a few flashes, they floated upwards, away from the boundary between reality and illusion. Their mist cores, shimmering with a green glow, flickered incessantly, like the violently pounding heart of a human after strenuous exercise. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the daggers they wielded were actually palm blades transformed from their hands. Under the enhancement of the golden holy word spell, the squid was left barely alive, with a single blow, its equipment completely destroyed. Looks like an ancient FPS game cheat, glitch-based attacks, 1,000 hits in an instant. The jailer, as always, had to add a few words before attacking. He was surprised to find that the mist was immune to spirit control. I never heard of energy-based life forms being immune? Jiang He unleashed water circulation again, this flashy, but ultimately ineffective, tie-collar move focused primarily on control. Seeing the eerie shadows being slapped and pushed away, their forms chaotic, he shouted. For primal bodies. Roger. The 4 primal bodies, having charged up for a long time, received the command. A fusion of light and fire elements, like a flashlight, shone directly onto the shadows. This is the ultimate weapon in tower defense games. A fixed turret that annihilates everything. The jailers casually released illumination orbs limited their angle of entry into the shadows. That brief delay was enough for the 4 primal bodies' attack to land. At the center of the dazzling fusion turbulence, the shadows scattered like snowflakes. Swoosh. Before the jailer could even turn his head, the magic in his hand was already formed, and he hurled it towards the direction of the whooshing sound behind him. At the same time, an elemental shield pierced through the crowd and landed on Orange Tea, the work of the 4 primal bodies. 2 shadows had somehow infiltrated the circular area around the light green mother tree. They didn't attack the mother tree. Instead, their daggers plunged into Orange T's body, one after the other. You dare mess with T-God? I kill you! The jailer yelled, activating his shadow step, and swiftly pounced on one of the shadows, grabbing it and rolling it away from Orange T. The remaining one was surrounded by the 4 vengeful spirits summoned by the jailer. The Necromancer Staff's creation enhancement effect was undeniably useful, providing a righteous beating anytime, anywhere. T-God, wow, are you alright? Wow. Orange T, clutching her wound which had stopped bleeding thanks to the Golden Holy Word spell, gasped for breath. It's alright, but... Could you please stop yelling? The name crossed out in the Book of Life and Death was wiped away by the elemental shields added by the 4 primal bodies and the jailer, one after the other. This act of forcibly snatching someone from the clutches of the King of Hell left the spectators dumbfounded. These two weren't even looking at Orange T, were they? How did they make that judgment? Enamel Cup exclaimed, finding it absurd. Snowwater Fried Noodles was also shocked, though he performed better than Enamel Cup. He said, a warrior's intuition is always hard to explain. Fries, regaining his senses, also gasped for breath. No doubt about it, the jailer's action was completely instinctive. With the new skill and weapon, his performance visibly improved. As for the 4 primal bodies, he once again displayed the powerful predictions he had at the beginning of the game, placing his shield ahead of time, beyond the player's line of sight. As the saying goes, players skilled at damage-dealing classes can also excel at support. This is because their understanding of monster skills is so advanced that they can predict their movements, allowing them to perfectly time both defensive shields and damage-boosting abilities. The jailer, completely oblivious to any impressive plays, stared at Orange T with awe. What's wrong? T-God asked, bewildered. The Golden Holy Word spell is truly amazing. It can even repair clothes. Sometimes, talking to the jailer is quite frustrating. Even after spending so much time together, it's often impossible to keep up with his thought process. However, Enamel Cup and Snowwater Fried Noodles, who were watching, couldn't stop laughing. They thought the young man's constant shifts between reliable and unreliable were definitely entertaining, far more so than the skits at these year's galas. The vengeful spirits tore through the shadows. The ward and the enemy fought their way out of the shadows, emerging victorious. Everyone wiped the sweat from their brows. That was close. The Avatar's effect was immense. The Golden Holy Word spell forcibly kept Squid and T-God alive. In other guilds, these assassins who sprang from the shadows would at least have taken down 2 or 3 people. I haven't seen any other monsters in the shadows yet, the ward added, not daring to be too certain, only within the range my senses have detected. Even with Golia casting the Golden Holy Word spell throughout, the ward dared not probe too aggressively. Soft invincibility, not true invincibility. With a great shield in hand, the Flawless One's protection skill temporarily boosted all player attributes, strengthening the shield's defense and blessing effects. With Orange T, the 4 primals, and Jailer Brothers' elemental shields, and the Tidecaller's water elemental protection, and the Golden Holy Word spell as a backup. And so, Cuttlefish was attacked in unison, his equipment shattered, and he was reduced to 0 shield and invincible health. They were like piranhas, swarming forward, turning even the buffalo into skeletons. A single strike instilled fear in everyone, who exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Now, every shadow on the field sends chills down their spines. Who could guarantee they wouldn't all be wiped out, or cleverly hide, waiting for the next chance to deliver a fatal blow? I suddenly understand the value of the Assassin's Creed Chronicles, Fries joked. Zhong Zimo took a deep breath. I'm different. I suddenly have a completely new understanding of seeing enemies everywhere. Now, every shadow looks like that ghostly thing. Jiang He suppressed a laugh. Isn't this in line with your image as a Vietnam War veteran? When did I ever fight in Vietnam? The jailer reminded him. You're a fan of Eastern culture, aren't you? Zhong Zimo understood, unable to suppress a laugh. Chapter 365. The difficulty of the 5th floor increases dramatically. Jiang He could foresee that many teams would fall behind here. The only consolation was that the mobs could be farmed for experience. By focusing solely on survival, completely abandoning the protection of the mother tree, and only farming the units spawned in the first 3 rounds, most teams could achieve a no-damage run. This cycle of scientific farming, while incredibly inefficient, was still an excellent strategy for conquering the tower world. Everyone was a master swordsman, everyone had a bright future, and the motto was don't underestimate the young. Candlelight and Wind Weaving had anticipated this situation. The Chaos Tower world truly begins from the 4th floor. From the 5th floor onwards, the meaning of chaos becomes apparent. For players, this is the watershed moment. Top players, second-tier players, and casual players will be filtered out, each choosing a Tower World strategy suitable for their own team. The countdown for the 8th round of unit spawns ended, and the team, emboldened, once again slipped into hiding. In the thick darkness, a torrential surge of magic startled the woman in bed. Rushing rapidly towards the source of the magic, she saw a mermaid-like creature glowing with a dark red light. A siren! It's a siren! She was initially overjoyed. Only one siren had spawned this round. Then, she was horrified. In just a few breaths, the siren before her had completed its magic buildup, a funnel-shaped vortex forming above its head, its chest scales shimmering. As soon as it uttered human words, its incantation would instantly materialize, its magical power unpredictable. Only one siren, and its incantation has materialized. It might be at the ritual level. Orange Tea attached all the wind spirits she could summon to Jianghe. In a flash, Jianghe followed the sound and plunged into the burning forest, leaving everyone behind. The scenery rushed past, the howling wind unable to keep up with the speed of that instant. Gluttony. The avatar unfolded, a fear rooted deep within its very being spreading, causing the siren's mouth, poised to unleash magic, to pause slightly. A surge of magical power erupted within Jianghe's body. Unlike Goliath, Gluttony had no substitute casting option, as if it didn't possess a tangible form to be summoned. Each time the Gluttony avatar was triggered, the player personally transformed into Gluttony to fight. The natural enemy of marine species, the awe etched deep within the siren's soul, caused the beautiful female siren before her to flinch. She temporarily cancelled the ritual magic aimed at the pale green mother tree, converting it into pure magical power. A deep blue spear coalesced in her palm. Like a skilled javelin thrower, she swung her tail fin forcefully, propelling her entire body forward. The javelin flew from her hand, piercing the air, abundant water element dissipating in midair, forming layers of mist and creating a sonic boom. Everything happened in an instant. The change of move was swift, the throw precise, and the magic manipulation stable. Jianghe, locked on, felt his hair stand on end, and instinctively held his short sword horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! A clear, resounding clang echoed around them, the two streams of magic stirring up a fierce gale. The person peeking out from the shadows was slapped twice by flying sand and stones, their vision filled with dust, and quickly retreated back into the shadows. Jianghe felt as if he had been struck a heavy punch in the chest, a dull ache running through him. His spear, though released from the siren's hand, continued to spin rapidly as if alive. Trying to be this good, huh? Try mine. Jianghe gathered his strength and shouted, Summon Tide. Originating from the highest craftsmanship of the fallen star siren, every plate of Jianghe's armor transformed into a vortex, greedily absorbing the nearby water elemental magic. The French fries and the jailer, arriving from the rear, were momentarily stunned. From their perspective, Jianghe resembled a wicked cultivator from a martial arts novel, unleashing a heretical technique to absorb the power of others. Countless water-absorbing spells extended from his armor, like tentacles piercing the spear controlled by the siren, devouring its abundant water element. My equipment was crafted by you, siren. My avatar is specifically designed for siren warfare. I have a siren constantly by my side, I know you inside and out. As the siren's power dwindled, its spear was reduced to the size of a toothpick. The magic and water element gathered within Jianghe's tight collar suit had solidified into a 10-meter-long blade of light in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the 10-meter-long blade crashed down. Suppressed by the gluttonous avatar's magic, the siren had no way to dodge, forced to watch helplessly as the sea opened its cold embrace to her. Blood foam erupted, and an excessive amount of water elemental energy scattered, extinguishing the nearby fire. Without needing anyone's help, Jianghe single-handedly resolved the 8th round of Crisis. Those who looked down on the glutton's incarnation. He let out a long sigh, proudly surveying his surroundings. French fries couldn't help but purse his lips. I said it before, the purpose of the glutton's incarnation is to prevent the dangerous situation of high-level combat forces encountering sirens. In the worldview of Proof of the Stars, there truly exist so-called superior life forms. Special races such as dragons, sirens, and vampires, with innate affinity for magic, possess innate talents that other races cannot match. This is the essence of the gluttony incarnation, although most of the time, it's just a ridiculously passive incarnation. Its strategic value immediately becomes apparent when encountering intelligent aquatic beings like sirens. Gloria and Gluttony, their two avatars activated in succession, determined to conquer the 5th level of the boundary between reality and illusion. One shot! Jianghe shouted. The game's early stages are in full swing, and the worst mistake is a sudden, disastrous defeat. Most of the time, the best performance in the early stages is achieved on the very first run. As time goes on, setbacks in progress become increasingly common. Jifeng chuckled. They don't seem to have discovered the meaning of chaos yet. The more it reveals, the less room for error in subsequent rounds. 2 rounds left. Candlelight. What do you think will happen in the end? Candlelight scoffed. Whatever it is, I believe they can clear it in one go. Snowwater fried noodles, watching from a godlike perspective, frowned deeply. Using the permissions granted by Candlelight, Enamel Cup was conjuring something to eat. Here, a peach, fresh, want a couple? Noticing his old friend's sharp gaze, Enamel Cup quickly asked. Oh, so serious. What are you thinking about? I feel like the monsters that spawn each round seem to have some kind of. Snowwater fried noodles paused, considered for a moment, and continued. In the first few rounds, they sent out units with weak combat power, which seemed to fit the game mechanics. After all, fighting from small to large, from weak to strong, is a reasonable setup. But don't you think they might have another purpose? Enamel Cup put a segment of orange in his mouth. Just say it. Wolves, slimes, human infantry, gradually testing the ability to clear out miscellaneous enemies at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. After collecting enough combat data, in the 4th round, they immediately spawned heavy cavalry known for their mobility, launching simultaneous charges from all directions of the map, making the boundary between the virtual and real worlds impossible to defend against. Cyber Potato was forced to use his Tide summoning skill to create a water wall to intercept them, thus resolving this offensive. Isn't it because they played well? Enamel Cup continued eating his orange. They did block everything, but they also exposed weaknesses on a tactical level. They couldn't quickly deal with highly mobile units, Snowwater fried noodles said. So the next 2 rounds. Enamel Cup paused. Airdrops. Airdrop mages, dragon raids, they're all targeting this weakness. The seemingly good handling of the boundary between reality and illusion is essentially using overwhelming individual skill and equipment advantages to increase the margin for error, racing against time. Cyber Potato, as the commander, understands this very well. He's playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. Enamel Cup swallowed. Hey, you mean the units that spawn on the 5th floor aren't fixed, but rather based on the players. Personalize the information displayed after entering the game? Snowwater fried noodles nodded, like a game of chess. In round 7, the Shadow Assassin restricted the movement of the reality/illusion boundary, forcing them to be wary of dangers from the shadows, and also gathered information about Golia's avatar. In round 8, the Siren started with ritual magic, but after being countered, also gained information about the Glutton's avatar. Round 9. Might be a high burst, high mobility unit. Cyber Potato countered the Siren with magic and its avatar, so it's likely a unit that isn't afraid of magic. Enamel Cup hurriedly turned its gaze to the arena. Except for the one in the blanket, everyone from the reality/illusion boundary retreated to the light green mother tree, nervously watching their surroundings. The countdown ended. No longer spawning in the dense forest around the mother tree, the werewolf descended from the sky. The creature, about 3 meters tall, has a mysterious and captivating light purple coat that is smooth and flowing. Under the firelight, every strand of fur reflects a crystalline luster. The vengeful spirit of the jailer dissipated, and a suffocating, stagnant magical sensation swept over everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion. Those with magical abilities experienced the most pronounced effects, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The jailer murmured incredulously, "This guy can suppress magic?" Jianghe, a primal body jailer, suffers from difficulty manipulating magic. In the blink of an eye, the demon-suppressing werewolf nimbly leaped from the ground, purple lightning instantly reaching Zhong Zemo's face, claws aimed straight for his throat. Thump! Zhong Zemo instinctively tried to counter, the muffled thud of his shield colliding with the claws bringing a smile to his lips, but the next second, his smile vanished. The demon-suppressing werewolf's 2 claws joined together, clamping down hard on the small round shield from both sides, grinding it forcefully. It didn't swing, instead, it chose to control. Like spinning a top, the demon-suppressing werewolf applied a rotating force to the small round shield. The terrifying power difference forced Zhong Zemo to abandon his shield, otherwise, his hand would be twisted into a pretzel in the next second. Enamel Cup stared in disbelief. This werewolf. Snowwater fried noodles nodded. Brother Squid just now demonstrated excellent shield countering ability. The information was gathered, so the spawned monster also gained countermeasures. Zhong Zemo retreated hastily, French fries transforming into a streak of red light, wielding the furious lion to strike head-on. The crimson blade light drew a crescent moon in midair, the sharp energy tearing through the werewolf's fluffy, soft fur, leaving a conspicuous bloodstain on its massive hand. The seemingly unstoppable werewolf finally halted its relentless advance under French Fries' bloodthirsty, frenzied blows. It seemed to possess true intelligence. Wounded, it wasn't angry, but instead leisurely hunched over, maintaining a posture ready to unleash a burst of power, pacing back and forth in front of everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion. Its emerald green eyes were full of cunning. "It's stalling," said Shui Chaomian. "The rules of the 5th level mean the next round of units will refresh every 3 minutes. It doesn't need to attack. Once the units generated in the 10th round arrive, they join forces, and the boundary between reality and illusion will surely be broken." The enamel cup's heart clenched. "Don't make it sound so mystical. It's not a fully intelligent being, how can it?" The demon-suppressing werewolf slowly retreated, leaping high into the air, landing on a large tree where Jianghe had just extinguished the fire during his battle with the sea monster. A mocking smile appeared on its lips. It was as if it were saying, "I'm not in a hurry." "Damn, just like you said." Snowwater Fried Noodles sighed, "We all been misled. Level 5 seems like you just need to protect the light green mother tree to clear it, but the units that spawn here will most likely make decisions based on the player's remaining challenge attempts. If players have enough challenge attempts, they prioritize using them. If players run out of attempts, all units will prioritize destroying the mother tree." Jianghe understood all this in a flash. With only 1 minute left before level 10 refreshes, they had to fight. He ordered, "The mother tree is irrelevant. Prioritize killing. Don't worry about those shadows anymore. Defending against everything is the same as defending against nothing." The effects of the shadow assassins from round 7 were still lingering. When the siren spawned, Jianghe only had Fries and Jailer Bro to assist him. Leaving T-God and Zhong Zimo alone to guard the mother tree might not be enough to stop the enemy's attack. The werewolf did not dodge a single one. When he discovered that a few martial artists had come out to pursue him from the boundary between the real and the virtual, he leaped up and flew down through the air. Claws lashed out, whipping wildly across her chest, their sharp claw marks striking through the air. French Fries, charging at the forefront, neither dodged nor evaded, relying on her speed to grasp the fierce claw winds, ensuring she was grazed and bleeding. "Desperate," Jianghe declared, "if you're going to fight, fight to the bitter end." The word fear didn't exist in her gaming dictionary. Playing FPS games, without items or assists, just relentlessly attacking points was commonplace. If she failed, she'd lie on the ground and watch. If she succeeded, the opponent would furiously pound their keyboard and mouse, demanding, how dare she pull out a single enemy and get instantly killed? Did she use a cheat code? She liked being described as using a cheat code, a supreme compliment for a skilled player. A subtle surprise flickered in the werewolf's eyes. French Fries not only didn't dodge her claw winds, but also charged straight at her sharp claws. This slender, graceful elf seemed indifferent to her life and the number of challenges, choosing the most illogical, mutually assured destruction strategy. Bang! The French Fries and the werewolf were sent flying in opposite directions. The French Fries' desperate attack was surprisingly powerful, severing its claws with a single strike. She herself wasn't much better off. The claws tore her arm apart, leaving her tumbling to the ground like a tattered rag doll. Challenge attempts. The enamel mug, caught up in the moment, clutched its head in exasperation. "Wait, she's all right." Snowwater Fried Noodles exclaimed joyfully, "Gloria's golden holy word is still active." Chapter 366. Mimicry Flesh. A special item that changes based on the player's equipped gear, class, and skills. When combined with Goliath's avatar, it extends the effect of the golden holy word spell. Since it was its first use, the demon-suppressing werewolf had no countermeasures. "Get out of the way, I handle this." Jianghe had just exchanged a blow with the demon-suppressing werewolf, sparks flying from the blades. When he heard the sound of Fries, he leaned back and jumped to make way. Unable to use magic, only Fries, Jianghe, the bed, and Zhong Zimo, who was holding a shield and looking for an opportunity to parry, remained in the battle. The demon-suppressing werewolf's positioning control was exceptional. Its massive body displayed an incongruous agility, always managing to dodge with small, quick steps, ensuring there was only one person in front of it ready to engage. Its right claw and wrist had been severed, but its remaining left hand remained powerful. The enraged spatial slash, its ripples spreading outwards, was instantly seized by the werewolf, who extinguished it with a single blow. The golden holy words granting invulnerability slowly healed the werewolf's wounds. The bloody wound began to thaw. She waited no longer. The spatial slash was instantly cast, desperately demanding wind spirits. She activated it with lightning speed, plunging into the werewolf's dangerous chest. The 10th refresh had 40 seconds remaining. She only had 20 seconds, needing time to prepare and rest. The werewolf, sensing danger, was already showing signs of fleeing. If she couldn't engage in a prolonged fight, her efforts might be in vain. Magic suppression and distortion prevented amplification magic from affecting her. Only the T-God's phase skill was effective. She could only choose between acceleration and attack buffs. I risk it all. French Fries reversed his long sword, slashing his wrist and letting blood gush out. Bloodstained. French Fries' eyes were blurred. This was the vision impairment effect caused by Bloodstained, forcing players to rely solely on a pixelated field of vision for judgment. Raging Lion. The phantom projected by the Raging Lion sword was also covered in blood, as if it had survived a fierce battle, every hair tinged with crimson. It moved slowly, yet lunged at the demon-suppressing werewolf in the blink of an eye, like a frame-dropping motion. Space Slash was a useful tool. Both warriors and mages could use it. When triggered as a warrior, the Raging Lion phantom formed by the weapon's blessing effect was also unaffected by the demon-suppressing effect. The Roaring Lion King opened its blood-red maw, biting down on the demon-suppressing werewolf's head in one gulp. Blood spurted from its neck. The dying demon-suppressing werewolf tried to tear the phantom apart, but found its arms completely powerless. A sharp pain in the lower abdomen followed the excruciating agony of the severed neck. At first, it felt like a mosquito bite, but as a pair of strong little hands forcefully twisted the foreign object inside its body, all its strength vanished. The shadow in the blanket found the perfect opportunity to strike, severing the kidney with a single blow. The werewolf, whose strength had been building up in the lower abdomen, was now helpless against the powerful demon-suppressing werewolf. The dying werewolf was powerless to control its demon-suppressing power, and the demon-suppressing aura surrounding them dissipated. "Don't kill it! Don't kill it! Give me the head!" The shadow in the blanket was frantically thrusting its sword, aiming for the werewolf's heart, when the jailer's screams made her stop. A beam of eerie green light shot from afar, piercing the demon-suppressing werewolf's body. A hazy thread connected the two, and the jailer, like a fisherman casting a line, gave a sharp shake, causing the weakened werewolf's spirit to leave its body. Overjoyed, he quickly explained, "I can control the detached undead for a while, don't waste it." "Huh?" I leveled up instantly. The jailer's experience bar was only half full when he completed the kill and leveled up to level 21, more than halfway through. He looked around, dazed. Jiang had covered his forehead. The bed was speechless. French Fries, wielding the bloodstained lion's sword, watched as the Lion King, who had just killed the werewolf, turned around, both of them glaring at him with fiery eyes. "Wow, I didn't intentionally kill it. I really just wanted to test its spirit's preparation. You guys believe me? I never expected it to give so much experience. It's outrageous." French Fries clenched his fist, cracking it. "Switch to a random team. Your skills are so bad you could disband the team. We post you on the community forum the next day." A classic online game random team dispute process. Community court hearing, players judge and watch the drama unfold. After clearing 4 levels, even the most experienced player, French Fries, is stuck at level 20, just one step away from level 21. Players, like Zhong Zemo and Bed, are basically only halfway through level 20. The boundary between reality and illusion guild statue has activated the highest level of experience blessing, a selectable blessing only available to guilds with fully upgraded guild infrastructure. Their hardware is not only leading the Chinese server, but is likely leading the entire server. Even so, their experience progress is still incredibly slow, making leveling up after level 20 extremely difficult. The massive experience gained from the demon-suppressing werewolf has shocked everyone. One werewolf is equivalent to the total experience gained in the past few days in the boundary between reality and illusion. Those in the boundary between reality and illusion are bewildered, but Candlelight, observing everything, understands perfectly. The demon-suppressing werewolf's abundant experience is because the boundary between reality and illusion has gathered a large number of elements that enhance the demon-suppressing werewolf. On level 5, the more strategies the player employs, the stronger the enemies that spawn in the next round will be, and stronger units will naturally provide more experience. The correct way to clear this level is to use the safest methods possible each time, ending the battle just before reaching the minimum required level. In this way, the strength of the units spawning each round will remain within an acceptable range of slow increase. Jifeng adopted a spectator stance, whistling and involuntarily laughing. French Fries bloodlust burst. Potatoes tie collar set. Squid shield parry. Bed shadow step and kidney explosion. The 4 primal humanoid turrets minion clearance. Jailer Bro's spirit control. Orange T's spirit summoning support. Besides, the boundary between reality and illusion also used powerful techniques and abilities such as spatial slash, mimic flesh, gluttony, and Goliath's avatar. TSK, what will refresh in round 10 to deal with him? I'm really looking forward to it. Weaving Wind was overjoyed. Seeing that clearing the level is within reach, they won't consider giving up and starting over. They have no idea that the prize pool is still accumulating. Candlelight, oh Candlelight, you should really appreciate it. Appreciate the person you placed your hopes on, losing their first challenge attempt because of their own strength. The boundary between reality and illusion was currently discussing whether to get stuck on level 5 to farm experience. Previously rejected proposals became feasible thanks to the generous rewards offered by the demon-suppressing werewolf. As for the risks, with their avatars as a safety net, the skilled and daring members of the group generally felt it was no big deal. The quilt then offered another reason that was extremely difficult for everyone to refuse. The monsters that spawn here can be targeted by the money-stealing knife. Considering the monsters that attacked the sexy girls in the first 3 levels, having the T-God loot some treasures would be quite a good idea. The countdown for the 10th spawn has ended. The Candlelight anxiously stared at the projection. Black mist billowed, and the intangible material solidified. A beautiful and charming woman stood in the center of the rolling black tide. Endless black mist flowed from her skirt outwards. It's viscous, somewhere between liquid and gas, coating everything around her with a deep, eerie black. She walked slowly forward, her invisible hand brushing across the dense forest, instantly extinguishing the fires. The sweltering land seemed to have lost its heat, instantly frosted over. A bone-chilling cold breathed from her mouth, forming a terrifying whistle, a low, mournful female voice sweeping across the dry, dehydrated leaves, rustling and swirling. The faint light that had remained was now completely extinguished by the gray sky. In an instant, on the 5th floor, winter and darkness descended simultaneously. The Candlelight fell silent, helplessly covering its face with its hand. Weaving Wind stood frozen in shock for a few seconds, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. The one who deceives the light, the ultimate prize. The boundary between reality and illusion noticed the anomaly. The temperature plummeted, the light dimmed, the flow of magic shifted, and elemental forces became chaotic. Beside Orange Tea, even the fearless pelican, who feared nothing but lack of fish, couldn't help but wag its tail, opening and closing its beak repeatedly, emitting threatening sounds. The visitor disdained to conceal its presence. She banged on drums and gongs, releasing signals, announcing her location to the players. Black shirt, black veil, black skirt, black gloves. The woman, step by step, trailing a shadow as deep as the night sky behind her, appeared before the boundary between reality and illusion. Wherever she went, light was extinguished like a candle flame. All color in the world was stripped away, as if a pair of giant hands had torn down the curtain of reality, leaving only the monotonous color of black. This is too powerful. Fries couldn't help but swallow. Orange Tea was bewildered. She vaguely sensed that the woman in the distance was no kind person, but why did everyone seem to have seen a ghost, all feeling their chances of winning were slim, and wiping the fine sweat from their foreheads? The boundary between reality and illusion she knew had never been cowardly. The jailer reminded her, listen carefully. Orange Tea listened intently. In the howling wind, a strange melody echoed, a soft chorus of multiple voices, the eerie, low tune repeating again and again. She couldn't help but shiver. She has her own music. In the proof of the stars, everyone with their own background music is an unparalleled ruthless individual with explosive combat power. The Temple of the Clarity Challenge, as evidenced by Shi Lu. Even the woman shrouded in darkness before them possessed such power. Orange Tea was sweating. They'd broken the rules. No, the players have broken the rules, only the 5th floor, and they already deployed units of Shi Lu's level to clear the field. Is this something players with an average level of 20 can handle? Weaving Wind was clapping. The light-deceiving ones are Tier 9, game units that control a complete domain. The projection on the 5th floor is level 35. I really want to see what the boundary between reality and illusion will use to win. Come on, Fries, show your courage, charge, swing your sword. She began pointing and gesturing in the void using the boundary between reality and illusion standard maneuvers. The expected scene didn't happen. Instead, the bed rushed into the darkness, attracting the light-deceiving one's attention. With a thought from the deceitful one, darkness materialized, dozens of pitch-black tentacles surged from beneath her skirt, ignoring spatial barriers, disappearing into the shadows, aiming straight for the blanket. With the wind spirit's amplification and elemental magic, every step she took was protected by a gust of wind. The blanket felt her ankles nearly touched by the tentacles. The tentacles moved with lightning speed, yet missed everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion. The blanket abruptly swerved in front of the pale green mother tree, dozens of streaks of black mud piercing through it, tearing it apart. The pale green mother tree, healed to 3/4 health by the orange tea, instantly had its health reduced to 0. Weaving Wind was stunned, clenching her fists in anger. This time, it was Candlelight's turn to laugh. The deceitful one was the top prize of the 5th level. What to do if you draw it? Just quit. The mother tree withers, but the challenge attempts don't decrease, only death does. Although the light deceiving ones only attack players individually, players can lure them into attacking the mother tree. Did you leak a question? Why did they change their tactics? Weaving Wind glared angrily. Candlelight shrugged. Don't assume everyone is like you. I won't violate the supreme iron law. Normally, regardless of the strength of the reality/illusion boundary, we try to fight head-on. There's no reason for us to suddenly become cowards. Weaving Wind slid the projection, rewinding to find the answer. Could it be the background music? But the sound is clearly very faint. It only becomes loud when the combat distance is close. Weaving Wind's hand froze. She heard the pre-battle meeting at the reality/illusion boundary. Experience? For experience? The usually reserved Candlelight laughed even louder this time. Perfectly in line with player behavior. How to reduce the game difficulty when encountering monsters you can't defeat. Level up, trade for powerful equipment, practice diligently, and find a strong player to help you. Players who stubbornly charge in are a minority. Forcing yourself to endure hardship will only make you seem like a masochist. Level suppression was a fear ingrained in players' minds from the very beginning of the Tower of Trials world. Players naturally sought ways to break free of this constraint, making efficient and rapid leveling up paramount. Weaving Wind, if you hadn't emphasized level suppression so much, the boundary between reality and illusion might have stubbornly gone head-to-head with the deceitful ones. Wouldn't you call that a boomerang? Anyone could hear the sarcasm in Candlelight's words. Our people didn't get the final prize, but it seems your side wasn't so lucky. Chapter 367. The Candlelight connects 4 worlds. Some are filled with swords and magic, surging with magical tides. Some are orderly, technologically advanced nations. Some are experiencing a spiritual resurgence, seeking immortality and the Tao. And some are online, idling, sharing the game. The Overlord once emphasized that the proof of the stars should be deployed according to the different worlds. The world with online idling has the lowest deployment difficulty. Next is the world at the boundary between the virtual and real realms. Among the 4 worlds, they have the most perfect order, the most friendly deployment environment, and the most suitable cultural system. They are almost plug-and-play. Next is Talon, the world of swords and magic. The local inhabitants, under the surging magical tides, have unlocked a cooperative mode of mutual assistance and overcoming difficulties together. Large and small city-states are closely united, coping with the periodic side effects brought about by the rise of magic. Those who, in the eyes of the boundary between the virtual and real realms, are still in the Middle Ages, perhaps barbaric and ignorant, have done very well, stripped of any sense of superiority from their era. As for the 3 Domes land, it's a matter of more than just words. Perhaps it was the collapse of the unified civilization due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the resulting breakdown of social order, that stirred people's hearts. The number of anthropomorphic creatures here is the highest among the 4 worlds. Whether to deeply intervene in the local civilization and guide them to end the chaos is one of the memories that Candlelight has lost. Without this guiding principle, she was slow in dealing with the problems of the 3 realms, and ultimately, on the eve of implementing the preparatory plan, Qifeng took over everything. The word madman was told to her by Chen Xiaoyu. Having learned a little about the relevant works, surprisingly, it fits very well with most of the people in the 3 realms who possess extraordinary power. To mobilize the players of the 3 realms to the greatest extent, Qifeng adopted a carefully crafted guidance strategy, using her immortal status to forcibly establish rules and regulate order. In the game, they kill and plunder. In real life, they kill entire families. In the game, they swear. In real life, they behead and display their heads. In the game, unequal distribution of resources makes it difficult to win over players. In real life, they adhere to Marxist principles, believing in equality for all. Online gaming, offline manhunt. All are prohibited. At the same time, each player of 3 Kingdoms land will be given 2 name change vouchers. Whether to use them or not is up to the individual. Candlelight finds it hard to understand why 3 Kingdoms land players, like to use their real names online. IDs like Xiao Liqing of Fuxiamen and Li Wen of Dubofeng emphasize an open and upright character. They prominently display their family and work addresses, making it easy for others to seek revenge. The earlier incident of killing entire families, when the star certificate was issued, occurred under this background. There's no reasoning with madmen. There must be a supreme and violent individual to suppress all restless hearts. Weaving Wind has done a good deed with bad intentions. Before the Chaos Tower world began, the three realms had never had a large-scale competition that led to the recognition of T0 and T1 guilds. The emergence of the latter rankings sparked endless debate across the three realms, giving those arguing about strength a tangible understanding for the first time. Fuxian Sect, ranked 7th. Game ID, Jinmei Sangqiong. He was not satisfied with his latter ranking. As one of the agents of Jifeng, he understood the true meaning of the game and knew that the team at the top of the rankings, on the boundary between reality and illusion, belonged to another world. Being repeatedly mentioned by immortals spoke volumes about its power, and many agents were already prepared, but they all dismissed it with disdain. How powerful could a world without even spiritual energy possibly produce? Their faces were quickly slapped in the face. The three realms dominates reigned supreme in the top 50, the sole exception. Suppressing numerous masters from two worlds, even with divine guidance and a head start, they cannot surpass it despite their utmost efforts. The opponents are too dazzling. The agents cannot ignore them. To take their place, the immortals might grant them divine favor. Many agents share this thought. Establishing an advantage, building reputation, and dominating the three realms is the best course of action. For the same goal, agents from all walks of life employ every means possible. Opportunities don't only exist at the boundary between the real and the virtual. Although the three realms dominates has never played this type of game before, the good fortune of newcomers seems to be a law in every world. The teams chosen by Weaver Wind as agents each have their own unique luck. Some possess a vast array of skills, such as the entire team of necromancers, clearing the 4th level of the Yin Wind Valley through massacre. Some have excellent equipment. While not possessing the luxurious rainbow sets of the boundary between the real and the virtual, their gear is generally gold-based. Some guilds even granted critical hits, allowing them to gain experience and enter the tower world. The team's average level was 25. Seeing the agents use every trick in the book, Jifeng started to feel dizzy. This time, it wasn't a deliberate performance to observe Candlelight's reaction. She genuinely felt nauseous. Just now, Ruiping revealed all his trump cards at the boundary of reality and illusion, unlocking the grand prize of the 5th level, the deceitful one. Now it was Candlelight's turn to flutter her palms slightly like butterfly wings, her lips displaying a subtle expression of wanting to hold back, but stopping herself. It was clear she was struggling to hold back. Fuxian Sect, annihilating the heavens. The sect's chief disciple, the senior brother whom all disciples looked up to, he was not just a figurehead. Rounds 1 through 9 were fraught with danger, yet under his exquisite command, they narrowly escaped. The avatar he wielded was the Shadow King. Shadow Substitute summons a doppelganger lurking in the shadows to share damage. Shadow Legion. Summon 2 of the following 6 unit types: Headless Horseman, Shadow Mage, Shadow Assassin, Shadow Giant, Shadow Wyvern, and Shadow Healer. Dark Resonance. When fighting in dark, damp terrain, friendly units within the doppelganger's area of effect experience increased physical strength, magical power, and significantly enhanced shadow-type skills. Light-dark balance. Light attribute damage to the doppelganger is greatly increased, as is dark attribute damage to light element units. To maximize the doppelganger's effectiveness, the 7-member Fuxian Sect group includes 4 shadow assassins, the remaining being a necromancer, berserker, and elementalist. Due to their unique lineup, their solution to the 4th level is quite distinctive. After learning the solution from Yifeng Valley, they devised a clever plan to infiltrate Black Frost and assassinate its lord. With the avatar activated, infiltration, assassination, and escape were all executed flawlessly. Black Frost couldn't even find the culprit, causing chaos and giving the Immortal Sect ample time to expand their territory. Activating the avatar and unleashing a series of powerful attacks within its duration, delivering a single, decisive blow, was a proven, effective tactic. Aside from the origin element, which stood stubbornly unyielding in the Temple of the Clear Ones, few monsters could withstand their 3-pronged attack. Senior brother how much longer does the avatar last? Zhongping was his real name. He assessed his condition and assessed, I still have energy left, holding it for 3 minutes shouldn't be a problem. 20 seconds left on the countdown. Everyone, gather your breath and hold it. Zhongping lit up the leaderboard. Look closely, the boundary between reality and illusion is still number 1. They're also challenging level 5, but their progress is definitely not as fast as ours. Grit your teeth. The summit is near, the dream is over, reality returns, and the immortal's magic is no longer a mirage. Their 9th level was extremely perilous, with a demon-suppressing scorpion, adept at burrowing, becoming a major obstacle. It spewed poisonous mist from afar, scorching the mother tree. As the immortal gate approached, it immediately released pools of highly toxic, corrosive acid onto the ground. They had to be careful of the few footholds available, while also watching out for the demon-suppressing scorpion bursting from the ground after burrowing, engulfing them in a cloud of dust. The scorpion's stinger could even penetrate the shadows, aiming straight for the throat of the shadow stalker. The demon-suppressing power covered its scales, making it difficult even for elemental mages to bite, highlighting its all-around offensive and defensive capabilities. The summoned shadow assassins charged forward relentlessly, breaking through a hard scale on the scorpion's back. The shadow stalkers took turns unleashing their attacks, aiming for the weak points beneath the scale. The double blow of venom and bleeding finally brought down the demon-suppressing giant scorpion in the last 30 seconds. Everyone wounded and exhausted? No problem. He Zhongping's words were like a potent potion, injecting a powerful stimulant into everyone's hearts. A flush rose on the pale faces of the Fuxian sect disciples, their hands gripping their weapons trembling uncontrollably. A promise from an immortal, fame that would shake the world, an irresistible temptation. Here it comes, the 10th round. Let's end this. He Zhongping knew his team was at their limit. A purely defensive approach was futile. So he raised his arm and charged towards the direction his magic could sense. His voice was impassioned, his punches powerful, a burning belief in victory ignited in every member of the Fuxian sect. Gods will be slain, Buddhas will be slain. Even the boundary between reality and illusion will be cut down. Fuxian sect, challenge qualification reduced by 1. The Fuxian sect members, their mouths agape and eyes closed, were sent flying backward, lying haphazardly before Shilu, their minds a complete blank. Relying on the Shadow King's avatar, they had shrunk into the shadows, enhancing their skills with a clear plan. But the surrounding shadows repelled them. They were sticky, slippery, and icy snakes, their tongues flicking as they slithered across each person's body, a chill running down their spines to the top of their heads. Their senses were paralyzed. A second, 2 seconds, perhaps longer, in any case, when they regained their senses, they were all wiped out. Even the most astute among them, He Zhongping, remained bewildered by the massacre of the Fuxian sect members. Jifeng clenched her fist and gently tapped her head. She wanted to slap the water out of these idiots' brains. Still don't understand? Playing games without using your brain? Are you waiting to be played by the game? Why can't you understand the boundary between reality and illusion? Zhuhua pursed her lips, suppressing her smile, trying hard not to let it be too blatant. After the tower world opened, she felt like a parent. She and Jifeng each brought their proudest children to the stage to compete. The boundary between reality and illusion shone brightly, and a sense of satisfaction and pride naturally flowed through her body, her mouth filled with a sweet taste of honey and vinegar. What a wonderful feeling. It was a joy completely different from anything she had experienced before. An indescribable happiness. The prize pool continued to accumulate, and after Fuxianmen, 3 of Jifeng's representatives suffered consecutive losses. She, who had recently enjoyed watching the boundary between reality and illusion, was now completely unable to laugh. Candlelight opened a small projection window, and watched the boundary between reality and illusion. After returning to the guild to repair the equipment's durability, and taking a short rest, they entered the 5th floor again. The boundary between reality and illusion, which had been advancing triumphantly since the tower world began, had found its own rhythm. They calmed down, and patiently cleared levels 1 through 7 of the 5th floor, always keeping the mother tree's health low for easy escape. Good, slow and steady as fast, Candlelight nodded repeatedly. Chapter 368. Having witnessed the illogicality of the 10th round, Jianghe took full advantage of his initiative, and asked Shilu about it, to which Shilu readily revealed the name. The special monster was named the Deceitful One. With her entrance accompanied by her own background music, ordinary players would struggle to even pass the level, no matter how hard they tried. The illogicality meant the strategy was flawed. As seasoned gamers, they gathered to exchange ideas and immediately came to a conclusion. The entire team at the boundary between reality and illusion restrained their techniques, striving to appear clumsy. If they could defeat the monster with basic attacks, they would resolutely avoid using skills. If they had to use magic, it had to be the initial magic inherent to their class. If they were to use class-advancing magic, They would carefully control its application, ensuring it required significantly more time and effort. In Jiang He's words, from now on, it would be a 50-50 chance against anyone. The effects were immediate. Everyone was hesitant to engage the enemy. Rounds 1 to 3 consistently spawned wolves, goblins, and human infantry. In round 4, heavy cavalry became unarmored regular cavalry, and their total numbers decreased accordingly. The power players displayed in each round would have repercussions in subsequent rounds. Rounds 1 to 8 saw monster spawn strongly correlated with player performance. Round 9 consistently spawned demon-suppressing monsters. Their combat power didn't decrease significantly due to player performance, providing a safety net for level 5. Level 10 of the reality/illusion boundary wasn't tested, but the difference is estimated to be minimal. Through comparison, they also discovered that the experience points gained were linked to monster strength. Understanding this, the experience farming plan in the reality/illusion boundary became much easier. Farming only levels 1 to 7 was safe, controllable, and low risk. In the words of the jailer, it's similar to match fixing in esports, where you can win as many points as you want, targeting a strong team and controlling their advantage at will. When he said that, Zhong Zimo gave him a kind look. If it weren't for the jailer raising his hands to indicate that he only learned about it from the live stream comments, Ma Yu would probably have investigated whether he had touched it. Having made the discovery, Jiang He still selflessly shared it with the other 3 guilds. They had just escaped the entanglement of the 4th floor Lord Simulator, and began their journey to the 5th floor. Kai Guanjiqi exclaimed in amazement, "You guys are so efficient. We only just started exploring, and you already have a guide?" Beiwu replied, "A guide is useless, it's still difficult. The 9th floor's demon suppression will probably be a nightmare for many elemental mages. Elemental mages and berserkers have a huge population in the Chinese server, accounting for 42% of the total number of players of each class. Almost half of the players have them as their first or second class, and they are also their main characters. In the main world dungeons, the difficulty of the demon suppression creatures encountered can be reduced using accumulated items. The 5th floor doesn't offer a similar advantage." All 4 guilds reached the same conclusion regarding staying on level 5 to grind experience. Crimson Music Box said, "Different strategies start appearing on level 5. Whether we can still copy each other's strategies is hard to say." Yellow Dream said, "No problem. Everyone can write their own guides and compile them. Some will definitely be useful." Speaking of guides, Jiang He thought of Nongya. She was indeed online, and according to her replies, she was trading with other information merchants in a special area where IDs could be hidden. The main force had gradually arrived at level 5, and the guides for level 4 were gradually losing their value. Nongya was worried about finding buyers and sellers. Many information merchants with connections were offering high prices to buy the latest guides. The highest bid Nongya had seen was $18,000. This person seemed to have plenty of money, and was extremely anxious. In just 3 hours, the bid had already been raised twice through information brokers, from an initial $10,000 to nearly $20,000, clearly indicating a determination to win. Having become familiar with information brokers over the past few days, Ningya had learned a lot about the profiles of clients involved in information trading. Many of them were quite frank, stating their aim was to surpass the virtual reality boundary as soon as possible. Now, the gap between them and the virtual reality boundary was the smallest. If it were allowed to snowball again, the top players on all servers would likely watch as it led the pack once more. The temptation to defeat the virtual reality boundary was simply too great. The 7-person guild that had dominated the game for nearly half a year, with each member being a top player in their respective class, was undoubtedly a master of PvE. Surpassing the virtual reality boundary would grant those titles to the challenger. The virtual reality boundary had been a constant presence in the gaming media spotlight, naturally occupying a hot topic. They weren't just a 7-person gaming guild, their interests were already intertwined with the proof of the stars, and everyone wanted to get involved. Even a brief moment of association could bring massive exposure to the entire team. In reality, they leveraged social media to promote products, all in one smooth motion. This strategy was already well established in other sectors, and replicating it now only required 3 steps. Obtain access to the Proof of the Stars game. Create a character and enter the game. Break records beyond the boundaries of reality and virtuality. Becoming a Proof of the Stars master was that simple. Understanding these intertwined interests allowed Nongya to thrive. She had never felt fate was so wondrous. She had initially just been angry at a troll and engaged in a heated online argument, but now she was the biggest fan leader at the boundary between reality and virtuality, and, as they called her, a foreigner. $20,000 for information on the 5th floor. Really, nobody has it? The information merchant inquired again on behalf of the behind-the-scenes financier, but his fellow merchants all shook their heads. The advance team basically only entered the 5th floor tonight. They barely finished one round, let alone summarize their experience so quickly. Even if they did, who would sell it to secure their leading position? While eating cotton candy, she heard the call of a seabird and immediately opened her interface. Nonya, are you there? It was a message from Jianghe, and she perked up. I summarized the core mechanism of the 5th floor. Do you have a market price? Tell me so I can refer to it. Nonya quoted a price of 20,000. After a pause, she quickly explained the crucial reason why the behind-the-scenes financiers were so eager. Jianghe called everyone over. Zhong Zemo couldn't help but chuckle. We're such hot commodities. He stood with his hands on his hips, proudly puffing out his chest. Just thinking about how many people in this world are eyeing us makes me feel inflated. The restrictions on third-party transactions imposed by Candlelight had rendered the whales powerless. Suddenly, they discovered the censorship was loosening, and a group of people unleashed their financial power, eager to compete and become the new kings of traffic in the stars proof. Right now, they're cautiously testing the waters. Once they figure out the trading limits Candlelight allows, their bidding will likely be even more outrageous. The 4 primal bodies sighed. What a pity. If it weren't for the rules, I really wanted to make a killing. There was a strong need to bring the world's top players to dominate the leaderboards, and the boundary between the virtual and real worlds couldn't completely monopolize strategy information, ensuring they didn't miss a single opportunity to make a fortune. Orange Tea clapped. Great. The obvious differentiated floors haven't appeared yet. We can still profit from the information gap. Pessimists and optimists, a stark contrast. Even the 4 primal bodies couldn't help but sigh. Listening to the tea god's words made their minds much lighter. $50,000. Whoever pays that price will get the guide to the core mechanics of level 5. Huh? Nonya was stunned upon seeing the message. That's 50,000. Who would pay that price for information that might be resold multiple times? Moreover, current transactions require anonymity, offering no sense of security for the buyer. Nonya thought for a moment, a smile playing on her lips. She understood. The boundary between reality and illusion never intended to sell information. Their intention was to disrupt the information merchant market. The mechanics of level 5 would eventually be figured out, and when the first batch of guilds cleared it, they would likely try to make a quick buck by finding information merchants. Disrupting the market in advance would force genuine guides to follow suit and become difficult to sell, indirectly slowing down the ascent for more whales. For sellers, this didn't violate the rules. Strategy guides are sold with transparent pricing. If the price is too high, nobody can afford it. It can't be the seller's fault, right? Nonya nodded repeatedly, pleased with herself for seeing through the true intentions behind the deception. You guys aren't information merchants, so you probably can't imagine how rich those big spenders are. They're either top YouTube influencers, key figures being groomed for new self-media platforms, or some are simply second-generation rich kids. They're not short of money at all. The only thing restricting them is the game regulation that could hit them at any moment. Anyway, nobody's buying. Hearing the news, the merchant again offered a purchase price of 22,000. Nonya tightened her hood and strode forward. Instead of offering a price privately, she shouted it out loud with great force. 70,000, half upfront. Even this experienced information broker was stunned by Nonya's offer. $70,000? Did this person even know what she was saying? In the US, where the average monthly living expenses are only around 1,000, a little frugality could allow someone to live comfortably for 70 months. Many people work for years, and still might not have 70,000 in savings, living a hand-to-mouth existence. And this was a price tag for strategy guide information that might be resold, although 20,000 and 70,000 are both absurd. The people behind you want to get valuable game information firsthand, either to gain greater rewards in real life, or because they have strong spiritual needs. If you want to be superior, show some sincerity. A little extra charge, stingy, can't afford it. Seeing the information broker still in a daze, she abruptly waved her hand, as if swatting away a fly. It's useless to talk to you. Just relay my words verbatim to the people behind you. Since you lack both the guts and the resources, don't pretend to be a big shot. Pretending to spend money to buy progress only makes you a laughingstock. She delivered her critique of the financial backer with the air of a tyrant. The information merchant's face flushed under his hood, and he couldn't help but retort. They're not short of money. Hey, you're just their glove. To put it bluntly, you're just a dog they hired to help. I asked you to relay their message, not to defend them. Her overly sharp tone drew everyone's attention. So you're not a dog? Nonya suppressed a laugh. Your question confirms your dog's status. She was clearly intent on disrupting the market, completely disregarding the potential impact on the crowd, and opened her arms wide. I have a guide to the 5th level core mechanism, guaranteed not to be resold within a day, 80,000. She raised the price again. After each sending messages to their respective backers, someone approached Nonya. Can we immediately go offline to trade? Can you afford 80,000? Realizing the other party wasn't joking, Nonya panicked slightly, but didn't show it on her face. My employer likes your generosity. The 40,000 deposit is just a small amount. He's willing to give it a try, the information merchant added, but he's not one to suffer losses. If you deceive him, reporting you will inevitably prevent you from profiting further. He's happy to see both sides lose. Please don't doubt his stubbornness. While pretending to ponder, Nonya quickly consulted Jianghe about whether it was truly for sale. The person at the boundary between reality and illusion was stunned by the message. 70,000, just to buy an unverified piece of information? There are so many people in this world who don't value money. Did these people's money just fall from the sky? Sell? Only a fool wouldn't make money like this. The 4 primal bodies rarely spoke first, their words laced with venom. Everyone understood this feeling. Even after becoming famous and receiving dividends, they maintained their previous frugality. The jailer and Bed were considered second-generation rich kids. Their families were strict, and they never spent money extravagantly. Spending tens of thousands in a flash just for fun, even the top-tier entertainer, the jailer, couldn't do that. Nonya quickly logged off. Based on the address, the 2 parties completed the transaction on a third-party website, the whole process taking no more than 30 minutes. The moment the money arrived in her account, staring at the numbers, she was still in a daze. Wearing the equipment, he returned to the game and told everyone what had happened. Everyone was full of praise for this rich bastard. How much is in Nonya's private account right now? $140,000. If the final payment is received, it will be $180,000. His Candlelight's opening of third-party transactions actually benefited them the most. I figured out how to transfer the money to everyone's names. It'd take a little time. Nonya thought they were checking the accounts and quickly explained, besides the promised travel expenses, I won't take a single penny. Jianghe hesitated for a moment, then typed a line. After knowing you for so long, Nonya, you still seem quite distant. Zhong Zimo couldn't help but say, is it a cultural difference? Why do you feel like we're checking your accounts, instead of simply being curious about how much money you made? Nonya didn't know how to answer, and could only watch the 7 people on the virtual real boundary chatter away. Orange Tea was more direct. I felt Nonya had shown a desire to integrate into the guild a long time ago, so why did she back down after everyone was being so friendly and enthusiastic? Was she scared off by the enthusiasm? Nonya couldn't help but touch her cheek. She was a little embarrassed to say it, but that was indeed the reason. She had always played the game solo, and seeing virtual reality boundary so happy made it hard not to feel envious. But as the leader of the fan club, she was well aware that virtual reality boundary didn't accept outsiders. Now, virtual reality boundary was openly showing goodwill, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Chapter 369. Nonya wasn't particularly interested in rare drops or challenging the latest high-difficulty dungeons. Casual, relaxing games like Stardew Valley were her real favorites. Playing Proof of the Stars was more of a last resort. A game where you enter a dream and start a second life. It's the only one of its kind in the world. Who wouldn't want to extend their lifespan indirectly? Therefore, when Jianghe mentioned that joining a guild didn't guarantee participation in raids, she quickly explained that she didn't care. Nonya preferred interacting with the strange NPCs at the guild headquarters. She basically treated Proof of the Stars as a tourist simulator, immersing herself in a fantastical magical world. Then apply, Jianghe said, opening the panel to approve the 8th guild member. Not now, Nonya explained. Maintaining our status as unofficial staff makes earning money more immersive. Beiwo, for no apparent reason, thought, doesn't that sound like cheating is more exciting? Zhong Zimo sighed, increasingly feeling that many strange things would happen in his future interactions with Beiwo. This guy's leaps of thought were sometimes even more outrageous than the jailer's. The break ended, and the virtual reality boundary continued leveling on the 5th floor. The results were gratifying. In just half a day, everyone in the virtual reality boundary reached level 21. The jailer, who was leading the way, was close to level 22. Because of the spawning mages in the arena, He could also use Echo of the Wraith to farm for advanced blessing drops. Whether it was bad luck or the drop rate was inherently low, he still had 0 loot by the end of the game. On the other hand, Beiwo's money-stealing knife. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 11 green items, not bad. The girl in the blanket happily rubbed her hands together. The monsters that spawned in the first 3 rounds weren't very strong, so the boundary between reality and illusion assigned the money-stealing knife to Orange Tea, letting her finish off weakened units. Of the 11 drops, she got 4. Considering she used it far less than the girl in the blanket, the difference in their luck was obvious. Even after leaving the main world and moving to the tower world, the Tea God was still the Tea God. Each green item was worth 10 points, giving her 110 points out of thin air, more than the points she got for clearing the 4th floor. 120 plus 110, the boundary between reality and illusion now had 230 points. The only thing she could afford in the Sunset shop was a 10-point item that refreshed the current shop's inventory. Items starting at 300 points, with only temporary effects, were ridiculously expensive. Jianghe was puzzled. Was it because lower floors yielded fewer points, with higher floors resulting in corresponding point increases, or were there other ways to earn points that they hadn't yet discovered? Another round of the game ended, and there was no major news in the Proof of the Stars today. The frantically progressing boundary between reality and illusion stopped at the 5th floor, breaking the record of 1 floor per day. The top of the ladder rankings were still dominated by AIs. The guild closest to the boundary between reality and illusion was from France, currently ranked 37th. The heroic spirits of St. Helena, Nongya didn't know much about them either. Looking through the replays, she discovered that in their guild war, they seemed to have been ganged up on and forced to retreat, failing to achieve a good ranking. Unexpectedly, with the start of the Tower World climb, they suddenly rose to prominence, becoming the top player below the boundary between reality and illusion. Ranked 49th, the Chosen of Corn made the list. Only 2 Chinese server teams were in the top 100 of the ladder rankings. Wawawashu and Chungkong were tragically absent from the list. Players in the 3 Realms land have an experience bonus, and almost all of them rushed into level 5 immediately, gaining an early advantage. This has directly resulted in only 11 spots remaining in the top 100 of the ladder rankings, all belonging to Blue Star. The top 200 only have 32 spots. Jianghe's reaction to this was indifferent. The ladder rankings will undergo drastic changes in the next few days, and those currently at the top will likely be pushed down. Since the focus has been on grinding experience, the boundary between the real and virtual worlds won't appear until level 30. The Crimson Music Box is even more insane. It's said to be leading the entire Orange Sky to level 40. Without restrictions, level 5 would probably spawn a large number of 10-mile slope sword gods. Boring, indeed. Every day, logging in means repetitive labor in the dream world, like cybernetic slaves picking electronic cotton, all for a pitiful amount of experience. But the rewards from the Candlelight update are truly tempting. The top 50 teams will all receive profit-sharing rights, a stable income from the Star Token for the next 5 years, deposited directly into their accounts every quarter. With the player base of the Star Token, even the monthly card fee can lead to financial freedom. Black slaves picking cotton have to hand it over to their slave owners. Being a cyber slave on the 5th level might just allow you to rise up and become a slave owner yourself. Zhong Zemo and Jianghe took care of breakfast. They had braised a pot of beef the night before, so the rest was easy. They rinsed the noodles in cold water. Then, they took out the black pepper sausages from the refrigerator and grilled them slightly. They blanched a good amount of lettuce. As requested by everyone, they fried eggs. A deluxe bowl of beef noodles, which would sell for at least 18 or 19 outside, was served piping hot. The sounds of slurping filled the air. The jailer, having eaten his fill, let out a long sigh. Phew, thanks to you guys, I'm finally living a life where everything is done for me. Compared to Jianghe and the other 2, he seemed like a useless little good-for-nothing with no practical skills. He was teased in bed, and he accepted it. He'd do anything for another bowl. I can't believe how good life French fries usually lives, waking up to a hot breakfast. It's so nice. French fries didn't even look up. If you want some, just make it yourself. You're not without hands. She chuggled an ice-cold cola, despite the recent rapid drop in temperature, still flaunting her ice-cold drink, drawing constant sidelong glances from Zhong Zemo. Under the onslaught of her gaze, she obediently blew into the small bottle of sugar-free cola, downing it in one gulp, then burped contentedly, completely unconcerned about her image. They've known each other for so long, yet she does whatever she wants. Since we're on this topic, I have to mention a legendary figure, she said with a mischievous grin. Du Jing One? The eternal background figure, a classic topic that Zhong Zemo could never avoid when discussing his team, a topic they could talk about for a lifetime. Jiang He thought that if she and Zhong Zemo really got married in the future, she could mention it at the wedding and shout thank you. She was capable of doing that. If they were reincarnated into another world, everyone in Anna could reminisce about the past and have a laugh about it. Some people are born to do stupid things, to be talked about for a lifetime, to provide entertainment. Early in the morning, everything was quiet. The rustling of tires over the concrete road caught the attention of the tea god, who was about to help with the dishes. It was Yuan Huan'ai. Dressed casually, he wasn't wearing sandals because he was driving, but anyone who saw him would think he was the classic, unassuming old man from Guangdong. Having arranged accommodations for everyone, he naturally had to come and take a look. He was always like that, meticulous in everything he did, leaving no room for criticism. Sigh, we're not children anymore. Do you have to come and peek at all? The jailer's words made everyone sigh. The jailer and his son were complete opposites, always able to chatter away. All right, young man, you think I'm being long-winded? Look, there are some cured meats in the back of the car, homemade. Chinese New Year isn't far off. You can try some before you all go home. Nothing fancy, just everyday stuff, don't feel pressured. Afraid the jailer would ruin the conversation with his father, Orange Tea quickly ran to the trunk and took out all the packaged cured meats. Before the jailer could launch into a scathing critique of his own creations, the four primal bodies gave him a light elbow to the back of the waist. A true master of the bedside technique. Yuan Huan'ai noticed all the little details, and he couldn't help but chuckle, managing to hold it in. Looks like someone handled him for me. You guys are as reliable as ever. With that, he drove off with a smile. Admiring the crystal-clear cured meat, Orange Tea, who had just finished eating, swallowed hard. Not full yet? Drooling over cured meat? Tea God, looking bewildered, touched his mouth, realizing he'd been fooled by the jailer, and gave him a disgruntled glare. I just remembered that around this time of year, I helped make cured meat at home. Oh right, this is the first time Tea God has left his hometown, isn't it? Bedside realized belatedly. The tea master couldn't help but reminisce. I loved Chinese New Year the most when I was a child. Back then, my family wasn't very well off, and we could only eat whatever we wanted right before the New Year. Zhong Zemo said, these days, people are discussing whether the New Year's atmosphere is strong or weak. I think the New Year's atmosphere in the past included the abundance of being able to eat whatever we wanted. Now, with abundant produce, we don't need to wait until the New Year to order what we want, we can order it anytime. The New Year's atmosphere has been distributed more widely. Jiang He's impression of the Lunar New Year was rather ordinary. Having lived with relatives as a child, he had few pleasant memories. He often spent the New Year alone, leaning against the windowsill overlooking the city lights, munching on a cookie. That was how he got through it. The spirit of the New Year was a rather vague concept to him. An ice cream was shoved to Jiang He's lips. The chocolate coating brushed against his lips, the icy coolness hitting his nose. The first bite is always the best here. The fries were like feeding a kitten, gently poking at it with the ice cream, as if eager to see the big cat's reaction. Jiang He satisfied her expectations, taking a large bite. She nodded contentedly, took the remaining half, and licked it back and forth with her tongue, like another big cat stroking its fur. It was strange. Just as she was thinking about the spirit of the New Year, the image of the fries appeared before her eyes. As expected, living together for so long, feeding each other, sharing saliva, it's all become a habit. Bed, how can you describe feeding each other in such a strange way? Tea Master explained in surprise. Strange? Bed asked, bewildered. It sounds like a perfectly normal way of putting it. The jailer shrugged. See, this is the different reaction people with different thresholds give, enough to reveal the difference between normal people and perverts. You're the least qualified to speak here. Everyone else said in unison. The noisy break ended, the cured meat was hung in the courtyard, and everyone returned to the hall. The game had progressed to the 5th level. Aside from the usual easy wins, more and more questions were swirling in everyone's minds. Jiang He had only suddenly remembered a detail last night, when he was thinking about the points system. The advantages that the candlelight had created for them, when the rules were set, were twofold. Players are allowed to save their existing equipment and enter the Chaos Tower world. And the guild system can still operate within the Chaos Tower world. The former is easy to understand. If everyone needed to re-roll their equipment in the Tower world, the accumulation of resources at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds would be wasted. The most typical example is the Shadow Assassin in round 8 of the 5th floor. 1,000 strikes in an instant, multiple hits, instantly depleted the durability of Zhong Zemo's Lion King's proof. Even with a weak purple and green set, could the soft invincibility granted by the avatar have saved his life? Compared to this, what is the point of the guild system? The 5th floor imposes item restrictions, allowing only one item to be used at a time. Even with a large inventory of excellent items, players are constrained by the rules. Moreover, items produced by the guild system are not labeled with the Tower World tag and cannot be directly sold to Shilu for points. As of now, the guild system has not demonstrated the importance worthy of being specifically added to the rules by Candlelight. French Fries asked, portable repair, and Elra's ability to upgrade and forge equipment anytime, anywhere? Bed nodded, and meant, her potions. The guild warehouse has a lot of them. Jianghe, chin in hand, said, that makes sense. The resident NPC makes it convenient for us to use the integrated portable function. But isn't it a bit extravagant to spend a rule just to exchange with Weaver Wind for that? Jailer Bro, legs crossed, scoffed, I think the most urgent thing is for the great Miss Elra to make the origin set for us first. It's been days, and I'm still wearing trashy purple gear. The greatest dragon craftsman of the Anna world, one of the sages who perceived the truth of the world during the apocalypse, is performing terribly. He's thrown himself into the fire, even signed a contract of servitude. What a shameful dragon. Luckily, Elra Vi couldn't hear the harsh comments, otherwise she'd probably be furious. After all, lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. Zhong Zemo also fell into deep thought. Candlelight definitely understands how the tower world works, so the percentage of floors with restricted item carrying might be relatively small. The 4 primal bodies reminded him. Candlelight said that the floors in the tower world are completely random, with numerous possibilities, like a nest of ever-changing puppets. Combining key elements, it will result in a massive number of possibilities. She probably can't predict the generated floors, right? That's the good thing about living together. Seamless communication anytime, anywhere. Normally, you have to worry about the person in front of your computer or phone suddenly disappearing halfway through a conversation. Now it's like keeping all the pigeons in one cage. Unable to figure it out for a moment, Jianghe couldn't help but take out her mobile app to check the guild's current status. Nongya had warned them that players from other countries were attempting to attack their stronghold on the border between the virtual and real worlds. The guild had made ample preparations, intending to make a fortune, but it seemed the other side had backed down. Looking at the invasion records of the past few days, most were solo players. Calling them invaders was more like calling them tourists. When will they finally stop coming to the guild to die and spend money? A member of the Funny Tree Guild, Jingyi, once complained in the group chat. It's because of people like you who only want to try something new once in a lifetime that O-Gathering can survive. His words were like those of a hurt ex, full of resentment. French Fries also had something to say. It's not that tourists don't believe in superstitions, but Westlake vinegar fish should have been swept into the trash long ago, never served on the table. It's unclear who really loses out when these two are discussing the same topic. Jianghe felt that these invaders generally shared this mentality. The common trait of people worldwide is a love of watching a spectacle. It's unchangeable. Chapter 370. The guild stronghold at the boundary between reality and illusion has been rebuilt from the original Temple of the Clarities into a large, 2-story, unconnected miniature garden structure. Thanks to the guild's frequent material theft from the dead and the stable output from the stronghold, the guild's puppets are now able to spontaneously assist in guild operations when no one is online. Jianghe has entrusted all the transactions of the wandering merchant to Mint. Before the shameful witch visited the guild, she was a thoroughly cunning merchant, making them a worthy opponent. Ksha is in charge of the stronghold's construction. The siren artisans from the Fallen Star Sea practically live in the guild. They're always ready to help if the boundary between reality and illusion wants to expand. Beiwo jokingly calls this Ksha's dowry. Looking across the entire server, no other guild's construction is as comprehensive as the boundary between reality and illusions. It has NPCs, materials, collectibles, and a stronghold. The somewhat disingenuous part is that, because the main world storyline was so easy to navigate, they never delved into the details of the guild's functions, mostly just using it as a transit point in the game. Achievements that other players would drool over are insignificant and trivial in this virtual real boundary. No wonder Nongya exclaimed in amazement at everything she saw during her visit, as if she'd never seen anything like it before. The topic returned to its starting point. Candlelight clearly saw this advantage and secured a rule advantage for them, so why couldn't they find a way to realize it? Where was it hidden, or was the timing just not right? Jiang He's latest post made everyone's necks itch, as if they were about to grow brains. The jailer glanced at the guild's live stream and couldn't help but cover his face. Ugh, that shameful dragon, El Arabia, exploded again. Huh? The tea goddess leaned closer. Arira, emerging from the black mist, had reverted to her dragon form, her body charred black, scales shattered, and blood gushing from her. The area where she stood had been ravaged by the explosion from the failed forging, creating a massive crater and hurling countless grains of sand and gravel into other areas of the same level. The working pack animals huddled around the Slime King, trembling uncontrollably. A skilled animal husbandry expert, she rarely came to this level, but occasionally she would come to tease the pack animals, and they had become quite familiar with each other. It's all blown up like this, and you're still worried about forging? The tea goddess couldn't help but exclaim. The jailer also realized he was focusing on the wrong thing, and quickly shifted his view to assess the damage. Jiang He acted swiftly, connecting the app to the projector Yuan Huan I had prepared for them, and placing it directly on the blank wall. Xiao's management paid off. Ever since the massive explosion after the first failed attempt at refining, she had persuaded Ellerby to retreat to the sidelines and deployed water elemental shields in the mining area, taking precautions. Now, all of this had come in handy. The mine, the unprocessed ore, was completely unharmed. The pack animals, aside from being startled by the explosion, were unharmed. However, the commotion was so great that all the NPCs in the guild rushed over. The shameful dragon Ellerby being publicly witnessed, battered and bruised, must have been a significant blow to her seemingly nonchalant but actually proud heart. I feel like we succeed next time. Huh? Everyone couldn't help but look at Fries, who had spoken. Bedside, she almost caused the mine to collapse. From one failure to many more, you seem more confident than her. Mint's little lesson, Fries said, raising his index finger. Both potion brewing and magical tool forging share a commonality. The initial tempering stage and the final energy condensation stage are highly stable, resulting in more intense damage. This often manifests as instantaneous energy release, what we complain about most, explosions and combustion. Regardless of how much Mint criticizes the poor quality of her early potions, she's a genius at condensing unstable potion energy into a stable state, which then automatically collapses into effective or ineffective states upon customer use, with explosions being a normal occurrence. In a true sense, she hands over the risk to the buyer, remains unscathed, and rakes in profits, provided the sales are not fixed location, otherwise, it will inevitably be exposed offline. That's how the boundary between the virtual and real worlds works. Judging by the explosive power of the explosion El Arabia concocted, this should be an energy condensation accident at the end of the brewing process. The elemental power that couldn't be contained within the magical tool formed a massive storm, forcing her to withstand it with her bare hands. Dragons are really resilient. Being at the epicenter of the explosion only resulted in minor injuries. The four Primarch's comments were so numerous, they didn't know where to begin. Considering the immense blow Ellerave had suffered recently, everyone felt they needed to comfort her. T-God, why don't you chat with her on the app later? Let Ellerave feel less pressured. That's what they said, but the pressure at the boundary between reality and illusion was immense. The materials they painstakingly obtained from clearing the Easter egg levels were now reduced to only 3. Although they knew that once Ellerave succeeded, all her future crafting would be smooth sailing, the scarcity of materials was urgent. Have some guts, Hoggy Dragon, the jailer silently offered his blessing. Zhong Zemo took a different approach. That shouldn't be the case. A legendary dragon, the most famous craftsman in Anna, has failed at forging almost as many times as getting a guaranteed pull in a gacha game. Could this be some kind of special personal storyline, like Mint's? Initially, no one had really considered this possibility. Ellerby's self-deprecating dragon act of giving up made everyone habitually criticize her for being stubborn. Since both are great sages who rose to prominence in the apocalyptic era, Mint has a special storyline, and so does Ellerby. It makes perfect sense. With the boundary between the virtual and real worlds offline for a break, players in the other time zone entered a more active period. The stagnant rankings on the latter now featured many North American teams. Although all were on the 5th tier, Shilu would evaluate each team's progress and performance, rotating their rankings. Therefore, the latter rankings directly showed a guild's best performance on their current tier. Since the Tower of Trials was hailed by players as a de facto world championship, the war of words between players worldwide has never ceased. Domestic players are no exception, and the grass isn't greener on the other side either. Their attacks are like a hellish encyclopedia of jokes. You have to hold back your laughter to go to heaven, though most will end up in hell, with Satan rising from his seat. Sometimes even Satan himself has to step down to welcome them to the throne. Domestic players, on the other hand, start with attacks excluding your parents, their aggression radiating outwards in a radius of 5 generations from your registered household. Some are even a little more extreme, like Feng Shiru crawling out, suspecting that everything outside the 10 clans has been wiped out by an area of effect attack. The vocabulary of insults used by both sides is completely different. Due to cultural differences, some damage that the other side considers a special attack is often completely ineffective against Chinese players. With the boundary between reality and illusion ranking first, and most Chinese players adopting a no offense approach, the Chinese players have had a blast watching the drama unfold since the start of the competition. The Guilds of Dying and France renewed their century-old friendship, exchanging friendly greetings and promising to treat each other to good fruit juice upon meeting offline. Since the rules specifically mention guilds, they must be useful, I have to manage them. This idea has been deeply ingrained since the Tower of Trials. The top-ranked Italian guild, Eye of Caquexley, found an underground dungeon and established a guild base. However, within 2 days, they were ambushed and destroyed by St. Helena's heroes, currently second only to the boundary between reality and illusion on the rankings. This led to conflict between Italian and French players. The Italians angrily accused the French of surrendering to their bloodline, claiming they had no men and had been stealing their culture since ancient times. What bullshit French cuisine. It's all stolen culture, packaged and marketed. France angrily denounced Italy for its back-and-forth, two-faced behavior. They didn't even bother with the broken pasta incident, they directly mocked Italy's rampant gangster culture, with the lighthouse even glorifying gangster activities. I love your gangster culture. I wish you had more of it. They were stabbing each other in the back. When the player was showing the show to the young player, he made a few slightly defiant remarks, and was immediately met with a barrage of insults. A pig-eating country. People who lived under wartime control have no right to speak. The lighthouse player moved closer. That's right. I love your obesity rate. I heard you can't afford vegetables. The lighthouse player retorted, I love your rebellious attitude. If the gas runs out one day, and another 2008 cold wave hits, I hope your bones can burn like firewood. What started as a minor skirmish between two guilds inexplicably escalated into a war of words that swept across Europe, even dragging neighboring North America into the fray. The scale of this conflict was equivalent to Cyber War 3. The virtual reality boundary knew they were arguing, but hadn't investigated the specifics. After listening to an explanation from a content creator on the virtual reality boundary, everyone could only manage a forced laugh, especially since it was early in the morning. Jianghe asked Nongya if she knew about Cyber War 3. Cyber War 3? It's already been called that? Looks like it's expanded again. Nongya was a news aggregator, with strong information processing skills, and a significantly better understanding than those marketing accounts that just splice together low-quality background music. In her view, the so-called Cyber War 3 was a manifestation of the power of public opinion. Within the Tower world, the rankings were a battleground. Outside the Tower world, guild power was closely tied to the nations behind them. Italians could accuse France of stealing culture and history 1,000 times, but on traditional social media platforms, it wouldn't even make a ripple. However, in the Arena of Stars, bolstered by the Tower of Trials competition, their words, spoken by a top-ranked guild on the ladder, carry immense weight. Voices that would normally go unnoticed are instantly picked up by countless followers of Arena of Stars. Did you know that many elements of French cuisine actually come from Italy? They're just better at packaging and marketing. Regardless of the accuracy of the conclusion, the message has already spread. Debunking a rumor is far more difficult than spreading one. Whoever speaks first benefits. Given this premise, the higher the guild's ranking, the louder their voice. Whether players or bystanders, more attention is drawn to those at the top. The significance of the leaderboard goes beyond simply ranking in the top 50 or 200 and receiving rewards from the Candlelight Society. If you don't compete, others will. If you don't seize the high ground of public opinion, someone else will. In this uproar that is gradually spreading to all countries, Chinese players remain calm. They can't be calm. They undeniably reached number 1 in the game, and outside the game, well, those who know, know. They occupy 2 spots in the top 100, unique among all countries. It's only because the boundary between the virtual and real worlds doesn't usually get involved in controversy that anything they say becomes a trending topic. Jianghe recalled what Candlelight had said during their meeting that night. Why save the world of Anna? Is it just to fulfill a promise to someone in that history, going to such lengths? It brings you almost no benefit. The price you pay, though unimaginable to us, will undoubtedly be so high that our civilization will struggle to breathe. Zhong Zemo was utterly perplexed. His question reflected the deepest confusion in the hearts of everyone else. The boundary between reality and illusion is incomprehensible. Why would a civilization behind a candlelight try to save a civilization destined for destruction? In the vast, desolate universe, the flickering of civilization, on a macroscopic scale, is like the beating of a giant's heart. What the sovereign can gain from this, I cannot comprehend. But I can describe to you what I understand. This stems from an insight my lord gained while listening to the sovereign's teachings. The sovereign said, order originates from the first to reach the pinnacle. If it is a beam of light, then this universe is light. If it is boundless, profound darkness, then this universe is left only with desolation and destruction. Who reached the pinnacle, and why is unimportant, what matters is that it succeeded, and countless beings will follow suit. Ideally, it might be a wise emperor, a learned elder, a pioneer who forges a path through thorns and brambles. Sadly, the data obtained by the Dominator from the chaotic model established by the game shows that the majority are the humanoids and anthropomorphic beings you speak of. Strangely, everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds resonated with these words. French fries understood. Your Dominator must become the first ray of light to lay the foundation. Candlelight responded. Since the universe is desolate and lonely, let us ignite it ourselves and make it shine. The reason for saving the Ana world was almost entirely based on this idealistic sentiment, leading to their selection by the Dominator as a pilot project. Whether they succeeded or not was unimportant, what mattered was that they tried. If they couldn't even keep a promise and cowardly gave up, what future could they talk about? In that instant, everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds wavered. They say they give an answer after death, but in reality, everyone already has their own answer in their heart. The dream of becoming a hero has never been so clear, like a scroll slowly unfolding before each person. With just a nod, the heavy responsibility and the impending praise will overwhelm them. Orange tea, help me draw cards, 3 yolks. The jailer jumped up, excitedly pacing around the table like a monkey. All the emotions and feelings Jiang He had recalled were utterly destroyed by him. What else could he do? He had personally chosen this teammate. All he could do was forgive him like a father. The thought that this ill-fated relationship would continue into the next life made Jiang He shake his head in disbelief. Chapter 371. The group worked together all day, using different keywords, to collect a large amount of information about guilds in the Chinese server community after the Tower World opened. Usable information was zero. Even with Nong Ya's efforts on the foreign servers, the information worth digesting on the European servers was also non-existent. Upon logging in, they immediately inquired about prices as information merchants, only to receive a series of dismissive replies. Zero feedback. The more this happened, the more convinced the boundary between virtual and real was that the guild system would definitely cause a major stir. Ji Feng was also puzzled by the arrangement of the candlelight. Separated at the point of memory fragmentation, both sides had some information gaps that the other could not grasp. She searched her memory. The assistance provided by the guild should be convenient, integrated, and comprehensive. The improved puppet abilities were enough to replace general service NPCs in the main world, saving players the trouble of spending extra time traveling to multiple locations in the main world. Besides that, the impact on the Tower World should be negligible. Observing the movements at the boundary between reality and illusion, they were completely bewildered and seeking a solution. Not far away, a figure sat upright in a chair, like a statue, with a kind and benevolent gaze. Ji Feng remained silent, silently gritting his teeth. The pace at the boundary between reality and illusion slowed completely. For an entire round of the game, they did nothing but grind experience. Everyone leveled up again. Except for Fries and Jailer Bro, who were level 23, everyone else reached level 22. Having suffered a crushing defeat yesterday, the top teams were forced to slow down and challenge the 5th level in a more conservative manner. Combat strength unknown, but stronger against stronger opponents. The core concept of the 5th level wasn't deeply hidden. Comparing the two, the solution of conserving combat power and playing dumb to outmaneuver the opponent almost seamlessly formed in the minds of every top team member. Ji Feng hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping herself. On one side was the boundary between reality and illusion, with guilds like Korn's choosing a strategy of leveling up and controlling the number of floors. On the other side were the players of the Three Realms land, who, almost without hesitation, chose to quickly rush through the 5th floor to establish a lead. The former entered a long development period. The Jiangdong Iron Wall Guild of the Funny Tree Guild called it a land reclamation strategy, while Korn's chosen players all considered themselves the sword gods of Shirley's Slope, clearly indicating they wouldn't leave until they were well developed. The latter focused on the early to mid-game, relying on floor-clearing points and potential for serendipitous encounters, using the Sunset Shop to quickly widen the gap with those chasing after them, achieving a snowball effect. It was hard to say which side's choice was better. Jifeng was anxious, worried, and constantly torn. Zhu Hu remained calm. Having experienced initial failed attempts to persuade her, she no longer reacted much to Jifeng's actions, focusing instead on her children. The process of several guilds developing stealthily, leveling up, and killing monsters was quite stress-free. At the boundary between reality and illusion, levels 1 to 3 pose little threat. The blankets are used to lure monsters into aggro. Jianghe, French fries, and Zhong Zemo all remove their weapons, revealing their fists. Upon encountering an enemy, they accelerated rapidly, charging straight for their face. They ignored the splattering blood. Being injured was better. Only then could the system classify them as weaklings fighting each other. One punch left them dizzy, 2 punches physically paralyzed them, taking down all the enemies along the way. The mages next door operated similarly. The 4 primal bodies used an early skill from their school, an ice mist spell that wouldn't instantly kill. They blew a powerful blast at the feet of the spawning units, instantly freezing their already weak knees, rooted to the spot. All this trouble for the final step. The money-stealing knife was handed to T-God. A group of defenseless units truly gave T-God a taste of the fun of being a damage dealer. Gold coins are dropping. Gold coins are dropping. So many gold coins. After 2 rounds, the boundary between reality and illusion had 90 points. The money-stealing strategy, an iterated version, is faster and less risky. The entire boundary between reality team was grinning from ear to ear. If T-God were a damage dealer, I wouldn't deserve to use this artifact. Rarely, I didn't refute the jailer's words. The more they fought, the better they became in the boundary between reality team. Their points quietly increased, and life was getting better. Unlike the boundary between reality team's unique money-stealing and development style, the Chosen of Korn presented a different picture. Gathered in front of Sunset, they were listening to the instructions from Open the Can and Eat. Level 1 monsters, dire wolves, inflict a continuous bite for 10 seconds, causing a continuous bleeding status. Without shield-type skills, this is enough to push our status to the critical threshold, triggering the highest damage Bloodlust Frenzy. If it spawns, Bloodthirsty Antler Deer, its antler-ramming attack will shatter our shields. It ignores shield skills, but the damage is far less terrifying than the continuous bleeding, allowing us to reliably keep our status above the critical threshold. Wild bears, known for their strength, have no special skills. Properly controlling the injured area allows for customized wounds. Currently, these are the 3 types of units that have spawned on level 1, consistent with what was said about the boundary between reality and illusion. Some levels differ, while others are the same. We need to scientifically follow the strategy. The entire Korn Chosen silently memorized the information. When the last person opened their eyes, the instant food clenched its fist and clapped its hands at the opportune moment. Practice makes perfect. Begin. With a command from Open Can Instant Eat, Shilu's hand glowed with green light, awakening the 5th floor. Everyone was engaged in a frenzied battle. There were no scouts. Therefore, Korn's strategy was for the 7 players to be positioned in 7 different directions, freely engaging the enemy and adapting to the situation. This strategy demanded extremely high individual skill. Any weakness could trigger a chain reaction in the area's defenses, leading to a rapid collapse. At the Tower World level, one person's death meant the entire team was in danger. With challenge attempts exhausted, the others would inevitably have to carry the burden. Yet Open Can Instant Eat confidently announced this tactic. Having spent 6 months outside the game and a year inside during the World Championship qualifiers, he already knew the abilities of each member of the team intimately. Refresh units, wolves! Esher loudly announced. At the same moment the report was given, the Korn Chosen gathered in the direction the wolf pack appeared. One person grabbed a dire wolf, gripping its neck tightly but not killing it. Instead, they suddenly accelerated away from the pack, scattering. Before the wolves could react, each person shoved the captured wolf against their arm, forcing it to bite. A slight mishap occurred with the wolf. For some reason, it refused to bite him. Strange. Frustrated, he pried open the wolf's mouth, shoved his arm inside, and rammed its upper jaw against the wall. Where there's a will, there's a way. If it wouldn't bite, he had to resort to some methods. Using the countdown timer floating above the arena to complete the 10-second countdown, the 7 people simultaneously crushed the dire wolf's head. The crumbling Corns Chosen activated its bloodlust frenzy, and 7 figures blasted into the wolf pack like missiles. Clearly capable of a fatal blow, someone, with an OK sign, gently flicked the wolf's head. A very gentle force, stunning the wolf but not killing it. Others broke the wolf's limbs, leaving it howling on the ground. All spawned units were left unattended. They were stockpiled until the force spawned, then slaughtered in one fell swoop. This would greatly increase the combat power and double the experience of the airdrop mages appearing in the 5th round. Attack at 12 o'clock. Be on alert at 1 o'clock. 6 o'clock, gaps in defense, quickly reinforce. Communication was clear and concise. Coordination was impeccable. From an omniscient perspective, the 7-person coordinated attack was fluid and pleasing to the eye. Even the spectator, Shui Chaomian, nodded in approval. A purely formulaic approach, meticulously controlling every detail from the first round, guiding the outcome in a predetermined direction to maximize benefits. Stable, low risk, and highly replicable. This is practically a template that anyone can follow. If you're capable, you can take advantage of the 6th round of airdrop units, but most of the time they spawn wyverns, which Corns Chosen struggles to deal with. Therefore, they focus on the first 5 rounds, passing the double critical hit opportunity to the next player. Anyway, they can definitely copy the boundary between reality and illusion strategy. Developing it and open sourcing it for their friends is definitely a good deal. Efficient, fast, Corns Chosen's monster killing speed is terrifying. Although they missed out on one layer of safe experience, they surpassed boundary between reality and illusion in one night, and everyone reached level 23. The strategy was passed to Funny Tree, and Huang Yang Yimeng, after a little thought, provided his own solution. The team already had 3 elemental mages. 2 more were added, making a total of 5. The final configuration was 5 elemental mages, 1 paladin, and 1 shadowwalker. What if the newly chosen second profession only has the initial skill set? The reason for choosing elemental mage was its rich and varied initial skill set. To avoid being identified as a highly skilled player by the system, Wang Liang Yimeng ordered that whatever unit spawned in the first round be allowed to invade the light green mother tree's circle and cause damage. Only when they were on the verge of collapse would they use magic to secure a difficult victory. A group of level 21 mages could easily make the dire wolves tremble with a mere breath. A hard-fought victory was not easy to fake. In desperation, Jiang Dong Tai Bai demonstrated. He leaped high, staff in hand, and struck a dire wolf on the head. While the wolf was still alive, he followed up with 2 more blows. Yuzi Chuzheng Exian was astonished. It's also invading the Great Wu territory, and you still got so worked up? Jiang Dong Tai Bai shrugged. Just a spur-of-the-moment thing, I got carried away. Facing the goblins, the entire comical tree fought and retreated. Facing human infantry, the entire comical tree was caught in a dilemma. Facing a cavalry charge, the entire comical tree looked ashen-faced. Heh, they were just putting on an act. 5 elemental mages stood around the pale green mother tree, like turrets, unmoving. The paladin cast Sage's Blessing, greatly enhancing the skills and magic damage of friendly players for a short time. The paladin cast Sublime Barrier, reducing the physical damage friendly players were about to receive. The paladin cast Sword of the Sacrificed, where damage received by players would comprehensively enhance the paladin's attributes, condensing a holy long sword and granting it the noble attribute of ignoring physical defense. The turrets were set up, unleashing a relentless bombardment. My sword was not without its weaknesses either. Witnessing the most powerful troops in ancient human history fall one after another during their charge, unable to even touch them, I couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. It feels like traveling back in time, witnessing firsthand the tragic demise of cavalry on the historical stage. After the advent of firearms, cold weapons became romantic, symbolic representations. They appear in countless literary works, and in the short videos watched by the general public. The craftsmen who forged swords in the furnace, in the flowing flames, took the amorphous blanks and hammered them into shape, hammer by hammer. They did indeed appear on the battlefield, perhaps shining again in some corner of close combat, but for all those who stepped onto the battlefield, the consensus was clear. 7 paces away, the spear is fast. Within 7 paces, the spear is both accurate and fast. Magic is truly a wonderful thing, simple, brutal, unreasonable. No wonder the nobles of Anna have managed to remain unscathed. My sword, however, has proven effective, and I couldn't help but sigh inexplicably. For generations of high-ranking officials dislike their peers? Jiang Dong Tibi, having cleared the cavalry in front of him, turned back to complain about his overly engrossed friend. He didn't think it was being pretentious, Since playing the game, each of them had experienced moments of inexplicable empathy. Everything was so realistic that they would occasionally feel disoriented, wondering whether the world they woke up to was reality, or whether the dream they had created, filled with countless legendary tales, was the most beautiful reality. Hovering between illusion and reality, this sense of separation often left them bewildered. Wake up, there's no such thing as a family of high-ranking officials. It's just role-playing. If we really transmigrated, we most likely just be cannon fodder in front of the magician lords. Isord has not been unfazed, frankly admitted. Think about it carefully. Transmigrating to a world like Anna, if you don't become a magician, life is truly hopeless. He paused, then concluded. Being born on this planet, in this world, is truly wonderful. Huang Liang Yiming added, sigh, it would be best if it were this country. I don't want to be reincarnated into the neighboring lighthouse, selling blood to study and go to school. The magicians and nobles of Anna would all shout about extremism if they came. Isn't it true that the Anna government forbids puppeteers from dissecting and selling people? Potato and the others have covered the entire Anna storyline. These are all high-risk events. King Kurian, that famous emperor, is a taboo subject not to be touched. Anyone who touches him will have their title stripped. Anyone who touches him will die instantly. Damn, is Kurian really that humane? This is a joke for hell. The enamel mug and Snowwater fried noodles, who were watching the battle, suddenly froze. These two elderly people, whose expressions were usually not particularly rich, couldn't hide the upward curve of their lips at this moment. Relief, and pride all welled up in their hearts, forming an awkward expression on their faces, wanting to laugh but refusing to laugh out loud for the sake of their image. What was that saying again? Snowwater fried noodles asked. The one young people keep using in their meme wars lately. The enamel mug, having bonded with the young man in the game, quickly understood what he wanted. Better than our education. I think that's confidence. Which one do you want? Snowwater fried noodles finally burst out laughing. Of course, I want them all. Aren't they all fitting? I told you, the younger generation isn't like some spineless stray dogs who bark at their own people and wag their tails for outsiders, begging for a second glance and a scrap of food. I feel it. It's progress. Progress is too arrogant. It's just returning to the right track, getting back to basics. A certain group that emerged in the historical cycle was just dregs, and this generation will completely sweep them out of the room. Snowwater fried noodles nodded. I trust your judgment. Chapter 372. Everyone remained silent, focused solely on leveling up. Having thoroughly verified the feasibility of farming experience by exploiting floor limitations, the three guilds reaped substantial rewards overnight. The only one lagging behind, Orange Sky, also emerged from the fourth floor at the end of this round of the game, getting straight to the point. Jianghe and his roommate, sharing a room without any psychological burden, naturally got up and went to the mirror to examine their somewhat messy hair. Last night, they slept in a daze, and it seemed their heads bumped together. When Jianghe woke up this morning, he saw French fries with black hair covering his face. Strands of hair brushed against Jianghe's nose, making his skin itch. Between the two of us, who slept in the wrong position? French fries asked knowingly. Jianghe shrugged, mine. He slept on his left, French fries on his right. When he got up, French fries was straddling the middle, his feet naturally resting on Jianghe's calves. French fries, suppressing a laugh, whistled and ran off to wash up. The activity schedule at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds changed last night. 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. In 2 days, Jianghe had basically figured out the daily routines of the other 5 people. The jailer said his schedule was more normal than before, but in reality, he still couldn't get up before 8 a.m. According to him, at home, he needed at least another 5 minutes, lazing around until 9 a.m. Being able to get up at 8 a.m. was thanks to the diligent Zhong Zemo. On the first day of living together, there was no option for customized breakfasts. Now, on the second day, after waking up, Mayu peeled off everyone's fridge magnets, skillfully rummaged through the fridge to find the necessary ingredients, and hummed a little tune as he strolled into the kitchen. The nature of Mayu's work made his life quite rhythmic. He would quit the game at 7 a.m., and as soon as he was fully conscious, he would wash up and start preparing breakfast for everyone. Usually around 8 a.m., when everyone gradually came back to their senses and their stomachs were rumbling, a sumptuous meal would already be laid out on the dining table. Of course, Jianghe's help was indispensable. Beiwo, her game ID is sealed Beiwo, still unreturned. Judging from the name, she doesn't seem like an early riser. It perfectly fits her character. When the weather gets cold, even with the electric heater set up to warm her chilly clothes, She still wraps herself up like a big dumpling, slowly peeking out from under the covers to put on her clothes one by one. The blanket monster mercilessly devours her. Cold, so cold. Awakened by Zhong Zimo, who was wearing an apron and chopping chopsticks, she struggled to take the first step out of bed, shivering like a quail. This damp, cold weather is so annoying. Saying this, she tried to pounce on Moyu, but he stopped her by pressing his hand on her forehead. This is an apron, this is an oil stain, this is your cute pajamas. Beiwa's pajamas are from a Pokemon. The huge Jengar hood, pulled up over her head, reveals a ghostly face. Cuttlefish emphasized this earnestly, but this only made Bed laugh uncontrollably. Why did you specifically come up to wake me? She asked curiously. You're the only one lazing in bed. I don't believe it. Where's the jailer? He got up as soon as he smelled it. Where's the quadruple? He's a corporate slave, still smells a bit like work, and claims he doesn't dare to stay in bed. T-God is a college student, just like me. T-God and Fries have already been doing several rounds of warm-up exercises outside. Bed was incredulous. She was actually the laziest one. A subtle competitive spirit arose. Customized breakfasts easily revealed everyone's tastes. Fries had a carb combo breakfast first thing in the morning, hash browns with milk. A normal person would be full after 2 large potato pancakes, but she could eat 4 servings by herself. Jianghe, Zhong Zemo, and the 4 primal bodies are all omnivores, so noodles are a good choice to diversify their diet. Different toppings, different flavors, plus a bowl of meat soup prepared the night before. It's a warm and comforting meal on a cold day. The tea goddess actually quite likes steamed buns, but since she's responsible for preparing customized breakfasts for several people early in the morning, she can't really handle the pastry making. So, she chooses to stay in bed and eat ham and cheese pancakes made in an electric griddle. Yes, Mo can also make pastry, and he's quite good at it. The reason he learned is simple. Du Jinwen suddenly wanted to eat the steamed buns from a cooking video on a short video platform and asked him if he knew how. So he learned. Of course, in the end, Du Jinwen didn't thank Mo for his efforts after getting to eat them. It was as if he was obligated to do so, as if it were all his due. Most of the culinary skills on the table now were accumulated during that period. Making them for her 100 times wouldn't earn a single compliment, but, Squid, you're a genius. You can do everything, and everything tastes good. Can you tell me, is there anything you can't do? Zhong Zemo thought for a moment. If I can't, I try my best to learn. You can order whatever you want. Life with positive feedback is truly wonderful. The jailer was the only genius. He didn't enjoy the cooperative breakfast gift package from Squid and Potato. He got up early to reheat the leftover soy sauce chicken from last night, and made himself some white rice. Jianghe really wanted to say, you're too much like other people's stereotypes. Hey, eat what you have. Leaving it for later will make it taste different, we can't waste it. Considering his experience of being practically broke during college, he's definitely easy to take care of. The jailer never considered himself a rich guy, which is why they were able to become close in that initial gaming group. If anyone had been a bit arrogant, someone would have gotten angry during the initial joking phase, and they wouldn't have made it this far. His entertaining little skits are about the guilds on the Stars of Proof app. Era's troubled expression while crafting. This has the stress-relieving effect of blacksmithing and the hypnotic energy convergence of ASMR. Shasa training Mint's combat skills. This is a passionate clash of wits, enough to make you want to eat 2 big bowls of rice. The Slime King feeding his beast in deep green. This is a leisurely pastoral idyll, pleasing to the eye and the soul. The insect mist chewed a hole in the document that coordinated the puppet's work, and secretly altered the names. Wow, this is a high blood pressure theater. Bad, insect mist. Bad. Besides, switching perspectives allows you to enjoy the sightseeing players who invaded the guild struggling in the necromancer traps, and the wonderful moment of killing them with exploding gold coins. Phew, the wonderful experience of having a god's eye view of the whole situation made the jailer eat faster. Potato and canned food said they want to learn from us and band together. What? Jianghe was slurping his noodles with relish when he heard this, and suddenly looked at Squid across the table. Look at the group chat, what he said, he's copying our homework. Given the consistent success of the virtual real boundary in its operations, learning from their successful experience became an idea that had subtly formed in their tower world since its inception. Anyway, they were all the first batch of beneficiaries, already making money effortlessly. Why not strive for better results, higher honors, and a better reputation? The initial dividends gave them the capital to set up shop. If not now, when? They just follow suit and learn whatever the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was wide open. Ready to Eat was undoubtedly the charismatic type, negotiating offline relationships among members wasn't a big deal. The planned settlement was their hometown in northeast China. The bad news was that none of them had particularly outstanding culinary skills. The good news was that no culinary skills were needed. They could eat until they were sick of it by spending a little money every day. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The jailer, rinsing his mouth with a chicken leg, suddenly yelled. What's wrong with you all, Jumpy? The quilt glanced at him irritably. Look at the guild data on the app, quick! Jiang He opened the details page, his eyes wide. Invasion numbers, full capacity. This meant that the number of players simultaneously connecting to the guild stronghold had reached 2,600. This is also the maximum number of intruders allowed even without any guild collections, and having completed the highest level of guild building construction. They're not solo players, they come prepared. The bedmate panicked. We're not online. Ksha and the others can't handle this number. The attack that Nongya had warned of had finally arrived. Since she obtained the information from players on the external network, the attack was most likely unrelated to the old enemies of the Chinese server. The purpose was probably to affect the progress of the virtual real boundary conquest. The impact of guild strongholds on the tower world is currently unclear. This information is completely blank, but other players are unaware that the virtual real boundary hasn't benefited from it. Of course, even if I explained, probably no one would believe me. I didn't, and you shouldn't either, is probably the main reason for this attack. The expanded first-floor bathhouse of the Clear One Temple began to spawn, intruding players one after another. Jiang He casually clicked on one person's information. Yin Yang Realm, that guild name, doesn't it sound familiar? The T-God clicked his tongue, then suddenly realized, isn't that the same guild that sneaked out of the 8th floor of the Clarifier's temple with Black Cat? The T-God's suggestion brought everyone back to mind. A considerable amount of time had passed both in and out of the game, but the friction at the time hadn't prevented the realm of reality from continuing to dominate the Clarifier's temple, and becoming the first to clear it. After that, Yin Yang Realm became known as the infamous Clown Guild. Black Cat's unique dream-faking mechanism was a setting whose surprises diminished significantly once revealed. The shock experienced by those who were completely unaware, and those who were spoiled were two entirely different experiences. They were relentlessly criticized by players from all servers worldwide, and were always the realm of reality's #1 haters, bringing up the realm of reality in the Korean community no matter the situation. It seemed that the discrimination the Korean guild faced stemmed entirely from the realm of reality. Are you awake? Are you awake? You've been invaded. There are a lot of people, mainly members from the major Korean guilds, who don't participate in the tower world. Nongya's intelligence was still sharp. Jiang He had just been invaded, and she already knew about the situation in the game. Afraid that everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds had fallen asleep, she quickly logged off and called the 4 primal bodies. As soon as she answered, a fluent old Parisian accent burst from the other end of the phone. Very enthusiastic, speaking exceptionally fast. The 4 primal bodies understood, hummed a couple of times to show their gratitude, and then replied word by word. I don't understand, but thank you. Like a spell, those words silenced Nongya, and she hung up. In the game, the battle had already begun. The necromantic traps woven by the siren artisans from the Fallen Star Court had become active. Due to the sheer number of intruders, the normal spawn point, the large bathhouse, couldn't accommodate them all, forcing a large number of players to spawn in the surrounding area. This was exactly what the Kimchi players wanted. They repeatedly scouted the outposts at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, confirming their internal structure. The overflowing players didn't act randomly, instead, they destroyed surrounding buildings on the spot. Necromantic traps, relying on the buildings themselves, were hidden in invisible corners and crevices, behind walls, or brazenly placed along passageways using illusions. Since they were difficult to find, they resorted to massive destruction. Intruder report, massive numbers, high risk. Garlic Sprouts alerted the entire guild, and the puppets behind her left their posts, heading to the workshop to change into the armor specially made for them. Guild leader's order, completely eliminate the invading enemy. All warehouse inventory is permitted. Ksha, rushing back to the guild hall from the training grounds, glanced at the projection and was startled by the overwhelming number of intruders. This was the largest number of intruders ever seen at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Mint rummaged through her long-stocked treasure chest and pulled out potions she prepared for the children, potions they never used. Each time, they rush online, quickly say hello, and teleport away. The prepared treasures were always refused with various excuses, all saying they weren't needed. How could they not be needed? They're just sitting in their pockets. What are they going to some unseen hand pulling out? She's always so busy. There's such a headache. Mint gritted her teeth. Everyone at the boundary between reality and virtuality outside the screen shuddered. Clearly, this wasn't just a curse directed at the intruder. Mint turned to look at Kesha. Aren't you going to say something? Kesha scratched his cheek. Well, actually, I'm perfectly content as long as he pets my tail when he comes back. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the screen. So Jiang-He and French fries were a couple? A few months ago, it would have been. Oh. This punch pierced the screen, shattered the dimensional barrier, and landed in another world. Kesha arrived at the guild statue and activated all the artifacts at once. Mint channeled the potion into the pipes laid by the siren craftsman, simultaneously sliding in a crystal to intensify the potion's reaction. Mint specifically modified the large bathhouse area on the first floor of the Temple of the Clarity. She made the ventilation system capable of one-way sealing and input. Combined with Mint's intentions, the jailer's right hand stirred. Rolling steam poured down the ventilation ducts, the violently reacting toxins dripping like ink onto the pristine white canvas, instantly turning the area into a deathly black. The intruder was fighting against spirits crawling out of the walls, skeletal guards emerging from beneath their feet, and zombies instantly formed from the corpses of their companions. Just a moment's distraction, and the shield emptied rapidly, a blood-red warning flashing incessantly. One after another, people fell into the black mist, turning into streaks of blue light and disappearing. From the omniscient perspective, it was clear that this wave had killed a total of 331 intruders. While the effect was good, these people clearly knew about the stronghold's countermeasures and had taken precautions against the poisonous mist beforehand. Most players activated their shields in time, relying on mutual protection and layered blessings to achieve a flawless victory. French fries frowned. These guys are still filling the guild? The number of intruders searching for the coordinates of the virtual real boundary stronghold hasn't decreased. They're still queuing up endlessly. If I remember correctly, the maximum number of people a single guild can be invaded within 6 hours is 6,000. That means Ksha and his group need to eliminate at least 6,000 to completely plug this hole. What a bunch of sneaky bastards. They can't win head-on, so they resort to underhanded tactics. The jailer gritted his teeth. Jiang-He stared intently at the screen, suppressing his anger, and exhaled a breath of stale air. Trust Kesha first. Trust the NPCs in the guild stronghold. Chapter 373. The scene at the first floor stronghold was chaotic. Various spells intertwined in a form of light pollution, and the splashing sparks created blurry halos that were blinding. The scene of a large-scale magical battle was far from aesthetically pleasing. It resembled a chaotic fireworks display, with an atmosphere almost identical to the cacophony of fireworks during the spring festival. Assessing the damage, Mint clenched her fist. They came prepared. Last time, their defensive measures only dealt with careless individuals. With everyone using shield magic for mutual protection, they were essentially mobile, automatically casting fortresses. Unless their mana was depleted, ordinary poisonous potions were unlikely to break through their defenses. Ksha also frowned deeply. During the last large-scale invasion, the enemy's combat skills were generally low, and their strength was visibly ordinary. Many panicked when faced with the creations emerging from the necromancer traps. This time was completely different. The necromancer creations, maintained by the guild burning materials, often had no chance to unleash their full power before being wiped out by combined magical attacks from the battle group, leveling their very foundations. The large bathhouse at the spawn point had collapsed, and the corridor leading to the central courtyard on the first floor was being destroyed inch by magic. Scorching waves of magical energy rolled forward, burning every undead creature loyal to the boundary between reality and illusion. Organization, combat power, and adaptability were on full display. This was no small matter. The enemy had made thorough preparations to destroy the stronghold in one fell swoop. The creatures created from green and white materials could slow down players with an average level of nearly 20. The siren artisans from the fallen Star Court had done their best, but the enemy wasn't just a few dozen, but hundreds of players. The sheer number shattered the balance of power. What are you doing? Seeing Ksha about to teleport down, Mint quickly stopped her. Facing thousands at once, even the strongest word of power can't save you. We're not going to die anyway. We have to do something, Ksha said firmly. He said he trusts me. Stop arguing. Let me handle this. A booming voice came from afar. The two turned sharply to look at the visitor arriving through the teleportation portal. Phoenix King, attention everyone, attention everyone. The guild stronghold's bathhouse cleaning area has been cleared and destroyed. All buildings are destroyed, and there are no more necromancy traps. Necromantic trap countermeasures repeated. Necromancy trap countermeasures repeated. Destroy all buildings and furnishings along the way. Indiscriminately attack every path you're about to traverse, even the ceiling. He then took a sip of water to moisten his throat. In the initial invasion phase, shouting to command the massive war band to spread out as much as possible within the stronghold, mobilizing each meticulously categorized number, was extremely laborious. Once the battle began, unexpected situations arose one after another, leaving no time to spare. As the warband commander, he had to constantly analyze and fine-tune the situation based on shared information. This could no longer be considered a simple sandbox military chess game simulation. It was real-world command of a 2,000-strong team in a massive local war. Half of the top guilds in the game had mobilized players not involved in the Tower world to participate in this large-scale operation initiated by the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Wanke came from one of these top guilds. It was related to the previous grudge, but not entirely. Ling Wanke was explicitly told that if he could destroy the guild's stronghold at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, he could inexplicably make a fortune offline. Directly utilizing real-world financial power, willing to carry out a surgical strike on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, he didn't believe it was just to stand up for the Yin-Yang realm. Their guild was strong, but none of them had any connections in real life. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been ridiculed so much that not even one person helped lock the thread. Players not participating in the battle continue to stand by outside. In case of large-scale casualties, be ready to replace them immediately. Progress was going very smoothly. The multi-guild battle group was steadily advancing, approaching the place where the Temple of the Clarities had given the players their first small shock. The courtyard where the frog-headed Stitches had respawned. After the base construction, this place could no longer be called a courtyard, but an exceptionally spacious plaza. The vanguard carefully trod through the sea of flowers. Attention, the frog-headed Stitches at the boundary between reality and illusion has not yet appeared. Be careful of your surroundings, it may be lurking in its magical form. Hearing this, the vanguard quickly used their magical senses to perceive their surroundings. They weren't newbies to the game. The days when the frog-headed Stitches could easily manipulate players by changing its form were long gone. Normal. Everything is normal. No anomalies detected in the magic echo. No danger warnings for faith-based prayer skills. A series of reports left Ling Wanke somewhat confused. Where's the frog-headed stitched monster? This should be the ultimate weapon of the reality virtual boundary. How come? The puppet, the stitched monster, appeared in the passageway leading from the bathhouse. They're behind us. Ling Wanke paused for a second, then laughed disdainfully. Not an ambush, but a rear attack? It doesn't feel like an NPC's judgment. After all, this is handing over the most important pass to them. The result is obvious. The offline reality virtual boundary is issuing commands to the NPCs in the stronghold through the app, attempting to delay the pace of their advance through this method. Full speed through the central plaza, into the temple area. This is the stronghold of the boundary between reality and illusion. Switching sides would only give them the advantage, since they're only here for destruction. He glanced at the map and continued giving orders. Squads 102, 87, 55, 61, and 77 each block the puppets and frog-headed stitched monsters at the ends of their respective passages. The shifting dynamics between offense and defense are laughable. Before playing Proof of the Stars, King Sparrow was an excellent commander in other MMO games, a key reason for his selection. Over a decade of rich gaming experience, coupled with personal accumulation outside of games, gave him a keen understanding of the situation. These green and inexperienced tactics perfectly suited the overly young team composition of the boundary between reality and illusion. Squad 77 reports, the puppets are self-destructing one after another. We ah. A scream, and communication ceased. Desperate, even self-destruction. Self-destruction? The hand that had been raised in midair suddenly stopped. The puppets located within the guild stronghold could be quickly replenished using materials and deployed to the battlefield. Self-destruction, in critical situations, was actually a cost-effective means of ambush, as long as the inventory was thick enough to withstand the burning. Why didn't they engage the enemy head-on, using the puppet squads to self-destruct relentlessly and disrupt the offensive rhythm? Self-destruction behind enemy lines was practically driving them into. The feathered sparrow slammed its hand on the table, staring intently at the unusually spacious central plaza, which was gradually surging into the players. A portal opened in midair in the central plaza, violent magical energy creating tangible ripples that spread in all directions. A rhythmic, dangerous pulsation resonated like a great bell, echoing in the hearts of every player present. A chaotic source of magic. Merely approaching the portal stirred up stable spatial magic like a howling storm. Players directly beneath it had their equipment shattered, nearly exploding and being eliminated. The portal expanded at a visible speed, as if two giant hands were forcefully prying apart its frame. Giant, bloated. Like a mountain. Between its red and black scales, dragon blood boiled and surged. Every inch of flesh steamed with a foul, purulent mist from the scorching blood. A giant dragon. What's the panic? We knew there was a dragon here before we came. The feathered sparrow roared, trying to quell the horde, but her gaze was inevitably drawn to the spherical object, like a sun, projecting solar prominences between the dragon's claws. The artificial light from the dome dimmed as it spread its sky-covering wings, while the sphere in its hand shone brightly like an immortal sun. Dark red spots of light covered the sphere, crackling and popping accompanied by irregular tremors, transforming into visible ripples of energy that undulated and rippled. It wasn't magic, but the aftershocks of the elements. An elemental mage quickly reported. I can't breathe. The sphere of light in her hand contains all the power of the elements. The feathered sparrow hurriedly questioned, what do you mean by all the power of the elements? Explain yourself. The mages present all turned their attacks, unleashing a continuous stream of magic upon Ellerby. Amidst the rain of light, Ellerby gripped the sphere tightly, enduring the piercing pain that washed over her body. Even as her dragon scale shattered and her blood splattered, she remained unmoved. Before the elemental mage could explain further, Ellerby opened her eyes, her gaze filled only with indifference and disdain. Just one step away from success, what a pity. But, little bugs, let's watch the fireworks, ah-ha-ha-ha. The battered and bruised Elleravia laughed maniacally, a dark red sphere of light emanating from between her claws. An unsettling beam of light leaked from the broken opening of the sphere, resembling a spinning disco ball. The next second, the feathered sparrow understood the elemental mage's meaning, and why the dragon only took the blows without retaliating. The earth shook. A deafening explosion blasted into the ears of every player in the central plaza. The game simulation was incredibly realistic. The intense tremors disrupted balance and coordination. Countless people frantically tried to stand, only to stumble and fall, spinning around. When they regained their senses, the metallic taste on their lips, and their vision gradually turning gray announced the death of their game characters. The feathered sparrow, remotely controlling the scene from outside, received the information from the scene more than 10 seconds later. His heart skipped a beat at the sight before him. Aravi was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a horrifying crater at the epicenter of the explosion, and a relentless stream of death tolls. 1,322 people. Most of the warband members in the central plaza were dead. The survivors were either the lucky ones, who were a little slower and hadn't managed to get close to the center of the battlefield, or ranged classes who were further away. An explosion had nearly wiped out the first warband to enter the fray. And this was just the initial death toll. A hazy purple mist hung over the scene, corroding players' shields by the second. Almost no one could withstand 5 seconds in the purple mist. The death toll continued to soar. The King Sparrow felt a chill run down his spine. What had that dragon done? 9th-tier magic? A special guild collection mechanism? He instinctively buried his hands in his hair, clutching his head. Players have always had limited understanding of the boundary between reality and illusion. Having snowballed their power from the early game, they possessed an overwhelming number of amazing items and encounters. Too many to be envied. Don't panic, don't panic. Outpost units, fill the gaps immediately. All traps in the area from the bathhouse to the central plaza have been cleared. There's no danger now. Whatever that dragon did, using the same methods repeatedly without inflicting a cost, it's impossible. He was right. At the last moment of the explosion, Ellerby slipped into the portal that Shaw had opened for her, returning to the guild hall unharmed. Huff, huff, that was terrifying. Enjoying the healing tide released by the guild statue, her wounds were healing rapidly. Although she was the instigator of the incident, Ellerby herself was terrified. It wasn't some 9th-tier magic, just an ingenious use of the origin element set. Having reached the final forging node of the origin element set and entered the elemental magic infusion stage, Ellerby had completely mastered every step of what could be considered world-class item crafting. However, she was too excited, and an uncontrollable tremor in her mind caused the guided elemental energy condensation to fail. This final mistake resulted in the most spectacular and thrilling elemental reaction she had ever witnessed in crafting magical artifacts. So, in the end, you still managed to blow up the furnace, right? Shaw sighed. Ellerby's breath hitched. Blow up the furnace. You can't say that about forging. It's not entirely my fault. Their invasion disrupted my efforts to reverse the energy circuit. The invaders must be held responsible and compensate for the loss of the origin element. And even if it's an explosion, it's a strategically significant, technically advanced furnace explosion. Look at the elemental mist permeating this place. How beautiful. Could an ordinary craftsman create such a dangerous and powerful phenomenon from a furnace explosion? Mint's mouth gaped open, and after a long while, she murmured, "Next time, I argue with Potato like that too." The battle wasn't over yet. A steady stream of invaders filled the gaps in death, descending upon the guild stronghold once more. Thanks to the dangerous elemental mist, the invading war bands all halted at the central plaza, waiting to regroup with their reinforcements. Erira still knew shame. She patted her chest. "I'm a 9th-tier dragon. Watch me blow them up." Mint was stunned again. This sounded like something the jailer would say. After asking, she confirmed that Erira had indeed learned it from the jailer. Off-screen, everyone pointed and whispered about the jailer, prompting him to raise his hands and surrender. Finding Shaw missing, Mint searched for a while, and finally found her near the statue where the guild's treasures were kept. Shaw was holding a dark, rectangular wooden box, staring blankly. Flesh and blood in the box, a special guild treasure obtained from the boundary between reality and illusion. Blood nourishment, the bizarre manifests itself. It had never been successfully triggered since it was offered. Now, what was once a lump of flesh the size of a finger joint had grown into a python. The massive body extended from inside the box to the outside, slowly rotating around Shaw. "Blood. Blood. Give me your blood." Shaw hesitated for 2 seconds, then cut her finger, letting the blood drip onto the dark red python's head. The moment the blood touched her, Shaw shuddered violently, a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. The python detached from the black wooden box, transforming into an amorphous mass of flesh, writhing before Shaw. "Ah, my master, I am willing to serve you." Chapter 374. A strange sense of life recognizing its master caused Kesha to instinctively stroke the submissive, bowed snake head. Countless tangled blood vessels and nerves, like vines startled by a spring breeze, frantically clung to her wrist. Crimson threads meandered, coiled, and climbed along her arm. In the blink of an eye, her arm, which had been caressing the flesh within the box, was enveloped in layers of intricate patterns. The onlookers were startled. Mint, standing beside her, didn't hesitate, raising her hand and slapping it down. Beneath the black mist, the flesh threads, like the meridians of the human body, receded like a tide. The flesh within the box docilely and obediently transformed into a harmless slime, bouncing and jumping on the ground. The Slime King trembled inexplicably. Just watching it freely mimic its own form sent chills down her spine. Why did such malice arise from the depths of her mind upon their first meeting? Mint's slap seemed to instill even greater awe in the flesh within the box. The squeaking, sticky, fleshy pupil-like sound that had been echoing within her subsided. The slime transformed into a kitten, circling around Ksha and Mint. Surprisingly, although Ksha had chosen her as its master, the slime rubbed against Mint's leg, its tiny eyes constantly scrutinizing her appearance, a vivid display of respect and fear. Ksha recovered, cradling the slime in her palm. "You said you were willing to serve me, so can you kill all the intruders?" "Not easy, but I can," the fleshy pupa in the box said. 1,500 blood sacrifices, and I will show corresponding loyalty and power." It agreed casually, without hesitation. As casually as eating or drinking. The fleshy pupa in the box transformed again into a massive, fleshy python, leaving a sticky trail of blood in the guild hall. It suddenly stopped. "Master, is there anything else? A request? How to deal with the intruders?" The flesh and blood in the box flicked its tongue and tilted its head slightly. Ksha blinked, somewhat surprised. Customization was possible? Cleanse them up in the most efficient way possible. Anxious about the guild's current situation, she urged succinctly. "Yes, sir." The team regrouped, and the feathered sparrow surveyed the hundreds upon hundreds of players. Just now, he had been engrossed in sorting through information and coordinating the team. The chaotic information had overwhelmed him. Now, calming down, his back straightened involuntarily. Thousands of people were under his control, personnel were mobilized, orders were issued, and he commanded with authority. He had served in the military, but he was merely a lowly soldier under the conscription system. Standing there, for the first time in his life, Ling Wanke felt a surge of pride, a sense of superiority over all others. Like a general, he lightly tapped the table, awaiting reinforcements. The players assisting with the coordination brought him the data. A massive explosion in the central courtyard resulted in 1920 players being forced to retreat. Besides those killed in the direct impact, many were forced to leave due to damaged supplies and equipment. The strange dragon, with its bizarre little son, had left behind a trail of poisonous fog after its explosion, inflicting heavy losses. Ling Wanke was acutely aware of the time limit of 6,000 intruders. If the second round failed to advance, then continuing to fight at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds with only 1,000 remaining players would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Their levels were still too low. If the average level were 20, the NPCs at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds wouldn't be so arrogant. Thinking this, Ling Wanke couldn't help but smile bitterly. The official promises of benefits from the Proof of the Stars event are something no level 20 player would consider ignoring. Aside from the profit-sharing benefits offered to the top players, the higher the level climbed, the more chances players had to spin the reward wheel, with prizes including generous cash rewards. Simply and blatantly throwing money around. Wealth is irresistible. When Ling Wangchua's team was on level 4, and the middleman approached him, he refused twice. Only after receiving a dazzlingly attractive offer did he appease his team and accept the big job. High-level, high-skilled players don't interfere. They challenge fortresses where others have home field advantages, going all out, then waning, and finally exhausting themselves. Enjoying the cyberpunk thrill of commanding thousands of troops with his eyes closed, Ling Wanke heard an untimely commotion nearby. A team that had just spawned near the bathhouse encountered some trouble. 3 members of a newly spawned squad were seriously injured, and 4 died instantly. What happened? Asked Ling Wanke. Players who entered the guild at the same time seemed to be from their country. They attacked immediately upon seeing us. For today's invasion, the entire guild had deliberately changed their game time to avoid the peak activity period for Chinese players. This time, according to observation, also had the fewest invading tourists of the day, making it easy for them to dominate all invasion attempts, create lane congestion, and block any potential reinforcements at the virtual real border. This was also a reasonable use of the rules of the Stars Proof. Unexpectedly, at this time, some players even came to the virtual real border to visit, and upon discovering the situation was not good, they didn't leave but instead attacked them. The King Sparrow frowned slightly, waving its hand dismissively, as if brushing away a fly. Ignore these interludes, speed up the formation, assemble in the central courtyard. It's just a drop in the ocean. Today, the stronghold at the boundary of reality and illusion will surely fall. Another commotion erupted. The King Sparrow impatiently turned its head, glancing at the passageway leading from the central courtyard plaza to the temple area. In the shadows of the passage, a massive shadow slowly expanded, occupying every inch of the passage except for the upper semicircle. It struggled forward, its towering head stretching forward, squeezing out of the narrow space ahead of its round body. Even without seeing its exact form, its struggling, writhing posture was enough to make a distant observer laugh. A fellow member of the frog-headed stitched monster, a heavy, clumsy creation? The King Sparrow shuddered as it was exposed to the light. A monstrous offspring of a hydra and a slime. That was his first thought upon witnessing it. Its lower body was round, smooth, and translucent, identical to the slimes players encountered in the wild early in the game. Its upper body, a thin, translucent dark red form, was shrouded in a hazy mist, making it impossible to see its interior clearly, as if looking through frosted glass. The strange hydra slime showed no signs of attack, only straining to straighten its heads, taut and embedded in the ground, like steel cables securing an object. Multiple serpent heads extended from the slime's body, haphazardly straining in different directions, as if tearing at this shared flesh and blood. Even Shan Yang thought it wasn't a tribute, but a transcendence. What is it doing? The feathered sparrow noticed the anomaly. Centered on it, a foul-smelling, dark red blood plasma flowed from the cracks in the bricks, radiating outwards in fine, thread-like strands, like the veins of plant roots. The slurry seemed alive, jubilantly, shrilly, rushing along every inch of the ground, staining the central courtyard a putrid crimson. The space was being transformed. The moment the dark red sludge touched the brick seams, the entire courtyard groaned as if in a spasm. Skin-like wrinkles appeared on the surface of the tiles, and what seeped from the cracks was no longer moss but fine, fleshy growths. These rotting, fleshy fibers proliferated wildly with the surging slurry, transforming the stone floor into the walls of a constantly pulsating biological cavity. The ground had long lost its cold, hard stone. A carpet of crimson carrion clung to the player's feet, secreting thread-like secretions. Countless translucent blood vessels burst from the humus layer, their walls rhythmically contracting and expanding. Crimson vines hanging from the ceiling spewed a foul-smelling, viscous, crimson liquid, dripping and pooling blood in the courtyard. Ling Wanchua's mind went blank for a moment. His mouth gaped open as he stared at the space that had transformed into a living chamber in a few breaths. And they, like parasites who had strayed into that chamber, were they? Equally shocked were the players on the front lines. What is this? What is this again? What is this again? Attack! Eliminate that strange creature, Ling Wanke ordered. No matter how bizarre its form, how strange its abilities, this is a game. As long as the stats are right, even a god has to show their health bar. Boss, it self-destructed. Huh? Ling Wanke stared intently, only to see the evil creature that had altered the guild stronghold's environment actually tearing itself apart in the process, sending itself to its death. The absurd scene made him involuntarily wipe his eyes. The spectators, including Kesha, were bewildered, staring blankly at the boundary between reality and illusion. That's it? The creature created from the blood sacrifice of 1,500 people is just a powerful field spell card. Could the perverse humor of the main story's Easter egg level have continued here? Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. The wheels crushed flesh with a tooth-grinding, sticky splattering sound, followed by the clunky friction of the axles turning. 8 snake-like, earthworm-like, yet almost ethereal and transparent creatures, emanating black mist, were tightly connected to the chariot they carried. Fascia formed the axles, bones formed the wheels, and flesh melted into the frame. The strange chariot, seemingly emerging from hell, had an open seating area in the center. A woman dressed in black, her face veiled, sat upon it. Even without seeing her face, an ambiguous feeling arose within one's being. The jailer couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Orange Tea wondered, you didn't even see her face. No need to see her face. That graceful figure, that unwavering composure while sitting on the chariot, her aura is simply amazing. The jailer didn't hold back his praise. Jiang He felt he had already decided to have someone draw her portrait. Having experienced the impact of the field magic card sweeping through the courtyard, the blood-red chariot hurtling towards them was enough to make the players shudder. Without waiting for the King of Feathers' command, the players at the forefront couldn't suppress their impulse and launched long-range magic attacks. A gradual magical bombardment swept over the chariot, thousands of magically woven streams of light being blocked by the woman's gentle wave of her hand. 72, 78, attack, attack. The King of Feathers pinpointed the battle group's location and issued the command. Unable to ascertain the enemy's characteristics, a probing attack was necessary. The moment the two closest squads looked towards the chariot, the woman, her face veiled in black, also noticed them through the veil. In the open central plaza, the chariot emitted a deafening hum, like a ship's horn. Incredible! Could this really be the sound it made? At the same moment it emitted the sound, the chariot moved with unbelievable speed to the sides of the two squads. The movement might not be entirely accurate. From a god's eye view, it was practically teleportation. The woman, dressed in black, unleashed dozens of tentacles from her body, piercing through all members of the two squads with lightning speed. Fast as lightning, giving no one time to react. The shields were pierced, but the players' consciousness had not yet dissipated. They watched helplessly as their flesh gradually withered. Glug, glug. Along the tentacles, flesh, like a fragrant beverage, flowed into the woman's body. The King Sparrow couldn't help but cry out. Is this truly the Anna universe? The world of proof of the stars? What exactly is this life form made of? A necromancer creation? Attention, a suspected necromancer creation has appeared. All personnel enchant with light and fire attributes, immediately. Two squads were instantly wiped out, and the chariot roared deafeningly once more. The heart-stopping ship's horn signaled the start of the attack. Teleportation again. This time, the woman, driving a blood-soaked chariot, unexpectedly appeared at the beginning of the passage leading from the bathhouse to the central plaza. The reinforcements gathering towards the war zone trembled at the sight of the demon-like shadow standing at the end of the passage, listening to the constant crack of flesh grinding against bone. Shieldbearers, assemble. Stop its charge. King Sparrow shouted, hoping the latecomers could react in time to stop the bizarre war machine. The war machine roared, and the most courageous shieldbearers among the players charged forward, fearlessly meeting the twisted creation. The shields hit the ground, and a tremendous force suddenly wrapped around their waists. Before they could react, only their souls remained in place, while their bodies, with pitiful screams, were sent flying into the air, crashing against the hard, cold walls, blooming into vibrant flowers of blood. The patterns clinging to the walls grew densely, and thick, blood-red tubular structures protruded from both sides, lashing out at the surrounding players like willow branches. Powerful tentacles directly targeted the most vigorous warriors, dragging them off the battlefield and feasting on them. Under the incubation of the Hydra slime, this place had become a living hell. Some players, while walking, suddenly lost their footing and, upon regaining their senses, were already eliminated. From the top-down perspective, it was a pit riddled with molars, the sharp, lamprey-like grooves opening and closing intermittently, shattering the dreams of player after player like a blender. The whole thing was incredibly fast. In less than a second, players didn't even feel the simulated tingling pain. Their very consciousness seemed to have never even entered the boundary between reality and illusion, instantly returning to their starting point. Some players fiercely fought against humanoid figures that were merely flesh and blood, only realizing they were attacking their own allies as they lay dying. Some players had crimson flowers blooming on their bodies, shouting "I can't stop," before leaping and smashing their teammates. Chaos reigned. Complete chaos. The feathered sparrow knew it was all the work of that strange chariot, that strange woman. Highest level squads, assemble. Squads 99, 107, 121. Location, West Passageway of the Central Plaza. Why aren't you focusing all your efforts on killing that strange creature? Squad 99's report immediately came back. But she seems immortal. Immortal? What do you mean? All damage heals rapidly. The squad leader of Squad 99 swallowed hard. She seems to be able to quickly regenerate health by killing units. Chapter 375. The battle groups, built on sheer numbers, lacked overall strength. The mutated environment of the flesh furnace could claim their lives at any moment. Blood was their nourishment. The hellish arena continuously replenished the war chariots and women fighting on their home turf. The woman driving the flesh furnace was fighting them with her back to the spring. Like a demon descending to earth, the woman flicked her sleeve, unleashing billowing black mist that blinded the players along the way. Before even opening their eyes, their flesh was rapidly draining away. When they regained their senses, they realized they had 2 holes in their bodies. Several squads sacrificed themselves to fill the passage, attempting to stop the woman's massacre towards the bathhouse. To no avail. One by one, the shriveled corpses, drained of flesh, were carelessly discarded by the woman, left to be crushed by her wheels, turning into a pile of ashes. The Feather King Sparrow realized the gravity of the situation. The stronghold at the boundary between reality and illusion had unknowingly become a special game instance. The Central Plaza, corroded by blood, was a distorted, living inferno. The final boss, relying on the terrain mechanics and overwhelming power, swept across the battlefield, or perhaps, it swept away hunger. Every part of this living inferno greedily craved flesh and blood. Cracked ground revealed molars. A canopy of giant blood vessels descended from the sky to snatch people away. Corrosive blood gushed from cracked walls, and slime mold reached out ghostly hands to bind players. Players who hadn't yet entered the Central Plaza were lucky. They wouldn't have to witness this horrifying sight. This space was digesting them. Not killing, but devouring. An endless hunger, thirstily and greedily sucking up the remaining bodies and spirits of each player. Ling Wanke had always felt that the guild stronghold workshop setting of the Stars of Proof was disadvantageous to the defenders. Even with the blessing of protection, granting 10 hours of immunity to invasions, the defenders remained vulnerable for the remaining time. They essentially erected a beacon attracting bloodthirsty players worldwide, blatantly announcing, "Come and attack me." The limited number of invading players within a given time frame is merely a minor consolation. Invading guild strongholds, even with increased defensive strength, cannot compensate for the numerical disadvantage. The world server launched smoothly, without guild stronghold disputes because most top players, after trying it, found it ineffective. While the rewards are plentiful, the maintenance costs are high, and logging off is fraught with anxiety. Better to do without it. Now, the Feathered Sparrow sees a marvelous design that erases the disparity between attackers and defenders. A complete information blind spot. Several elite squads, comprised of players nearing level 20, traversed the tentacle-covered flesh carpet, hacking their way into the flesh and blood chariot. With a combined attack, they breached the woman's defenses, plunging their weapons into her heart. Countless props and magical bombardments blasted the flesh and blood chariot, sending the deformed monster flying in a spray of blood and gore. The previous command had finally taken effect, and the King Sparrow trembled with excitement. Boom! The earth shook. His joy lasted less than a second before the flesh and blood chariot exploded, dark red fragments of flesh scattering like the spikes of a rotting sea urchin, their putrid juices splattering all over the players. A hissing sound of strong acid corroding metal filled the air. To the players' horror, their equipment durability rapidly decreased, then began to corrode their shield values. A dark green poisonous mist surged and spread, fine fluorescent particles floating within it, creating ominous ripples in the air. The death effect of the corpse explosion instantly wiped out the combat zone. The elite squad that had just been mobilized was reduced to nothing. Trying to console his numb nerves with the thought that at least the flesh chariot was taken down, Ling Wanke pressed his temples, opened his eyes, and saw a woman standing unyielding amidst the billowing green mist. Black veil, black clothes, black skirt, black gloves. Not a single scratch on her body, as if the tearing and piercing of her body during the battle with the elite players had never happened. Her incredible self-healing ability made her mere presence suffocating. Ling Wanke hesitated, only her vehicle was destroyed. Is her true form in its second stage? He simultaneously sifted through high-level player squads while keeping an eye on the woman's movements. What? A sudden change occurred, blood foam churned at the woman's feet, and from the fleshy fungus covering the player's feet, the sticky, pupil-like sounds instantly filled everyone's ears. Countless shards of flesh burst from the earth, coalescing into a rapidly expanding tumor in the woman's hand. The heavy greatsword took shape in a single breath. The weapon, forged from living tissue, glowed with the dark red hue characteristic of decay, a tubular blood groove etched into its dark red spine. The blade was irregularly serrated, each tooth mirroring the molars of a hellish chamber devouring players. The living flesh sword resembled a giant tendon stripped of its skin, each fiber twitching at different frequencies, as if just ripped from its host. A barrage of magic erupted, and the woman was subjected to another wave of progressively increasing bullet hell attacks under the command of the Feathered Sparrow. This was the most effective and lethal combined attack a player could launch against a boss in open terrain. The greatsword plunged into the ground, crimson ripples spreading outwards. Thousands of magical raindrops fell, yet the woman remained unharmed within the crimson barrier created by the giant sword. The boundary between reality and illusion had shifted to a projection-based stronghold battle mode, with everyone enjoying a cup of hot tea and maintaining a calm demeanor. Seeing this scene, the anxiety that had gripped them completely subsided. It turned out that flesh and blood in the box didn't refer to a single entity, but rather an entire instance mode. Offering to the guild statue would assess the guild's current status, and trigger the corresponding instance difficulty upon sacrificing a sufficient number of invading units. Considering that the Lord of the Candlelight clan was the leader of these flesh and blood monsters, and that flesh and blood in the box was even a reward from an Easter egg level, its power was understandable. Flesh and blood in the box, so it's a massive flesh and blood creation dungeon. The jailer comfortably crossed his legs. 1500 blood food, that's probably the highest trigger level? There can't be anything higher or cooler, right? Zhong Zimo chewed on a pear he stuffed into his mouth from under the covers. Hard to say. We only managed to beat that incredibly astringent nun in the Easter egg level by using a trick. Her combat power looks like it could easily wipe out these flashy creations. The flashy creation Zhong Zimo was referring to, the black-clad woman wielding the flesh and blood giant sword, was like Xiao Yun at Changmen Slope, charging straight into the player ranks, causing chaos. Anyone with experience in commanding teams knows that the more people, the bigger the trouble. How to fully utilize the advantage of numbers has always been an art. Looking at the chaotic group battle, shouting charge, is simple. How to instantly break down the command, allowing each part to execute independently and coordinate with each other, is the real challenge. The King Sparrow not only faces the dilemma of how to effectively deploy and snipe the flesh and blood great sword and the woman in black, but also the predicament of being unable to issue orders. From his perspective, the team was turning on each other. The Star's proof hadn't disabled the friendly fire option. The flesh and blood greatsword plunged into the crowd, and the woman danced alongside it, ruthlessly reaping lives with crimson afterimages. Players instinctively retaliated, and instantly the scene descended into chaos. A jumble of spells crackled and popped, cries of "you're attacking friendly fire" echoed everywhere. In the chaos, the woman mercilessly reaped flesh and blood. With each wisp of red light injected into the flesh and blood greatsword, the range and speed of her next crimson sword strike increased. The fleshy growth at the hilt swelled, surging life force flowing into the woman's body, forming a visible blood barrier. A Shadow Walker, empowered by several companions, leaped out of the shadows to unleash a stealth attack. The dagger clashed with the blood barrier, producing a crisp clang. The Shadow Stalker watched in despair as his dagger left only a pitiful, laughable white mark on the surging blood energy. It wasn't even a scratch. The more she fought, the stronger she grew, absorbing and expanding, aided by the terrain. The timing and the terrain had collapsed. What used to be a combined attack from dozens of mages that could have repelled a woman and shattered her great sword. Now, Dozens of fireballs and ice spikes were merely insignificant glimmers under the overwhelming sword energy. Even more despairing was that a moving swamp of blood began to form beneath the woman's feet, its area expanding rapidly. The moving domain enveloped the players. Within it, the sword energy released by the woman offered almost no chance of withstanding a shield. Touch meant certain death. To be honest, Jianghe couldn't tell who was stronger, the flesh priest or the flesh chariot driver. He was only amazed by the terrifying devouring and evolving power of the flesh-based creations. After only a short battle, these weak creatures had transformed themselves into undead monsters, impervious to damage and capable of rapid healing, through countless killings. No wonder Candlelight once said that this power was fortunately wielded by those of high moral character. Although it felt strange, would those of high moral character really research such evil arts? If this power were given to Jailer Bro, the whole world would probably be welcoming the Jailer cult the next day, the bed teased. Jailer Bro put down his crossed legs, sat up straight, and said seriously, "How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. But I consider trying out their exophyte armor." Jailer Bro licked his lips. "It feels really cool." The woman in black finally faced off against the elite level 18 squad that King Sparrow had painstakingly summoned, a total of 11 people. A piecemeal approach was not advisable. It took a considerable amount of time to assemble them from the bathhouse and the passageway on the other side of the central square. One battle to decide the outcome. Since it's a dungeon, the mechanics must be cracked. The growth rate of the flesh and blood creations is too fast. If they can't be eliminated before they reach their full potential, then no matter how many people come, they're just sending food into the living chamber. Nearly 100 people surrounded the blood in the open area. The flesh and blood sword woman stood ready, the rising and falling chants of blessing disrupting the suffocating stillness. Silently, she drew power from the flesh and blood greatsword, forming robust exoplanets on her body, her dark red muscles gleaming with a captivating metallic sheen. Using the flesh she consumed, she selectively strengthened specific areas and repaired damage. The boundary between reality and illusion felt itself to be the ultimate villain, as countless adventurers, drawn by the devastating news, stood on the front lines against the flesh and blood corruption. A great battle was imminent. The flesh and blood greatsword plunged into the earth, halting all flesh and blood processes within the living chamber. The ground, corroded by the flesh and blood creation, withered and decayed, and countless energies rapidly converged, gathering upon the woman. "It can't be." Ling Wangke wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Embracing the woman, the blood swamp spread like a phantom, enveloping everything around it. Invisible sword energy was unleashed instantly, leaving only the relentless hissing sound of swords flying through the air. Ling Wangchua's elite squad, which she thought could cause any damage, was completely reduced to a pool of blood. A large number of players watching from the periphery were also wiped out by the massive sword energy. Strangely, a few players who were close to the blood swamp's area of effect were unharmed. Ling Wangke discovered that these lucky individuals were currently struggling against the blood-sucking tentacles extending from the walls, desperately trying to break free. They even have a pseudo-instant kill mechanism? By absorbing enough energy through slaughter to reach a trigger threshold, a powerful spell can be unleashed instantly. Is it really necessary to continue? The minions are just tools for the flesh and blood swordsman to heal. The more they come, the happier she is. The opponent grew stronger over time, combining healing and mechanics into a single, fully fledged boss. A vicious cycle. This reminded Ling Wangke of a joke. Someone triggered the demonic watercress and started a 100-player raid, attempting to overwhelm it with sheer numbers. However, the watercress dynamically adjusted its difficulty and attack patterns based on player data. The casual players on the sidelines screamed as they were drained dry by the flesh and blood greatsword. Ling Wangke quickly contacted the middleman, bluntly telling him that the mission had failed. Failed? You swore to me it was foolproof. The middleman was clearly dissatisfied. Nobody told me the opponent possessed a special item that could convert guild strongholds into dungeons. Then you should have conquered the dungeon. Ling Wangke, barely suppressing his anger, explained. Would you even consider forming a 1,000-person raid to farm the demonic Metasequoia? The Metasequoia was infamous. To date, no one had claimed to have successfully completed the demonic Metasequoia route. The middleman disagreed with retreating. Since we already reached agreements with these guilds, and they all agreed, we have to give them everything we can. That's how we justify the money we spent. Ling Wangke couldn't hold back any longer and reminded him, the boundary between the real and the virtual possesses strange guild collections. They can steal materials from the dead. Even if you have nothing, you can still randomly generate green materials. The more we give away, the more they earn. I bought their time, so they should give it all away. The middleman relayed the powerful order from the mastermind, leaving Ling Wangke speechless. Glancing at the scene of the flesh swordsmen gambling their respawn points for a free-for-all, he exhaled a breath of stale air and gave the order to send them to their deaths. The players who received the order thought an epic battle was about to unfold on the other side of the portal, unaware that a hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood already lay at the feet of the flesh swordsmen. The great bath was now a graveyard. After witnessing the last intruder's body being dismembered, a joyous shout erupted in the hall, as if someone had regressed to a primal state. In another distant kingdom, a group of players, who had just awakened, angrily smashed the objects in their hands. In the guild, Ksha and the others, unable to participate due to the triggering of the dungeon mode by the flesh in the box, stood frozen in shock. Erira stared blankly at the central square, which had been transformed into a living chamber, and pressed down on the shoulders of the two men. What kind of evil magic is your guild doing? This thing. It's, for Ksha, it's your lover's handiwork, right? For Mint, you seem to have said it's your child. So, they were secretly doing this horrific thing, and you do nothing about it? She almost screamed. Both were deeply shocked, but at this moment, they simultaneously defended her. It's not our guild, Elaravia. You signed a contract of servitude now, and forever, it's your guild. Chapter 376. The proof of the stars is never short of gossip, whether it's small or big. Not long ago, someone leaked information about the internal workings of the virtual real boundary, with Cyber Potato and French Fries getting together. The post circulated widely in the community. The poster was a college student in the University City area who also had gaming privileges, and was confident he hadn't misread it. Although the tradition is to only mention things without pictures, that didn't stop everyone from enjoying the fun of speculating. In the eyes of community players, gossip related to the virtual real boundary, even if not a huge one, was still a ripe, ready-to-eat juicy piece. They, who never sell raw gossip, deliver the community with the last big juicy piece of the year before New Year's Day. Big news! Big news! Thousands of people have invaded the virtual real boundary guild stronghold. The breaking news post immediately transformed into a battle report post, gathering information from all sides for the gossip-loving public to enjoy. Chinese server players, who had just woken up early in the morning, were instantly wide awake, frantically refreshing their phones. Breaking news. According to insiders, all the invaders are players from the Korean side. Upon hearing this, the Chinese server players were outraged. It's not that no one in China has ever invaded the virtual reality boundary, but attitudes and stances differ between internal and external conflicts. In this situation, even those who had previously harbored grudges against the virtual reality boundary dared not openly cheer for them. Holy crap, how can the Koreans be so wicked? Let's guess who in the world doesn't have the word sportsmanship in their dictionary. They didn't even dare to invade when Potato and the others were online. The virtual reality boundary's tower farming world couldn't protect the guild strongholds. They could move in at any time. They still chose to invade during their offline time. Hilarious. Are they really that scared? They organized a massive 1,000-person battle. Even with the system providing a combat power boost to the defenders, can two fists fight four hands? Damn, I found the intruder's battle report posted through the community. A huge disadvantage. A huge disadvantage. According to the description, the intruders are having a complete advantage, sweeping all before them. The border between the virtual and real worlds is ashen. Many buildings in the first-floor stronghold have been demolished, and defensive outposts used to restrict ordinary invaders have been razed to the ground. The virtual and real borders are fighting and retreating, completely ceding the large bath area to the Korean players. It's too shameful. Can't they fight back? The virtual and real borders are caught in a dilemma. If they don't defend the central plaza, then entering the temple area will lead directly to the next level. Won't their strongholds be useless? No way. Don't lose to the Koreans. The thought of being humiliated by those anthropomorphic creatures makes me nauseous. Wait, it feels like they won? Huh? A sudden comment in the battle report startled the Chinese players, who were tense over the virtual and real borders. Just now they were at a huge disadvantage. How did the situation reverse so quickly? It's too illogical. That doesn't make sense. Cyber Potato and the others aren't online, and no one can squeeze in to help. How could they possibly win? No, it seems true. Kinchi isn't updating the battle report anymore. Shafeng was updating it just now. They really aren't updating anymore. Shafeng charged forward recklessly, dancing on the grave, endlessly squatting and rising. Nifeng, on the other hand, played dead, remaining silent. Someone tried to infiltrate the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, only to find that the system notification indicated the time limit had been exceeded. Now, apart from the parties involved, no one knows the specific details of the victory or defeat. Considering that a resounding victory would inevitably lead to a flurry of angry comments from Korean players, their current silence speaks volumes. They really won? After repeated questioning, the pent-up emotions of Chinese players gradually dissipated, joy taking over. No one reading the battle report could suppress a smile. The Korean battle report post remained deathly silent for half an hour. Then, holy crap, they deleted the battle report post. So, they're backing down and running away, huh? They learned their lesson. Hilarious, no need to guess anymore. The reality boundary really did repel a 1,000-player team fight. They can win like that? I think it's a sign of confidence. JPG. With the Tower World open, due to security requirements, the reality boundary strategy videos will no longer be updated. Chinese players understood, after all, it was being promoted as a replica of the World Championship, and who wouldn't want their nation's flag at the top of the leaderboard? This left players waiting to see the progress of the game anxiously. However, it's rumored that with the introduction of the points redemption system, each team's tower climbing content will be differentiated, rather than a uniform test-style approach. At that time, sharing strategy videos will likely return to normal. The official account of Virtual Reality Boundary, which has been silent for a long time, is now flooded with comments from players and onlookers under its last post. Please say something, anything will do. Say something. Hello, are you there? Virtual Reality Boundary has just finished counting its loot. 2,221 green materials. With the Lunar New Year approaching, knowing that Virtual Reality Boundary is engrossed in the Tower World and its material inventory is nearly depleted, and that puppet operations and base maintenance are costly, the players have specially sent them a generous New Year's gift. You're too kind. The guild warehouse was overflowing. Every crate was packed to the brim. Because the boundary between the real and virtual worlds had never considered the possibility of low-level materials overflowing, Ksha had to temporarily order the construction of several warehouse crates as a contingency measure. The black-clad woman, wielding a flesh-and-blood great sword, returned to the guild hall after her rampage, her aura of ruthless slaughter overwhelming. Her eyebrows were raised, her eyes flashing with murderous intent, and her grip on the flesh-and-blood greatsword never loosened. Ksha, who had initially intended to offer a few words of praise, couldn't help but channel her magic upon seeing her menacing demeanor. The same was true for Elaravia. High-level mages could clearly sense the hostility and killing intent. At this moment, both the black-clad woman and her greatsword indiscriminately released similar auras in their surroundings, the bloody atmosphere slowing even the puppets to their limits. Min grabbed the flesh and blood in the box that served as the medium, and squeezed it tightly, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. She stepped forward and kicked the flesh and blood greatsword. The sudden movement made the black-clad woman's sword-wielding hand tremble, and she stumbled. Not bad, come back. The black-clad woman's eyes, hidden beneath her veil, were blood-red, gleaming with a chilling light. It was as if a wild beast might erupt at any moment. Can't you understand human language? Come back. Min roared, enveloping her right hand in elemental power. Amidst flashes of fire, a solid fist slammed into the woman's head, tilting it to the side. Ksha's heart leaped into her throat. Elaravia secretly took a potion, preparing to materialize. Strangely, as the woman's face was struck by the fiery fist, the bloodlust in her eyes gradually faded, and her gaze became clear. Even the blood-filled channels along the flesh and blood greatsword's spine instantly emptied, the surging life force transforming into magic power and dissipating into the air. The guild hall was filled with highly pure magic. Elaravia sniffed with ecstasy. Dragons love this. She couldn't control her expression and laughed foolishly. Just as tensions were about to rise, someone actually managed to absorb magic and get high. Ksha's lips twitched. Clearly it was Ksha who had summoned her with his blood, yet the woman respectfully knelt before Mint. The flesh and blood greatsword, without a word, clattered to the ground. Having done all this, they obediently transformed into a stream of light and merged into the withered, shriveled flesh worms inside the box. The flesh worms regained their color, swaying slowly, clinging to the edge of the box, curiously looking around, seemingly completely unaware of their recent actions. Mint turned around, pursing her lips. Monsters are bullies who prey on the weak. If you fear them, they become ferocious. To deal with untamed monsters that can't distinguish master from servant, you need to be imposing enough. You need to let them know who the master is. My mother, Metasequoia, taught me from a young age that when encountering wild beasts and monsters in the wild, even if you're weaker, you can't rashly turn and run away. Your first reaction will determine its next move. The people outside the screen also breathed a sigh of relief. From their omniscient perspective, they clearly saw the black-clad woman and the flesh-and-blood greatswords heads display the distinctive red names of hostile units. The moment those two stepped into the guild hall, they were already enemies. Mint had saved the day. The flame fist correction was remarkably effective, restoring both flesh-and-blood creatures to normal with a single punch. Phew. Fries let out a long sigh. There are side effects? Flesh-and-blood creatures rebelling? Jianghe pondered. Is it because they evolved to a certain extent through absorption, and now they think they can surpass the user and break free from control? Zhong Zimo stroked his chin and nodded repeatedly. This matter is also recorded in our card game circle. Powerful cards always come with a high price. So, training dogs is also an essential part of using flesh and blood in the box? The four primal bodies looked left and right. T-God clapped with a smile. That Mint is really amazing, scattering the rebellious souls with one punch and helping us develop a strategy. Indeed, Mint's punch was worth a fortune, vividly demonstrating how to smooth the hair of a disobedient creation. It bares its teeth, and you bare yours too. They earned over 2,000 low-tier materials, repelled the invasion of the kimchi, and earned a flesh and blood in the box usage guide. Early in the morning, the boundary between reality and illusion was refreshed. Only then did everyone remember to check the community comments. Impatient players had already flooded the official boundary between reality and illusion account. With everyone's collective wisdom, Jianghe edited the post. Jianghe initially intended to be sarcastic, but the jailer suggested that the comment section should be left to the writers to express themselves freely. That made sense, so Jianghe's post ultimately consisted of a rather bland sentence. I come from afar, but the host is not here. I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality. Players who had been following the drama for a while rushed to the top upon seeing the new post. The community also shared it simultaneously. Surprisingly, there was no sarcastic comment. The assessment is that this is because the jailer didn't manage the account. He's a public figure. It's easy for him to backfire if he personally gets involved in stirring up trouble. Don't worry, the jailer will unleash his full firepower in the private chat group later. It's just the official account saying this to maintain its image. He's probably cursing us even more behind our backs. Indeed, a sneak attack after all the players on the virtual real boundary went offline. If you can't even win, I suggest restarting your life. Identified as someone who can't even afford a proper swill pot, the result of overloading their brain with gaming. Is this the country with the highest sportsmanship? So beautiful, Korea. The boundary between reality and virtuality didn't immediately escalate into a fight, but the community unleashed its full power of sarcasm, unleashing a barrage of insults. Invading is just a guild war tactic. No need to use such vulgar language, right? Because the community displayed the IP address, this player, clearly from Korea and using translation software, was immediately ridiculed. Failed invasion, getting trampled on, being mocked, no problem, what's the rush? Come on, I translated your battle report for you. What do you mean by virtual boundary is inherently inferior to our guild? Just a product of hype and propaganda. And this, if you had equal opportunities, your guild would also be ahead of all players on the server. Hello, friend from the Korean server, you can't only talk about victory and defeat when you're winning. Since you already started champagne and trampled on Chinese players, you should be prepared to be trampled back. When things are going well, you're arrogant and conceited. When things are going badly, you're friendly and discussing strategies. No matter what, we Chinese players are at a disadvantage. By now, the onlookers are no longer limited to players from the Chinese and Korean servers. The news spread extremely quickly, and active players in the game also learned about this conflict, dubbed the National War, through word of mouth. Virtual Boundary's undeniable victory rendered all of the Korean server's sophistry as mere barking. The highlights of the battle report posts were translated one by one, becoming the community's best content and attracting players from all over the world to appreciate them. Given how aggressively they blew the wind when things were going well, even the players who were having fun found it hard to contain themselves. This proves that our country truly deserves to have the world's #1 guild, became the top comment of the day. Candlelight, watching the battle, could hardly suppress the ever-growing smile on her face. This wasn't because she was also mocking the Korean players, but because during the invasion, some people reacted similarly to them. Weeding Wen didn't know the detailed function of guild strongholds, but she hoped that anything possessed by the boundary between the virtual and real worlds would be destroyed. Now that the Blue Star players were fighting amongst themselves, she was naturally overjoyed. As the Korean war band achieved victory after victory, she actually popped a bottle of champagne. Candlelight, this is the advantage you went to great lengths to gain by exchanging a rule, and it's about to disappear, isn't it? It's painful, isn't it? What a pity, before we could even see the guild's value reach its full potential, your proud design has vanished, and it's all due to internal strife. You can't blame anyone else. She had perfectly imitated the sarcasm of the jailer. Before she could finish speaking, the flesh and blood in the box appeared, and she froze instantly. Knowing full well what this prop meant, she sat back in her chair, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Only when Candlelight returned her words verbatim did she turn her head away, falling into a long silence. When the flesh and blood creation attempted to rebel, she turned her head in delight, only to feel Mint's fist seem to land on her face. Less than 2 seconds later, she turned back. Her facial expressions changed repeatedly, like a chameleon, greatly satisfying Candlelight's emotional needs both on and off screen. Weaving Wind, let me teach you a lesson. People on the boundary between reality and illusion often say, don't open champagne halfway through, and that's exactly what they're talking about, Candlelight kindly reminded her. This time, Weaving Wind simply removed her head and moved it behind her back. Chapter 377. With the tower world open, everyone is playing their own game, with little interaction between players, leaving many who experience the qualifiers feeling something is missing. The Korean invasion was crushed, instantly reigniting the previously heated community atmosphere both domestically and internationally, making everyone feel, it's back, it's all back. Seeing the players' intense curiosity about the key to victory, and knowing it couldn't be kept secret for long, Jeong-hye casually announced the novel gameplay of Flesh and Blood in the Box, which could turn strongholds into dungeons. The community erupted in an uproar. Ever since the announcement of the guild stronghold gameplay, many top guilds, after studying it, left with a wry smile. A stronghold that stably produces materials, allowing you to earn money even offline, sounds wonderful, but if it can't be defended, it's all just empty talk. The difficulty of guild strongholds lies in the immense pressure of defense. The costs for the invading and defending sides are disproportionate. Even a force as formidable as the boundary between reality and illusion requires players to be online and benefit from defensive buffs to relentlessly defeat enemies many times their size, not to mention the support boost from guild dolls and artifacts. Even if one doesn't wholeheartedly acknowledge the boundary between reality and illusion, in terms of the sophistication of their guild strongholds, no other guild in the entire game can currently rival them. They're already struggling to defend, so how could players of a lower tier possibly even enter the fray? The appearance of guild collectibles and stronghold dungeon-like items means players can completely customize their stronghold defense strategies based on these collectibles, greatly compensating for any shortcomings in defense. Instantly, top guilds began to stir. Potato, your flesh and blood in a box is amazing, but obtaining it must be extremely difficult. Are there any other ways to acquire these collectibles? Since he was sharing, Jeong-hye wasn't stingy. Yes bro, yes. He personally replied to the post. Killing monsters in the wild will drop bound dungeon scrolls, which can be obtained by clearing special dungeons. Rewards obtainable by triggering special events. Very low probability, almost guaranteed by luck. A drop acquisition for the truly lucky. Obtained through trading with wandering merchants after establishing a guild stronghold. Of course, they won't sell directly, you need to build rapport, use persuasive language, and coax them into helping you. The drop rate of all items seems to increase after establishing a guild stronghold. Many top guilds secretly copied this strategy, and upon seeing this, couldn't help but smile. How to strengthen guild stronghold defense? Then establish a guild stronghold first. But establishing a stronghold will trigger a discover and destroy attack. What to do? Then you have to establish a stronghold first, and then go farm items. A vicious cycle. Clear Temple Dungeon Raid. You're a Clear Temple graduate, huh? Just then, Flesh and Blood in the Box S battle replay was uploaded by the boundary between reality and illusion. The spectacular performance of these newbie players getting slaughtered inevitably became a trending video on various gaming platforms. Just watching them flee in disarray was enough to make one feel smug. It has to be the boundary between reality and illusion. Such praise filled every corner. The jailer, intensely searching, sat in a corner, chuckling to himself for half a day. This feeling was better than chugging a can of soda after a meal. He could probably rival Elena's guzzling of magic dust. Suddenly, his smile froze. Potato. He jumped up from the sofa, shouting as he found Jeong-hye, who was engaged in intense physical training with fries. Jeong-hye, drenched in sweat from being urged to do burpees, was breathless and dizzy from exhaustion, barely clinging to life. Distracted by Potato's calls, his arms, which had just been lowered for push-ups, suddenly gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. French Fries, squatting nearby, watched the powerless Jiang and couldn't help but poke his cheek with her finger before slowly turning to the jailer and sighing. "You came just in time. We're not first anymore." Taking the jailer's phone, Fries frowned slightly at first glance, then relaxed. She explained to the limp Jiang 2 guilds in the 3 realms have cleared level 5. From the moment they chose to grind experience, they knew this moment would come sooner or later, but they hadn't expected the 3 realms to progress so quickly. Indeed, one shouldn't underestimate their opponents. Although their world doesn't have similar games, those groups that reach the top through repeated trials are all elites. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work, let them take the lead too. Jiang was about to chug his iced cola when French Fries glared at him and handed him warm water from his water bottle. "Wow, so strict. Can't I even have a sip of soda?" the jailer exclaimed in surprise. "You should drink warm water after strenuous exercise. Common sense," French Fries emphasized. "You didn't just drink ice water right after exercising, did you? Is there a problem?" "No, I hope your stomach stays this strong." News about the boundary between reality and illusion was always juicy gossip. Just moments ago, they were thrilled by the crushing victory over a 1,000-player Korean team, but the next second came the bad news of being surpassed in rankings by bots. From morning to noon, the boundary between reality and illusion captivated the attention of every player in the Proof of Stars game. Someone joked, "If another big news breaks tonight, the entire day will be dominated by the virtual real boundary." The virtual real boundary truly is a magnet for gossip. Even their silence attracts huge scandals. At 3 p.m., a sinister post suddenly appeared on the Korean online community forum, practically a crime announcement. It essentially said, "The virtual real boundary can't always defend itself, we be keeping a close eye on things." The players from various servers hadn't stopped mocking the Korean community, and this announcement immediately escalated the situation. The poster was none other than a member of the Yin-Yang Realm Guild that the virtual real boundary had previously ridiculed. Instantly, countless messages flooded Jiang. As the person involved, his statement attracted particular attention. "They be keeping a close eye on things" was a translated and polished version. The original post was closer to "We won't let you get away with this." The sinister undertones were palpable. Jiang was amused. Their morning replies hadn't been sarcastic. On the surface, they'd given him ample face. However, some people seemed oblivious to the implied meaning and wanted to escalate the situation. "Then let's speak plainly and ignite this whole thing." The good-natured Jong Zemo slammed his fist on the table. "To deal with shady characters, you have to be ruthless and decisive." Jiang carefully chose his words and quickly responded. "Since the players from the Korean server aren't satisfied, tonight, we meet at the guild headquarters. Don't let players from other servers look down on you and think you're cowards, who only dare to ambush and never confront." The community's opinion was completely ignited. No sarcasm, just a direct challenge. This is a duel. A duel between the boundary between reality and illusion and the Yin-Yang realm. Idiot, it's the boundary between virtual and real worlds challenging all the top players in Korea. This is going to be hilarious. Hilarious indeed. It's one thing to play dead after losing, but to be so stubborn and start a fight against the odds is unacceptable. Now they're being relentlessly attacked by the boundary between virtual and real worlds. Responding is wrong, not responding is also wrong. It's even escalated to nationality now. Didn't the boundary between virtual and real worlds go too far? Hilarious. You don't think last night's 1,000-person raid organized by the top Korean guilds was something just a couple of people shouting slogans? Clearly, someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. It was a plan developed through serious real-world discussions. Exactly. If the virtual reality border's stronghold gets destroyed, guess what the trending keywords in the gaming section will be today? I bet its virtual reality border is incompetent in domestic battles and incompetent in international battles. A misnomer. The main point isn't even the domestic gaming section's trending topics, but that Korean guilds are using this to their advantage on foreign websites, dragging virtual reality border into every promotional campaign from now on. Winning once, they can portray it as a continuous win. Having even a small connection is enough to claim it as their own. It's shameless and opportunistic, a common tactic in their country. Once you're associated with Koreans, you be tainted by them. Virtual reality border was already thinking of letting the community's sarcastic remarks slide this morning. But now the other side wants to engage in a losing team fight, so don't blame us for being ruthless. In esports, being bad is the original sin. If you can't win, all your arguments are empty words, just impotent rage. Never one to shy away from a good spectacle, players from both the Chinese and international servers flooded the Korean online community with updates on the boundary between reality and illusion, asking when the battle would take place that evening, who would be sent to fight, and what methods they planned to use to counter it. Reporters who had long been lurking within the game also flocked to the scene, joining in the excitement, while simultaneously seeking various means to secure a spectator seat at the guild's stronghold. The strong response silenced the Korean community like a ghost. By 6 p.m., they had once again resorted to their traditional trick, deleting posts. This was somewhat laughable. They were stirring up trouble yet afraid of it. Quietly deleting posts was useless. Countless people had copied the posts verbatim, including the Korean players, who replied below. At 7 p.m., after enjoying a delicious dinner, Virtual Boundary learned that the Korean community had blocked access from foreign IP addresses. He couldn't help but laugh. How did they manage to make every step so absurd for onlookers? Jiang didn't want to be targeted later, so he posted an update again in the name of Virtual Boundary. He pasted the fragments of history provided by players from the Chinese server community. These were mostly collections of Korean players' stubborn complaints after failed intrusions, with many threatening to secretly stake out and retaliate against Virtual Boundary. They even included outrageous arguments that Virtual Boundary shouldn't use guild artifacts, deeming it unfair. History was a weapon. The Korean online community has entered an era of massive post-censorship. Meanwhile, outside the official Korean community for the Proof of Stars event, discussions about it have also exploded. What are the official community administrators doing? Why are they silencing the players? They're simply lackeys of the virtual reality boundary. Look at their actions. What's the difference between them and cowards? Can't the virtual reality boundary be criticized? A disgrace? Why are we being silenced for discussing a foreign guild in our own community? Is this still our community? Administrator, come out. Let me see your nationality. The crowd was indignant. Until one player cautiously asked a question. So, who's going to the virtual reality boundary's stronghold tonight? The fervent discussion thread was like a roaring river, but this question was like a boulder thrown into its waters, abruptly silencing the clamor. Subsequent commenters seemed oblivious to the question, continuing their tirade against the virtual reality boundary. As the launch date of virtual reality boundary drew near, this issue could no longer be ignored. We can't just ignore what they're saying, can we? Many players on other servers are watching this spectacle. So what? Just because virtual reality boundary says it's going, does that mean we have to go? The weakness in their voices was palpable. After virtual reality boundary launched, Jiang He immediately teleported to all the major cities, rereading the post published on the official account verbatim. He sent invitations to game news reporters who wanted to witness the event. Missing a day of experience grinding was nothing. Virtual reality boundary was determined to prove itself today. Who dares to secretly attack guild strongholds during the World Tower event, trying to distract them? The virtual real borders online and offline aggression will be at its peak. Today, we must take down the Korean players and establish our authority by crushing them. Let all guilds think twice about whether it's worth taking the virtual real border seriously. Inside the virtual real border guild stronghold, players from various countries, who were fortunate enough to be invited, gathered in the central square, filled with excitement, awaiting the start of the national war. Upon learning the news, the Korean players gradually panicked. They approached members of the Yin-Yang Realm Guild. The matter originated with them, the arena had been set up, and they should take full responsibility. However, the Yin-Yang Realm members teleported away without a word, refusing to respond. They sought responses from other leading guilds, but everyone avoided them like the plague. The matter had escalated. Regardless of what the community news would say tomorrow if they lost, extreme players might even expel their entire guild. The virtual real borderlands might dare to gamble their nationality on a thrilling game of Russian roulette, but they wouldn't. The virtual real borderlands' strength is undeniable. If they truly had a 100% chance of victory, they could have simply crushed them head-on. Why bother with all the scheming and meticulous planning before launching last night's invasion? 2 hours passed, and apart from the players who came to watch the invasion, not a single top-tier member of the Korean guilds was to be seen. It was as if last night's invasion and today's community commotion were nothing but a pipe dream. Jiang He was getting bored, so he apologized to the invited players from various countries, asking them to wait for him while he continued to grind experience on the 5th floor. The players who came to watch readily agreed. The T0 guild leader's politeness was somewhat overwhelming for those meeting him for the first time. In their eyes, powerful players often had their share of temper and personality. Time ticked by, and the virtual real Borderlands advanced another level on the 5th floor, but the Korean guilds were still nowhere to be seen. Some indignant casual players did come to challenge them, only to be met with laughter from players across all servers. Random players have more guts than high-level players. I think the top guilds in this game should just be called cowardly guilds. Coming to challenge them was fun, but not coming would provide even more entertainment in the community tomorrow. Either way, it would be big news. Casual players from the game continued to arrive, and the more they came, the more the other servers despised the top guild's troublemaking and cowardly behavior. They enjoyed the adoration of ordinary players in the game on ordinary days, but when trouble came, they were too cowardly to show their faces. As dawn broke, the player at the boundary between reality and illusion finished leveling up and returned to the guild. Looks like they really are spineless. Upon learning the result, Jiang He smiled disdainfully. Chapter 378. The Temple of the Clarities incident had been scorned and had finally faded from public view when the return of the top-tier Korean guild provided the players of the stars with one of the most entertaining moments. Don't easily reveal your skills, or others will discover that you're actually quite incompetent. Being both troublemaker and cowardly is undoubtedly the most laughable tactic. The top Korean guild jumped around in front of the entire server, looking like clowns. Among a bunch of cowards feigning death, only a few Korean players, as stubborn as walls, attempted to fight back. Doing so wouldn't earn them any respect from players on other servers. Instead, it only increased their contempt. They're all players, and the worst thing is being a sore loser. Finding all sorts of excuses to save face only makes them look like they lack basic player manners. What's more, you don't even dare to accept the challenge. Compared to the top Korean guild, the boundary between reality and illusion receives much better treatment, receiving praise from the community and offline. This is a gamble on all the image they built since the server launched. If they lose, I can't imagine how domestic players will react. It's not just about their image, it's also their commercial value. If they lose, they might even lose their nationality, and the community will drag them out and bash them every day. If it were me, my hands would shake when I posted an update. Millions of fans, even without much monetization, their commercial value is undeniable. If Virtual Boundary wants to make money, they can use this for marketing, long-term operation, and raking in the traffic. Choosing to fight to the death is precisely the option least in their own interest. Winning is fine, but losing means all their previous efforts are wasted. Young people, passionate, energetic. Snowwater Fried Noodles also watched the match all night, waiting for the possible challenge, while also feeling a bit worried for Virtual Boundary. He loved the kind of spirit that drove him to gamble everything he had painstakingly built, just to prove himself and humiliate his opponent. The enamel mug said that watching the top guilds in the Chinese server develop was like playing a nurturing game. The joy of witnessing their gradual growth was irreplaceable. He wholeheartedly agreed with this view. Where's their fruit link? I want to buy some more. Enamel Cup laughed. Want to buy? They're sold out. Maybe next year. Snowwater Fried Noodles frowned. What do you mean? Don't they do business? It's a temporary agricultural assistance program. The beneficiaries are people from Orange Tea's hometown, and their stock has long been depleted. Snowwater Fried Noodles was quite puzzled. Don't they have any other sales channels? Don't they make money? Really, no. Among all the guilds in the Chinese server, they have the most fans, but the least monetization, Enamel Cup said. They didn't take money from the fruit farmers. In fact, they spent a lot of it. Huh? Someone told me that before they moved in together, they would bring rice, flour, and cooking oil to the local welfare home every week, accompanying the staff to visit elderly people living alone. Oh, and they also donated a six-figure sum to a charity canteen in their collective name. Snowwater Fried Noodles couldn't help but rub his temples. He was a little confused. 7 people, all agreed to this allocation? You saw their performance in the game, they all got along well, proving they felt this expenditure was perfectly acceptable, the enamel mug joked. What, you look like you're itching to find fault? Don't you like the spirit of dedication in young people? Snowwater Fried Noodles was indeed a little surprised. Such immense wealth was within their grasp, yet they remained as steady as a mountain. With that kind of mentality, they could succeed at anything. Whether to go to Anna after death, everyone on the boundary between the real and the virtual world answered we talk about it after death to the question. But in reality, everyone's answer was already buried in their hearts. Knowing that the end of life is merely the beginning of another journey, and that wealth is just an external thing. Simply retain the wealth that allows you to remember this world to the fullest extent, and enjoy the beauty of this life to the fullest. Achieving this is not difficult. Ultimately, the candlelight triumphs, and they will surely be given corresponding rewards. With the surplus, it is only natural to give back to the best of one's ability. Jiang He rarely accepted an online interview with domestic game media. The questions revolved around the challenge match where one party was absent last night. Since it was domestic game media, the topic inevitably touched on Korean humor. What's your opinion of the opponent who didn't show up last night? Upon hearing this, Jiang He revealed a knowing smile. Without an opponent to challenge me, I can't comment. Perhaps the literary geniuses in the comments section can comment for me. Having already been trampled into the dust by the boundary between virtual and real, how to finish the job? We just have to wait for the talented netizens. Some people say you challenged each other by betting your nationalities. What do you think of this joke? That just means some people can't take a joke. They didn't even come. Jiang He shrugged, eliciting laughter from the media interviewer. Tower World is equivalent to the World Championship. That's what players say now. The boundary between virtual and real dominated the top spot for a long time, but yesterday it slipped to 4th place. Have you encountered a bottleneck? I like to ask Fries this question. Fries, sitting to the side, blinked, only snapping back to reality after Jiang He nudged his waist under the table. It's just a technical adjustment. Don't panic, she responded humorously. The strategy for grinding experience on the 5th floor isn't widely known yet. Furthermore, this strategy requires a certain level of skill, otherwise, you get injured and forced to settle early before reaching the 6th round, where experience is most abundant. Controlling the score also requires ability. Skillful control is the hallmark of strong teams. Many game media reporters are also qualified to play the game, but they don't seem to be at the level to access experience grinding strategies, leading them to ask a question that would be difficult for insiders to answer, and would only be entertaining for outsiders. May I ask a question outside the game, about the virtual real boundary team? A reporter inquired. French Fries nodded. Please. The reporter glanced at the memo expectantly, a smile playing on his lips. There's been a rumor in the community that you and Cyber Potato are already a couple. And you're even living together offline. Some players in the Gwangfu University town area even witnessed you holding hands as you left. The topic suddenly heated up, causing a stir among the reporters on the live stream. Suppressed laughter rose and fell, a joyful atmosphere spreading through every window. It was as if a door had opened in the electronic world, connecting everyone's emotions, sharing that hazy, youthful feeling. The question, capable of instantly making one feel young, unsurprisingly caused Potato's face to flush slightly. This question was no longer just a rumor. More and more players in the Gwangfu community were revealing that they had encountered Jiang He from afar near the university town. Jiang He was carrying large bags, having bought a lot of vegetables and meat, clearly indicating that she had settled down in the area. It was just a matter of time before it became common knowledge, only the nod of one of the parties involved. French Fries nudged Jiang He's shin. He coughed and nodded generously. Yes, that's right. Those two simple words elicited thunderous applause, a blessing from the crowd. Far away in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the two parents, constantly monitoring the situation on the border between reality and fiction, erupted in even louder cheers, followed by a cannibalistic laugh that made one suspect they could devour children alive. Jiang He, if he were there, would probably have muttered something like, "Is that a human laugh? We're getting more chopsticks and bowls this year. Xiaofei, you always say you don't want to date, that you don't want to be like us, but you say one thing and do another." Lu Xinxin clapped. Lu Jinhong nodded repeatedly. Potato is so much better than I was back then. After all, I'm really open-minded. Lu Xinxin feigned anger. How many times have you said that? Complaining about me? How could I? Lu Jinhong instantly became serious, reaching out to pull Lu Xinxin into his arms. Choosing you, my life will be without regrets? Those are just insignificant ripples. Darling. French Fries blushed and murmured. Just like that, my mom pretended to be angry, my dad immediately said sweet nothings, and the two of them hugged and cuddled together. So lovey-dovey, and if there were outsiders present, they would deliberately give each other deep kisses, just for you to admire, treating you as part of their play. I think if they watched the interview just now at home, they would become like that. Jiang He's mouth opened slightly. You're describing it as if you saw it live. The blanket beside him blinked repeatedly. Even though I met your parents, it still feels so cheesy. Would they really do that? Why do you think I taught myself how to get into character? Why did I go to school in another province? Why do I live alone? Fries emphasized through gritted teeth. Orange Tea stared blankly. Isn't it because there's really nothing good to eat? Fries paused. Well, it seems like it's about 50-50 with those two. It felt like Fries had once again quite frankly mocked his hometown. For primal bodies swiped their phone screen while putting sausages into the sausage grill. Everyone seems to have had the experience of being tempted by the sausages from the corner store on their way home from school. When pockets were tight and pocket money was scarce, encountering your favorite snacks could only lead to constant drooling. The jailer only mentioned it briefly, and four primal bodies immediately placed an order, bringing sausage freedom to everyone. Nongya wants to come and visit, he said, holding up his phone for everyone to see. Aside from the Chinese text translated by translation software, she also sent a laughing emoji. Does she usually engage in emoji battles with you in chats? Jianghe asked curiously. Siyuani said, not before, but recently she seems to have mastered the essence of Chinese internet culture. She can come up with so many memes effortlessly. Looking through their emoji battle history, Nongya had a ton of memes. Jianghe wondered where she collected them from. Siyuani opened her emoji collection and carefully selected one. Sleep well, your life is the most important thing. Not long after sending it, Nongya's reply came. You big idiot, you big idiot. Holding back laughter was painful. It was unclear whether Nongya understood the meaning of the emoji or just thought it was cute and sent it casually. Having stayed in China for a long time, her understanding of Chinese internet culture had become increasingly detailed, and even her thought process in conversation was starting to resemble that of Chinese internet users. Location sent, Nongya expects it to arrive tomorrow. Nothing happened during the day. Having suffered a humiliating defeat, the Kimchi Guild didn't organize another invasion, and the number of visitors to the virtual real border also decreased significantly, for fear of being caught in the crossfire. After logging in, everyone conducted their usual rounds of the guild. The defensive strongholds damaged during the invasion were being rapidly repaired. The damaged dolls had also been repaired using the green materials gifted by the invaders. According to Kesha's statistics, after everything was used up, it was estimated that 920 materials would remain. Sigh, they came anyway. Why bring a gift? This gift from the Kimchi Guild is more rewarding than the dungeon run in the virtual real border. They're too kind. Upon seeing Jianghe's visit, Elora immediately snapped out of her meditation. Before anyone could speak, she launched into a long description of her masterful material detonation technique from the previous day's battle. 1,000 kills in an instant. I don't intend to pursue the matter of your exploding furnace. You did a good job. Jianghe reassured her, while the jailer muttered something under his breath. Good, good, but when will my equipment be ready? Eloravi reacted sharply. It was just an accident before. It will be ready this time. It definitely will. You have to believe me. I'm Anna's best craftsman. She grabbed the jailer's shoulder, her dragon claws almost piercing his flesh, making the jailer nod repeatedly in fear. The guild inspection ended, everything was as usual, and everyone routinely gave Jianghe and Kesha some time alone. Kesha loved being led around like a puppy. She jokingly called it replenishing her potato energy. Today's time alone was interrupted by an uninvited guest. Min sat on the railing of the lower tier of the arena's stands, swinging her little feet, resting her chin on her hand, watching the two from afar. Jianghe felt inexplicably annoyed by that sharp little gaze. When his walk ended, he went over. Mint spoke first. I want to go back to Anna. His head was buzzing. Jianghe felt a little dizzy. Have we been neglecting you because we haven't been at the guild for so long? We be very busy lately. I'm sorry. Like a child too busy to care for their family, Jianghe's response was incredibly guilty. Mint, you should know let me chat with everyone. How about it? Anyway, don't leave. Mint gave Jianghe a cold glare, seemingly quite displeased. That look made Jianghe's heart pound. Suddenly Mint pointed at Jianghe's nose and burst into laughter. She flipped over and landed lightly, circling around Jianghe. Heh, just teasing you. Potato's reaction is quite amusing. Knowing he'd been tricked, Jianghe's fists inexplicably hardened. However, I really want to go back to Anna, Mint said. I'm ready. After a few seconds of hesitation, Jianghe asked, Renee is very strong. Are you confident? There's no such thing as absolute certainty in a duel, especially with Renee. Mint took a deep breath. I just feel like I adjusted my condition to its best. Jianghe looked back at Kesha. Kesha sighed softly. Only the person experiencing it can perceive their own condition. Since it's Mint's judgment, all we can do is trust her. He took a deep breath. When do you plan to leave? If possible, I leave in the next couple of days. Undoubtedly, this was Mint's storyline triggered after she reached a certain level of strength. Jianghe nodded vigorously. Okay, we go with you. Mint was more important than grinding experience in the tower world. Chapter 379. After the Anna rebellion, the reality virtual border hadn't returned to the Ana capital for a long time. The most popular activity among players in the Ana capital was undoubtedly the weekly horse racing at the Royal Colosseum. Players became bloodthirsty spectators, placing bets on dozens or even hundreds of matches offered by the official organizers. Players who played for fun simply placed small bets each week, testing their luck. Those hoping to soar to the top and become rich overnight would spend considerable time studying lottery betting. The T-God's daily betting record had long been broken. The current Colosseum gambling god was an unknown lone wolf player from District 11. The reality virtual border, who focused on dungeons for a long time, had all heard of this player's incredible luck. Miraculously, he won 8 matches in a row, including 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3. Ordinary people focus on a single fighting style, which is already their limit. His seemingly random mix-and-match approach resulted in an unprecedented 8 consecutive wins, earning him 10 gold materials and a random gold-quality equipment forging book. Upon returning to Ana, Mint led them to the Colosseum Hall. It happened to be Colosseum betting day. Without studying the rules, she simply chose the most basic betting option, randomly placing a bet on a match. Luck is also part of skill. I want to try it out. Mint's words left everyone speechless. This kind of game, full of psychological manipulation, is fine if you win, but what if you lose? The jailer pulled T-God aside. Now, it's up to you. Huh? Me? T-God was bewildered. She couldn't control the outcome of the Royal Colosseum and manipulate the results behind the scenes. Go secretly buy a bet, the same match as Mint. Orange T's mouth agape. She understood. This was a mystical counter-strategy. Mint didn't enter the arena. She simply squatted at the front, awaiting the match result. Time ticked by, and the prize announcement appeared on the magician's projection. Number 21. Number 21. She murmured, nervously searching for her bet on the projection at the boundary between reality and illusion. Number 21. Wins. Mint let out a long sigh of relief, her eyes growing even more resolute. She left the arena, skipping and hopping with glee, humming a song. Hearing the murmurs behind her, she turned around curiously. What are you all discussing? Jailer Bro chuckled. Of course, we're marveling at T-Gods. Sob sob. Orange T grabbed Jailer Bro's mouth, correcting him. We're marveling at Mint's incredible luck. Hearing this, Mint whistled happily again. Grated fiercely by everyone, the jailer scratched his head sheepishly. French Fries leaned closer to Jianghe and whispered, Mint isn't afraid of Renee, but she is still quite nervous about the outcome of the challenge. Taking a gamble felt like consulting a fortune teller. The usually confident Mint hesitated at this moment. Due to their prominent role in the Ana Rebellion, the group from the reality and illusion border gained an easy audience with Emperor Kurian simply by using their connections. Instead of going to the palace for formal discussions, they were summoned to the garden for rest. The Lion King guards along the way, upon learning the name reality and illusion border, all turned their heads and whispered among themselves. It's them, it really is them. Reality and illusion border, ah. As outsiders, they became heroes of the fallen star siren. Last time, they caused quite a stir. Countless nobles were stripped of their titles, and His Majesty punished them openly and secretly. No wonder he's a legendary figure, he's got guts. Those nobles were practically begging for his life, haha. Prince Sloan sang their praises. Not just Prince Sloan, His Majesty also privately lauded them. But I remember Lord Wick grumbling about it. Entering the inner palace, His Majesty was led into the garden for his rest. Only his closest guards knew how carefully His Majesty maintained the boundaries between reality and illusion. It was the height of summer, the heat intense. In the center of the garden, amidst a pool surrounded by flowers, Emperor Kurian lay supine on the water's surface. Beneath him was the cool water, facing the blazing sun, a stark contrast, yet perfectly balanced, that made him drowsy. The sound of footsteps in the distance made him slightly open his eyes. Not far away, a mage in black robes slowly rose from a reclining chair. At his signal, the guards surrounding him vanished into the shadows. A maid hurried forward, wiping Kurian's body with a cloth and offering him a loose, light black gold robe. When the boundary between reality and illusion reappeared, Kurian was radiant, no longer displaying his previous languid demeanor. It seems the reward you reserved for me has come into effect. Kurian knew what had happened the moment he saw Mint. Renee Grelian, she is the cream of the Grelian family this generation, unmatched not only in her time, but even the previous generation was captivated by her talent. Kurian spoke softly, his voice earnest. I hope you are truly prepared. This battle will not only be witnessed by me, but by the nobles of Ana, the elite of this continent. For Renee, she may fail to her, it is merely a small setback. With the Grelian family's nurturing, she will surely be remembered throughout the ages of magic. But for you. Kurian suddenly stopped, waving his hand impatiently, his eyes revealing the majesty of a lion. The maids whose gaze fell upon him trembled, hastily offering seats to the people from the boundary between reality and illusion, bringing cold drinks and fruits to cool them down. A large umbrella cast perfect shade, dispelling the heat. His cold, lion-like majesty came and went quickly. He sat down, gesturing for those from the boundary between reality and illusion to sit as well, before letting out a soft sigh and continuing. When I bestowed the armor upon you last time, I said that in my youth, I too was a formidable adventurer. I seen many geniuses fade into obscurity. Take that man you call old man, Kurian smirked, pointing at the black-robed mage, he's seen just as many as I have. Leaving aside those fools who squander their talent without putting in the effort, what I regret most are those young people who run headlong into walls, repeatedly defeated, ultimately succumbing to cowardice, their inner demons impossible to overcome. It's not that they aren't talented, but because of a single misconception, a single misstep, they never make any further progress in their lives. The group, eating chilled fruit, unconsciously slowed their chewing. Kurian's words were filled with genuine concern for the younger generation. They didn't come from the mouth of an emperor, but rather from an adventurer still on his journey. Min held her glass full of juice, her eyes fixed on him, lost in thought. This act was almost blasphemous, but Kurian didn't care, his voice remained gentle. After you left, I learned more about Mint, your past. A document was handed to Kurian by the black-robed mage. Born a commoner from the Southern Territory, a top student in the potions faction at the Star Speakers Academy 2 years ago, with the highest innovation score in potions credits ever. Most of the teachers outside the potions department described you as outstanding, but your potions department tutor insists you're utterly foolish and hopelessly incompetent. Zhong Zimo exclaimed, jumping to his feet. As a teacher, to take revenge on a student out of personal grudge is the act of a beast. Wick, they might have misspoke when they called you an old geezer, but calling him. Kurian tapped the document lightly, sneering, I'm afraid I didn't go too far. This was the first time the virtual reality boundary had heard the name of the old geezer mage. Wick was quite a character, he also sneered. I wonder if the people of the virtual reality boundary could share some of their courage in calling me an old geezer with Mint's former tutor. Jiang, he said slowly, you're an old geezer, and he's an old geezer too, why be so particular? You? Kurian, who was drinking pear juice, spat it all out upon hearing this. Only you guys, bearing the title of heroes of the fallen star siren, can ride roughshod over him, calling him an old ba asterisk this, and an old ba asterisk that. Kurian waved for the maid to leave, wiping his soiled robe himself. It's clear you hold grudges. Wick only said a few words to you back then, but you held a grudge ever since. So, I hope that no matter how the competition ends, you won't let this mentor off the hook. Jian He understood. Your Majesty wants to deal with academic scum, but doesn't want to dirty your own hands. Kurian raised an eyebrow, chuckling. The academic cliques are deeply entrenched. For me, taking action would be troublesome. Fries clicked his tongue. We're outsiders, and we have the fallen star siren backing us. Anna was in the wrong last time, so we can act with impunity. Teaching a clique dog a lesson is perfectly reasonable. No one can object. Your Majesty is truly a master of leveraging power. You help me, I help you, Kurian said amiably. I'm not your emperor, and you are not my subjects. If we consider ourselves adventurers, we're in a bounty hunter and employer relationship. Of course, if you're willing to accept this relationship, we can go further. Wick took a step forward, somewhat taken aback, but Kurian, anticipating his move, pressed him down with his raised hand. Even the jailer understood Kurian's underlying meaning. It was hard to imagine that an emperor would show such strong goodwill. You can reconsider. We gone a bit off topic, he said, patting the documents and returning to the original topic. I reconstructed the record of your conflict with Renee based on descriptions from various parties at the Star Speaker Academy. I won't comment too much on the specific details, but I'm certain Renee didn't harbor any real malice, at least not subjectively. She might just be awkwardly acknowledging you. Bed interrupted, somewhat puzzled, Your Majesty, are you ignoring Renee's previous actions? That was blatant bullying. Curran smiled slightly, regarding that, after arranging your resting places later, someone will bring the documents recording Renee's experiences over the years to your rooms. You might as well read them yourselves. I won't offer any bias. As for what conclusions you draw from those records, that's up to you to decide. Mint took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed to Curran. Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty. Curran waved his hand. Personally, I'd like Renee to lose a match, since she wouldn't suffer much loss if she did. But if you lose? Mint, this is a duel witnessed by all of Anna, by countless eyes. Can you handle the impact of defeat? He patted Mint's shoulder lightly. I'm getting old. Seeing a young person with such a bright future like you inevitably makes me sentimental. I've seen countless geniuses in my life, and just as many have faded like fleeting clouds. There are few as outstanding as you and Renee. I hope you can win. Mint seemed lost in thought, sitting silently in the corner. Jiang He stepped in at the opportune moment. His Majesty intends for us to help eradicate a societal cancer. What's the price this time? Curran pointed at Jiang He and laughed heartily. Look at this little guy. We treated him to the best of our ability, provided a sparring match for your friend, invited Anna to witness it, and stood on your side the whole time. And he's even asking me for payment. Although he couldn't see Wick's face under the hood, he imagined it was dark. Enough is enough. Last time, His Majesty even gave us his own equipment. Aren't you satisfied? If His Majesty wants to use this as an excuse, eliminating only one is a bit of a waste. Jiang He licked his lips. We are the heroes of the fallen star siren, roaming freely without restraint. Doesn't His Majesty intend to go a little deeper when removing the lesion? Curran's expression turned serious. He stroked his chin, nodding repeatedly. Of course, but... Curran asked curiously, I never thought of you as greedy people, but this time you seem rather impatient. What happened? What else could have happened? Of course, it's for experience. The experience lost in the tower world must be compensated for through the storyline. Anyone with a discerning eye could sense the potentially lucrative rewards of eliminating the academic clique. For experienced players, not delving deeper would be a wasted trip. Since you are all willing to be the sharp blade in my hand, I don't mind opening my personal inventory and allowing each of you to choose 2 treasures. Wick exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty. Curran abruptly waved his hand, Stop talking. The academic clique is poisoning us. They even reject talents like Mint, who have no roots outside of magical families. Who do you think they're digging up? Before I close my eyes, I must let them know who the true Emperor of Anna is. Choosing 2 treasures, a declaration of boundless ambition, inexplicably stirred the very boundaries of reality and fantasy. Wick, go arrange their accommodations. This matter must be put on the agenda. Jiang He suddenly said, Your Majesty, besides agreeing on the duel date, we also made arrangements with some others to personally witness the duel. Oh! Curran became interested. Who are they? The Mirror Heart Queen of the Fallen Star Siren. Curran's eyes flickered. The dragon who's been forging tools for us, who's joined our guild, and is also a renowned craftswoman on the Anna continent, Ellerby. This time, not only Curran trembled, but Wick's robes also swayed uncontrollably. Ellerby? He asked incredulously. She joined your guild? Yes. Jiang He and everyone exchanged glances, unable to suppress a laugh, and she's even signed a contract of servitude. She'd be a member of our guild from now on. Curran suddenly felt his head buzzing. Chapter 380. Having experienced the conflict with the fallen star siren, Queen Mirrorheart's willingness to personally witness Mint's competition undoubtedly sends a positive signal to all forces across the continent. Curran, while shocked, was also filled with emotion. However, the news of Ellerby's arrival turned shock into astonishment. In an era of dragon decline, she was the youngest recorded 9th-tier dragon. A top craftswoman on the Anna continent. A close friend of Tina Loris, the youngest Grand Alchemist of the Anna Empire 100 years ago. After Tina's death, Ellerby became distant, her rare appearances all related to the promised scroll proposed by Tina years ago. That little game, akin to a wish-granting machine, was the last thread keeping her in the Anna people's sight. Eccentric temperament, difficult to get along with. Cold, aloof, her arrogance naturally and unintentionally revealed. Each label came from the subsequent statements of those who received the promised scroll and requested a response. What kind of person could make such a dragon sign a contract of servitude? Curran rubbed his temples, unable to resist reminding him, I'm talking about the 9th-tier dragon, Ellerby. To prevent being deceived by the strange dragon at the boundary between reality and illusion, he added a description of Ellerby's dragon form and appearance. After receiving confirmation, Curran felt somewhat dizzy. He cleverly used the cold drink served by a maid to conceal the twitching corners of his mouth, his heart already churning with turmoil. Standing up for the fallen star siren, storming Anna, and taking down numerous nobles, afterwards, a storm arose, countless people were drawn into the vortex because of them, becoming the beginning of his great purge. It was only natural that she was well connected among the fallen star siren. But what about Elravi? In the century she spent with Tina, she had never looked down on any human other than Tina. The high-ranking officials of the Empire treated her with the utmost respect. Unlike the decaying dragon, she was excessively young, possessing limitless potential, and standing above all others. Could such an arrogant dragon sign a contract of servitude? Was he insane, or had the world secretly gone mad without his knowledge, without informing him? The siren called them heroes, the dragon sold himself into slavery, and they had connections in the sky and sea. Curian couldn't help but wonder, could they be any more audacious? Wick, seeing Curian's dazed expression, helped remind him. You haven't set a time for the duel yet. Mint snorted, arrogantly stating, let Renee decide. The residents at the boundary between reality and illusion remained the same as before. It's ironic, ever since their rampage in the capital of Anna, this grand and spacious estate, incredibly valuable even within the capital, had suddenly become a hot potato for its original owner. After failing to sell it anywhere, Curian had to use his own funds to purchase it. Now, this luxurious suburban estate was royal property. Why is it a hot potato? Orange Tea asked, puzzled. The head maid, personally appointed by Curian, explained with a smile, the nobles are deeply entrenched and closely connected. This matter arose because of you all. Mentioning that it was a knight's residence during subsequent gossip would only be embarrassing. The jailer chuckled. Looks like we have quite a bad reputation in Anna. Not a bad reputation. In His Majesty's words, this is the reputation we earned by standing tall and fighting to the death on the border between the real and virtual worlds. The head maid, with flowing black hair, was beautiful and had a sweet voice. Wick had personally appointed her to take care of the group's daily needs. This time, unlike before, when tensions were high and defenses were necessary, the border between the real and virtual worlds didn't mind enjoying the benefits of helping to eliminate the academic clique ahead of time, given that Curian was clearly an ally. After the head maid withdrew, leaving only them in the hall, Mitt eagerly began flipping through the records about Renee. The Grelian family was a top magical clan in Anna, and Renee was the most dazzling rising star in magic over the past decade. Anna's royal records were extremely detailed. The moment Renee opened her eyes to the world, she embarked on the path of magic, a path countless others yearned for but could never enter. At 4 years old, at the second rank, she told her parents she could see strange threads flowing before her, faint and indistinct. The Grelian family was astonished. After repeated testing, they were shocked to discover that young Renee could indirectly visualize the flow of magic through her affinity for it. This was a skill that countless high-ranking mages had only a rudimentary grasp of. For Renee, her life was a matter of survival, a safety net. If life were a marathon, she wasn't on the track from the start, but rather sitting on the judge's bench. And for Renee's parents, it was a true case of motherhood elevated by their daughter. The Grelian family, a 1,000-year-old magical clan, cannot have every member exceptionally gifted. The accumulation of knowledge provides a safety net for the family, ensuring that each generation produces 1 or 2 outstanding individuals at the pinnacle of Anna. For those with average abilities and talents, the family bloodline guarantees that everyone can embark on the path of a mage. Afterwards, it's up to individual ability. Those with exceptional talent receive special attention. Renee's parents were unremarkable figures on the fringes of the family, but Renee's sudden rise in status dramatically changed theirs. The family's prestige, the outside world's praise, and the immense material wealth made Renee's parents extremely strict with her education. Renee's childhood was a constant cycle of one academic task after another. Whatever knowledge Renee desired to learn, the family's top scholars personally provided detailed explanations. Gryan, through promises, reached an agreement with Curian in exchange for the support of the Imperial Academy. Renee could audit any Imperial Academy course she wished to attend, even in a side room. Dussel, a scoundrel who coveted Renee, was hired at a high price from the age of 9 to teach her introductory and advanced spatial magic at the manor. The cost of crafting demonic weapons and this other heartstone, used to counteract the spiritual corruption of demons, all stemmed from this connection. It can be said that Dussel's arrangements against the demons of the Great Snow Mountain were all based on a deal with the Grerian family, the exchange of teaching Renee spatial magic. Of course, the Grerian family was certainly unaware that Dussel had once intended to abduct Renee to create an even more noble and powerful lineage of magicians. Endless learning, endless knowledge, at a child's most playful age, a time when they yearned for connection with nature, Renee's vision was filled only with shadowy figures and countless books. She truly loved magic, yearned for magic, and her heart overflowed with curiosity to explore the unknown. But she wasn't a puppet mechanically filling her body with knowledge. At the age of 10, after Dussel taught her spatial magic, Renee, already at level 4, asked him a question. With my current abilities, how far can I tear through space and run? Dussel, not understanding her question, frankly answered 3 meters. What if you cast it continuously? The distance decreases, and eventually, you be cut apart by space due to a lack of magic power. Does having enough magic power make it better? That depends on your understanding of spatial magic. The fact that Dussel's conversation with her appeared in Kurian's files proves that Renee had done something significant. That night, Renee stole the family's potions and escaped. She could learn whatever she wanted and freely enter and leave the potions workshop, so no one ever suspected her. This escape alarmed half of the capital city of Anna. The entire Grelian family mobilized, searching high and low for her, but she seemed to have vanished into thin air. For 10 days, just as the Grelian family was on the verge of despair, Renee returned on her own, bringing back a giant python along the way. Upon reading this, everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion was somewhat puzzled, but a smile played on their lips. Renee's audacity was undeniable. She left without hesitation. Even Mint pursed her lips and sighed softly, quite interesting, but she went astray later. Not only Kurian's guards, but even the Grelian family couldn't get any answers from Renee about why she suddenly ran away from home and why she plunged headlong into the dangerous mountains. No matter how they asked, whoever asked, even her parents, Renee remained silent, only saying, when mentioning the giant python, "That's my friend, it has a name, a little tail." No one knew what Renee was really thinking. Since becoming a recognized magical genius, she had become increasingly silent, listening more than speaking. Most of the time, her expressions were only related to magic. Outside of that, she seemed to be lost in thought, indifferent to everything else. Some thought Renee's parents were too demanding, placing too much academic burden on her. Others thought the family's expectations were too high, putting too much psychological pressure on the child. With a decree from the patriarch, Renee was granted the freedom to choose whether or not to study. Her parents forbade her from interacting too much with low-ranking mages, whom they believed would negatively influence her understanding of magic. Renee was obedient, and so she spent her days playing with her giant python friend, Little Tail. That summer when she was 10, Renee played wildly and without restraint. The guards gathering information reported to Kurian, having observed Renee for so long, "This is the first time I've seen her so lively." In contrast to Renee's liveliness, her parents seemed irritable. They repeatedly advised Renee, "Studies come first, you can play anytime. Don't waste your talent, you were born to be a part of magical history. The future magical world will record the era you lived in with the longest texts." Renee never disobeyed her parents. After each talk, she would obediently study for a while. Like receiving a buff, once the effect wore off, Renee returned to her own world. Huh? What? Having only read 2 lines, the entire group's pupils dilated in shock. No one continued reading, exchanging bewildered glances as if they'd seen a ghost. Mint, holding the document, locked her neck tightly, slowly turning her head to point at the lines of text. "Am I seeing things? This is writing? It's writing, but why does it feel so unfamiliar?" Renee's parents mixed a deadly poison into food and fed it to Little Tail. The guard's annotation was particularly jarring. Renee knelt beside the corpse and cried all night. She didn't get angry, didn't question her parents, and returned to her original life as if nothing had happened. Until Renee was 16, and specifically chosen to enter the Star Speakers Academy, 6 years had passed, and she had become the child her parents had hoped she would be. Every word and action was a perfect copy of that standard genius template. Curran saw things more deeply than the inner guards. His comment was, "Now, the Grelian family has raised a monster. They better hope someone can put that monster back in its cage. Relax your surveillance of Renee." He felt a chill run down his spine, and Mint involuntarily swallowed hard. Silence filled the room for a long time, only the heavy breathing of the group echoed. French fries pursed her lips. "I think I understand what Kurian means." Bed couldn't help but murmur, "So it wasn't intentional harm to Mint, it meant this." Zhong Zimo slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. His parents are complete lunatics. They can give birth, but can't raise children. There are clearly people in the family who understand the situation. Why didn't they hand them over? Anyone could see that something deep inside Renee had completely broken down since that incident when she was 10. From then on, she mechanically and numbly followed her family's teachings, filling her body with knowledge. The 4 primal bodies clapped their hands. Do you think Kurian's other meaning might be that Renee actually wants to be close to Mint? Huh? Orange Tea was confused. But she chased after Mint, and beat her up at the Star Speaker Academy. French Fries grasped the key point. Your sparring matches always ended in a draw? Hearing this, Mint understood. In every real sparring match, Renee always won by a perfectly timed move, never going overboard. In real combat, it's easy to accidentally injure someone when it's hard to stop. Back then, her combat skills were shockingly weak. When she clashed with Renee, she only ever suffered defeats, without ever opening her mouth, closing her eyes, coughing up blood, or even getting a scratch. Renee's group of noble lackeys tried to humiliate her, but they were always stopped by the phrase, "Why bother with a wild mage?" It seemed like they were explicitly stating their high status, but it also seemed like a one-sided attempt to resolve the conflict. Mint was stunned. Why? Zhong Zemo, as expected of a teacher, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. That giant python, how did Little Tail die? The jailer remembered something and whispered to Jianghe. Remember what Candlelight said? After the Ana world shattered, Renee kept looking for opportunities to apologize to Mint. At first, she only thought, can they reconcile? Now, thinking about it again. In the end times, Renee, now one of the sages of the apocalypse, was most likely speaking the truth. No wonder Kurian wanted Mint to win. Renee was a ticking time bomb, and she was getting stronger and harder to control. As the ruler of the empire, Kurian couldn't interfere in other people's internal affairs. He couldn't very well say, your parenting is flawed, you raised a monster prone to turning evil and going berserk. So many learned members of the Grelian family, yet not a single one noticed Renee's problem. The events of 10 years ago hadn't completely killed the lively Renee, she had simply gone into hiding. Detonating the problem while it was still under control would only benefit the empire. And ideally, it would be done in full view of everyone. Mint was somewhat confused. Could it be that if we defeat her, she'll go berserk? The expressions on everyone's faces varied. Normal people understood, after reading Kurian's prepared booklet, to still consider Renee a normal person would be somewhat unfair to the hard work of the inner guards. Renee may look like a normal person, but her heart and lungs are full of darkness, and she has nowhere to release the negative energy that has accumulated in her heart.